In the stormy night, with thunder and heavy rain, the lightning struck across the sky, illuminating the glamorous villa beneath the ground. The sound of rain was mingled with desperate cries for help, full of pleading for one's life. At that moment, a figure of a young man appeared on a tree. The screams drew the attention of the corpses from over 500 meters away. Just 1 second was enough. The man focused intently on the mechanical watch on his wrist, his voice robotic, as if it were a machine. From the moment the sound was heard to the time of concentration, only 5 seconds passed. His white-gloved hand gently swept across the watch face, and at the exact moment, it reached the number 5. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. The girl, too preoccupied with running, tripped and fell to the ground. The group of zombies behind her seized the opportunity to rush forward, their blood-soaked mouths wide open, hungry to tear her throat out. She was terrified beyond measure, but all she could do was scream in desperation. "No, save me, I'm not ready to die yet." One of the zombies lunged at her, exposing its blood-stained teeth and dripping saliva. At that very moment, a thin wire shot forward, with a sharp blade attached at the end. The wire, resembling a slender snake, quickly coiled tightly around the zombie's neck. A sharp sound rang out, and the fate of the zombie was immediately clear. The man from earlier jumped down, swinging a line of cord that tightly wrapped around the necks of the remaining zombies. He muttered under his breath, 3 seconds. The man gripped the knife handle tightly, his voice low, 2 seconds, 1 second? With that, he yanked the knife handles in both hands. The lines of cord wrapped around the zombies' necks all simultaneously severed their heads in an instant. After dealing with the zombies, the girl weakly cried out, "Please. Please take me with you." At that moment, from a distance, another group of zombies heard the noise and began to shuffle toward this direction in droves. The girl sobbed, pleading with him. The man scanned her body briefly and immediately noticed that the skin on her jawline had gradually started to turn, the color now was sickly gray, just like the zombies. He coldly said, "Unfortunately, your chance has passed." She cried uncontrollably, her eyes filled with the image of the man turning his back and walking away. "Please, don't leave me behind." At that moment, the zombies behind her rushed forward, leaving no way for her to escape. Fresh blood sprayed like rain, eventually staining the road, marking the tragic end of the poor young girl's fate. The man kicked open the wooden door, shouting loudly, "Eldest miss." Inside the sanctuary, a young girl with a delicate frame was sincerely praying with her hands clasped before God. She heard the call, but didn't respond. The man continued to call out, "Eldest miss, is it really you? I've finally found you." He grabbed her hand. His voice was filled with worry, "It's dangerous here, come with me quickly. I'll protect you and get you out of here." But when the girl turned around, her pupils were no longer clear as before. Instead, they were a deep red, like fresh blood, and her gaze had become cold and frightening. She swung her hand, pushing him away, her body exuding a strong scent of death. He gasped in shock, "Have you been infected?" She no longer seemed to be aware of anything. She raised her sharp claws and charged at him, frantically attacking. He trembled as he raised the knife, his voice filled with helplessness, hateful. "How did everything turn out like this?" 10 years ago, a man in a suit spoke up, "Mo Jiang, your life was saved by the White Wolf Society. From this day on, your life no longer belongs to you. You must protect my daughter, Bai Ji. If you live for her. If you die for her." Mo Jiang looked at the little girl named Bai Ji, who was grinning brightly in front of him. He heard her father continue, "This is the entire meaning of the rest of your life." But that very girl was the one who cared for him more than anyone else. She placed her soft hand on his cheek and gently said, "For the rest of your life, live for yourself. Not for the White Wolf Society, and not for anyone else. Bai Ji." Mo Jian called her name in pain. His eyelids were half closed, just enough to see Bai Ji in front of him, ferociously trying to claw and tear at him. In the end, one of Mo Jian's arms was severed, and bright red blood sprayed everywhere. Mo Jian leaned painfully against the wall, gritting his teeth in bitter anguish. In the end, he still couldn't protect anything at all. At that moment, the sharp claws slashed out once more. Bai Ji let out a scream, her nails plunging into the wall behind him. Suddenly, a flicker of something unusual flashed through his mind. Bai Ji! Imo Jiang cried out in shock. The Bai Ji in front of him, though no longer human, was shedding tears falling, one by one. Her tears dripped steadily onto his arm. In that instant, a voice rang out in Imo Jiang's head, machine, adaptive subject identified. Initiating medical electric system. Immediately, something surged into Bai Ji's mind, making her scream in agony. Imo Jiang looked at his right arm, which had been severed, and suddenly felt something. He cried out in astonishment, this feeling. It's my arm. That voice echoed again, as if to announce to him, experimental integration complete. Imo Jiang looked at his right arm in that moment, unable to suppress his shock once more. What on earth is this thing? His arm no longer consisted of flesh and bone, instead, it was a biotic mechanical arm. It seemed to be reinforced with a dark alloy, with golden light circuits running along it like electrical energy veins. Bai Ji no longer had the ferocious appearance she once had, but still stood motionless, her eyes completely devoid of any emotion. Imo Jiang, holding his new arm, asked in astonishment, "Young lady Bai Ji, do you still recognize who I am?" At this moment, he realized something. Imo Jiang looked down at his mechanical arm, murmuring in doubt, although Bai Ji no longer attacks, it seems like her mind hasn't recovered. Could it be related to this newly appeared arm of mine? But on his wrist, there was a blue cord, connecting to Bai Ji's chest. Imo Jiang exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What is this?" He touched his left wrist in astonishment. A blue cord? As soon as he touched it, Bai Ji suddenly moved stiffly and walked toward him. Imo Jiang finally understood. So that's it. He tried raising his left hand, and immediately, Bai Ji raised her left hand as well. Imo Jiang let out a sound of realization. It seemed she could control the movements of eldest miss. Synchronization rate, huh? Imo Jiang extended his hand, intending to touch her, but suddenly his body felt a jolt. The digital floor beneath his feet abruptly disappeared, and Imo Jiang fell straight down. After a moment, Imo Jiang slowly opened his eyes. He looked around, confused, and asked, "Where is this?" The space had changed slightly, resembling a digital world, with complex data networks sprawling behind him. Imo Jiang looked ahead, and his eyes immediately caught sight of Bai Ji floating within a digital sphere. Her entire body emitted a brilliant light. Imo Jiang anxiously called out, Bai Ji, eldest Miss Bai Ji, I can sense her presence." Seeing that Bai Ji didn't respond at all, Imo Jiang focused intently. It seemed like she had fallen asleep, but she wasn't dead. "Eldest Miss, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you." With that, Imo Jiang prepared to rush forward, but just then, strange buzzing sounds echoed around him. The digital space suddenly began to glitch. Imo Jiang abruptly opened his eyes, and once again, the familiar scene of the sanctuary appeared before him. He reached out his hand, gently caressing Bai Ji's cheek, whispering to her, "I won't forget." "Eldest Miss, no, Bai Ji, you are the meaning of the rest of my life." Imo Jiang spoke from the bottom of his heart, and whether it was an illusion or not, Bai Ji's face seemed to blush slightly. At that moment, a stranger suddenly appeared at the door. He shouted loudly, "It's a monster! The monster's been found!" It turned out the man was a priest. He looked recently injured, barely able to stand as he leaned weakly against the wall. But his mouth didn't stop shouting, "Monster! You're monsters too!" Clutching the crucifix tightly in his hand, he cried out in desperation, "O Lord, please grant salvation to your innocent children." Imo Jiang snorted coldly, picking up his dagger. "The Lord's busy. He can't save you. Let me help with that salvation." On the priest's forehead, rotting brown patches had begun to appear, a clear sign that he was about to turn into a zombie. Yet he still shouted defiantly, "Oomph, a monster speaking of salvation, only I can purify this world. I am the representative of the divine. The priest raised his hands, and his scream immediately attracted the attention of the flock outside.
Everyone glared menacingly at Emo Jiang.
Emo Jiang coldly gazed at him. These people, and this so-called fake god, had already been bitten by the undead. It seemed it was only a matter of time before they too would become corpses. The priest turned around and shouted loudly, "O faithful followers, the challenge of the Lord is before us." He pointed at Emo Jiang and Baiji, "Kill those demons and use their blood to cleanse us." Immediately, the zombies rushed toward the two of them. Emo Jiang stepped forward to shield Baiji. At this point, the number of zombies had reached hundreds, surrounding Emo Jiang and leaving him with no escape. The priest continued to shout, "Kill them!" The zombies, upon hearing the priest's command, charged at Emo Jiang, growling, "Gurgur." Among the zombies was also the girl he had met earlier but failed to save. She had not fully transformed yet. Emo Jiang charged forward with a knife, and the girl's face clearly displayed fear, her eyes brimming with tears as if she were about to cry. Seeing that, Emo Jiang was stunned, and his movements froze as a result. He immediately stepped back, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, what's wrong with me?" Because she hadn't completely turned into a corpse yet, she hesitated. Just then, another man holding a dagger rushed from behind, trying to ambush Emo Jiang. With sharp reflexes, he glanced behind him and immediately noticed the man's actions. However, Emo Jiang did not expect Baiji, who had been standing still, to suddenly rush forward and protect him. Emo Jiang panicked and shouted, "Baiji, damn it!" Emo Jiang quickly moved in front, swinging the knife to sever the zombie's neck. The zombie clutched its throat and screamed in madness as it fell to the ground, lifeless. When the others saw the zombie collapse and die, the surrounding undead hesitated, no longer daring to move forward. The priest, seeing this, urgently shouted, "What are you all doing? Charge forward and kill them, don't retreat. This is the command of the gods." At that moment, a small system screen appeared beside Emo Jiang's mechanical arm. The remaining intact hands swiftly swung the knife in an elegant arc. Emo Jiang and Baiji stood close to each other, a strong aura of bloodlust emanating from them. "Let us save these foolish people." Then Baiji. The light from the stained glass of the cathedral illuminated the bodies of the two individuals. Emo Jiang and Baiji stomped their feet in unison. Baiji lunged forward, using her hand to pierce through the chest of a zombie. Emo Jiang, on the other side, skillfully swung his knife, slicing straight through the neck of another. The two of them turned their backs to each other, seamlessly coordinating to eliminate each one by one. Before long, fresh blood flowed like a river. But the number of zombies showed no sign of diminishing. They kept coming, in swarms. Emo Jiang gritted his teeth, "There's no time to deal with each one individually now." The priest on the other side continued to encourage them, "Don't retreat. The god will reward our bravery. In that case, let's take out the leader first." Emo Jiang pinpointed the priest's location and decisively sent the blade spinning toward him. The cord tied to the hilt of the knife was pulled sharply, and the blade, which had been soaring above the priest's head, suddenly reversed direction and pressed straight toward his neck. The priest was startled, sidestepping, and the blade embedded itself into the wall behind him. He screamed in fear, "Block him! Quickly, stop him!" Emo Jiang tightened his grip on the cord, coldly saying, "Now you can meet your god." He yanked both ends of the cord hard, and the blade was immediately pulled sideways, severing the priest's neck with one clean strike. The horde of zombies widened their eyes at the leader, all frozen in place for 5 seconds. The space around them suddenly became eerily silent. Emo Jiang turned to them and asked indifferently, "Still want to continue?" Each of the cult members immediately turned around and stammered, let's go, I just remembered I've got something to do." Moments later, the system suddenly chimed in, announcing that the mission had been completed and a reward had been received. A medicine container appeared on Emo Jiang's prosthetic arm. He looked at the vial in his hand with surprise. "Medicine?" Seeing the vial, Baiji immediately walked over, her small hands grabbing Emo Jiang's hand, her face filled with longing. He asked again, "You want this?" Emo Jiang opened the lid and fed the medicine to Baiji. she obediently drank the entire vial. After finishing it, all the wounds on her body quickly healed.
Jiang said with satisfaction, "This medicine seems very effective."
Jiang leaned his forehead against hers and whispered softly, "Baiji, I won't let you get hurt again." In the supermarket's changing room, Jiang carefully removed each piece of dirty clothing from Baiji's body. Then, he took out a newly bought white dress, blushing as he put it on her. After changing into the new clothes, Jiang helped her tie her long hair up. Baiji now looked exactly like she did before. Jiang, satisfied, gave a thumbs up. This is the eldest miss of mine." He then led Baiji to a food stall to buy some more items. As soon as they arrived, Jiang keenly sensed the presence of people nearby. Sure enough, from upstairs, the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a voice. Another thief." A group of young men descended the stairs, arrogantly shouting, "Listen here, you! The corpse was killed by us." He pointed his finger at Jiang's face, grinning. "Feel free to take anything, but you're not allowed to touch the rations or canned meat, understand?" Baiji seemed to really dislike this attitude. She gritted her teeth and growled a few words under her breath, but Jiang quickly grabbed her hand, speaking softly. "Let's go, it's better to avoid trouble." The blonde man spoke to the blue-haired man standing beside him. "Mr. Fei, do you see that? The guy's pretty rough, but the girl's actually quite a catch." Their hands reached out, intending to touch Baiji, their voices filled with lecherous desire. "If we've done you a favor, then leave that woman behind." Jiang's gaze immediately turned cold to the extreme. He raised his dagger, his voice gritting with menace. "You dare lay a hand on her? Try it." But just then, a hand struck the blonde man's head, and a high-pitched female voice rang out, "Did you forget the rules again?" The one who appeared was a beautiful young woman. She stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at the blonde man, "You can't just strike at people like that. How many times do I have to tell you?" The man immediately backed off. No, Captain, I was just scaring him a little." After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang, who was leisurely picking out food. She thought to herself, but at that moment, I really felt the killing intent. The female captain eyed Jiang warily. She turned around, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought, if I hadn't intervened in time, who knows what would have happened to that guy. I need to find a way to recruit him into the team. After Jiang finished picking out a few cans, he was about to leave when the female captain hurriedly grabbed his wrist. "Wait," she said, introducing herself, "I'm Yunhu, the captain of this team." Yunhu looked at Jiang with a serious expression. "Join us. Under our management, you'll have access to food and resources." The blonde-haired person immediately sneered and said, "Captain, isn't it a waste of food to let that person join?" Another subordinate quickly joined in, "Exactly, just a weakling." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful shockwave suddenly erupted. The unlucky subordinate standing near the wall was sent flying, screaming in pain, "Captain!" Outside the door, a large, over 3-meter-tall zombie appeared. The subordinate quickly scrambled to run toward them. "Captain, it's a mutated corpse." Yunhu's gaze darkened, and her voice turned cold. "This isn't what the intel said." She immediately gave orders, "Wang Meng, Tu Fei, go bury bombs at the door, the rest stay on guard, we need to lure this type of mutation outside." Wang Meng shouted loudly, and before leaving, Yunhu didn't forget to turn back to Jiang and say, "If you come with us, I'll give you more supplies." "How about this suggestion?" Yunhu held out a backpack in front of him. At that moment, the system suddenly notified them, assigning the mission to kill the mutated corpse. Jiang turned to her calmly and replied, "I refuse." Wang Meng, Tu Fei, and another person immediately showed their dissatisfaction. "OMG, this idiot! We should have dealt with it earlier." Seeing that there was no more time, Yunhu grabbed 2 pistols and charged forward. "Forget him, let's act first." Jiang didn't move immediately. He took Baiji's hand and led her to a safer spot. If they acted rashly, Baiji's secret might be exposed. He picked up a box of matches and a flashlight, calmly analyzing the situation. Moreover, judging from their tone, it seemed they weren't very confident either.
Then we just have to wait. With that, Mo Jiang opened the rooftop door.
At that moment, the zombie had erupted with physical power, roaring furiously. Stones around it were sent flying, and thick dust billowed into the air. Yunhu was hit by a flying rock and screamed in pain.
The subordinates behind her called out anxiously, "Captain?" Wang Mang rushed over first, urgently asking, "Captain, are you okay?"
Yunhu clutched her head and said with difficulty,
"I'm fine, as long as we can kill this monster, damn it."
Just then, the mutated zombie roared again, sending them all into a panic.
What the hell? It's still alive?
It charged at Yunhu, raising its sharp claws to strike her. Yunhu, already injured, cried out helplessly.
Why? Why can't I move? Move, damn it.
At this moment, Mo Jiang crouched on the edge of the rooftop, speaking in a low voice, "The time has come." Before the monster could reach Yunhu, Mo Jiang leaped down from above, kicking it in the hand.
By the time Mo Jiang landed, the monster's arm had been severed by his dagger.
It cried out in pain, clutching its arm and roaring frantically.
Yunhu breathed a sigh of relief. "Is it you?"
Mo Jiang bent down to pick up the backpack containing supplies, slinging it over his shoulder, and coldly replied, "Don't get it wrong, I'm not here to help you." Mo Jiang tossed the backpack to Bai Ji to hold and calmly made an exchange.
Ignoring Yunhu, who was still in a daze, Mo Jiang continued, "Can you leave now?"
Yunhu was helped to her feet by Wang Mang.
She said seriously, "I will remember this."
Then, Yunhu turned around and ordered her subordinates, "Let's go."
Before leaving, Wang Mang didn't forget to shoot a glare at Mo Jiang. Once they had departed, Mo Jiang coldly turned his attention to the mutated zombie. "Next, it's your turn." At that moment, the zombie went berserk, charging toward Mo Jiang.
Its sharp claws swiped at him, but Mo Jiang swiftly dodged. He stopped a short distance away, then once again sent out his dagger's blade, closing in on the zombie. But this time, it let out a loud roar, its whole body tensing, causing the dagger to only pierce slightly into its chest.
Mo Jiang stepped back, shouting, "It's over." The monster pulled the dagger's blade straight out, seemingly unaffected by the attack.
Mo Jiang gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it." The monster gripped the blade and jerked the wire, just like Mo Jiang had done earlier. Mo Jiang was hit by a stronger force and immediately lost his balance, crashing onto the ground with his back hitting the floor. His entire body throbbed with pain, but he clenched his teeth and sat up, saying, "It seems the dagger can't kill it." At that moment, Bai Ji seized the opportunity to circle behind the monster, but it had already noticed her and immediately swung a punch towards where she stood. Bai Ji quickly leapt into the air, dodging the lethal blow. The dagger blade shot forward again, spinning like a whirlwind. The strike landed directly on the monster's thigh, causing its massive body to stagger uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this, Bai Ji and Mo Jiang charged from two directions at once.
Mo Jiang swung the wire, yelling fiercely, "Die!" The wire was just a decoy to distract the monster.
In that moment, both Mo Jiang and Bai Ji thrust their hands directly into its chest. The monster let out a cry of pain before collapsing to the ground.
Mo Jiang sighed in relief, saying, "It's over."
He was breathing heavily, staring at his mechanical hand. The strike earlier seemed to have drained all of his strength.
"Is my power still not enough to use it?"
Bai Ji, standing beside him, also frowned with exhaustion. Mo Jiang quickly stepped over to check on her, gently stroking her face to comfort her.
"Are you very tired?" "It's all over now."
At that moment, the system chimed again, "Mission complete, imprint unlocked."
Mo Jiang's mechanical hand was immediately drawn towards the creature's body.
He gasped in surprise as something seemed to pull his arm closer. At that moment, his hand made contact with an imprint on its body. Seeing the imprint on Mo Jiang's hand, Bai Ji's eyes suddenly lit up with desire.
Mo Jiang asked, "Do you want this?"
Before he could react, Baiji suddenly grabbed the hem of her dress. She forcefully tore the delicate fabric, revealing her fair, flawless skin. Her hair, which had been tied up, now fell loosely around her shoulders, and her upper body was fully exposed. The hem of her skirt was also torn, revealing a tantalizing and alluring scene. Baiji reached out to take his mechanical hand, crawling towards Mo Jiang step by step.
He panicked, raising his hand to cover his face, stammering in embarrassment. Wait, what are you trying to do? After absorbing that thing, a red imprint suddenly appeared on Baiji's chest. Mo Chuan curiously asked, "What is this?" At that moment, another screen appeared beside him, and a mechanical voice echoed, "Imprint level 1. Mo Chuan was surprised and finally understood, is this the imprint that Baiji just absorbed?
He was in a good mood and reached out to gently ruffle Baiji's hair. His spirit had recovered significantly, and it seemed to be very beneficial.
Since that's the case.
Mo Chuan rubbed his chin and suddenly came up with a new idea.
Mo Chuan took Baiji out onto the street. On the road, zombies wandered aimlessly, and one by one, they collapsed onto the ground. With each finishing blow from the two of them, the system's notifications kept ringing. The system announced, synchronization rate 7%.
The more Mo Chuan fought, the more he realized that as they killed the zombies, the synchronization rate between him and Baiji was increasing, and their teamwork was becoming more seamless. He massaged his neck and cheerfully said, 12.3 seconds, it's getting faster, but it also uses up more stamina. Mo Chuan spread his palm, and in a short amount of time, he had collected 5 or 6 imprints. He said contentedly, this number of imprints should be enough for a while. Baiji's eyes lit up instantly like a kitten spotting food the moment she saw the imprint. She leaned in close to Mo Chuan, repeatedly sniffing the scent on his body. Suddenly, Baiji, overcome with excitement, lunged forward and pinned Mo Chuan to the ground. She bent down, and her soft lips pressed directly against his.
Mo Chuan's face flushed bright red from the kiss.
He didn't dare resist and could only awkwardly ask,
"Baiji, what are you trying to do?" Mo Chuan's eyes gradually turned dazed, completely immersed in the sweetness of the kiss.
He thought to himself, but he could feel his strength slowly returning. After a while, Baiji finally had her fill of kissing and moved away from his lips. Her breathing was still ragged, and her cheeks were flushed. Mo Chuan sat up, looking at her with eyes full of affection.
He thought to himself, Baiji must know what she's doing, right?
Mo Chuan reached out to pick up the backpack that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, his sharp gaze froze on a point not far from where they were.
"Who's there?" Mo Jiang rushed over, raised his hand, and successfully grabbed someone hiding behind a nearby wall.
The group broke out in a cold sweat. One of them had been discovered, and the other immediately raised a smoke bomb with its fuse already lit.
With a loud bang, Mo Jiang was instantly engulfed in thick smoke and dust.
When the smoke cleared, the two men had already fled, running away fast. They shouted loudly, "Run, run quickly!"
Mo Jiang followed their direction, immediately recognizing that it was the White Wolf Society. "Do you remember?
The place where you lived, they still keep a stock of weapons and ammunition. It's just the right time for us to go there and get them."
Baiji naturally didn't remember anything. She stared at Mo Jiang with a confused expression. Mo Jiang sighed, "Never mind, you'll probably remember once we get there."
He patted Baiji's head affectionately, his voice filled with tenderness, "Let's go."
Upon reaching the gate of the White Wolf Society building, Mo Jiang raised his hand to stop Baiji. "Wait." Baiji lifted her head, sniffing the air, while Mo Jiang bent down to examine the surroundings. Sure enough, in the grass, there was a timed bomb. A landmine?
Mo Jiang squatted down on the ground and quickly realized that this was a trap only he had taught Zhu Yan to set. With a smile, he looked toward the building. If he's inside, it will be much easier. Inside the White Wolf Society building, a man raised his glass of wine and swirled it, speaking leisurely, "Look who it is."
He looked out the window, his voice emotionless. "Mo Jiang, is he still alive?"
At this moment, the system notification indicated that the illusionary bandage prop had been received. The piece of fabric was immediately wrapped around Imo-jan's arm, covering up the odd mechanical part that looked out of place.
Imo-jan opened the door and entered, not forgetting to remind Baiji, "Wait outside for my news." As soon as Imo-jang stepped into the hall, two people were already standing there. The stone lions surrounding the area immediately shot out laser beams. Imo-jan was well accustomed to such tricks. He took 2 or 3 quick steps and skillfully dodged each beam one by one. After overcoming this obstacle, Imo-jang smirked. The final mechanism involved the two men, the same ones who had just stolen his backpack. They were both panicked but still tried to speak firmly. I warn you, don't come any closer." "I already told you," Imo-jang said calmly. "I'll step forward a bit, but I can't hear you clearly." At that moment, the floor beneath the two men suddenly dropped slightly, clearly showing that it was part of the mechanism in the mansion. The two of them cried out in panic, "We're doomed!" Imo-jan's blade, which had appeared unnoticed, shot upward and pressed the red button that triggered the trap mechanism under the floor. Instantly, the two men were hoisted up like pieces of meat. They stammered in horror, You've set a trap for us. How are you so skilled at this?" "Boss, help!" Imo-jan gave a faint smile. "Because you arranged all of this." But before he could finish the sentence, a blond young man came down from the stairs and seized the chance to complete it. "Because you arranged all of this, it was me who saved him." "Boss!" The two others, seeing him, exclaimed joyfully. Xu Yan smiled gently. "You're still alive. That's wonderful." The two stood facing each other, savoring the moment of reunion. After a long while, Imo-jang finally responded, "You too." After leading Imo-jang upstairs, Xu Yan turned to the others and gave an order. "Hey, go get Mo-sie some water, quick." The two nodded. "Why yes, sir." Xu Yan waited until they left before turning back to Imo-jang, his expression turning serious. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the only one who made it." Imo-jang knew what he wanted to ask and answered plainly, "All the other heads are dead." A flicker of sorrow flashed in Xu Yan's eyes. "Just as I thought." Imo-jang asked again, "Most of the brothers in the guild died too, didn't they?" Xu Yan recalled, "That day, only you didn't go on the mission. Now, only a handful of survivors from the surrounding areas are left." Just at that moment, a round-faced girl dressed in a maid outfit came over carrying water, and politely said, "Please have some water." But suddenly, the 2 glasses on the tray tilted and flew off. She cried out in panic, "Ah!" The girl fell hard to the ground, her legs drawn in, stammering, "I'm sorry." Xu Yan lifted her chin, his voice sharp, "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Get out now. There won't be a second time." Xu Yan's expression was extremely grim, making the girl tremble in fear. Seeing her hurriedly leave, Imo-jang asked calmly, "Someone from Dongjing?" Xu Yan personally poured water for him and smiled, replying, "As expected of you." Just one glance and you already sensed it. He handed the glass of water to him and continued, "Previously, Dongjing was wiped out by us. Naturally, the remnants are under our control now." While sipping her water, Xu Yan asked, "Mr. Mo, would you consider joining us? With you here, things would feel much more secure." His eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Imo-jang placed the glass on the table, his expression indifferent as he replied, "I can't stay here any longer." Then he asked again, "Sorry, could I bring some weapons with me?" Xu Yan, with a troubled expression, replied, "If you don't want to help us, then I have no reason to take any supplies from the group for you." But after saying this, he smiled and shook his head helplessly. "Well, I guess these words won't stop you, go ahead and take them." "All right then." Imo-jang stood up and patted Xu Yan on the shoulder. He smiled wryly, but the next moment, Imo-jang's body swayed, unsteady on his feet, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling dizzy. Imo-jang could only say those words before closing his eyes and losing consciousness. Xu Yan jumped up from the chair, panic in his voice as he called out, "Mr. Mo, Mr. Mo." After a while,
a cold splash of water was thrown straight into Emojang's face. By this time, he had been tightly bound to the chair, and a calm voice from the front made him wake up. Emojang saw that there were 2 more people in the room, also bound, and he wasn't particularly surprised. As expected. He raised his eyes, his expression still cold. I had suspected something from the beginning. This kind of tactic seemed to be about supplies, but it more resembled a method to lure others in. Zhu Yan stood in front of him, shrugged, and said, I prepared 2 plans if they're weak, just knock them out directly. For someone strong like you, I have to think of a way to lure you in. He smiled, his voice full of malice and disappointment. You're the same, and so is Baiji so easy to fool. And you think you can inherit the White Wolf Society? But that's not something Emojang ever cared about. He growled, where's Baiji? Zhu Yan gripped his shoulders tightly, his tone full of smugness. You don't know, do you? While you were unconscious, she was probably torn apart by those corpses. He leaned in close, his arrogant words slipping through his teeth, you should be thanking me. Emojang was about to lose it. He roared, what the hell did you just say? Zhu Yan calmly crossed his arms and recounted, I told her you were surrounded. Our eldest miss believed it and went there alone. He shrugged again, a mocking smile on his face, showing no concern that the church was a place filled with corpses. Then, Zhu Yan leaned in close to Emojang's ear, spitting out each word with venom, tell me, isn't this what you call true love? Emojang didn't care about anything else, he only asked in astonishment, the church? The beautiful silhouette of Baiji kept flashing through his mind, filling every corner of his thoughts. Emojang trembled with rage, his voice exuding a thick, murderous intent. Zhu Yan, you'll regret this? Zhu Yan was no less aggressive, retorting sharply. You're the one who should regret. Then, Zhu Yan turned and ordered his subordinates to bring her out. The 2 men immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. A moment later, a petite girl was brought forward. Though her face was still in a deep sleep, it couldn't hide her breathtaking beauty. Her golden hair was tied into 2 ponytails, resembling a beautiful doll. The moment he saw her, Emojang immediately recognized her. The eldest miss of Dongjing? Zhu Yan reached out to gently stroke her soft hair, speaking in a tender voice. I love Nana. I fell for her the very first time I saw her. His brows furrowed, and his smile carried a trace of sorrow, but she rejected me. She wanted to escape from me. Yet the pain on his face was quickly replaced by hatred. Zhu Yan pointed directly at Emojang and shouted. It must be because of your pointless rivalry. She couldn't accept someone from a rival gang like me. I swear I'll take revenge on all of you. After hearing everything, Emojang was at a loss for words. He could only blurt out, Zhu Yan, have you gone mad? He jerked his chin, signaling, bring her over. 2 of his lackeys immediately dragged the maid from earlier forward. They injected something red into her neck. Moments later, her face flushed crimson, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhu Yan sat down, his voice icy as he asked, you were about to snitch earlier, weren't you? The girl shook violently, stammering in fear, no, I didn't, I swear I didn't. But Zhu Yan believing her? That'd be a miracle. He picked up the syringe and walked away, tossing back a cold remark, strip her down. You lot handle it. The lackeys grinned with glee, chuckling, hee hee, thanks, boss. They roughly tore at the dress on the girl's body. She had no way to escape, reduced to sobbing and pleading, please, don't do this, I'm begging you. But soon, along with the shredded remnants of her dress, her body was hoisted up, leaving only her anguished screams echoing, no, don't. Zhu Yan poured the red liquid into another vial. A smirk curled his lips, his voice dripping with satisfaction, good thing the church told me how to make her mine forever. Zhu Yan opened Nana's mouth and poured the liquid into it. His voice was laced with both cruelty and madness, just like this, she can stay by my side forever, never to resist. Emojang watched the maid being taken away and finally understood. No wonder you kept luring people here, it's because of these cruel methods, but in this world, the fortunate ones who survive, the blood will eventually run dry.
What will you do then? It seemed Mo John's question had struck a nerve with Zhu Yan.
He screamed loudly, I don't need you to remind me, Zhu Yan's hand gently stroked Nana's chin, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world. His voice softened, I love her, I will love her forever, even if it means offering my own blood. Having said that, Zhu Yan became like a madman.
He lowered his head and greedily inhaled the scent on Nana's neck. At that moment, a dagger shot through the air, stabbing straight into Zhu Yan's left chest.
In pain, Zhu Yan clutched his wound and yelled in a strained voice, You. Mo Jiang coldly responded, Don't taint love any further. He stood up from the chair, the illusionary layer of ice wrapped around his arm dissipating.
Mo Jiang calmly continued. I thought the apocalypse created evil people.
The dagger from earlier shot forward once again, the fishing line wrapping around Zhu Yan's neck at lightning speed. With a single tug, fresh blood sprayed from his neck like rain. Mo Jiang's voice had become emotionless, as if something had already rotted away a long time ago. He turned to look at the girl named Na, who was lying unconscious on the chair, and coldly said,
This girl, never mind.
But just as Mo Jiang was about to leave, Nana suddenly opened her eyes wide, sprang up from the chair, and tried to chase after him. Zhu Yan, lying on the ground, was still speaking with unwillingness in his voice, as if he hadn't been defeated. He pulled a switch from his pocket and quickly pressed the red button on it.
At that moment, Nana rushed forward immediately. She grabbed Mo Jiang's shoulder and shoved him away from the catastrophic explosion behind them.
After the blast subsided, Mo Jiang was still lying on the floor, with Na on top of him. Mo Jiang struggled to push himself up with his hands, while Na sat on him, smiling triumphantly.
I saved you, you know. From now on, you'd better listen to me. Mo Jiang sat up, asking warily, Why are you helping me?
Nana just curled her lips into a smile, because you seem a bit more normal than that pervert.
She winked and said briskly to Mo Jiang, Quick, move those chairs to block the door.
I'll lead you out through a secret passage.
Then you'll take me somewhere safe.
While Mo Jiang was carrying the chairs to barricade the door, Nana suddenly realized something. She exclaimed in surprise, Wait, you're with the White Wolf Society, the one who's always by that woman's side. Nana puffed her cheeks, full of disdain, clearly baffled. What's so great about that woman anyway? She glanced down at her own chest. It's just that this part is a bit bigger, that's all. At that moment, Mo Jiang suddenly grabbed the collar of Nana's shirt. He showed no emotion as he slung her over his shoulder.
Nana gasped, startled, What are you doing?
Then, Mo Jiang pressed her down onto a chair. If we're going to stall for time, it's more efficient to use you.
What are you saying?
Nana stammered, panicked, as Mo Jiang began tying her to the chair.
Just then, a few male voices rang out from outside the door, making Nana's eyes widen in fear. What's going on in there?
Boss. She struggled and screamed, Hey, I saved you earlier, you can't do this.
But Mo Chuan paid no attention.
He felt the floor, then lifted it up, successfully finding a way down.
Just then, the door swung open, and a group of subordinates rushed in.
When they saw Zhu Yan lying on the ground, they panicked and shouted, Boss. Na, tied to the chair, immediately pointed and directed them, Over there, the person who killed your boss is over there. But she was mistaken.
The subordinates actually didn't care about Zhu Yan at all.
One of them clicked his tongue in disdain. Wait, if Zhu Yan is dead, then there's no need to follow the rules he said anymore. Another one scoffed, Damn, that bastard.
After that, they no longer cared about chasing after Mo Jiang.
One of them sneered lewdly, I really want to see what this girl tastes like.
That sounded reasonable.
The others agreed.
3 or 4 of them immediately surrounded Nana.
Nana, terrified, screamed, No, don't come near me. Her fate from that point on was predictable.
As for Mo Jiang, he descended into the tunnel, walking for a while. Mo Jiang touched the wall, I still remember. In this place, there is a hidden cellar.
As the door opened, a sword was revealed inside.
Mo Jiang, satisfied, said, as expected, "It's here."
The blade was so sharp that his own face was reflected on it.
Mo Jiang carefully uttered its name, White Wolf Iron.
From above, the desperate scream of Na echoed, "Don't come here." One of them, with a sinister tone, said, "Little sister, trust me, it won't hurt."
Mo Jiang moved forward, throwing the sword far away, and shouted loudly, "Next, Bai Ji."
A familiar heel appeared by the window sill. The hand holding the sword was equally skilled. Bai Ji swung the white wolf iron, and with just a few swift, sharp strikes, she exterminated the wriggling creatures in the room. One by one, they collapsed in front of Nana, fresh blood spilling across the floor. At this moment, only the leader remained, trembling, unsure of what to do. Mo Jiang silently approached him, delivering a steel-hard punch straight to his face, causing him to spit out blood.
Excited, Mo Jiang went to Bai Ji's side. "Bai Ji, could it be that you remember now?"
But she only stared blankly at the sword in her hand. Bai Ji's eyes flickered with sorrow and distraction.
Seeing her expression, Mo Jiang felt a hint of disappointment. Was it just instinct, after all?
But immediately, he gently cupped her face and softly said, "Well, at least the standards of the White Wolf Society finally belong to you." At that moment, Nana pouted angrily from behind, "You bullied me, you played me." Mo Chuan turned to her and replied coldly, "I simply don't want to owe anyone a favor." With that, he took Bai Ji's hand.
"Let's get out of here."
Bai Ji moved closer to him, her small hand intertwining all 5 fingers with his, clinging to him tightly.
She rose up on tiptoe and placed a kiss on Mo Jiang's lips.
He was no longer surprised like the first time, nor did he resist.
He only wondered in confusion, is she helping me recover my strength? This feeling, it's like he could collapse at any moment.
The one who witnessed this blazing scene was Nana, who became so embarrassed she covered her face with her hands, screaming in horror, "I knew it.
He's a pervert too."
After stepping outside, Mo Jiang had to admit it did feel a bit more comfortable.
Nana looked at Bai Ji's appearance, surprised, thinking to herself, "She's still alive? That's amazing." Mo Jiang pulled Bai Ji's hand and coldly said to Nana, "Well, we'll part ways here."
But at that moment, Nana suddenly reached out and grabbed his shirt.
Mo Jiang turned around, his face showing an expression of confusion.
Nana looked up at him and finally said, "Take me to a safe place."
Mo Jiang yanked his hand away, replying irritably, "I never agreed to a deal with you. Taking you out is enough to clear any debt."
However, Nana unexpectedly lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and stubbornly shouting, "I don't care.
If you're going to leave me here, it's better if you just don't save me at all, just kill me now."
Hearing this, Bai Ji, who was standing beside them, quickly drew her sword, her eyes filled with murderous intent.
Mo Jiang was startled and frightened. Not good, Bai Ji is about to make a move.
He grabbed Nana's hand, pulling her off of him.
Mo Jiang shoved Nana against the wall and impatiently said, "You think I won't kill you?"
Nana remained resolute, glaring at him.
"Then do it. I'm going to die anyway."
Immediately after, a cold muzzle of a gun was pressed directly against Nana's face. She closed her eyes as if waiting for death to come. After a clicking sound rang out, nothing happened in the end. Not even the zombies wandering outside seemed to hear a thing. Nana nervously opened her eyes, her heart pounding like it was about to leap out of her chest.
Mo Jiang calmly tucked the gun into his pocket. "Consider yourself lucky I'm out of bullets."
He turned his back, leaving behind a single line.
"Remember, I'm only taking you to H City." Na happily ran after Mo Jiang. He. Okay. After some time, the 3 of them finally arrived at a place that looked a bit desolate.
A horde of zombies was frantically running wild, their growls echoing through every corner. Mo Jiang stood hidden behind a wall, thinking to himself, killing these things is just a waste of strength.
It's best to avoid unnecessary combat. Na giggled and cheerfully said, "I knew it, you couldn't bear to leave me behind, right?" Mo Jiang showed no mercy and said bluntly, "So, do you want to stay here for good?" Nana pointed at Emojang's cheek, her expression mischievous, refusing to admit anything.
As far as I know, you're the firearms expert of the White Wolf Society. Nana leaned her face in closer. She had already noticed the gun's condition, just the weight alone was enough for her to figure it out.
You knew perfectly well it was out of bullets, didn't you? Emojang was trapped, so he could only turn his head and remain silent.
He took the gun out of his coat pocket, his face cold.
Do you know that the force generated in the barrel could also crush your larynx? The gun's muzzle was aimed at Nana's throat again. Do you want to give it a try?
Nana immediately burst into tears, ho-hoo-hoo. The barrel was shoved into her mouth, causing saliva to spill out.
After a moment, Emojang finally withdrew it.
Nana hurriedly wiped her mouth, continuing to grumble, you're really narrow-minded. Emojang turned his face away, continuing to observe the zombies. If you want to survive in this world, you can't rely on mercy. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual.
It seemed like the zombies were avoiding something.
Suddenly, a zombie that had been thrown away flew toward them.
It passed by Nana, causing her to scream in panic, "Aaaaa."
At this point, a giant zombie appeared in the distance, destroying everything in its path. It let out a savage roar, and from its belly, strange green tentacles protruded. In its hands, it grabbed another zombie, constantly smashing buildings. Emojang stared at it, thinking to himself, a mutated zombie, something we've never seen before. He turned back and gently said to Baiji, let me take a look.
Emojang's mechanical hand touched Baiji's chest, making her blush deeply. Through the imprint, Emojang understood and said with satisfaction, "You've consumed quite a bit already."
Right at that moment, Nana covered her face and screamed, "Pervert!
What do you think you're doing?"
But after the check was done, both Emojang and Baiji grabbed their weapons and charged out.
Emojang cheerfully said to Baiji, "Nice, turn it into another imprint." A while later, reality was far from a dream. Emojang took a heavy blow and slammed straight into the wall. Baiji didn't fare much better, getting flung far away by a hit. He panted heavily, raised a hand to wipe the blood off his face, clearly not in great shape. Baiji raised her sword, eyes locked on the mutated corpse with murderous intent. She charged forward again, slashing at it once more. But the sharp strike didn't seem to harm it at all. Instead, it only enraged it, making it roar fiercely. Standing at a distance, Emojang controlled his dagger, thinking anxiously to himself, this guy's skin is like armor. The more we fight, the more zombies we'll attract.
He called out to Baiji, who wasn't far away, Baiji, fall back for now. But the system didn't seem to agree with that decision. It kept flashing red alerts, warning, synchronization rate falling. Warning, synchronization rate falling.
Emojang was extremely alarmed upon hearing that.
What? It could be because the synchronization rate has dropped. Baiji no longer listens to what Emojang says. She turned around abruptly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Baiji stared fixedly at the zombie, her entire body radiating fury. Emojang couldn't get through to her and gritted his teeth in helplessness. If this continues.
Nana was just as worried.
If this keeps up, your eldest miss will be in danger. Saying that, she quickly dashed forward.
You go lure it away, I'll handle getting her back.
Seeing Nana's decisive action, Emojang was caught off guard and unable to stop her in time. He could only exclaim, "Wait, oh." But at this point, things had already reached this point, and Emojang had no choice but to follow Nana's instructions. He grabbed a dagger and ran in front of the zombie, no longer thinking much. At that moment, the zombie was preparing to swing its enormous arm at Baiji. Even just lifting its arm created a gust of wind like a storm. At this precise moment, Emojang's fishing line had wrapped around its wrist. He yanked the line toward himself and shouted,
"Your opponent is over here." The zombie took notice of Emojang.
It ignored Baiji and lunged toward him, its mouth continuously growling and roaring.
By this time, Nana had already gotten close to Baiji.
She grabbed Baiji's hand, wanting Baiji to follow her. Taking advantage of the moment, she tried to get them out of there quickly. But unexpectedly, Bai Ji turned to look at her, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile of unclear meaning. Nana was stunned when she saw Bai Ji refusing to leave and exclaimed, "Oh!" Suddenly, Bai Ji decisively pulled her hand out of Nana's grasp. Nana was pushed hard and screamed, "Ah!" At the same time, she thrust the syringe toward Bai Ji. At that moment, she had already turned her head, completely unaware of the needle about to pierce her body. The syringe made no sound, only driving forcefully into Bai Ji's upper arm. She was startled and froze for a beat. Just then, Mo Jiang rushed over like the wind. He threw both girls over his shoulders and shouted, "Let's go." Eventually, the three of them arrived at an abandoned hospital. The hallways were filled with corpses lying haphazardly, but the hospital equipment was still fairly new. Nana let out a sigh of relief. That was so terrifying just now. Bai Ji, who had been knocked unconscious by the syringe, was laid on a hospital bed by Mo Jiang to rest. He turned to bandage Nana's wound. She asked worriedly, "What exactly is wrong with your eldest miss? Is she still human?" Mo Jiang didn't want to answer. He frowned and said, "Just bear with it. What else can you do?" Nana winced as he pressed down hard on her, pain shooting through her foot. She cried out, "Ugh, that really hurts." Nana's face flushed red as she pouted and scolded, "Doesn't this annoying person know how to be a little gentler?" Mo Jiang replied coldly, "I've only learned how to kill. This is already very merciful." Nana puffed her cheeks and reached down to check the wound on her leg. "You're lying. I don't believe you bandaged me like this either." Just then, a luxury car suddenly drove up and stopped right in front of the hospital. Mo Jiang quickly pulled the curtain shut and whispered, "Someone's coming." He turned to Nana and asked, "How much longer until Bai Ji's condition stabilizes?" Nana crossed her arms and estimated for a moment. Based on her condition, it would take about another hour. Hearing this, Mo Jiang opened the door and stepped outside, reminding Nana, "Stay here." A group of people got out of the car, with the leader dressed in a white lab coat, looking like a doctor. He turned around and spoke to the guards following him, "Take care of these zombies first, and try to preserve the medical supplies as much as possible." The blond man holding an axe confidently responded, "Deputy leader, don't worry, leave it to us." Suddenly, he turned his head, adjusted his glasses, and said coldly, "If you want to build trust, sneaking around in the shadows is not the right choice. Am I right, bro?" His sharp gaze flashed with a gleam. Upon hearing the deputy leader's words, the group of followers immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out!" Mo Jiang, hiding in a concealed spot, broke into a slight sweat. "Have I been discovered?" Mo Jiang stepped out and stood facing the person wearing the blue jacket. "What if I had no intention of building trust?" he said calmly. "Buddy, cooperating with survivors who are lucky enough to still be alive is much easier." He then smiled and introduced himself, "I am Wang Zhenyi, the deputy leader of these people." Mo Jiang, uninterested in further details, gave a brief introduction, Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang led Wang Zhenyi and his group inside, and they all carefully observed the bloodied hospital corridor littered with corpses. Wang Zhenyi asked, "Mo Jiang, did you clean up all these people?" But Mo Jiang had no intention of answering. He simply pointed up to the second floor. "This is just one floor, the other floors are unrelated." From below, through the steel mesh, they could see that there were still zombies left on the upper floors. They were wandering around in groups. Mo Jiang moved towards the patient room and opened the door. Na, who was tending to Bai Ji, immediately became alert and hid behind the curtain. Upon seeing them, Wang Zhenyi turned and asked, "Who are these two?" Mo Jiang immediately replied, "They are my family." Hearing that, Wang Zhenyi immediately turned to the brown-haired man and said, "Le Fei, go to the car and bring some water and food for them." Upon hearing this, the brown-haired man's face instantly showed clear displeasure. "What?" he said, raising his hand to rub his shoulder, and awkwardly continued, "Why should we give these people food and drink without any reason? At least it should be a fair exchange."
Then, Le Fay pointed at Na and said, "Why don't you come over here and massage my shoulders?" Seeing that Na didn't move, he shouted angrily, "Can't you hear me?" Just as Le Fay was about to slap her across the face, Na Mo-jung quickly grabbed his hand. Le Fay winced in pain, his face turning pale as he trembled and cried out, "It hurts, let go of me." Mo-jung spoke plainly, "Whether you give something or not is up to you, but they're not obligated to be your servants." With that, his gaze turned cold. "I'm sorry." Realizing he was in the wrong, Le Fay quickly turned to seek help from the deputy leader. Wang Zheni raised a hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat twice, and said, "In the end, it was you who caused trouble first. Apologize." Seeing that even Wang Zheni wasn't on his side, Le Fay, though furious, had no choice but to turn and say, I'm sorry." Mo Jiang let go of him and coldly warned, "Next time won't be so easy." Of course Le Fay was not convinced. He glared at Mo Jiang angrily, "Bastard." Wang Zheni smiled gently and reached out to pat Nana's head, "Little sister, here you go. My guy was a bit rude earlier." With that, he handed Nana a small piece of candy. Wang Zheni placed a hand on Mo Jiang's shoulder. Brother Mo Jiang, we're about to clear out the zombies upstairs. Want to come with us?" Mo Jiang glanced over at Bai Ji, who was still unconscious on the bed. After thinking for a moment, he decided Bai Ji's condition was still unstable. He turned back and said to Wang Zheni, "Sorry, I'm not going." Seeing Mo Jiang decline, Le Fay shouted angrily, "You." But Wang Zheni quickly pulled him away, "Then we won't bother you any longer." After they left, Nana held the candy in her hand, delighted, there really are still good people in the world. She sat on the bed, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes at Mo Jiang, looking nothing like a certain selfish demon. Beaming, she started to unwrap the candy. Seeing her about to put it in her mouth, Mo Jiang casually reminded her, "That happy, huh? Not afraid it's poisoned?" Nana placed a small piece of candy in her mouth, her voice blossoming like a flower. "People aren't like you, Ao." At this moment, Mo Jiang suddenly noticed the exposed part of Nana's back. He reached out and touched the cross-shaped mark there. As soon as his hand made contact, Nana flinched, yelling loudly, "Pervert, what are you doing?" Mo Jiang chuckled softly, looking quite handsome as he did. "What is this?" Nana glanced at the cross-shaped mark on her back, her voice immediately filled with fear. "It's the mark of the church's experimental items, they'll conduct terrible experiments on me." Suddenly, she hugged her head, her face turning pale. "No, it hurts so much, I can't remember anything." Seeing Nana trembling so badly, Mo Jiang sighed inwardly, "Is it from the time Zhu Yan captured her? This girl has been through a lot on her own." Just then, Wang Zheni returned, carrying a variety of medicines. He called out loudly, "Mo Jiang, these bottles of medicine might be useful to you." Mo Jiang's expression darkened, but he still replied, "Thank you." Wang Zheni walked ahead, and Mo Jiang smiled, saying, "Since this is a cooperative relationship, there's no need to be so polite." Mo Jiang coldly corrected, "I must emphasize, we are not cooperating." He lowered his head and smirked, "It's fine." In his hand, he held a gold piece in the shape of a cross, emitting a glimmering light. Wang Zheni glanced at Nana with a sly look, thinking to himself, "He'll soon come begging me to cooperate." The next morning, Nana was still lying in bed, murmuring in her sleep, still wanting to eat. At that moment, Bai Ji, who was lying on the bed beside her, suddenly sat up. Seeing Bai Ji about to attack Nana, Mo Jiang hurriedly used a fishing line to stop her, shouting in panic, "Bai Ji, Nana has woken up now, she's rubbing her eyes sleepily. What's going on?" Bai Ji immediately returned to her clueless state. Mo Jiang sighed in relief, "It's okay, she's awake now." Suddenly, Bai Ji heard the sound of zombies upstairs, and she looked up, as if indicating she wanted to go up there. Seeing Bai Ji's expression, Mo Jiang secretly speculated, is Bai Ji craving the zombies upstairs? At that moment, the system notified the unlocking of the mission to clear the hospital. Nana was still rubbing her eyes in bed, and lazily said, "Looks like eldest miss of your family is in pretty good health." Mo Jiang cupped Nana's face and reminded her, "Hey, stay awake. What's going on?" Nana asked, not quite understanding.
Jiang told her, stay here and wait obediently.
We're going upstairs to take a look.
Upon hearing that, Nana's chubby little face immediately turned worried, but she only dared to lower her head and softly respond.
Jiang gently patted her head and smiled, I promised to take you to the city, didn't I? I'm not going to run away.
Hearing those words, her spirits instantly lifted.
Okay.
After instructing Nana, Jiang led Bai Ji upstairs and swiftly eliminated the group of zombies to retrieve the imprint for her.
Seeing the imprint now resting in her hands, Jiang asked in confusion, is it really possible to collect a complete imprint?
He turned to look at Bai Ji, thinking to himself, let's give it a try.
Jiang pressed the imprint against Bai Ji's chest. She immediately let out a cry of joy.
At that moment, her body suddenly began to change. A pair of long, sharp red horns grew from her forehead, and her strength seemed to increase significantly.
Jiang exclaimed in surprise, is this a level up?
Looking at Bai Ji's current appearance, he rubbed his chin and said, if this were a game, I'd still prefer a different type over the beautiful demoness type.
Something like.
Jiang grinned wickedly, drool nearly dripping from his mouth.
A cute little nurse, or an adorable loli.
He continued, but no matter the type, I can only picture Bai Ji wearing those outfits.
At that moment, another zombie charged forward, interrupting Jiang's illusion.
Bai Ji reacted faster, immediately slashing through its body with a single strike.
Jiang realized he had momentarily lost focus and quickly refocused, deciding not to be distracted any longer.
In front of them stood the giant mutated zombie from before.
Jiang shouted loudly, let's take it down together. Jiang's fishing line wrapped around the zombie's body, and it immediately roared fiercely.
Jiang tightened the line and turned to Bai Ji, saying, deal with it, Bai Ji. Upon hearing his words, she leapt into the air, delivering a sharp strike that severed its head.
Jiang loosened the line and, satisfied, praised her, well done. He then turned to look at an area not far off, puzzled, and asked, what exactly is that person trying to do?
On the other side, Wang Zhini was crouched down, shooting at zombies, shattering their heads one by one.
The other man, who didn't seem to have completely turned into a zombie yet, trembled and asked, who are you?
Wang Zhini looked down at him coldly, his expression indifferent.
Don't worry, your death won't be in vain. You'll help me take a step forward.
He held a strange pill in his hand, speaking excitedly, finally, this pill is almost complete.
I need to hurry.
The blonde man turned out to be Le Fei, his body decayed.
He glared and shouted angrily, you bastard. Are you using me?
Wang Zhini pushed up his glasses and slyly said, now you realize, but it's already too late. A frightened underling sat huddled in the corner, crying out in despair, help, help me. Jiang immediately heard the cry, over there, in front of you, Jing Le Fei is using both hands to choke two other people. He's lifting both of them up, completely different from the weak appearance he had earlier. With a single squeeze, their necks were crushed to pieces, and blood poured out like a river.
Jiang also recognized who this person was. He approached and asked, Le Fei, right? What happened to you?
Le Fei turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you kneel down and apologize now, I will let you die painlessly.
Jiang wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled at Bai Ji. Did you hear that, Bai Ji? Even the one who's gone mad now knows how to tell jokes. Go ahead, laugh, after all, this will be the last time.
Le Fei turned his head again, the remaining half of his face exposed to the light. The entire skin on that side had become rough, rotten, and his eye was bizarrely rolling down.
Seeing Le Fei's grotesque appearance, Jiang was also taken aback.
He saw Le Fei bend down to suck some green liquid from the hands of the zombies.
He trembled as he muttered, power.
Then he plunged the syringe straight into his neck, his voice filled with madness, all it takes is enough strength. After injecting all of it into his body, something drastic changed within Le Fei.
He let out a satisfied scream, Jiang, I am no longer human.
Jiang, stunned, asked, is that
the power of a zombie?
Behind him, Baiji seemed to be affected by this power as well, her whole body trembling, and two horns unconsciously growing from her head. Le Fay, now completely mad, looked at the underling who had just screamed for help, and his laugh no longer resembled that of a human. He. The frightened man looked up and asked, Le Fay, are you still? Le Fay? But Le Fay didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the man by the hair and pulled him close, letting out a shrill, eerie laugh. At that moment, Mo Jiang drew his knife and lunged towards Le Fay. Mo Jiang gritted his teeth as he glared at him. If that's the case, there's no need to hold back anymore. Le Fay seemed to be overwhelmed by his hunger for power, and his laughter grew even louder. Come at me, let's see what you have to stop me. Bai Ji reacted immediately. She stomped her heels and charged forward, her sword slicing through the air like a gust of wind, instantly tearing into Le Fay's shoulder. He let out a panicked cry, what the hell? But before he could react, Bai Ji raised his sword again. Before Le Fay could do anything, the other shoulder of his body was already slashed to pieces. The sound of the sword swishing through the air echoed continuously. In the end, Le Fay helplessly collapsed, trembling as he asked, why am I still losing? Mo Jiang coldly looked at him. The moment he gave up being human, there was no chance left to win. Le Fay died, still muttering regretfully, Vice Leader, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Mo Jiang immediately realized something. Vice Leader? Mo Jiang hurriedly pulled Bai Ji back to the old room, kicking the door open with urgency and shouting, Nana! The scene before him made Mo Jiang's face turn pale. Nana was slumped in a chair, a pile of devices attached to her body, drawing out her blood in continuous waves. Mo Jiang rushed to Nana's side, asking, what happened? At this moment, Wang Zhenyi appeared behind him, speaking nonchalantly, now that you're here, it seems Le Fay's experiment has failed. It was indeed a waste to let him use the drug. He chuckled coldly, but you won't be able to save this girl anymore. 75% of her blood has already been drained. Mo Jiang's sharp blade immediately lunged forward. In a fit of rage, Mo Jiang pressed the knife to Wang Zhenyi's throat, shouting, it was all your orders, wasn't it? What is your goal? Wang Zhenyi tilted his head, his voice cold and terrifying, what goal? Of course, it's to fight against the zombies. Her blood has special research value. He smiled at Mo Jiang as if he were stating the most obvious thing, sacrifices like this are necessary. You'll understand later. But Mo Jiang had no intention of understanding. He swung his knife, slashing across Wang Zhenyi's chest. All that remained in Mo Jiang's eyes was hatred. He growled, the things done to her, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Mo Jiang lifted his foot and kicked Wang Zhenyi. His body was sent flying straight into the wall. Wang Zhenyi, covered in blood, still managed to smile faintly and said, that's why a normal person can never understand. He slowly spoke each word with a lofty tone. In the struggle of humanity against zombies, death was not something to worry about. What truly mattered was that, as he was saying this, the zombies on the upper floor had heard the noise and had already arrived. At that moment, Nana suddenly opened her eyes, weakly looking up at a zombie that was screaming and about to rush at them. But Na quickly ran forward, using her body to shield Mo Jiang with a blow. Mo Jiang turned around in panic, shouting loudly, Nana, but her body has been pierced by the zombie's hand. Before falling, Na still managed to smile with happiness, I'm not completely useless. Nana's blood sprayed onto Mo Jiang's face. He widened his eyes, staring blankly as he watched her collapse. Just then, another zombie charged at them. Bai Ji immediately stood in front of him, using her sword to try to deal with it. But this type of zombie seemed stronger than before. Bai Ji struggled to hold the sword, but still couldn't finish it off. At that moment, another zombie charged forward, leaping straight at Mo Jiang. Go! Mo Jiang roared, grabbing its arm tightly, despite the system continuously issuing warnings, warning, synchronization ratio unstable. Warning, synchronization ratio unstable. Die, all of you. The virtual layer of ice on his hand shattered, and Mo Jiang punched directly at the zombie. The zombie slammed into the wall, its body collapsing to the ground, immediately ceasing all movement. After finishing off the threat, Bai Ji sheathed her sword. Suddenly, she clutched her head and cried out. Ah! A sharp crack split the pointed horn on her head. Seeing her in pain, Mo Jiang rushed over in alarm. Bai Ji! Bai Ji appeared to be in agony, screaming in anguish. Ah! 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 Mo Jiang looked at the readings displayed on his hand, gritting his teeth as he wondered. Energy completely depleted. Is Bai Ji's body going into disarray too? At last, as Bai Ji lost consciousness, the horn on her head gradually faded away. Mo Jiang caught her in his arms, gently whispering, "Rest easy." He squinted his eyes, a trace of sorrow flickering across his gaze. It was all over now. Mo Jiang lay on his back on the ground, allowing Bai Ji to rest her head on his chest. A moment later, a young man with red hair walked through the door. He held a knife in his hand and approached where Mo Jiang and Bai Ji were lying. The knife in his hand was raised. As night fell, Mo Jiang, in a daze, smelled the scent of smoke and opened his eyes. He stood up and walked into the adjacent room. The red-haired young man from before was sitting there, silently tending a fire for warmth. Mo Jiang immediately became on guard. He raised his knife and asked, "You're with the evil cult, aren't you?" The young man did not turn around, nor did he show any fear. He simply said, "Xiao Wei, my girlfriend, died at their hands as well." He paused for a moment before continuing, "To seek revenge, I pretended to join them." Mo Jiang stepped closer. "So, has your wish been fulfilled then?" The red-haired young man, named Wenan, calmly replied, "As long as the cult leader is still alive, this won't be over." After that, Wenan looked up at Mo Jiang and asked, "Does that girl want to cooperate with me?" The two stood beside the fire. Mo Jiang's voice echoed in the moonlit night. He asked, "Has Nana's body been taken away?" Wenan ran a hand through his hair, helplessly saying, "I was hiding at a distance, not sure who that person was, but if it's related to the experiment, it could be Master Teacher." In his mind, he saw an image of a man in a black cloak carrying Nana. Wenan lowered his head and continued, "Only the deputy leader has contact with him." I have never met Master Teacher before." Mo Jiang asked curiously, "You've never met Master Teacher?" Wenan looked up, his gaze drifting to a distant place. "My teacher is a biology professor, he's in H City. He might know something about this." Mo Jiang fell silent and said, "They don't even spare the bodies of the dead." He turned to gently stroke Bai Ji's hair, his voice soft as he asked, "Bai Ji, do you still remember the rules of the White Wolf Society?" Mo Jiang clenched his fist, as if he had made up his mind. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, and a grudge must be avenged. Mo Jiang stood up and said, "Let's head to H City." Wenan suddenly remembered something. "Wait, before we go there, we need to stop by another place." In a row of residential houses, zombies were digging through piles of rubble, determined to find someone buried underneath. They let out vicious growls, grgr. Wang Meng, holding a large axe, loudly informed Yunhu, "Captain, there's more on this side too. Dragging this out any longer will only make things worse." It had been a while since Yunhu was last seen. She wielded a gun in each hand and swiftly took down several nearby zombies with just a few shots. Yunhu turned back and gave the order to prepare for retreat. Suddenly, Wang Meng pointed into the distance. "Captain, look over there." In that direction, the zombies had discovered a few young boys still alive, hiding behind a corner of the wall. Yunhu's expression turned serious, and she quickly said, "I'll handle this. You break through in another direction. We'll regroup at the usual spot." Wang Meng called out in concern, "But Captain." Bin immediately followed the command. "Understood, leave this side to us." After arranging things for the younger ones, Yunhu hurriedly rushed over to save the children. She gracefully spun in mid-air, the cold barrels of two guns aimed straight at the heads of the zombies, firing without hesitation. At that moment, one of the zombies behind sluggishly approached Yunhu. She glanced over and said, Yunhu lifted her leg and spun another time, delivering a kick that instantly knocked the zombie to its death. She quickly turned back, shoved the gun straight into its mouth. There was a loud bang, and the zombie's head exploded, leaving not a single piece of flesh behind. Yunhu let out a sigh of relief and moved towards the boys. Phew. You're safe now. The two boys quickly peeked out, timidly looking at Yunhu. Thank you, sister. Yunhu asked, is it just the two of you? Why did you come here? The chubby boy lowered his head, looking down, and stammered, my little sister, she's hungry. Seeing the box in the boy's hand, Yunhu immediately recognized it as baby formula. She looked around and asked again, is it far from here where you came from? The chubby boy pointed off into the distance, it's over there. Yunhu led them to the place the boy had mentioned, a small house located in a rather deserted area. Upon arrival, the expressions on the two boys' faces suddenly turned sly. The boy in the red shirt said, sister, we've arrived. The cold barrel of a gun was once again pointed straight at the chubby boy's head. Yunhu asked coldly, so, what exactly is your purpose? Yunhu calmly pointed out the flaw. A good brother who truly cares wouldn't fail to notice that this is powdered milk specially made for pets, would he? The chubby boy looked at the pink can of powdered milk in his hand, which had a paw print printed on it, and said in a cold voice, so we were exposed from the start. He threw the can to the ground and growled, if that's the case, then why did you still follow us here? Yunhu replied indifferently, simply to prevent another victim from appearing. The boy in the red shirt looked at her with a devious glint in his eyes and said, then where exactly does your confidence come from? Yunhu asked in return, what? Only then did she realize that something was off. Seeing Yunhu staggering and clutching her head, the boy in the red shirt smirked triumphantly, looks like it worked, huh? The flower researched by the deputy leader really does have an effect. Yunhu could no longer hold on, collapsing weakly to the ground. The boy in the red shirt stood with his hands on his hips, assessing her. Though, this woman is smarter than I thought. The fatter one scoffed, so what? Didn't she still fall into our hands? Then, the fat one plunged a familiar red syringe into Yunhu's neck. He laughed wickedly, he. Yunhu's consciousness began to blur. Her breathing became heavy and unsteady. The boy in red didn't seem satisfied. He curled his lips into a sly grin, wait, wouldn't it be too easy if we just drained her right away? With that, the two of them moved in to touch Yunhu. They laughed smugly, he. Suddenly, a sword slashed out of nowhere. With a single strike, Baiji swiftly took them down. Both of them dropped dead on the spot. Wonan rubbed his forehead and introduced, another stronghold of the deputy leader is right here. Mo Jiang looked around and finally recognized the woman lying on the ground as somewhat familiar. Yunhu weakly lifted her gaze and immediately realized it was him. A moment later, Mo Jiang reached into the bodies of the two men. He curiously asked, will we be able to get the imprint from these two? Beside Mo Jiang, Baiji was eagerly waiting to absorb the imprint, but Mo Jiang raised his hand for a moment before lowering it again. He thought to himself, there's nothing. It seems that not all subjects in the experiment have a tendency to mutate. Baiji beside him also lowered his face in disappointment. Yunhu rubbed her forehead and asked, why are you two here? Mo Jiang coldly replied, it's just a coincidence. At that moment, Wonan stuck his head out from inside the house, excitedly waving a stack of papers. I found it. The deputy leader's experiment records. A little while later, as dusk fell, Wang Meng, at the meeting point, spoke in a worried tone, it's getting dark, if the captain doesn't come back soon. Bin angrily asked, what do you mean by that, Wang Meng? Are you saying you want to abandon the captain? Wang Meng glanced at his teammates, still lying outside on the street, and said quietly, no, it's just that for everyone's safety, I suggest we leave first. At that moment, Bin's voice rose sharply, Captain. They hurried towards Yunhu, anxiously asking, Captain, are you okay? Yunhu, walking ahead, smiled and replied, I'm fine.
Behind her were Wonin and Mo Jiang. Yunhu raised her hand and introduced each one. This is Mo Jiang and Wonin. They will temporarily be working with us until we reach H City. Wang Meng also recognized Mo Jiang. He scoffed coldly, him again. After some time of traveling, Mo Jiang's group finally reached Shangruan Corporation. For the sake of everyone's survival, this company focused on researching the plague. Yunhu stood in the middle and spoke in a serious tone. I will repeat our mission one more time. The strike team consists of Mo Jiang, Baiji, Wang Meng, and Bin. Our task is to infiltrate the Shangruan building and try to eliminate all the zombies inside.
Yunhu finished dividing the infiltration team and then turned around, continuing, the response team consists of me, Li Quan, Luo Yangfeng, and Wonin. We will determine the retreat route. After receiving the safety orders, we will immediately gather the data. Lastly, Yunhu reminded everyone, urging them to remember that personal safety is the priority. At this moment, Baiji suddenly leaned forward towards the company, curiously sniffing around. Yunhu walked up to Mo Jiang, smiling as she said, I didn't expect you to so readily agree to help us so quickly.
Mo Jiang replied nonchalantly, it will be faster this way, won't it?
He turned and looked at Baiji, thinking to himself, moreover, since it's Shangruan's data, it might help in understanding Baiji's condition.
Soon after, the infiltration team successfully entered the company.
At this point, the place was still filled with a large number of zombies moving about.
Mo Jiang and Baiji worked in perfect sync, killing zombies and clearing the area with ease as they moved forward, unbothered by any of them. Seeing this, Bin couldn't help but exclaim Trong.
At this moment, Baiji pointed to the zombie lying flat on the ground, her meaning very clear.
Mo Jiang ruffled his hair, slightly awkward, and said, you want to do it here? It'll be really troublesome.
Baiji didn't care at all, she grabbed his hand as if pouting. Mo Jiang looked at her, thoroughly enjoying the moment, thinking to himself, moreover, if that horn grows again now, it's bound to cause chaos. Baiji didn't get what she wanted, immediately puffing up her cheeks in a sulk. She stopped being gentle and shoved Mo Jiang down to the ground.
He helplessly shouted, hey, wait a minute. Wang Meng, on the other side, looked at Mo Jiang suspiciously, his voice filled with malice, that Yunhu woman isn't dead, could it be related to him?
He pulled a gun from inside his jacket. Troublesome matters need to be dealt with immediately. At that moment, another zombie charged toward Bin and Wang Meng. Without saying a word, Wang Meng immediately grabbed Bin by the collar. He shoved Bin in front of himself as a shield, and the zombie pierced Bin's stomach with its hand. Before dying, Bin could only bewilderedly utter one word, you. After that, Wang Meng took the gun and shot the zombie dead, his voice filled with cruelty. If you want to blame someone, blame that woman for not following the plan.
Mo Jiang and Baiji, on the other side, also witnessed this dramatic scene. Seeing Wang Meng walk toward them with a knife in hand, Mo Jiang asked in a deep voice, do you have any plans?
Wang Meng held the knife in one hand and the gun in the other, smirking as he said, I know you're very strong, so to deal with you, I have to use a special method. Saying that, he suddenly stabbed the knife straight into his own thigh.
Wang Meng's scream echoed throughout the company, help, help. He grabbed his leg and ran outside, desperately shouting, he wants to kill me, he wants to kill us. Wang Meng limped toward Yunhu, trembling as he cried out, Captain. Behind him, Mo Chuan and Baiji slowly walked out as well. Wang Meng appeared pitiful, Bin has been killed by them, and now he wants to kill me too. Upon seeing this, Li Quan and Luo Yangfeng were both shocked and looked toward Mo Jiang. What is this? Wonin naturally did not believe it. He shouted loudly, it's impossible, there must be some misunderstanding. Wang Meng immediately hugged his leg, crying out, it hurts so much, I'm about to die, I'm so scared. Yunhu walked over solemnly, crossing her arms and asking, do you have anything you want to say about this? Mo Jiang calmly replied, even if I say something, no one will believe me. Seeing this, Yunhu coldly said, if that's the case, please leave my team. Mo Jiang glanced at her, then turned to Wonin and said, let's go. Li Quan, seeing Mo Jiang leave so easily, asked discontentedly, Captain, are you just going to let that murderer go like this?
Luo Yongfeng also disagreed, you should have killed him.
After everything was over, Yunhu led the group back into the company. Yunhu took the pill that Wang Meng handed to her, looking concerned, and asked, Captain, do we still continue the mission?
How's your health? Yunhu swallowed the pill, then seriously said, at least we need to deliver the token to a bin to give to his family.
After that, Yunhu turned back and asked with concern, Hey, is the wound on your leg serious?
Wang Meng sincerely said, those two aren't good at combat, I can't let the captain go alone. Even until the very last moment, I'll stay with the captain. Yunhu showed a satisfied expression and said, good, then we. But before she could finish, she suddenly clutched her head in pain.
Yunhu collapsed to the ground, struggling to ask, what's happening?
At this moment, Wang Meng finally revealed his true face, curling his lips into a sneer. He said, saying I'd go with you till the very end, I don't go back on my word.
Then, he raised the knife, his face full of malice. However, the things standing in your way should say goodbye.
Just then, something very thin pierced through the still beating heart. Mo Jiang yanked on the fishing line, and the knife that was embedded in Wang Meng's chest was pulled out repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere.
Wang Meng couldn't believe it.
He turned his head to look at Mo Jiang with eyes full of hatred. Why?
Why did you?
At this moment, Yunhu slowly stood up.
Seeing that she was fine, Wang Meng was even more shocked. You didn't take that pill? Yunhu turned her head, still holding the pill in her hand. What do you think? She walked closer to Mo Chuan, shaking her head in disappointment. I didn't expect you to guess right.
Now, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Jiang coldly looked at Wang Meng, who was lying on the ground with his arms crossed, his voice sharper than a knife as it echoed, smart people never rely on guesses.
Remember that.
One day earlier, Yunhu's voice had sounded in the small house, and now it made sense. Mo Jiang twirled the knife in his hand, his voice laced with mockery. Why don't you change the name of your team to how to deplete your own energy?
Yunhu remained silent, not retorting.
She could only think to herself, I don't know why I ended up meeting this person, my luck has been so terrible.
But then she reconsidered, wait a minute, is it really bad luck? Yunhu reflected on each event, the explosive powder wasn't strong enough. The two kids were deliberately waiting for me over there.
And the things those two kids said. Yunhu recalled the moment when he collapsed, and they had said something very suspicious, all pointing to one person. In Yunhu's mind, the figure of Wang Meng appeared. Back in reality, Yunhu, Mo Jiang, and Bai Ji all simultaneously moved closer, witnessing Wang Meng's pitiful state. Yunhu coldly said, we deliberately created an opportunity for you to reveal your true face, but we didn't expect to pay the price with a life. Yunhu didn't want to look at Abin, who was dead beside him, and a trace of regret flashed across his face.
Wang Meng clutched his left chest, curling his lips into a wicked smile.
That kid was too loyal to you, he had to die no matter what.
But what you don't know is that. Wang Meng trembled as he pulled out a blue syringe.
He suddenly stabbed it into his own bicep, as though he had already decided to eradicate Mo Jiang's group the moment they stepped in. You were meant to die. Mo Jiang immediately recognized the familiar syringe and knew it was the same type of experimental drug. Before Wang Meng could inject it all into himself, Mo Jiang quickly pulled the wire, and the knife flew back, smashing the syringe instantly.
Mo Jiang lifted his collar and shouted loudly, speak quickly, what is your relationship with the master teacher? Where is Nana? But Wang Meng had no intention of confessing. He simply burst into laughter and looked at Mo Jiang provocatively.
At that moment, the ceiling suddenly shook violently, and something pierced through the ceiling, falling down at lightning speed.
Before Mo Jiang could react, it immediately targeted Wang Meng.
When the monster bit into Wang Meng's neck, everyone finally got a clear look at it.
It was something resembling a machine. Yunhu was stunned and realized, I can't believe they used me as bait.
Li Quan twitched the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling slightly with fear. I've encountered this kind of mutation before, but it feels even stronger than the level 2 zombies we dealt with before.
Wanan, seeing this scene, also became fearful. Maybe we should retreat?
At that moment, the mutated zombie had finished with Wang Meng.
It cast a lustful glance at Mo Jiang and the others.
The monster raised its hand and pointed once, causing the nearby support pillar next to Yunhu to immediately snap in half.
Yunhu screamed in panic. Seeing that Yunhu was the next target, Mo Jiang quickly removed the illusory bandage and said in a low voice, "Retreat? Well, that depends on whether it gives me the chance." The monster completely had the upper hand. It leapt into the air, intending to strike Yunhu's head with its fists.
Fortunately, just as the blow was about to land, Mo Jiang managed to rush over in time, pulling Yunhu out of harm's way. Yunhu was exhausted, and Mo Jiang helped her sit up, saying, "The effects of that plant on you haven't completely worn off yet.
It's best not to fight."
Yunhu's eyes flashed with unwillingness, her brows furrowed tightly. However, the monster did not give them any time to talk. It leapt swiftly into the air, moving so fast that it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Mo Jiang raised his mechanical arm and checked the readings on it, 13%. After the previous battle, his hearing ability and physical condition had significantly improved.
Seeing the monster closing in on him, Mo Jiang swiftly dodged, shouting loudly, "Now's the time." He unleashed a barrage of imprints toward Bai Ji, who was not far away. The imprints were immediately absorbed completely by Bai Ji.
The red horns on her head shot up again, and her face became filled with spirit, far more vigorous than before.
Bai Ji charged towards Mo Jiang, using her sword to block the monster.
Mo Jiang and Bai Ji worked in tandem, joining forces to deal with the mutated creature. After a while, it finally let out a groan, seemingly unable to withstand the attacks from both of them. At that moment, Mo Jiang saw it lying on the ground, moving forward. He threw a punch toward the creature and shouted, "This ends now." At that very moment, its eyes suddenly glowed brightly. It leaped up in a flash, completely different from its previous sluggish form.
Mo Jiang was stunned. It dodged.
The monster clung to the wall and looked down, then leapt toward Wanan.
Mo Jiang shouted in shock, "It's over, it wants to absorb more energy." Wanan didn't have the strength like Mo Jiang or Bai Ji. He could only stand there, watching helplessly. The only sound that could be heard was a loud, deafening crash, and Yunhu didn't know when she had rushed out, standing in front of Wanan. Seeing Yunhu like this, Mo Jiang was also quite surprised, and he exclaimed, "Oh." Yunhu weakly clung to Mo Jiang's shoulder, trembling as she spoke, "Even if I can't fight like the two of you." Then, a bit of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, "But protecting ordinary people is my responsibility." At this moment, the monster roared again, attempting to charge forward, but a brown-haired figure swiftly darted from behind. Bai Ji, without hesitation, thrust her sword directly into its abdomen. Thick red blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Mo Jiang poured all his strength into his punch. He landed another blow directly on the monster's wound to ensure that it would not recover. After a while, the monster fell to the ground, motionless. Mo Jiang rushed over to support Yunhu, who was swaying.
"You did well." Finally, their group successfully made their way to H City. Wanan, carrying Yunhu on his back, looked ahead and said, "My teacher is inside." Then he didn't forget to turn back and tell Mo Jiang, "Don't worry, your girlfriend's situation is a bit special, I'll keep it a secret." After they arrived, they finally met Wanan's teacher, Dr. Wang. He was sitting on a chair and looked them over, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, you guys have encountered a level 2 zombie king, and it's still in the juvenile stage."
Hearing this, Wanan exclaimed in surprise, "A zombie king? Does such a thing really exist?"
Dr. Wang took out a board and began explaining to everyone, "This is the type of zombie we currently know. According to our analysis, level 1 zombies have a clear distinction in their form, with stiff limbs and no intelligence. Level 2 zombies, however, have deteriorated in terms of differentiation, with enhanced muscle tissue, and their bodies are mutated into weapons: bone blades, sharp claws, blunt bones, and many other bone-based weapons. There are many variants of level 2 zombies. The difference in combat strength is also significant, with their power and speed nearly double that of level 1 zombies." After hearing this, Mo Jiang realized that they had only encountered a level 2. Dr. Wang continued speaking. Level 3 zombies show extremely minimal decay, their bodies mutated, and they manifest increasingly powerful biochemical weapons. Zombies of lower levels cannot ascend on their own, only a zombie king can break through to the potential of the next level. As for level 4 and level 5 zombies, there is still no research available. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's gaze also turned serious. Dr. Wang turned back to look at them, a hint of relief in his voice. Luckily, you all managed to eliminate it before it reached maturity.
Mo Jiang rubbed his chin, pondering, all of this is related to the master teacher? At that moment, a hand tugged at his sleeve. Yunhu, sitting on the ground, struggled to stand up. Seeing her respond, Mo Jiang quickly sat down beside her and asked, "How are you feeling?" Suddenly, Yunhu lifted her head, her face filled with innocence as she called out, "Brother." Mo Jiang asked in alarm, but Yunhu seemed to have turned into an entirely different person. She threw herself into Mo Jiang's arms, repeatedly calling out, "Brother, brother, brother, I love you more than anyone in the world." Mo Jiang cried out in panic, "Wait, what's going on?" A while later, Dr. Wang walked up to Yunhu and gently asked, "Little girl, what's your name? How old are you this year?" Yunhu still tightly clutched Mo Jiang's clothes, and she politely replied, "I'm Yunhu, and I'm 8 years old." Mo Jiang was so scared his face turned pale, and he turned to ask, "Professor, may I ask what game she's playing?" Dr. Wang observed the situation for a while and finally concluded, this condition is likely a protective response after being traumatized. Mo Jiang was surprised, a protective response after being traumatized? Seeing that he didn't understand, Dr. Wang explained, after experiencing a shock, cognitive obstacles may appear randomly or continuously. Simply put, she feels like she's still 8 years old. Mo Jiang looked down at the grown woman in his arms, confused, but then he exclaimed in shock, "This doesn't look anything like an 8-year-old. Yunhu sat in Mo Jiang's arms, giggling, unaware of what was happening. Ha ha ha. He waited tiredly, glancing at his watch. 3, 2, 1. She opened her eyes as if nothing had happened. Looking around in surprise, Yunhu asked, "What's wrong with me? Where am I?" Seeing herself leaning against Mo Jiang, she felt embarrassed. You. Mo Jiang quickly pulled his hand away from her. "Ahem, let me explain first." Yunhu pushed him down with her, sitting on top of him, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. Although I don't know exactly what happened, it's probably something close to what I'm thinking." Mo Jiang panicked, "What do you mean by close? Stop thinking nonsense." Bai Ji, witnessing the situation, immediately got angry. He nervously clarified, "And also, if you don't get up now, you're going to get yourself killed." After some explanation, Yunhu couldn't believe it. "So, every 6 hours I'll go back to that state?" Mo Jiang, standing beside her, replied, "Based on the previous instances, the margin of error is very small." Dr. Wang and Winan were also there. He instructed, "Anyway, everyone here should focus on recovering." He turned to Bai Ji, "Let's go to Beichang and settle things." Yunhu hesitated. But. She thought of her 2 former teammates. Dr. Wang comforted her, "Time will heal everything, my child." Grabbing Mo Jiang's arm, Yunhu insisted firmly, "No, I'm going too, even if it's just for the sake of the team members, I'm begging you." The rifle scope from above was aimed at the target. Bang! The bullet shot straight into the zombie's chest. Yunhu smirked with satisfaction, "See? At this distance, even if I suddenly lose consciousness, I still won't be a burden to you too." Below, Mo Jiang and Bai Ji were handling the remaining zombies. He said wearily, "You're only talking about the best case scenario. If things get more complicated, we won't be able to take care of you." She replied, "Humph, who needs you?" He turned his back on her, just speaking the truth. Yunhu jumped down, running up from behind. Mo Jiang didn't notice he was checking his watch. It was almost time. Something weighed down on his shoulders. Yunhu was sitting on Mo Jiang's shoulders, excited. Mo Jiang shouted angrily, "Give me a break." They entered a room, everyone glancing around.
Mo Jiang thought to himself, this place seems like a suitable spot to rest. The room was clean. He opened the door and touched an object inside. No dust. Yunhu lay on the bed, slipping into a state of unconsciousness again, while Mo Jiang lay with his head on Baiji's lap, both of them dozing lightly. Behind the curtain, a man holding a knife stood there. Suddenly, Mo Jiang opened his eyes and glanced at the curtain. He grabbed the man's arm holding the knife and threw him to the ground. First lesson: if you're going to pretend no one's around, at least don't give away clues with temperature and dust. The man angrily struggled. Kill me if you can, you bastard, but I won't let you use me as an offering. Mo Jiang raised an eyebrow. Offering? It turned out to be just a young boy, and his little sister was hiding behind him. Are you really not subordinates of Fei Long? Bai Ji and Yunhu woke up, confused. Who's Fei Long? Mo Jiang sat in the chair across from them and asked, have you two ever heard of the term cult leader? The boy growled in anger, never heard of any cult leader. Fei Long is a vile, evil bastard. The little girl behind him sobbed, Mom, Miss Shang, and the others who are still alive are nearby. Yunhu felt a twinge of sympathy. Did Fei Long take them all? The little girl ran up desperately, pleading, brother, sister, could you help me take them back? Mo Jiang propped his chin and casually asked, then what's the payment? The two children were taken aback. Payment? Yunhu immediately shouted, what are you talking about? He replied, lesson number 2, the things that are priceless in this world are often the most valuable. Mo Jiang looked at the two children. Remember, those who help you without expecting anything in return usually have some other intention. The little girl extended her hand. This brooch was left by my mother for Xiao Tao. He took the brooch, successfully negotiating. Mo Jiang pinned the brooch onto his coat, then wondered, so how can we meet Fei Long? Yunhu hesitated, be a little gentler. Mo Jiang grumbled, didn't you ask for this yourself? She frowned, I only asked you to pretend to offer it, not to tie me up like this. Her body became increasingly alluring. The two children covered their faces, whispering, what are they doing? I saw something like this in my father's record collection before. Mo Jiang asked, if I bring this offering over, will I be able to meet Fei Long? The child replied, maybe, but there are some offerings they don't need. He pondered, I can't plan too much, there's not much time left. Shu Yunhu was tied up, saying, let's go then. She screamed, brother, can't you find another way? Yunhu, on his shoulder, remarked, this building must be the one the two kids mentioned. She continued shouting, anyway, we haven't even entered yet, can't I go down first? Seeing the zombies wandering outside, Mo Jiang thought to himself, the ones in front of the door must be level 2 zombies, according to the professor. Mo Jiang muttered, fighting them could cause mutations. On his shoulder, Yunhu was still struggling, hey, aren't you going to listen to me? Opening the system panel, the system reminded him, defeat the little zombie king to gain the ability to burn. Mo Jiang suddenly remembered and said, the ability he had just received was already available. Flames began to ignite on his hand. Mo Jiang was excited, perfect timing, let's give it a try. Just after receiving the power, a zombie walked past Mo Jiang, and he eagerly said, perfect timing, let's give it a try. The zombie's body emitted a small flame, barely enough to burn a piece of clothing. The three of them fell silent. Mo Jiang felt a little embarrassed, ahem, it must be because the spell wasn't cool enough. I'll change it. Flame attack, the fire cremation spell of Ga Lei Ku. None of the techniques worked. His burning power had run out. He remained silent, forcing a smile, ha ha ha. At that moment, Yunhu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing, ha, are you seriously planning to use this little flame to deal with a level 2 zombie? I suggest you switch careers and become a barbecue chef. Mo Jiang regained his strength and angrily glared at Yunhu, fine, barbecue it is. He then turned to Bai Ji and ordered her to cut off the zombie's arm with her sword. She handed the arm to Mo Jiang, who said, let her experience the truth of this ability. She looked a little disgusted, ugh, it's so foul. the arm was being roasted over the fire. Mo Jiang yelled, "Grilled meat here, fresh zombie meat straight from the grill, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, thin skin, soft meat." Tossing the roasted arm aside, he added, "Anyone who's slow will miss out." The remaining zombies were frantically charging toward and tearing at the arm.
Mo Jiang smugly wiped his hands. "Did you see that?"
Standing in front of the building, Mo Jiang said, "Bai Ji, find a safe place." In Yun who was on his shoulder, and they were walking up the stairs. Above them, the noise was lively. "Drink up, we need to drink to our heart's content today." Fei Long and his group were eating and drinking eagerly. He motioned to Mo Jiang, "Come on, come in here." Mo Jiang sat down across from him and asked, "Where will these offerings be taken?" Fei Long walked over and teased Yunhu, who was bound. "Of course, they'll be sent to the H-City Research Institute, to Master Teacher's place." Mo Jiang continued to probe, "Then, if they are considered offerings, what exactly are they meant to be sacrificed for?" He waved his hand, laughing, "Why care? Maybe it's for Master Teacher or maybe for those zombies." Mo Jiang asked again, "Zombies?" Fei Long, his face flushed with drunkenness, replied, "Anyway, since Master Teacher started protecting us, we don't even need to go outside for food. Burp, and there are zombies guarding the door, we can sleep soundly at night like never before." He flashed a wicked grin as he looked at Yunhu, hee. He placed his hand on her shoulder, "Before the Master Teacher uses it, it's all ours." Yunhu instantly reacted impulsively, throwing a punch at his face, "Bastard." Fei Long's disciple saw it and shouted, "She's attacking." He angrily yelled, "Is this little girl looking to die?" Yunhu quickly ran over and threw herself into Mo Jiang's arms. "Brother, he threatened me." Mo Jiang gave a bitter smile, "Seriously? It's come to this, and we still want to dig for more information. Looks like we're out of chances." The disciples were one by one taken down, collapsing all over Chioqing. Fei Long managed to escape quickly, in excruciating pain. Standing below, he shouted, "You dare lay a hand on me?" Mo Jiang stepped forward. "Let me get this straight, your name is Fat Deaf, not Fei Long, right? We've already hit you, and you're still asking whether we dare or not?" From behind, Yunhu made a silly face to mock him, "Idiot." His rage only grew. "All right, fine. Very well." Suddenly, Fei Long whistled, and a horde of massive zombies began charging in madly. "Just wait till the zombies tear you to pieces." But seeing the numbers, he frowned in confusion. "Wait, why is one missing?" Mo Jiang immediately pointed upward, "Up here." Bang! Bai Ji was stepping on a zombie as Fei Long looked on in astonishment. He crossed his arms and stood in front of him. "What now? Looks like your monster bodyguard isn't doing too well." Fei Long still refused to admit defeat. "Don't get too cocky. Kill them, and the Master Teacher will surely reward us handsomely." Mo Jiang and Bai Ji immediately charged in together, executing their combat tactics. The two split up. Bai Ji swept through the zombies with his sword, while on the other side, Mo Jiang used his powerful arm to knock out the remaining ones. The disciples trembled and retreated in fear. Monster. Fei Long was no longer confident. "Damn it." Terrified, he turned and ran. Mo Jiang immediately gave chase, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him against the wall. "How much do you know about that Master Teacher?" His face turned pale with fear. His name is Zilan. He usually stays at the Research Institute in Beicheng. About half a month ago, he suddenly came to us. Hearing those words, Mo Jiang instantly recalled that was exactly when the incident with Na had happened, wasn't it? Behind them, a zombie came rushing in. Spotting it, he crouched and struck it in the stomach. "Die." The zombie's arm fit perfectly into Gu Fei Long, causing him to die on the spot. He realized the zombie wasn't aiming at him. Is the target him? It's a person, right? Zilan, in a nearby room, saw many girls being held captive. It seemed they were all offerings. Bai Ji untied them, telling them, "It's over, you can leave now." As they passed by Fei Long's lifeless body, the girls panicked. "Did you kill them?" Mo Jiang was confused. "Is there a problem?" The girls collapsed, crying, "Our food, our safety." They started getting angry, reaching their hands out towards Mo Jiang. "It's all your fault, die." Bai Ji quickly stepped in to shield Mo Jiang, trying to explain, "Do you even realize? It was me who saved you all." But they wouldn't listen, cursing at him, "Who needs you to save us? You ruined our lives." Mo Jiang sneered in disdain, "Is this life about being locked up here, raised to become food? The truth is, the road ahead will only be worse than his." They still didn't understand, so what? Who doesn't die? As long as we're alive, it's enough to eat well and sleep soundly. Mo Jiang asked cautiously, "Among you, there must be someone who's a parent, someone with children waiting, right?" A woman in the group suddenly started crying, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Gu." Mo Jiang immediately recognized her. He walked toward her, and she suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha, handing them over to master teacher early might get us a position like Fei Long." Mo Jiang was stunned, it was hopeless now. He turned around, "Let's go, Bai Ji, let's go." Seeing him leave, the group became even angrier, "You're the one who's ruined our chances of survival. We'll die here anyway, you might as well die with us." Losing patience, Mo Jiang grabbed one of them by the throat, "Want to die? You need courage for that, but do you have it?" Suddenly, flames burst through the cracks in the wall. The zombies outside immediately rushed in, seizing the people there. "Death, death for sure." Mo Jiang sighed, "Find your own way to survive." Returning to the abandoned grocery store, he returned the hairpins to the two children. They seemed to not understand, and Mo Jiang avoided their gaze. "It's over, by the time you arrived, they were no longer there." The little girl sadly looked at the brooch. "Mom." Mo Jiang continued, "But I've taken care of the Fei Long group." The child said, "Thank you." Standing up, he bade them farewell. "We have to go now, try to keep going." The boy hugged his sister and replied with a determined look in his eyes, "We definitely will." Leaving the place, the three of them continued to fight off the zombies on the road. Mo Jiang complained, "It's endless, we can't get rid of them." Closing his eyes, Mo Jiang focused his energy. Synchronization rate, 17%. Synchronization rate, 18%, ignite. The flames from Mo Jiang's arm were burning the zombies, distracting the others with the smell of their burning flesh. He sighed in relief, "It should be fine now, right?" Suddenly, Mo Jiang turned around and scolded, "Using so many inferior things, in the end, it's just useless control." A figure appeared. "Ha, looks like you've discovered me." He sat in a wheelchair, behind him were countless zombies. "He is Master Zilan, welcome to my fortress." The zombies wore ragged, shabby, disheveled clothes, their bodies soaked in blood. They looked like they were starving, poised and ready to attack. Zilan sat in his wheelchair, a smug smile on his face. His expression darkened as he raised his hand, emitting glowing white specks as if plotting something sinister. He spoke slyly, "What a pity." Zilan swung his hand, releasing those white specks onto the approaching zombies targeting Mo Jiang's group. "You'll never live to see the day my zombie army rises." They lunged forward like starving beasts, eager to devour. Bai Ji remained alert, raising her blade in front of her. Her eyes were razor sharp, every ounce of focus locked on the target, ready for battle. With a swift motion, she slashed two crisscrossing strikes, the lightning-fast speed halting the zombies in their tracks. At that moment, Mo Jiang seemed to command the battlefield, exuding an aura of invincibility. He replied with calm confidence, "Really? From what I see." Before he finished, he darted forward like lightning, seizing the opportunity to strike without a trace of hesitation. Zilan remained seated, oblivious to the danger hurtling toward him. Mo Jiang lunged at him, his voice firm and resolute. "You won't live to see that day either." Suddenly, Zilan snapped his fingers, and a zombie leapt out of nowhere, planting itself in front of him to shield him. His punch landed directly on their chest, causing the person to stagger backward. He threw it across Zilan's face, making him wary, fully alert and cautious. His punch pierced through the zombie's body, creating a hole in its torso. It was sent flying, crying out in pain. His hand emitted a flare of fire, burning fiercely as though enraged.
Mo-jang wanted to finish him off once and for all, saying, "It's not over yet."
From a distance, a long, sharp silver-white nail, surrounded by a bolt of electricity, shot towards him. It extended in segments, each piece aiming for where he stood.
Mo-jang quickly jumped and swiftly moved backward. A bizarre creature appeared, its eyes glowing bright white, a wicked grin revealing sharp, saw-like teeth. It had a purple cap on its head, hands as sharp as drill tips, and on its back were jagged, rock-like scales. Its tail was segmented, with a sharp, blade-like tip that crackled with lightning. Mo-jang had an inkling of what type of creature this was. He asked cautiously, "Is the zombie king still a child? Just one of them?"
It chuckled darkly, saying, "If you hadn't interfered, it would have already devoured the previous one. This has truly evolved to the third level." Zelan spun the wheel, her voice dripping with disdain. "The mediocre ones only serve to disrupt the great process." He stepped forward, preparing to act. "I don't want to waste any more time with you people." Mo-jang blocked his path, preventing him from escaping. "Don't even think about it."
The zombie suddenly went berserk, losing control.
It howled, unleashing a stronger electric current, its eyes turning purple.
Its mouth stretched wide, practically ear to ear, saliva dripping from its fangs in a grotesque manner. It moved forward, blocking Baiji's sword and Mo-jang's blazing fists.
One on the left, one on the right, both doing their best to bring it down, but it seemed futile.
Mo-jang signaled for Yunhu to take over.
She acknowledged the order, drawing her gun with a hawk-like focus on her target. "Got it." Yunhu fired a round with devastating power. The bullet's speed broke through every obstacle in its path, and a burst of flames ignited violently.
She shouted, "This incendiary bullet!" The bullet flew at lightning speed, capable of incinerating any kind of armor.
The zombie, already in a frenzy, its eyes bloodshot, drooled as it succumbed to its hunger. Thunderous currents of electricity surged through its brain, as if it had reached its breaking point.
It let out a ferocious roar.
Then it unleashed its full power, a fierce stream of purple energy that obstructed the force of the attacking orb.
The zombie retaliated, attacking Yunhu.
She crouched down to minimize the impact, avoiding taking the full force of its kick. Yunhu was scratched all over on her beautiful face, shoulder, arm, and thigh, all bleeding.
Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground.
Suddenly, another zombie descended rapidly from the tall building, heading toward Mo-jang and Baiji, who were standing below.
But it then changed direction, heading straight for Yunhu. Mo-jang was finished.
The zombie raised its claws, preparing to pounce on her, but Mo-jang, quick as lightning, ran over and lifted her up. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, encompassing the entire space.
Mo-jang furrowed his brows, warily protecting her. What was that just now?
Yunhu seemed to still be shaken by what had just happened, speaking with hesitation, "If I'm not mistaken." She recalled its appearance, then described it clearly. "The electrical energy it possesses is not just a simple charge." Mo-jang analyzed further. "It can control the path of conductors. At the very least, it should be able to return along the vector direction." Yunhu was covered in scratches, feeling powerless, as if blaming herself for her lack of professionalism. "Exactly, it's the ability of a third-tier zombie.
I couldn't do anything in front of it."
Mo-jang confidently held the dagger in his hand, practicing its movements to get familiar with it and improve his reflexes. He spoke optimistically, while Yunhu was still lost in confusion. Who knows what might happen? The zombie was wandering around, searching for the two of them, but he calmly thought things through and suddenly came up with a bold new idea. "I've got another plan, outside of this." Baiji was fully focused, wielding her blade in combat against the zombie. She charged at it with all her strength, intending to strike it down. However, its arm fired a bolt of lightning toward her, paralyzing her entire body. Her head spun, her vision blurred, and she cried out. Mo-jang launched a sneak attack from behind the zombie and shouted, "Hey, don't forget about me over here."
The zombie noticed him.
Its eyes, with stark white sclera and glaring red pupils, gleamed with wariness, alert to the threat. It easily blocked the punch Mo Jiang attempted to throw, its expression furious, sharp teeth grinding tightly together. Though caught in the trap, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious, realizing his strategy was still lacking, even thinking it didn't measure up to Dr. Zhang's. The zombie unleashed a full-force attack, discharging electricity like a thunderstorm of fury that struck him directly. He was thrown hard into the wall. The zombie showed no intention of stopping. In a frenzy, it charged at him again. Mo Jiang shouted loudly, "This is the moment." Yunhu realized the perfect timing had arrived, and she immediately prepared to act. Got it. She held two heavy guns to distract it. If you're so good, try turning my bullets back at me. It sat down, straining to create a shield to protect itself, then growled, "Gurgur." All the fiery bullets fired at it couldn't hit their mark because of the tight protective barrier. It smirked, thinking it had the upper hand, hee. But little did it know, that was part of Mo Jiang's plan. While the zombie was distracted, the shots fired by Yun who aimed at a nearby barrel of flammable explosives. The barrel exploded with a loud bang, sending a thick cloud of white smoke into the air, obscuring the zombie's vision and quickly eliminating it. After the tense battle ended, the atmosphere seemed to come back to life. The sky was clear, the wind gently blowing, and clouds floated lazily by. The tall buildings slowly emerged, gradually becoming visible through the thick, dissipating white smoke. The sound of Mo Jiang's group gasping for breath could be heard as the image of Baiji's horn retracted, controlled by the system. 3 people stood observing. Yunhu covered his mouth with his hand, having inhaled the dense smoke for too long. Baiji focused intently on the situation alongside Mo Jiang, and the result matched his expectations, just as I thought. He clarified his plan further: the direction we take back will create an intersection when all the burning bullets converge at a single point. The zombie lay face down on the ground, its body covered in scratches. Its skin was evaporating as if it had just been heated by the explosion's temperature. This would be the outcome of the situation. Baiji pouted, looking somewhat shy and a little afraid. Mo Jiang gently patted her head, reassuring her like a sturdy shield for his little princess, "Don't be scared, it won't discharge electricity at you anymore." She smiled, reassured. Her sulking expression made her even cuter, her cheeks puffing up like steamed buns, her small hand gently punching the zombie's body as if to vent her anger. Yunhu's eyes were sluggish, tired, and lifeless from the exhaustion of the battle. She whispered, and as soon as she finished her sentence, she collapsed from sheer fatigue. Fortunately, Mo Jiang was there to catch her. The sky was calm, and everything around grew peaceful and gentle. Mo Jiang supported Yunhu, helping him lean against the base of a tree to rest and recover his depleted strength. Baiji eagerly approached the zombie. He moved closer to her, observing the zombie corpse lying in a thick pool of blood, and slowly said, "After all, it's just a zombie." He stepped forward, extending his arm to absorb the remaining vitality from its body. This power, if handed over to an intelligent being, it could be terrifying. Mo Jiang held in his hand a data card containing spiritual energy. The imprint has been separated. He was quietly pleased. With this and the one Baiji absorbed earlier, we might have gathered enough. Suddenly, a horde of new zombies burst forth, angrily rushing toward him, knocking the card from his hand. They roared. It turned out Zilan had ordered them to retrieve the corpse of that zombie, forcing the 2 of them back. He snatched the card from Mo Jiang's hand. "Foolish trash, once again you've disrupted my plan." He laughed slyly, gleefully stealing someone else's achievement. "Then I suppose your value has come to an end." Zilan sat calmly in his wheelchair, controlling the zombies. Mo Jiang spoke with force, "Is that so? But your strongest combat force has already been destroyed by us." He raised the gun, aiming it at him, threatening, "What's next?" "We don't want to be criticized for bullying a disabled person." 2 options were slowly presented when the Mound choice was activated, one falls here. The final plan. 2. Pay the price of enlightenment, removing the scum. He remained vigilant, puzzled, searching for the Mound option. Where is that sound coming from? Zealon smiled wickedly, holding the knife as if preparing the next plan, all the contributions I have made for the advancement of humanity. Behind him, the zombie was holding the head upright of the recently destroyed zombie. He swung his hand, slashing the zombie's torso apart, laughing maniacally, "You will never understand." Emojiang shielded Bai Ji, stepping back, afraid she might be affected. "Bai Ji, be careful."
He continued, "So you can see." Emojiang sensed something was wrong, realizing, wait.
Zealon seemed to have lost his mind, stabbing him straight in the thigh, causing blood to spurt and splatter. My enlightenment. He endured the pain, then gave a twisted smile. Several zombies attached the legs of the fallen zombie to his, stitching them together carefully, each stitch meticulous and precise.
Zealon stood up with a new form, the zombie's clawed legs and a tail sharp as a needle's point. How can it end like this?
Emojiang shuddered at his distorted way of thinking. His gaze, unwavering, seemed capable of tearing Zealon apart. He unleashed a fierce, blazing fire to battle him.
Zealon taunted, swiftly moving past him, making Emojiang panic.
Too slow. With the zombie's legs now his speed had increased dramatically.
He cunningly teased Emojiang, "Too slow.
Too slow. Too slow. Too slow." Then, he kicked out, attacking Emojiang directly from behind.
"Can you keep up with my speed?"
Having honed his skills over many years, Emojiang quickly sensed his enemy's malicious intent and reflexively dodged. He slammed his hand onto the ground.
"There's an opening."
Emojiang soared forward, delivering a fiery punch, seizing the opportunity when his opponent was standing still.
"Now's the time."
But unexpectedly, Zealon predicted his move and jumped to avoid it, causing Emojiang to miss by a beat. Just as he was about to land on the ground, his foot seemed ready to kick, almost brushing against the face. "Goodbye." He swung fiercely, but Bai Ji blocked it with her sword, immediately causing a loud clash that echoed.
Zealon changed direction, swinging his leg to execute a different move against the two of them.
She dodged backward.
Emojiang, unexpectedly, failed to catch a single thing. The moment he approached, he thought, and quickly realized the reason. Is it because of the speed? He smiled leisurely as he stepped forward to ask, "Still wasting time?"
Bai Ji, exhausted but determined to keep fighting, used the horn system to enhance her abilities. "They're too weak because they've already exhausted too much magic power."
Emojiang, concerned, muttered, "Bai Ji's imprint is about to run out."
He forced a smile, maintaining his composure, and said, "Come here, praying mantis, I'll take care of you in 5 seconds." Zealon flew at full speed towards Emojiang, his fist blazing with fire, ready to fight him. He counted 3 seconds, then continued counting down, 2 seconds, before shouting and preparing to block, "Taste this." He rushed recklessly towards the spot where his hand was shooting out fire, but then he kicked him from behind, catching him by surprise, leaving him no time to counter and continue counting. For a second, his claws swiped past Emojiang's position, but luckily, he managed to dodge. He shot a spark towards him and slid backward. He laughed gleefully upon seeing Emojiang fail to land his attack. He said, "Your 5 seconds of combat don't seem to be effective at all." Emojiang replied with caution, "That's not true, it should have worked."
"At least you couldn't unleash the second strike."
The clock beeped, marking the exact time.
Emojiang explained his reasoning. "At this point, the chest count ends, and it's only the 5th second.
He slowly smiled and continued, "Moreover, now I finally understand why you wanted to emphasize speed." As he spoke, he revealed his opponent's intentions. "Time is actually your true strength." The other was flustered. "What?" Emojiang went on to analyze his opponent's previous moves. "To figure this out, I deliberately told you about the 5 seconds of combat." He released fire from his hand to block, and the clock started counting. Human senses can be deceived, but time cannot. It seems that everything he thought, which appeared to be unknown to anyone, was unintentionally grasped by Emojiang. Originally, it would have sounded at the moment of the conclusion, but it was delayed by a second. He stood tall and firm, resolute. "This proves that you can either set the time correctly or delay it by 1 second. Then he summarized, "What is called speed is just to cover up this point. intentionally exposing the guidance. He held his head and laughed joyfully. "You're very smart. If you become my subordinate, you could definitely become the best new person." At this point, all of his willpower was no longer normal. Zilan laughed slyly, "But now, apart from the increasing desperation, knowing this wouldn't bring any good to you." He grabbed the box and said, "Knowing the psychological battle isn't just your forte." He panicked when the box was taken from him. He crazily swung his leg to kick over his head, while his hand gripped tightly as if not wanting to lose this precious item again. He sent it flying towards Baiji, calling her name, Baiji. Her entire body radiated a brilliant blue energy as she accepted the box into her possession. Her horn sprang up powerfully. She gripped her sword imbued with electricity. Mo Jiang instructed her, "Use lightning to cut it down." He screamed in fear, "Stop it, damn you." As soon as she regained her energy, she swiftly charged forward with her sword. The electric current surged through his body, paralyzing him. His eyes rolled back, his body stiffened despicable. He crawled on the ground, accusing, "Why? How can an empty, unprotected being like you continue to live, while I must die?" Mo Jiang exposed his twisted nature, the next stage of human evolution? "If everyone turned into human-shaped monsters like you, and I had to unleash a fiery blaze, then that would be a disaster." He howled, "I won't accept this." Mo Jian wiped his weary forehead and sighed, "It's finally over." He cupped Baiji's face, affectionately teasing, "Shouldn't we give your new skill a name?" She turned into an angry kitten, and he immediately tried to smooth things over. Just kidding, my lady." Suddenly, someone manipulated objects to rise into the air. Then, while Baiji and Mo Jiang were unaware, all those items were launched toward them. The furniture in the room was suddenly thrown into chaos by some unseen force. Mo Jiang gave a thumbs up in praise of Baiji, who stood in front of him holding a sword. "Miss Bai, you're incredible." He noticed a shadowy figure peeking from behind the door. "There's still someone?" Before Mo Jiang could regain his composure, Baiji had already dashed forward, startling him into shouting, "Baiji!" She immediately grabbed the mysterious person's hand and dragged him out. Just as she was about to strike, a voice called out, stopping her. "Wait." Mo Jiang frowned. It seemed he recognized the mysterious figure. "Nana." Nana's face was filled with bewilderment upon being recognized by Mo Jiang. Meanwhile, he urgently questioned her, "Nah, you're still alive?" With eyes blazing in fury, Nana raised her claws and let out an enraged roar that made the air around them tremble. "What is this?" Mo Jiang stared at the figure sprawled motionless on the ground, speaking with seething anger. "Another one of that bastard's experiments. What a worthless death." Baiji then pinned Nana down to the ground, causing her to scream out, "Ah!" In that terrifying moment, Nana's blood-red eyes bulged wide, her mouth opened in a piercing shriek as her body was forcefully pinned back. Mo Jiang, with a determined look in his eyes, clenched his glowing hand within the ethereal green energy stream, murmuring softly, "If the situation is like Baiji's, it can still be saved." A stream of green technological light surrounded Nana. Amid the virtual space filled with glowing green light, Mo Jiang focused on her and called out gently, "Nana." Her eyes, burning red like furious flames, glared powerfully as she roared amidst the dazzling green light. Energy waves exploded around her. Mo Jiang grimaced in pain, clutching his head, it hurt so much. He reached out, trying to touch her, "Don't be afraid anymore." Caught in the whirlwind of brilliant energy, Mo Jiang stretched out his mechanical arm in vain. In the distance, Nana curled up, and his voice rang out, resolute, "Trust me." Her wide, red eyes were filled with terror, and she screamed desperately in the virtual space. A labored breath echoed in the air, beads of sweat dotting her tense face. Mo Jiang poured all his energy into controlling the swirling energy in front of his palm, which seemed to stabilize. Nana was now back to normal but fainted from exhaustion, though his voice still resonated, "Let's get out of here first." A moment later, Mo Jiang carried Nana on his shoulder as she remained unconscious. Yunhu, standing beside him,
coquettishly asked, "Brother, we've defeated the bad guys, right?" Mo Jiang was a bit helpless but still tried to answer. Yes, yes, yes. He thought to himself, just a few more minutes and I can transform back.
Yunhu excitedly jumped up and cheered.
That's great. Mo Jiang, with his glowing arm supporting Nana on his shoulder, looked thoughtfully at the blood-soaked corpse ahead, sighing and wondering, there's still something left here? He handed something to Bai Ji and said, this doesn't seem to be the imprint you need.
Mo Jiang's glowing arm seemed to be creating some kind of virtual space. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that the experimental system mount's choice had been added. Doubt was clearly written on his face. Mount's choice? Is that what I just heard about? Suddenly, Mo Jiang raised his arm high and let out a loud roar, but in response to his effort, there was only a still, unchanging space. Mo Jiang forced a smile and looked away helplessly. Forget it, better than nothing. Yunhu eagerly ran up to the higher floor via the stairs. I want to go up there and take a look. Seeing that, he quickly stopped her. Wait, Yunhu. Afterward, all of them were present at the laboratory control center. Mo Jiang carefully observed the main area where Xuelan operated. Meanwhile, Yunhu quickly approached the control panel. Hey, look at this, there's a button here. The place she pointed to was a red button labeled self-destruct button. He immediately recognized it and hurried to stop Yunhu. Wait. But it was too late as she slammed her hand down on the button without realizing what would happen. Everything around them was destroyed, the walls shattered into debris under the force, mixed with Yunhu's excited screams. Oh, this is so much fun. Except for her, everyone else was on edge, including Mo Jiang. I think we're about to be buried here. Large chunks of earth and stone fell amid thick clouds of dust. Mo Jiang struggled to carry an unconscious Na on his back, while Bai Ji stood nearby, clenching his fists. At that moment, a large boulder came crashing down. Mo Jiang panicked. We're done for, the exit is blocked. Mo Jiang and Bai Ji stood back to minimize risk. He said, knowing Xuelan, there's definitely another way out. Yunhu stood in front of another exit, excitedly waving her hand. Over here, over here. Mo Jiang carried Nana toward her. After a while, they finally stepped outside. The sky was now clear and exceptionally beautiful. Although they had just escaped such a dangerous place, Mo Jiang couldn't help but glance back, silently thinking, did Xuelan design this as well? He spoke up, it seems we can't go back the same way. Na, who had been unconscious on his back, woke up and rubbed her eyes, calling out to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang, surprised, asked her, Nana? Then, he gently set her down on the ground. Mo Jiang was about to say something, Nana, you? But Nana interrupted him, her voice cheerful, you really did save me from the hospital. Her face, slightly flushed, quickly turned playful. Although you're a selfish person, at least you kept your promise. I won't hold anything else against you. Mo Jiang, overwhelmed, placed his hands on Nana's face and hurriedly asked, Nana, tell me, do you remember anything? Seeing his sudden action, she blushed and said, hey, why are you getting so close? Nana's face was gently squeezed by Mo Jiang's hands. She struggled to speak, let me think. There were zombies attacking you in the hospital, and then I suddenly... Nana screamed and grabbed her head, causing Mo Jiang to feel a bit confused. Oh, no, I can't remember anymore. Mo Jiang anxiously thought to himself, could it be that Nana's memory stopped at that moment? Nana hugged her head, her eyes tightly shut due to the pain, while he stood before her, his face filled with worry. Mo Jiang asked, why are you looking at me like that? But he then glanced subtly at Bai Ji, who was standing quietly to the side, deep in thought. Can Bai Ji progress like this too? After that, all four of them left together. Mo Jiang went ahead and said, it's best to find a map and determine the way to H City. Then they stopped in front of a house. An enigmatic voice spoke up, excuse me, is this place in a dilapidated condition?
Mo Jiang, with an exasperated expression, muttered helplessly, "Is a dilapidated room considered a good virtue?"
The mysterious figure in the house rushed forward, eyes sharp, and swung a cane powerfully, shouting loudly, "Wrong answer." But then Nana, instinctively, unleashed a surge of power, causing him to slam into the wall, creating a large crack. The sudden display of strength left her both surprised and confused.
"Huh, why did I?"
From a distance, a young man rushed over to him in panic.
Grandpa, are you okay?"
It seemed that Nana realized something at this moment.
"Ah, it seems like he's..."
She screamed and pointed toward him.
"I know him."
Niu Baoguo was helped up by Niu Xinjin, still not fully conscious after the strong blow, but the voice of Nana could still be heard in the background.
"Niu Baoguo, you're the famous person on TV."
After a while, he regained his senses. But Niu Xinjin still stood beside him, supporting him, while Mo Jiang patted his head in admiration.
"Grandpa, you're still quite agile. Looks like everything on TV is completely true."
Niu Baoguo cleared his throat, admitting with a hint of shame, "It's embarrassing to say, before the apocalypse, many of my shows were indeed fake." Then, he looked up at the clear sky, full of meaning in the post-apocalyptic world. Who would have thought, after the apocalypse, this body has become stronger and stronger?
After that, Niu Baoguo turned to Mo Jiang and softly asked, "I see that you young folks are pretty good, can you give this old man a hand?"
But for him, his attitude was very firm.
"Why should I help someone who ambushed me?" Mo Jiang raised his dagger in front of his face, smiling dangerously. "Not even making a move yet and already respect the elderly and love the young, huh?"
In the virtual space of the system, a selection information board appeared. Mount arranged for Niu Baoguo to leave. Upon receiving an encouraging day, kill Niu Baoguo to receive a level 2 imprint, help Niu Baoguo to receive a secret reward.
Mo Jiang was slightly startled, wondering, has Mount of Shuelan's effect kicked in?
Then he changed his attitude, probing Niu Baoguo's intentions. "Tell me, what do you two want?"
The four of them arrived at the designated location. Mo Jiang looked around, and the place Niu Baoguo mentioned was indeed here.
He closed his eyes, focusing on identifying the sounds being made. Something was approaching from the right, near the wall below.
The mutated weasels sprang up from the ground, and Mo Jiang was a little wary. Mutated weasels?
In this world, anything could happen. They rushed toward him wildly, but Mo Jiang defeated them all. He smiled triumphantly, "Just a few pests, they must be easy to deal with." Yunhu found the highest point to easily aim and fire.
She signaled, "Are you all ready?" Mo Jiang looked up at the wall in front of him.
The guns were placed there, and he was delighted.
That was exactly what Niu Baoguo had been looking for. "Let's go, Bai Ji, let's get the reward." The weasels crowded the path, all of them being defeated by Mo Jiang. Boom!
The ground suddenly made a loud noise. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring Yunhu's vision.
"Damn it, I can't see anything."
The weasels were increasing in number, and they kept attacking people relentlessly.
Nana was terrified but still managed to take them down. Realizing the situation was not looking good, Mo Jiang immediately gave the order, "This isn't working, we can't attack directly, retreat quickly." After finding a safe spot, Mo Jiang angrily scolded, "I can't believe we let those weasels outsmart us." Nana teasingly said, "Lu Lu Lu."
Mo Jiang stroked Bai Ji's face, while Yunhu stood nearby, anxious. "I didn't expect them to use the terrain and their defense like that. These weasels are much smarter than zombies," he thought for a moment before adding, "I can't believe Niu Baoguo had their guns stolen." Suddenly, Mo Jiang's eyes lit up, and he turned excitedly to Yunhu.
"Wait, it's the guns."
She seemed a bit cautious.
"What's going on?"
The weasels were being taken down by gunfire.
Yunhu stood on the platform, excited. "Hey, you want these? Come and get them."
One of the weasels jumped up, screeching.
She looked slightly frightened, but they couldn't jump high enough to reach Yunhu.
The weasels fell back in pain.
She sighed in relief and instructed, leave it to them.
The other three nodded reassuringly, but who had some doubts, but why would the weasels want to steal guns?
What would they even do with them? Seeing the mutated ferrets gathering below. Wait, what are they doing? Yunhu exclaimed in surprise. What? The ferrets are stacking on top of each other to reach your position?
She held a gun in each hand, continuously firing at them. It might have been ineffective, as the mutated ferrets jumped up and bit into Yunhu. They attacked all over her body. She was done for. Alone, Yunhu couldn't fight them off, and in frustration, she threw her gun at the mutated ferret.
Are they ever going to stop?
She said, stepping back, realizing that she had been bitten to death by the ferrets.
Not that she'd die so easily, though. Yunhu slipped and fell. Ah! Mo Jiang quickly rushed over to catch her.
It seemed just in time as he summoned fire to drive them away.
Get lost.
He returned to where Niu Baoguo was waiting.
Uncle, this is all you're doing.
The old man joyfully responded, that's right, really appreciate your help.
Holding a box in his hand, Mo Jiang said, but I guess this is the most important thing, right? What's inside it? Niu Baoguo answered, it's just a family heirloom, something I plan to leave to my grandson. Mo Jiang smiled, a family heirloom, huh?
His expression suddenly shifted.
Who are you fooling? This is just a stand-in. No matter how valuable it is, it's useless. He was startled and handed the box to Niu Baoguo. All right, here you go. He laughed even more joyfully. That's right, thank you, little friend. Mo Jiang thought, if I don't return it to him, I might not be able to complete the selection task. He picked up a badge.
Right, this was collected from the bodies of some mutated ferrets. Mo Jiang handed it to her, but she dodged and shook her head.
Bai Ji, do you look down on this? Na was excited. Mo Jiang, what's that in your hand?
She behaves differently, rushing into his arms in a playful manner, wanting to have it.
He replied, right. Now Nana is also. Niu Jinjin pointed at Nana. Has your friend been infected? Nana was startled. Mo Jiang, have you been infected? When did that happen? He looked at Nana. No, it's you.
Seeing the bite mark on his shoulder, Nana panicked.
Why did this happen?
He placed the badge on Nana's chest, and the power emitted caused the wound on his shoulder to vanish.
She was taken aback. It's really gone.
Mo Jiang sat beside her, his voice softening. Sorry, I couldn't fulfill the promise I made to you earlier.
Nana pouted. You liar.
But she let it go, since there was nothing else to be done. Besides, Nana was still alive after all.
She jumped into Mo Jiang's arms. But you can't abandon Nana anymore. If there's a next time, I'll eat you up. The sound from outside was very loud. Mo Jiang was startled. What was that sound?
Yunhu observed from above, it's the mutated weasels.
They're chasing us here.
Mo Jiang jumped up and sat next to Yunhu, let me take a look. Looking through the scope, Yunhu saw a large group of mutated weasels approaching. There are so many, why are there so many of them? There was something glowing on Yunhu's shirt, and both of them were stunned. This is the mark they left.
We've been located by the weasels.
The four of them worked together to eliminate the mutated weasels.
Mo Jiang said, it's fine if they all come here. Seeing Niu Jinjin waving from behind, Nana was delighted, let's start the barbecue. He shouted, Mo bro, over here, everyone stay calm. 3, 2, 1, the four of them started running quickly towards Niu Jinjin. The weasels behind them immediately followed suit.
Feeling something was off, Mo Jiang turned around, we can't let them in here. He set them on fire, those weasels will sneak in while we're distracted. Niu Jinjin was still trying to call out, Mo bro, over here. They were all in a rush, hurry up. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and he panicked. "Mo bro, help them."
Nyo Baogwei immediately yelled, "Those weasels will sneak in while we're distracted." Nyo Xinjin angrily shouted, "Grandpa, what are you doing? Open the door now, Mo bro is helping us. If you leave them outside, they'll die."
He struck Nyojinjin, knocking her to the ground. "You will understand later."
He trembled, struggling to crawl back up.
The distorted creatures emerged from the ground.
Nyojinjin was terrified. "You."
They charged at him, biting into his body. The door was cracked open by Baiji's blade.
Mo Jiang seemed a bit exhausted.
"Ugh!
You old bastard, I almost died because of you." Nana panicked and pointed inside. Mo Jiang, look.
Come closer, his body.
Has it been bitten to death?
Yunhu checked Nyojinjin's condition. She was still breathing.
Mo Jiang was confused. She's still alive. Why save one person? Do these creatures even know how to pick and choose?
Baiji stood trembling, looking worried. She saw the weasels climbing the walls, and Yunhu reminded her.
"Be careful, they're coming again."
A clever rat jumped out, grabbing the weasels and starting to tear them apart. Baiji was so frightened that she almost cried, running to hug Mo Jiang.
"I'm scared. Please hold me, eldest miss is terrified of rats." But what everyone found most confusing was that this rat was eating the weasels.
Once there were no more weasels to feast on, the rat immediately turned its gaze toward them.
Yunhu shot at it. "Be careful, they're coming again." Na stood behind, providing support. "This is tough." Baiji, still clinging to Mo Jiang, shuddered. "I'm scared."
Seeing that the situation was not right, Mo Jiang thought to himself, "This is really dangerous, I need to level up." He sensed that both of them were standing there, claws raised to strike.
Mo Jiang quickly grabbed Baiji and ran away. Mo Jiang immediately opened the system module selection screen.
The mission reward for helping Neo Baogwa was a defense-level ability, an explanation that would attract related power and convert it into the strength of a suitable person. On the other side, Yunhu was being chased by a rat spirit.
Ah! Ah!
She was on the verge of tears.
Why is it always me who has to take on this role?
Absorbing power from the system, Mo Jiang reassured her and waited patiently for a moment, then extended his hand toward her.
Baiji, leave it all to me. Touching her to absorb the power, synchronization rate 26%, synchronization rate 27%.
Feeling the strength, the flame on his arm grew larger and larger, easily defeating it.
Nana was excited. "We did it." Yunhu sighed. In the end, Mo Jiang was completely exhausted. Although he could increase the burning power, it temporarily rendered both of us immobile. It seems that unless it's absolutely necessary, we should seal this ability for now. Nyojinjin woke up and instinctively started punching the rat. Mo Jiang was startled. "What are you doing?" Returning to his normal state, Nyojinjin stared blankly at his arm, which had transformed into claws. "Right, what are these things?" "What is this?" He noticed the bite mark on Nyojinjin's neck. "Is that where the mutated weasel bit you?" The mutated rat suddenly shrieked, thrashing around, and everyone quickly ran off. "Forget it, let's leave here first." In the safe zone of the inner city, Yunhu and Baiji surrounded Nyojinjin, who appeared worried. "Am I not human anymore? Will I turn into one of those monsters?" Baiji quickly shook his head, and Mo Jiang explained. "It seems there's no trace of zombie breath on him, just like Baiji and Nana." He looked at Mo Jiang with a sad expression. "Mo bro, are you going to kill me?" he asked, confused. "Do you want to die?" Nyojinjin quickly shook his head. "No, I don't. I think the heavens didn't kill me for a reason." Mo Jiang then replied. "Yes, it seems like there's a completely new kind of mutation in you." He appeared to hesitate. Maybe we should just take you back to H City for the professor to dissect you? Nyojinjin was shocked. Dissect? He ran over and hugged Emo-jan's leg, crying. Emo bro, please spare me, I don't want to become a lab rat. No, I don't want to become an experiment. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, a special notice. This is a special announcement. The rescue team is expected to arrive in 12 hours. Please, all survivors head to the green building immediately. I will repeat the announcement.
Nana looked up at the board, hummed happily, and raised her hand towards everyone.
Nana knows, over here. Emo-jan walked alongside Nyojinjin. I'm telling you, this ability of yours is probably meant for something else, right? He hesitated. I don't know what Emo bro is trying to say. Emo-jan thought for a moment. How about we try killing a zombie? Looking at the zombies by the roadside, Nyojinjin was terrified. Please don't.
Baiji raised her sword at him.
Nyojinjin panicked. Emo-jan bro, what's wrong with her? Emo-jan smugly replied. What she means is that it's a waste of the team's resources, so why not just kill it? His expression changed. Why is that? Yunhu approached and whispered to him. Don't think I didn't see you signaling. Emo-jan pretended not to hear. Nyojinjin's eyes filled with tears. Anyway, it's fine as long as we just kill the zombie, right? He immediately rushed towards the zombie. I'll take you on. Just a scratch on the neck, and the zombie's head instantly fell off. He was ecstatic. Success! Didn't expect it to be that easy. He looked around. I need to try again. He moved towards the bigger zombie. Emo bro, watch me show off. Emo-jan hurriedly shouted. Nyojinjin, wait, does this kid want to die? Nyojinjin's claws began to disappear, but he was unaware of it. Die, you big-headed idiot. The claws had completely vanished. Nyojinjin trembled, it doesn't affect anything. He looked down at his hands, my claws are gone. The zombie lifted Nyojinjin, preparing to eat him. Help! Mo boss, save me! Emo-jan and Baiji were helpless. This idiot, I knew it. Yunhu raised his gun, ready to shoot. Leave it to me. Looking through the scope, behind the zombie, someone was preparing to attack. Ha! He struck the zombie's head with a stick. Hey, die! Nyojinjin sighed with relief. I've been saved. The other person walked over, complimenting him. You're really impressive. Brother, look over there. Lilong saw Baiji, Yunhu, and Nana and immediately became excited. Sister, and your brothers, good news has arrived. Lilong picked up the nail hammer he had been carrying behind his back and loudly introduced himself. I'm Lilong, the one who just saved everyone. He faced the crowd and continued, this is my team, their strength is also pretty good. Emo-jan raised his hand to greet them and briefly introduced himself. Emo-jan. The young man with green hair behind, annoyed by Emo-jan's brief introduction, cursed, what's with this guy's attitude? Lilong, confused, intervened. Don't get mad, he might be really strong. Emo-jan stood upright, unaware that a person was rushing towards him from behind, intending to attack. Nyojinjin reminded Emo-jan, bro, while he was drowsily fumbling with weapons, a sword and a gun appeared just in time. It was Baiji and Yunhu, who had just defeated the attacker and were protecting him, leaving him stunned. He scratched his head and pretended to ask, oh, when did you guys show up? Are you pretending to be clueless? Lilong, frustrated, muttered, humph, what a wimp, how lucky can he be? The young man with blue hair agreed with that view, if it weren't for the two girls, I think he'd have died 100 times already. The two men approached Baiji and Yunhu, suggesting, hey girl, why don't you join us? I'm much stronger than him.
The young man with blue hair spoke while laughing at Imo Jiang. Yeah, teaming up with that chicken. He'll die sooner or later. He was about to say more but was interrupted. Baiji raised her sword in front, defending herself, which scared him. Not happening.
Yunhu bluntly refused. Don't even dream about it. Imo Jiang shouted back, if you guys can prove you're strong, then fine. She was annoyed. Who's with him?
He replied calmly, he's right, teaming up with strong people makes survival easier.
Li Long laughed loudly, thinking that Imo Jiang was easy to deal with. Although my brother may lack strength, his character is solid.
He shouted confidently, rallying his teammates, don't worry, leave the zombies on this path to us.
Everyone, stay sharp. All of them echoed in unison, okay.
Yunhu, annoyed, brushed past Mr. Mo. I can't be bothered with you anymore.
Upon reaching the zombie hunting spot, the group was flustered, as the zombies staggered and attacked. Li Long asked, how many are there?
The young man with green hair hesitated and answered, over 20 now.
We're almost at Kinbai, bro.
Li Long's competitive nature surged to a peak, only the strong could win the beautiful woman.
Let's wipe them all out, brothers. Niu Xinjin looked at the zombies scattered on the ground, sighing, there are so many zombies. I also want to give it a try. Mo Jiang insisted, what's the matter? Do you want people to see your golden rat claws and then watch you disappear without a trace? Niu Xinjin hesitated, well, never mind then.
Yunhu scolded, you're dishonoring their reputation like that.
He avoided the topic and said, hey, are there really this many zombies? No, I'm just refining a few imprints.
He then added, with Nana's abilities, he can see through everything. They're like a delicious dish emitting a fragrance right in front of a zombie.
How could they not come to it? He and Nana. Hi. He noticed Baiji's unusual expression and asked her, what's wrong, Baiji? Then he seriously confirmed, is something coming closer? Is it a zombie? The zombies lost control, they erupted, screaming.
Li Long's group was in a panic, extremely terrified.
Why are there suddenly so many of them? We're dead.
Li Long lost his courage, sitting on the ground at first, dropping his hammer, shivering as he screamed for help, help me.
Imo Jiang pulled him back, telling him to move away.
Baishi swung her sword and struck, causing the entire group of zombies to collapse instantly. Yunhu, with a gun in each hand, charged forward coolly, taking down one zombie after another. The young man with green hair hesitantly said, there are still more over there. Mo Jiang rushed towards the group of zombies. He threw his spear, shouting, get lost. The zombies, attracted by his movement, swarmed towards him. He soared through the crowd of zombies, leaving them confused, reaching out and screaming but unable to catch him. He used his magical rope to throw it around their necks, tightening it and making them scream. Then he pulled the rope tight. Their heads were severed from their bodies, letting out a painful scream. It was like a blood feast unfolding before his eyes. The young man with blue hair, his face pale, was surprised mixed with a hint of admiration for his skills.
To think he could handle so many zombies in the blink of an eye? Li Long tightly gripped his arm. Boss, you will be my boss from now on.
He was lost in thought, searching for an answer.
Why is that? Those imprints shouldn't be able to lure so many zombies like this. Na excitedly pointed at a nearby building. That over there is the Kanbai Center, let's head there.
The tall building stood proudly with its modern architecture, towering amidst the city. In front, there were 2 parking lots, with 4 cars parked and a large open yard. The zombies clung to the building's glass doors like leeches. Bloodstains were smeared on the windows and walls. Niu Xinjin wiped the sweat from her forehead, panting heavily.
Luckily, the large door is an automatic charging door, so they can't get in.
He and the others had made it inside the temporary safe shelter. Long, after witnessing his extraordinary, addressed him, becoming more obedient.
Boss, we're lucky to have you.
Otherwise, we might not have made it until the rescue team arrived. Yunhu felt an odd sense of alertness, sensing something unusual.
It didn't quite make sense, there were no zombies in sight.
A zombie with 4 tendrils spewing from its mouth suddenly appeared from above, dropping down from the transparent ceiling of the building and running fast. It jumped down and sank its teeth into the shoulder of one of Li Long's team members, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah!"
In the blink of an eye, Mo Jiang spun around, his white bandage falling off.
He revealed his arm, filled with immeasurable strength, and punched the zombie.
Die. Bai Shi showed an expression of shock. Realizing something was wrong, he called out to her, "Bai Shi."
A horde of zombies surged forward, pouring down from above.
Why are there so many second-level zombies?
Li Long and his team grabbed their weapons to defend themselves, despite being somewhat panicked and scared. Bai Shi, Yunhu, and Mo Jiang were all on high alert, ready to act, as they looked for a solution. Yunhu said, "Don't talk about others, just the few of us, dealing with this lot will be tough enough." Niuzhenjin surveyed the surroundings, checking everything before reporting, "Mr. Mo, there's a reinforced door over there, it might lead down to that street." His hawk-like eyes flashed as he looked toward the parking lot.
"We'll just have to take a gamble."
Everyone moved toward the parking lot together.
Li Long was frantic, not expecting to find so many here. He asked him, "Boss, do you have a plan to deal with this?"
He found himself in a dilemma, unsure and unable to find a solution.
"I don't know anymore."
He clutched his head with both hands as if waiting for death.
"It's over, I'm doomed."
Li Long raised both hands and sighed, "Wife, I'm coming to find you soon." Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath the sewer grate and grabbed his leg, saying, "Come down with me." Li Long flinched, his face turning pale as he screamed loudly, a ghost, is my wife coming to find me?"
"Ah!"
A voice from below the sewer grate urged him, "Who's your wife? If you want to live, come down quickly."
Li Long awkwardly asked, "Is it a real person?"
Wang Lin crawled up, irritated, "You lunatics, if you want to die here, then go ahead."
He turned to ask Mo Jiang, "Boss, what's going on?"
He replied, "Just go down and have a look."
Everyone climbed down the ladder one by one. Yunhu, blushing, reminded them, "Don't look up." He turned away angrily after being misunderstood, saying, "Who would look, huh?"
Suddenly, a bug flew into her hand.
Yunhu shrieked, OMG.
She lost her footing and slipped from the step.
Mo Jiang helplessly sighed. Yunhu fell into his arms, causing his face to turn pale as he weakly said, "Ah, I knew it."
She shyly said, "Sorry." Then the little girl Nana eagerly jumped down after her.
Nana wanted to join too.
Her body landed on his face, and he felt as if he were being crushed. Bai Shi, seeing this, immediately became worried for all three of them. He feared she might misunderstand, so he used all his strength to say, "Bai Shi, don't."
Wang Lin had taken everyone to where he was staying.
Afterward, he explained clearly to put everyone's minds at ease, saying that above them was the Canbai apartment complex, which was temporarily safe inside. Niuzhenjin sighed in relief, they were finally alive.
The sky was already dimming.
The late afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow as everyone gradually moved inside the Canbai apartment complex. Wang Lin gathered everyone in the large lobby and spoke clearly, "Now, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Lin, the manager of this apartment complex."
He opened a door to show everyone around.
He briefly introduced the rooms, saying they hadn't been inhabited for a long time but were still usable.
Nana happily jumped onto the bed and rolled around, enjoying herself.
It had been a long time since Nana had slept in a bed. Yunhu turned on the faucet and was surprised to find hot water.
It seemed like both Bai Ji and she really enjoyed bathing, so they couldn't help but feel delighted.
Wang Lin continued, "Every day, I will distribute enough food for everyone until the rescue team arrives."
Mo Jiang kept asking everyone, "Aren't you leaving with the rescue team?"
He handed the package of cakes to Niuzhenjin, who was so moved that tears almost fell, as if she had been waiting for food after days of hardship. "If I leave, who will take care of the others?"
Niuzhenjin was touched and almost cried.
Gratefully, she said, Mr. Wang Lin, you're truly a good person. When it was time to assign rooms, Yunhu said, let's split into 2 groups. We will stay in room 103, and I'll be alone in room 107. She happily said, by Jina, let's stay in one room together.
Let that stinky Emojang sleep alone.
But both Bai Ji and Nana clung tightly to him, acting spoiled and refusing to separate, leaving her helpless.
Emojang and the other guy laughed mischievously, teasing her. It looks like they know where it's safer to stay. So, who will sleep alone now?
She shyly said, then I'll stay in this room too. He frowned in disapproval and said, hey, how old are you and you still can't sleep alone?
She shyly retorted, it's none of your business. Nyojinjin reminded him, Mr. M.O., I'll be in room 104, next door. If anything happens, you must remember to come to me. Emojang yawned after a tiring day of activity, if there's nothing else, let's go. I'm sleepy.
Yunhu stopped him, he couldn't enter.
He was puzzled, why not? This is my room after all.
She blushed and smiled, because it's the girls' shower time now. She cheerfully said, Baiji, Nana, let's go shower, hurry up and take off your clothes.
Emojang could only helplessly stand outside, waiting.
Li Long's group whispered inside the room.
Emojang stood outside, listening intently, so, does this mean we've survived? The 2 replied, we won't know until we see the rescue team.
He thought to himself, after all these battles, my chances of surviving have probably increased a lot. But it seemed like the negative thoughts were completely heard by him, most of which were not very optimistic. We can't let this go, we need to deal with that Wang Lin guy, he must still have a lot of supplies. Honestly, I'd rather kill that bastard Li Long than him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, carefully considering the situation. Li Long's group was indeed filled with people with sinister schemes. He murmured, maybe they'll try to make a move against us halfway, but unfortunately, they don't have the strength.
Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the door, and he shouted, what was that noise?
Yunhu called out, Bai Ji, that's very dangerous. He heard it, afraid that Bai Ji might be in danger, so he opened the door wide and rushed in, shouting her name.
Bai Ji.
Her whole body was covered in soap, with bubbles spreading around her. She ran quickly and jumped into his arms.
He asked, Bai Ji? She turned into a little kitten, leaping to hug his neck.
He found her so cute that his heart skipped a beat, his face flushed with affection. Yunhu called out to her.
Come here, Bai Ji.
You're still covered in soap.
Nana pouted, acting sulky. Are you really a child, Bai Ji?
Nana blushed, puzzled. Why are you afraid of water? Then, when they arrived, they saw Emojiang standing there with a confused expression. Yunhu and Nana screamed, quickly covering their sensitive areas. Pervert, spying on girls while they're bathing, Emojiang. He was exhausted and helpless, thinking, please, you all came out here on your own. The peaceful evening passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was a clear dawn. Emojiang rubbed his eyes, trying to wake up, as the sunlight poured in where they were sleeping, causing him to suddenly wake up. Beside him, Nana and Bai Ji were holding onto him, soundly asleep. In the kitchen, Yunhu was cooking while on the phone.
Rescue team, do you know if the uncle is still in there?
Emojiang walked out in her clothes and, seeing this, curiously asked, is your uncle in the rescue team?
She saw him waking up and immediately asked, are you up already?
Then she replied, yes, that's right. Why does your face look like that? You've lost contact. He looked at her and suddenly remembered something, saying, I just remembered, it seems like you. She responded, seems like what? It's very similar to the good mother, virtuous wife trope, right? He immediately denied it, no, it's just that it seems like you haven't had an outbreak in a while. She replied and then picked up a pot of food she was cooking, saying, well, it does seem like that. Why is that? He speculated, is it because Tu Feng is dead, and the demonic heart inside you has been purged? She answered, yeah, maybe. Bai Ji rubbed her eyes, waking up from the sound of their conversation. She wasn't wearing any clothes, revealing her hair that covered her nipples, her hourglass figure, and her smooth, fair thighs.
She frowned, pouting like a little kitten. Yunhu asked with concern, "What's wrong with Baiji? Doesn't she like the smell of the body wash?" Mo Jiang immediately realized and said, "No, it's not that."
Baiji's sense of smell was quite sensitive, so she could detect strange odors. There was the scent of fresh blood outside.
Niu Xinjin opened the door and shouted urgently, "Mo Jiang! There's a dead person outside."
He instructed, "3 people stay here." He opened the wooden door and stepped inside. Li Long's corpse was lying on the bed, his face still showing an expression of fear, his left hand raised perpendicular to his body, while his right hand was hanging down, his legs splayed out to the sides. The bedsheet had long been soaked with blood. The bloodstains, dark and thick, were smeared across his face and scattered on the blue uniform he was wearing. The scene was deeply haunting.
The group shouted his name, "Mr. Li." Mo Jiang asked, "Is Li Long dead?"
The young man with green hair, who often accompanied Li Long, answered, arguing with the group.
"You're roommates with Mr. Li, did you do it?"
The young man in the black shirt immediately denied.
"I swear, it wasn't me."
From the ceiling, heavy metal rods fell down.
Mo Jiang instinctively jumped back to avoid being hit.
The rods plunged deeply into the room, creating a chaotic mess.
Wang Lin landed, hands in his pockets, exuding confidence.
The young man with green hair, furious, grabbed one of the metal rods and yelled, "I'm here."
"What do you want to do?" Wang Lin exposed their group's treachery. "It's obvious, one of you wanted to kill him."
He added, "We must find the murderer.
If not, we can't hand any of you over to the rescue team."
The group grimaced, fuming with anger. The young man with blue hair pointed at Mo Jiang, declaring that he was the murderer.
Only he could have done it. He spoke indifferently, "Do I need to wait until now to kill him?"
Wang Lin rebutted in his defense, "No, I have evidence.
Last night, no one came out of their room." Mo Jiang asked, "Oh, what evidence?" Wang Lin, cautious and alert, warned him, "I can't reveal it yet. We need to make the murderer slip up." Wang Lin and Mo Jiang stood there.
Wang Lin folded his arms in front of the prison door and said to the men locked inside, "I won't provide any food until we find the murderer." The men inside started to panic.
"All right, what now?" Niu Xinjin, frightened, begged Mo Jiang for help.
His face was pale, drenched in sweat. Mr. Mo, please save me." Mo Jiang teased him playfully, "But you could be the criminal yourself."
His face fell, feeling that Mo Jiang would not save him. Why is Mr. Mo like this?
Seeing him like that, Mo Jiang finally grew serious and said, "All right, wait for me."
Upon hearing this, Niu Xinjin cheered up like a child. "Really, Mr. Mo?"
He had already thought it over, though he wasn't particularly interested in these matters. At that moment, a system prompt appeared in a green color. The system displayed a board with fingerprints and a message: "Kill everyone, receive a reward backpack, find the murderer, receive a secret reward."
But if there is a reward, that's another matter.
Then Wang Lin and Mo Jiang went outside, but before leaving, Wang Lin turned back and said, "Oh, I advise the culprit to confess soon, and not drag everyone down with them." One of them, with a displeased face, shouted out as if wanting to escape from the jail,
"Hey, don't go, wait a minute."
At that moment, they reached the door and slammed it shut.
Mo Jiang urged Wang Lin about something. "Can you tell me now what the evidence is?" Wang Lin held up something thin. "It's this." Mo Jiang couldn't believe his eyes. "Duct tape?"
He suddenly remembered something, and just then, someone pushed the door open and called Mo Jiang's name.
It was Nana.
She rubbed her eyes with a slightly sleepy expression. It was so noisy earlier.
What happened outside?
He realized and suddenly remembered that the door to the room had been opened, and the sound of the duct tape tearing.
I get it now. Nana looked at him with a confused expression. Wang Lin explained, "That's right.
Except for your room and room 107, everyone else from the other rooms went outside.
Mo Jiang asked Nana. Nana, do you want to play a detective game? Nana looked at him with sparkling eyes, clearly excited. A detective game?
Then everyone led themselves into Li Long's room. They quietly stepped into the room. Nana thought it was really a detective game, so she was still quite excited.
Nana will investigate thoroughly, I won't miss any clues.
There was a strange girl traveling with them. She seemed a bit frightened. Why do I feel such heavy negative energy here?
Mo Jiang turned around to ask her. Are you really scared of it? What about the dead and zombies?
She shyly replied, it's not the same, zombies and ghosts are very different.
Suddenly, something surprised everyone, and the strange girl looked confused, not understanding.
She suddenly screamed. Ah, I saw a woman with her face covered by a white cloth, looking very scary.
She stammered, I saw her. She ran to Mo Jiang and hugged him tightly. There's a ghost,
she said, her face flushed with embarrassment. He gently spoke to her, calm down, it's Baiji, not a ghost. Still scared, she hid behind him.
Baiji was trying to scare them, but she didn't understand what was going on. Mo Jiang looked toward the bed and noticed a strand of hair on the floor. Is this a woman's hair?
He began analyzing. Based on the shine on it, it must have fallen about 2 weeks ago. He started to recall.
Didn't Wang Lin say these rooms haven't been occupied for a long time? On the side of the prison cells, the prisoners continued to groan. Could it be that we are really stuck here forever? Damn, I finally managed to relax a bit.
Suddenly, they pointed their sharp words directly at Gu Xiaosua.
Gu Xiaosua, you killed Li Long, didn't you? Last night, you said you wanted to kill him. Gu Xiaosua was confused.
After hearing those words, the others didn't even let him explain and immediately began questioning him.
It was you.
You're trying to explain yourself.
No, it wasn't me. Gu Xiaosua was trying to clear his name.
I only hated him for killing my sister, but my hand was injured. I couldn't possibly kill him. They all ignored his words.
That's not true, the murderer must be you. Just admit it.
The thug slowly advanced toward Gu Xiaosua.
Why don't we just kill him and say he confessed?
That's a good idea, let's do that. Niu Zhenjin rushed forward to stop them.
Wait, everyone, calm down.
They shoved her aside.
Get out of the way. Gu Xiaosua trembled. He didn't know what to do. Don't, please don't.
Then, the four of them, including Mo Jiang, Nana, Baiji, and the girl, moved toward the second-floor apartment.
What exactly is hidden up there?
Baiji drew her sword, ready to strike the door, but Mo Jiang quickly stopped her.
Wait, Baiji.
He took out a key from his pocket.
Don't make a noise.
He gently inserted the key into the lock and managed to open it.
It's open, he said. The girl stepped forward and complimented him.
Oh, you're talented. At this moment, the system screen displayed something that looked quite interesting.
He smiled faintly. What is this? Nana opened the door, as if she saw something.
She called out to Mo Jiang, come look at these things.
Everyone walked into the room.
Mo Jiang took a look and then voiced his thoughts. These things look very much like a broadcasting system. The girl walked over to a table where there was a notebook.
She picked it up and brought it to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang looked at it and said, What is this? A prison game?
Mo Jiang turned his attention to the control panel.
Could it be? He lightly pressed the red button on the wall toward Wang Lin.
He opened the door and returned to the prison with the others.
As soon as they entered, they shouted, We have found the culprit.
They pointed toward Gu Xiaosua.
He was lying on the ground, looking very weak. He confessed, and we have punished him.
Niu Zhenjin, despite being very scared, spoke up, You clearly killed him. The man with the green hair was visibly pleased, We killed him. He was the culprit.
We're free now.
Wang Lin remained silent for a long time before speaking. Then he explained to the others, but he's not the murderer. Those words struck the group like a bolt of lightning, and everyone's face turned pale with panic.
Wang Lin continued to explain, he was in room 107, right? The tape is still intact, and the door has never been opened. They rose as if to resist Wang Lin, shouting loudly, "You liar, he's the murderer, let us go."
Wang Lin said seriously, his voice sharp, "In any case, the murderer is still one of you. If we don't find out who it is, everyone here can just wait to die." Hearing this, their faces all turned ashen with fear. They started turning on each other, even though they had no idea who the real murderer was.
"You bastard, I saw it, it's you."
Wang Lin stood to one side, wearing a wicked, sly grin, one that radiated malice.
"Hee hee, keep going, don't stop." At that moment, Mo Jiang appeared and asked, "What's the benefit of setting up this game for you?"
Wang Lin feigned confusion.
"What are you talking about?"
Mo Jiang raised his walkie-talkie and said, "The rescue team will arrive in 72 hours. Wang Lin kicked the walkie-talkie out of Mo Jiang's hand and scolded him, "This thing was all broadcast by you to draw people here."
"I bet Li Long was killed by you too, wasn't he?"
Nana stepped forward, pointing her finger directly at Wang Lin.
Judge Nana declared, "You are guilty." Wang Lin smirked, not expecting anyone to have discovered it. Mo Jiang looked at him, hoping that what he was saying wasn't true. Is this really happening?
It was only now that Wang Lin revealed his cruel side.
"Why, you ask? Isn't it simple?"
He burst into laughter and continued, "Look at these worthless creatures, suspicious of one another, slaughtering each other.
There's still a more interesting game than this. This is the kind of fun we enjoy the most." Mo Jiang couldn't understand why he said we. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and something half-human, half-serpent appeared, looking terrifying.
They were startled.
"What the hell is that?" Seeing the monster, Nana quickly drew her sword, summoning a pink energy. "Not good, Nana."
The creature's eyes turned a deep red, that was its power.
It stuck its tongue out. "Look at me." Something began to emerge from its mouth, leaving Nana and Baiji dizzy. "I'm feeling so dizzy."
Mo Jiang, frustrated, stretched out his hand. In his palm was something green.
"I thought my opponents were just humans. If I'd known, I would have added imprint to them earlier." The monster headed toward Baiji.
Mo Jiang quickly grabbed her and ran, but the monster still managed to touch her, hoisting Nana, Baiji, and even Na. It roared with its terrifying face.
"Quick, aren't you? But why aren't you even surprised to see me?"
Its eyes were cold and sharp.
"Have you seen beastfolk like us before? Or do you possess that power too?"
He found its voice grating.
"Cut it out, I have no interest in merging with beastfolk." The monster stuck out its tongue, its eyes glowing red.
"I'll melt your bones with my poison."
Mo Jiang turned to flee, and it gave chase. "Let's see where you run now." He turned back, seizing the opportunity.
At that moment, Baiji suddenly woke up and slashed horizontally at the monster. It screamed in pain, but the part of its body that was cut healed instantly, leaving Baiji in shock. It screamed again, its face now a bloodthirsty mask.
"Die, all of you."
Just then, the girl ran over, holding a long-range sniper rifle.
"Too bad. The one who has to die is you." Mo Jiang joined in with her. "You." A whistle rang out.
The bullet slowly pierced through the monster, sending it straight to the afterlife on the spot. The bricks beneath it shattered into pieces.
After Mo Jiang dealt with the monster, he approached Wang Lin. "Is there anything you want to say?"
Wang Lin slumped down, his face full of despair. He hugged the monster's body. "Kill me, you will all die here anyway."
He laughed a petty laugh, haha. In the end, Mo Jiang didn't hesitate and ended his life with a bullet right there. Boom! The remaining people were left in fear. Boss, what should we do? Is it true that the rescue team won't come? We're definitely going to die.
Jiang pondered, still not understanding how his death could also bring despair to others.
He reassured everyone, don't trust him. One of them believed him, Mr. Mo was right.
He asked them to search every room in the building, leaving no potentially useful information overlooked.
They arrived at a certain room on the second floor.
The blue-haired guy saw something and shouted, "Mr. Mo, come over here, look, someone is still alive."
Jiang looked down and saw the person.
This person seemed familiar.
Wasn't this the one who had been tricked into coming here while looking for help? He checked the man's pulse.
He was severely weak, but his heart was still beating normally.
Yunhu, bring me some water. She immediately dropped the glass of water, stunned.
Uncle, he's slowly waking up, in a haze, unsure if he's still alive.
Have I already reached heaven? Why can I still see my beloved granddaughter? Yunhu anxiously called out to him. Uncle!
Yunhu joyfully jumped onto his lap, causing him to cough up blood.
That's great, you're still alive, thank goodness, thank goodness.
He was so tired that his soul seemed far away from his body. He hurriedly told Yunhu, "Granddaughter, if you don't get up quickly, I really will die."
The sky outside was clear and blue. Nana was in the room, looking down at the zombies and criticizing them.
These zombies really look ugly. She spoke to herself, lacking any clear sense, not knowing why she was even alive. Nana worried about something, glancing around herself.
But am I still considered human like this?
She thought back to the scene when she saw those monsters, wondering if she would turn into one of them, only to be abandoned afterward. Thinking of this, Nana's eyes welled up with tears.
It's so scary, I don't want it at all.
Jiang and Baiji walked in, teasing her.
So this is where you were hiding?
He pushed her, causing Nana to fall to the ground. Jiang, with his terrifying face, seemed almost inhuman. One look and you'd know right away.
Nana appeared to be somewhat scared by this. Hey! Hey! What do you want to do? She cried out loudly. AAA, stop it, stop, I can't take it anymore.
It turned out he was testing her, tickling her until she burst out laughing.
If you can't stand it, just surrender already. She said, still laughing. I surrender.
He whispered gently to her, "It's confirmed now, a monster wouldn't have that kind of expression." He placed his hand on her cheek.
Besides, didn't I already tell you? No one will abandon you.
At that moment, the system board appeared again, mission completed, identify the culprit and break the bond with the second surviving person. Personal reward received. He was surprised to see that he had earned a reward.
Oh, a personal reward. Let's check it out.
Nana lunged at him, biting his shoulder with a fierce expression on her face. "How dare you tease a young lady's body, I'll bite you to death."
Jiang screamed in pain, "I'm sorry."
Baiji, seeing this, imagined Jiang as a chicken drumstick with a look of intense longing.
Baiji, don't look at me like I'm food.
Suddenly, Nyojinjin rushed in, shouting, "Mr. Mo, come out here and look. It turns out it's a rescue helicopter."
Everyone cheered, "Wave your hands so they can see us." Jiang was puzzled, a rescue team, but isn't this the scam of Wanlin? How could they be here? Nyojinjin turned around, no way, could it be some dangerous people?
They're determined, but if we miss this chance, we'll be stuck here forever. Yunhu helped his uncle out and said, "I called the rescue team here." His uncle explained, at first, Wanlin kept the emergency device for his own rescue later, but before he had a chance to use it, it was taken care of by a few people. And now, the timing is just right, they're putting all their effort into calling out for help.
We can go out now, we've been saved, this is great.
The rescue team landed, causing the glass windows to shatter. Yunhu's uncle went to talk to the rescue team. "The rescue team will take us to the nearest shelter, but there's one thing."
The man with the green hair looked confused. "What's the matter?"
Yunhu's uncle said calmly, the 2 helicopters can only carry 6 people, but there are 9 of us in total.
Na volunteered first, I'll stay behind. He turned to look at Mo Jiang and Bai Ji. You two as well?
Yeah. Bai Ji replied, it's not exactly convenient at the shelter either. Seeing this, Yunhu spoke up, then I'll stay too.
Her uncle panicked, what are you saying, girl?
You can survive without going to the shelter. Leave the spot for someone more in need. He signaled Mo Jiang for help, do something, young man.
Mo Jiang responded, got it.
You, head over there.
Yunhu thought he agreed and happily followed, really? Mo Jiang, you're letting me come with you? She asked again.
As she approached Mo Jiang, he struck her on the back of the neck, causing her to fall toward him.
Sorry.
Her uncle carried Yunhu in his arms.
She's still part of the Yun family.
I can't just stand by and watch her end up wandering and hiding like this. He said his goodbye and boarded the rescue aircraft. Thanks, young man.
I get it. The rescue team urged everyone, hurry up.
Niuzhenjin suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. He told me to give you this wooden box or something, Mr. Mo.
This is for you. He grabbed the wooden box, raised it and asked Niuzhenjin, isn't this the treasure Grandpa mentioned? He answered quickly, consider it as a keepsake. Then he boarded the helicopter and waved goodbye to Mo Jiang. Mr. Mo, it's a fateful encounter.
They watched the helicopter fly off into the distance. He opened the box, inside was a necklace with a jade-colored fong-shaped stone.
He asked Bai Ji, do you like it? After asking, he immediately put the necklace around his neck.
He kicked the window open, and a gentle breeze blew in.
Alright, let's find somewhere and test Nana's new ability.
Then they made their way to Qinglong Mountain. Nana shut her eyes tightly and began her practice.
Just like that, Nana focused and concentrated her mind.
Eventually, she was able to control the zombies, and she joyfully screamed, I did it, it's done, I succeeded.
After completing the task, the system board of Mo Jiang appeared again, displaying a personal reward notification.
The second standard achieved, unlocking mind control.
Unexpectedly, Nana had unlocked the second tier ability.
He teased her, don't get too cocky, our target is that one.
The monster was huge, its eyes bloodshot.
What's there to be scared of?
Watch me perform.
She raised her hand, commanding it to stop and sit down. It looked at her with a face that was both annoyed and confused.
How about you do a flip?
It had no idea what she was doing and, frustrated, it howled loudly. It chased after Nana, who was so scared she screamed. Bai Ji ran up to strike it to make Nana less afraid.
Mo Jiang, seeing this, chuckled to himself, who said she wasn't scared.
Nana, terrified, clung tightly to him. Have you dealt with it yet? He told her it was rolling on the ground already. Could it be that you're still scared of it?
Nana was annoyed by his teasing. Fine, I'll go.
She shut her eyes tightly and tried to calm herself down. Calm down, focus.
Mo Jiang propped his chin, deep in thought. Maybe it's a bit too hard for Nana to control a zombie beast right now. The monster howled again in rage, not at all unconscious. Nana, running, cursed Mo Jiang. You fraud, I won't forgive you.
Suddenly, Nana collided with the chest of a girl. The girl raised her hand and knocked the beast out with her weapon.
The girl teased her, indeed, there was no man worth trusting.
Now looked at her with a puzzled expression, who are you? Just then, a few strangers appeared. Dong Tan shouted, Sister, let's unite and become the rulers of all men.
Mo Jiang, with a weary expression, asked, Did you cross over here, or are you just cosplaying? Mo Jiang was dumbfounded when he saw the outfits the girls were wearing. Oh, did you cross over or are you cosplaying? Ping Zi, seeing this, shouted, How dare you disrespect the queen?
Ping Zi clenched his fist and charged toward him, let me teach you a lesson. Nana used her strength to shield him.
Mo Jiang.
Nana's power caused Ping Zi to tumble to the ground.
Boom. Ho hoo.
Ping Zi, tears streaming down his face, you must be in so much pain, it hurts, doesn't it?
The Queen.
The Queen, embarrassed and mortified, turned to find her other subordinates. Lan, following the Queen's command, said, Yes, Your Majesty. She prepared to strike him, prepare to be punished, you wicked one. Mo Jiang grabbed her shirt and lifted her up.
What kind of creature are you?
You're really fierce.
Lan hesitated when being treated like that.
Bai Ji looked at him with a longing gaze.
The remaining lackeys could only stand there, watching without being able to do anything.
Mo Jiang, amused, said, Oh, there are so many beastly creatures, huh?
Is it correct to call them by that name? The Queen noticed something glowing on him.
Wait, so she's interested in that pendant?
Are you also from the village?
After seeing the pendant, the Queen's attitude changed 360 degrees. She brought everyone back to her village.
No matter what, since everyone is destined to meet the younger generation of our clan, it's fine to be protected here.
There were still many other people here, all doing their work. Some were standing guard, others were hanging up laundry. It seemed that the job of guarding here was mainly handled by women.
The Queen, proudly, said, Did you notice?
It's because women are more suitable for inheriting the zombie beast powers. Men are not only weak, but they also tend to lose control easily, so their role is just to be pets. Ping Zi tightly hugged one of the Queen's legs, joyfully shouting, I'm the Queen's dog. He looked around in disgust, and it seemed like that was indeed the case.
That being said, would you like to become mine?
After all, you're quite handsome. Follow me, and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Ping Zi heard this and tears flowed again.
Is there really such good news? Mo Jiang was surprised by what he had just heard.
Ping Zi said sadly, Does the Queen want to kick me out? He bluntly refused the Queen's request, but then apologized, Sorry, you're not my type. He turned to Bai Ji, gazing at her with the eyes of a lovesick person.
Moreover, I already have a girlfriend.
Indeed, eldest miss, this body is just so irresistibly attractive.
Nana, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to shut Mo Jiang's mouth.
Dare to speak ill of me, I'll bite you right here. Ping Zi, seeing that he missed the opportunity, shouted, What a scoundrel who doesn't know what's good for him, loyalty might actually be a good thing.
The Queen still wants to collect you.
By the way, if you had agreed earlier, you'd become the lowest ranked servant, subjected to the servitude of all the women in the village like that.
The Queen was furious, Follow me into the room. He cried out, I'm not putting up with this anymore today.
Mo Jiang, terrified, said, There's a trap, I'm so scared. Suddenly, a woman rushed in.
Your Majesty, in the south, some level 2 zombies and zombie beasts are attacking. The Queen immediately responded, Now?
Yes, the situation is urgent. Prepare for the worst case scenario and use the berserk drug. She turned around and realized she hadn't brought it with her. The girl seemed a bit taken aback.
Lord Baving, whatever, let's just go check it out first. Lead the way.
Yes. At that moment, the system interface popped up with two options.
System choice 1, ignore, 2, help the Queen. Then Mo Jiang said to everyone, Looks like we have to take action too.
Ping Zi cheered, Go, the Queen, victory.
He smirked to himself, Looking for this, huh?
Sorry about that. Then he turned to his underling and ordered, Come here.
Yes.
Right then, the Queen charged forward, striking swiftly and forcing him to log out. She turned to her comrades and said, Quick, go check the situation at the guard post. The two of them dashed off.
Yes, yes.
Suddenly, a noise startled her, and she spun around. The zombies were twitching grotesquely as they approached, hideous and terrifying.
She screamed, Ah! No, we're doomed.
However, Mo Jiang and Bai Ji appeared behind her just in time to rescue her.
Mo Jiang slightly tugged at his collar. A new type, huh? It uses sound to attack?
She looked at him, thinking to herself, not bad at all.
The queen quickly ran over, shouting, "What happened, Lan?" Lan stammered, "Bang de, he."
On the other side, a monster let out a furious roar.
The queen stepped in front of Lan. "Get back, he's gone berserk." Mo Jiang is hard to understand. How can he be so frenzied?
A trick using drugs to enhance his fire ability, he roared, killing everyone in sight. The queen then drew her knife and said, but at the same time, she would lose consciousness, even completely transforming into an irreparable monster.
Lan, standing behind, looked terrified. The queen, "Don't harm Bangde." Lan still couldn't believe the truth.
With tears in her eyes, she said, "My love, please wake up, you still remember me, right?"
He turned around.
However, he immediately physically struck her, as if Bangde had lost all consciousness. Lan watched as Bangde became more and more frenzied.
"It's me." Suddenly, a knife flew straight into Bangde's shoulder, causing him to scream.
Lan's eyes welled up with tears as she watched her lover in pain.
She killed Bangde.
The queen gently closed her eyes and apologized, "I had no other choice."
Then, she turned and walked away. "It's over, let's go back."
Lan ran over and held Bangde in her arms. Suddenly, something fell from his hand, a vial. She picked it up, puzzled.
"What is this? A potion from the queen?"
The scene shifted as they returned to the small village.
Inside the room, Mo Jiang was bandaging his arm. "Didn't we complete the mission? Hurry up and give me the reward." He kept patting his own hand. "Stop pretending to be dumb, don't pretend to be dumb." However, they ignored him.
I heard Mo Jiang muttering to himself, "He looks so silly."
Suddenly, he heard a whisper, "Lan, I want to tell you, Bangde didn't just go mad, did he?" "The queen?"
He tried to listen from the other side of the wall.
"Damn it, it's too far, I can't hear anything."
Ping Zi burst into laughter. "I just know that a few days ago, the queen secretly said something to Bangde."
"It was her, it was definitely her." Lan shouted, "What queen is it that her subordinates have to bear the consequences for? The result of her obsession but not daring to take responsibility. Despicable, I will definitely make her suffer the same pain that Bangde did."
After Lan went outside, Ping Zi smiled knowingly, with a subtle smirk. On the other side, the queen stood calmly on the mountain, holding an axe.
Mo Jiang's group approached. "Lan said you want to repay us for helping today, right?" He laughed with delight. Though they didn't help much, of course, they couldn't refuse the reward. Nana looked around, feeling like something was off.
Bai Ji nodded in agreement. At that moment, the queen started to channel her energy. She let out a roar, which greatly surprised Mo Jiang.
"Ha!"
Right after that, she charged at him, attacking fiercely.
He screamed in fear, "Is this how your tribe thanks others?"
The queen, with her glowing red eyes, lunged at Mo Jiang, slashing her sharp claws toward him.
In that moment, he noticed something.
Bai Ji jumped up from behind, tightly gripping a sword, ready to end the queen, but Mo Jiang managed to stop her just in time.
"Wait, Bai Ji." Nana glanced over. "Why would you want to help this woman?"
Bai Ji wants to say that, he awkwardly explained.
"No, I don't."
Bai Ji listened to his explanation as the queen continued to charge, delivering a kick.
Now, she is still an NPC on a mission. Bai Ji pouted. Nana added, reluctantly forgiving him. "Bai Ji says so." He sighed in confusion. "All right then, all right." Mo Jiang turned and tapped Nana's head. "Wait, when did you get the ability to translate?" Nana made a teasing face at him. "We share the same bloodline, you fool Mo Jiang. Are you jealous?"
Before long, the queen charged again, roaring.
"This is really hopeless, but if we can't fight back, what can we do now? There's only one thing left, and that's when stamina becomes crucial.
The endurance you're talking about is running for dear life, running like crazy to escape from the queen. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and the queen had slammed her head into a tree trunk. The impact caused her head to swell up like a balloon, and unexpectedly, she had been helped by him twice. Jiang was so exhausted that he could hardly catch his breath. Yes, the return favor for today and yesterday, just pay me back right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the queen pressed his head into the mountains of her chest as a form of gratitude.
Nana, annoyed, yelled, "Aren't you getting too close to Jiang?"
Even though she said that in front of everyone, deep down, she actually liked it, though the sensation was really overwhelming.
Jiang, struggling for air, said, "What are you doing?" The queen, embarrassed, replied, "A favor from the queen. Anyway, this is only the first time, so consider me owing you one more. Any request you have, just ask."
The queen turned around to leave. "Now, please let me go back and handle things in the camp."
Jiang, slightly confused, wondered, what does any request mean? He quickly called her back. "Wait, why hasn't the mission been completed yet?"
Meanwhile, over on the mountain peak, Ping Zi's group was looking down.
"Brother Ping Zi, that outsider didn't kill the queen. What should we do?"
Ping Zi smiled wickedly. "Although he couldn't do it, at least for now, she won't be able to use her powers to easily deal with a useless piece of trash." The sky gradually darkened, and the queen had returned to the camp. She lit a circle of torches around her, and as she turned, she encountered Ping Zi and his group. She spoke to them. "You don't need to escort me, I can go by myself." He stepped forward, his voice challenging. "Really? You think you can?" The other two stretched out their arms to block her path.
"What do you want?" Ping Zi spoke loudly. "What do we want? Isn't it obvious?
You've been manipulating things for so long, you should have died a long time ago."
He looked at her with the gaze of a victor.
"Once I take your place, all those damn rules and systems of yours will be gone."
The queen responded fearlessly, "Even if you kill me, do you think anyone will support you?"
He shook his head.
"Kill you? The queen died from a sneak attack by outsiders, we arrived too late. Dying without reason, what's to explain?"
It was then that she realized his intent.
"So that's it. The berserker potion that Lan gave me was also meant to instruct you to have Jiang deal with me. You've talked too much."
Before she could finish her sentence, Ping Zi struck her with a sudden blow that sent her falling backward. The three of them charged at her together, intending to finish her off. There's no need to analyze much when the person is dead. A flame shot from a distance, flying straight toward Ping Zi's legs.
Upon seeing the three men from Jiang appear, he bellowed loudly, "Outsiders, what do you want?" "He has been trying to drive me away. This is a matter within our camp, do you want to interfere as well?" Jiang responded, "I don't want to, but the mission isn't complete yet."
Ping Zi's tone grew increasingly irritated as he said, "Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, I advise you to be reasonable."
With confidence, Jiang, supported by his capable subordinates, retorted, "Do you really think you can stand against us?" Jiang turned his head and asked, "Have you thought it over?" The subordinate, anxious, responded, "What should we do, boss?
With this situation, if we go back and they expose us, we're dead.
There's only one way left: charge forward, no matter what."
Jiang, full of arrogance and unaware of his own limits, jumped into the air and threw out a long green rope, wrapping it around the neck of each man below.
Ping Zi didn't realize his own neck was being strangled until it was too late. He wondered, when did this happen?
Jiang tightened the rope and threatened, "If I make a move now, your head will roll off your shoulders."
The three men, terrified, dropped to their knees, pleading, "Please spare us, boss."
He added coldly, "Those who aren't loyal have no reason to be kept alive."
The queen felt a little sympathy and let them go.
After everything that had happened, even though it was like that, she still didn't want anyone to die from an accident. He had no choice but to follow her wishes, so he hurriedly said, "Don't just stand there, go on."
They were terrified and immediately fled. "Go now." Mo Jiang turned to ask, "Are you okay?" The queen spoke in a deep voice, "I'm fine, I'm okay." She truly didn't understand why everyone disliked her. She had worked so hard for this camp. Seeing this, Na quickly ran over to comfort her. Nana told her not to blame herself. The queen hugged Nana tightly and cried uncontrollably. "Clearly, I've killed the most zombies, and at night, I'm the one who's most cherished by the men." Hey, don't count the second one, alright? Please. Mo Jiang spoke as she held her tighter, and Na was almost suffocating under the weight of her chest. The queen persistently asked, "Can I go with you all?" Bai Ji rushed over to support Na. Mo Jiang wondered, "What about the people in your camp?" The queen turned away sharply, dismissing them. After all, there would always be a new queen. "Help! Help me!" There was a cry for help. Who just called for help? Everyone rushed to the source of the signal. What is that? In front of them stood a ferocious wolf with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The queen instantly recognized the third-level mutated beast zombie ice wolf. Beneath its paws was Ping Zi, pinned under its massive weight. Without hesitation, the queen and the wolf moved. It lowered its head and bit down hard, its jaws clamped into Ping Zi's body with a sickening crunch, blood spraying everywhere. After dealing with its prey, Ice Wolf let out a long, eerie howl. With Mo Jiang, based on my experience, there's absolutely no way to defeat this type of mutated beast zombie. Let's go. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the three girls stunned. Nana protested angrily, "I can't believe you're such a coward." Mo Jiang could only sigh. He had no other choice, his energy was completely drained. The queen stood up confidently, "I'll be asking a favor from you all in the future." Mo Jiang watched her with a puzzled expression. The queen charged straight toward Ice Wolf and engaged it in battle. "Scatter! I'm leaving the farm to all of you." She was knocked away by the Ice Wolf's paw, sent flying far despite continuously having to bear the consequences of her berserk state in order to save them. Truly a person who speaks with the mouth, but thinks with the heart. "Alright, Nana, it's up to you to notify everyone." Nana happily agreed. "Leave it to Nana, everyone has their own task." He turned to Bai Ji and asked, "Bai Ji, do you like roasted wolf meat?" "Everything's ready, let's go." Mo Jiang rushed forward and stood in front of the ice wolf. Bai Ji tightly gripped her sword, charging forward with a confident gaze, delivering a slash straight to the ice wolf's mouth. Mo Jiang worriedly asked, "Did it work?" "She's done for, Bai Ji." The wolf, enraged, swung its paw fiercely toward Bai Ji, then charged forward with its eyes filled with fury. It was too late, it was already right above Bai Ji's head. The sharp claws were about to strike her. At that moment, the queen arrived just in time to block the devastating blow for Bai Ji. Her body was injured, the wound had started to bleed, and it was burning. Only one more strike remained. This time, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she could not afford to miss. The queen tried her best to fend off the sharp teeth of the ice wolf. Queen Lan rushed from afar, "We're here." Mo Jiang seemed frozen. "What is this? Where are all these people coming from, gathering more and more? Everyone wants to protect the queen? No one is allowed to harm the queen. Bai Ji is in this moment." Mo Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. "You." He grabbed the sword in Bai Ji's hand and raised it high. The immense power of the sword shot into the air, killing the ice wolf with one strike right through its body. Die. The ice wolf was defeated, and the queen collapsed exhausted on the ground. Everyone was anxious. The queen, hurry, go prepare the medicine." Mo Jiang silently sighed in relief. Finally, it was over. After some time spent bandaging and treating wounds, the three of them had to prepare to leave. The queen approached and handed him a few items. "Don't forget, these belong to everyone. They are the fangs of the ice wolf and a few gems." Mo Jiang looked somewhat confused. "Although I'm not really interested, what kind of customs do you all have here?" And why are you dressed like that? Are you seriously cosplaying?
He was surprised by the outfit the queen was wearing.
She blushed, feeling embarrassed. No, don't you like this style? Mo Jiang froze. Huh? When did I say I liked this style? Nana grimaced and interjected. Nana didn't say anything like what Mo Jiang just said. He thought to himself, could it be? Oh, could it be that I dreamed about Bai Ji, and I actually said everything out loud?
The queen pointed at him and said, anyway, next time we meet, I will definitely make you obey me. Mo Jiang shrugged, speaking softly, it's impossible for that to happen in my lifetime. He seemed to compliment her, though it appeared the leader of this camp, she was still the most suitable for the role. Having said that, they waved goodbye and left. She said, I don't need you to say it, I already know. He replied, then, we'll meet again by fate. On the hillside, Mo Jiang sat on a small rock, trying to see what he could make with the teeth of the ice wolf. The system reported that he received an accessory item, solid ice teeth, a plus defense power, and a pendant item, ice burst, an existing skill, unleashing an ice zone.
Mo Jiang was delighted, it seemed the harvest was not bad.
His technology experience points were enough, and he unlocked the technology fusion.
He was surprised and said, what's this?
Outside the shopping mall, a group of zombies was still dragging their feet outside the door. Bai Ji and Nana were intently admiring themselves in the mirror, and she was happily looking at the necklace around her neck.
Nana looked even more beautiful now.
The system displayed a message, fusion technology, the host needs to collect fusion materials to create scientific products.
Mo Jiang thought to himself, it sounds so simple when you say it. He eagerly looked down at his hand and said, but maybe it will lead to many new and interesting things. Mo Jiang took a bag of cookies out of his pocket and wondered, create an automatic pair that forms food? Like a pear in food?
He gently extended his hand and touched a leaf, but nothing happened.
It didn't turn into food. Mo Jiang felt frustrated and thought, it doesn't work? He tried again, thinking of a dagger with binoculars, what if it's an automatic aiming knife? Or could this turn into a long-legged Nana like a stilt?
He still wasn't satisfied, and it didn't work either.
Nana, angry, shouted, is Mo Jiang crazy? Let me down.
Mo Jiang lightly tapped his finger to his forehead, thinking, seems like none of these work.
In the end, what should I combine?
He glanced secretly at Bai Ji, who was holding a small coat in her hand. A vision appeared in his mind.
Could it be the eldest miss with a larger size?
No, that won't work.
Mo Jiang tried to reassure himself, I'm not that kind of person, I think the eldest miss's size is fine.
TRMT thought for a long time, if we say just eldest miss, then she is the most suitable.
Nana smiled and looked ahead, at the pink bunny.
The group of bunnies excited her. Nana wanted to take all of them with her, as they made her feel very comfortable. Mo Jiang thought, it only takes food and affects combat, but Nam wants to bring them along too. She resolutely cried and rolled around, just to keep them.
Nana would protect them. Mo Jiang grabbed a pink bunny's ear, protect them? Give it here. Nana kicked him away and cried loudly.
No, this is Nana's pink bunny. At this moment, the system appeared, showing fusion technology compatibility. He was surprised, a stuffed bear and a grenade can fuse? Nana cried loudly in pain, it hurts too much. Her eyes were filled with tears as she blamed Mo Jiang.
You silly Mo Jiang, can't you be gentler? He held the pink bunny in his hands, wondering, what could this make? Nana looked confused, what is this?
Fusion resulted in a new item, stuffed bear grenade. Explanation, contains self-sufficient action traits and will explode on time, with enhanced explosive power. After a period of creation, the pink rabbit was successfully fused, and it gradually stepped out. After taking a few steps, it drew the attention of the zombies. Once the zombies gathered in sufficient numbers and enough time passed, the pink rabbit would automatically explode. Nana was delighted, the pink rabbit has succeeded.
Mo Jiang still felt somewhat unsatisfied, saying, although it's somewhat decent, it's basically useless.
In the end, we don't even need to use them to deal with the zombies.
Nana asked in confusion, then how should we use it? Watching how Mo Jiang and Nana dealt with the zombies, a voice of complaint could be heard from a distance.
The zombies, which were hard to gather, were all dealt with.
It was Chen Zhe and Xiang Wan, both of them furious. You want to steal our spirit core? What a bunch of bastards. Xiang Wan responded, don't be so quick to anger, let me try to calculate first.
She raised her hand and gently felt the surroundings. Right now, the wind is at level 7 or 8, the angle of vision between them and us differs by 15 degrees, and the estimated reaction time is less than 0.2 seconds.
She turned to Chen Zhe and asked, do you think we have a good chance of winning? He confidently affirmed, definitely.
Mo Jiang charged forward and struck a clean blow down the length of the zombie's body. Chen Zhe seized the opportunity, lunging towards an opening, and said to Nana, look, I can do it faster myself. Just as Chen Zhe was about to launch a sneak attack on Mo Jiang, Baiji quickly ran over and kicked him, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. The kick pushed him backward, forcing him to brace himself against the ground to maintain his balance. In pain, Chen Zhe looked up and said, nice kick, but you won't get a chance to sneak attack me again.
Mo Jiang interjected. You're the one who sneak attacks.
He angrily shouted at him, stop talking nonsense. If you're so skilled, try to catch my shadow. Chen Zhe split into multiple clones, each blocking a different side, intending to distract him. Chen Zhe thought, just like this, once he gets closer, he'll fall into the zombie trap. He grinned smugly, thinking it was a perfect idea.
Mo Jiang said, let's get out of here, looks like his brain's not working right.
Turning around, Mo Jiang had already ignored him and walked off without him noticing.
Nana waved and said, goodbye, monkey boy. Chen Zhe reached out and called out quickly, hey, don't go. He accidentally stepped right into the trap he had set for himself. Chen Zhe fell straight into the pit. No, this can't be happening.
He was caught in his own trap and now surrounded by zombies.
Help, someone help me, I promise I won't ambush you guys anymore. Mo Jiang twirled the knife in his hand, his face scrunched up in frustration, clicking his tongue.
But then he rushed to help, a single swipe of the blade taking care of the zombies.
Chen Zhe clumsily climbed out of the pit, asking, tell me, what exactly do you want? All those traps, those ambushes? Were you targeting us all alone? Chen Zhe hesitated. Well, that's actually what's happening right now. Mo Jiang frowned, what do you mean? He hugged Xiang Wan tightly from behind. Xiang Wan rose higher, finding the blind spot.
Mo Jiang merely flicked his hand, and Chen Zhe was pushed aside.
That's not all. There's Na and Baiji as well. Xiang Wan anxiously said, this is bad, I miscalculated.
A thick cloud of white smoke exploded ahead.
Chen Zhe asked, Xiang Wan, are you okay? Xiang Wan noticed something unusual. Something's wrong. If these two are awakened, why can't I sense it? She asked in confusion, just who exactly are you two? Mo Jiang swiftly pressed a knife to Xiang Wan's neck. You have no right to ask questions now. If you want to live, explain everything obediently.
She introduced herself coldly, I am Xiang Wan. And the one next to me, she gestured, this is my teammate, Chen Zhe. We gathered a group of level 1 zombies and were preparing to extract the spirit core. On the way, we happened to run into your group, who were also targeting these zombies. What happened afterward, you saw for yourselves.
Chen Zhe stammered, now that the spirit core belongs to you, can we leave?
Baiji angrily swung her sword.
Do I look that kind and easygoing to you? Mo Jiang added, you didn't hesitate a second ago when you tried to kill me. Xiang Wan asked him, then what do you want? He smiled slyly, is this what you meant by the spirit core? She nodded. Yes, but what do you mean by that? Mo Jiang pressed further, how do you use it? Show me. Zombies aren't the same as berserk beasts, yet you're able to use zombie spirit cores? Xiangwan took off her outer coat. I understand.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but blush in embarrassment.
Wait. Xiangwan took off her outer coat and explained, this is the mark of my awakening.
After absorbing the spirit core, I can control the wind.
Mo Jiang, feeling embarrassed, asked, may I ask a question? Aren't you embarrassed?
She tilted her head, looking confused.
Embarrassed? Why?
The body and hair are just the outer shell, everyone is the same.
Besides, these marks show the awakening ability, so it's usually unnecessary to flaunt them. Mo Jiang turned his head, conceding, alright, you win.
He stepped closer and looked at the mark on Xiangwan's thigh, thinking, this mark is somewhat similar to Bai Ji's when she absorbed the imprint.
Nana, angrily, bit him.
He screamed, that hurts.
What's going on? What's Nana doing?
She frowned and scolded him, Mo Jiang, you're such a rogue.
Mo Jiang turned his face away, his nose suddenly bleeding. I beg you, I just didn't want to miss any useful information.
He pulled his skirt down and said, anyway, the awakened ones are like a group of chosen people.
There must be quite a few like this. Alright, let's continue heading to H City, we need to hurry. Xiangwan asked, aren't you going to take the spirit core?
He said, give it to those two, consider it as payment for the transmission fee. However, of course, that level 1 spirit core is useless to us.
At least level 2 would be effective.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted, wait. Xiangwan raised her voice, if you guys are heading to H City, and it's on your way, take us along.
I need to retrieve something.
The zombie rushed forward aggressively, die.
Xiangwan anxiously reminded, its flame fist has a 75-degree angle of emission, watch out for evasion.
Chen Zhe stepped back and praised, as expected of Xiangwan.
He gained momentum and jumped high to deliver the final blow. However, he was unfortunately struck back by the zombie.
She angrily scolded, I told you, its arm rotation is 180 degrees.
Mo Jiang wondered, it's hard to understand, is this calculation ability a power awakening of both of you? Xiangwan replied, it's just something I trained for. My legs have a congenital defect, if I want to survive, I need other techniques, right? Chen Zhe said, it's charging from behind. 2 seconds, just 2 seconds left.
Don't worry, relax, she reassured, we have Bai Ji here. A single strike from her is enough to sever that body, no need to exert much effort.
Xiangwan was astonished, impressive, what level are you guys as awakened ones? He replied, you're asking me what level I am? I haven't even met that many awakened ones yet.
She mocked in a teasing tone, true, the news about the apocalypse has been cut off, if you knew, you wouldn't be asking me so much.
He thought to himself, does she think we're all awakened ones?
Bai Ji pulled his ear, he cried out in pain, I'm coming, please stop pulling there, Bai Ji. Chen Zhe was surprised, empty-handed again, I really don't understand why Xiangwan would want to go with these people. Mo Jiang turned to Chen Zhe, her ability is so weak, it's strange she'd team up with someone as weak as you. He tossed him a spirit core, take this and absorb it, see what effect it has. Bai Ji pinched his nose, he yelled, it hurts, let me go. Bai Ji comforted Mo Jiang, eldest miss, don't worry, of course, I know that you are the most important.
Xiangwan took the spirit core, thank you. I'll give it a try now.
He quickly covered his face with his hand, hey, you don't have to do it in front of me. After a long day of traveling, the sky had turned dark. In a corner of the forest, there was a small wisp of smoke. Bai Ji, exhausted, leaned against his shoulder and fell asleep. After a day of experiences, it seemed that the awakened house and Bai Ji Na had an important difference.
Like the mark on Xiangwan's thigh, after absorbing the spirit core, the awakened house could only enhance its own strength.
But for Bai Ji, if Bai Ji absorbed the imprint transformed from her arm, she could gain the unique power inherent to zombies. Bai Ji raised her hand to rub her eyes.
He asked, Bai Ji, did I startle you? She replied, yes. She opened her mouth to speak, surprising Mo Jiang. Bai Ji, you can talk now?
Bai Ji stuttered each word, don't.
Mo Jiang was very excited. Don't what? Take your time. Bai Ji.
She looked confused and continued, don't.
Just as Bai Ji lifted her head, she accidentally bumped into his chin.
Under the flickering light that peeked through the night, Bai Ji curled up in his arms.
Although a bit regretful, it was at least something good.
Mo Jiang gently caressed her cheeks and said, as long as we can get more spirit cores, maybe we can restore it.
The next morning, dawn broke.
In the Daimi Industrial Zone, Xiangwan looked around and said, this area is all part of the Daimi Industrial Zone, the closest road to H City.
Mo Jiang urged, let's go then, what are we waiting for?
However, I don't like the feeling of being treated as a weapon to be used by others.
Xiangwan was confused, why is that? Mo Jiang turned to Nana, what do you think inside? She replied, I think it's very dangerous. He laughed and said, what did you see?
A 3-year-old child can spot danger, right?
Nana was angry, who's 3 years old? You idiot, Mo Jiang.
He continued, as for the two of you, one says nothing about this, and the other, despite looking terrified, is willing to go in.
Clearly, there's something wrong.
His words seemed to hit a nerve. She frowned and stepped forward, saying, all right, let me tell you. All of their actions and gestures are being watched. Bai Ji charged forward with a sword in hand, facing the zombies alone, easily handling them.
Xiangwan shouted loudly, reminding Chunzhe on the right.
The zombies growled in anger, their eyes glowing red with rage.
Mo Jiang took the knife, if you're really scared, you can leave. Chunzhe, irritated, replied, shut up.
He stepped forward, fighting back as he spoke, don't think I'm a coward.
If it weren't for Xiangwan not agreeing, I would have gone in long ago.
He continued, in short, to sum it up, we only need to get the comrades' relics, all the spirit cores are yours.
Mo Jiang replied, of course, that's understood. Mo Jiang held his head, looking around. There were still a dozen or so left, indeed, it was quite a lot. Nana pointed ahead, they're running. Chunzhe smirked, scared off by me, huh?
Mo Jiang closed his eyes, slowly sensing something strange.
The zombies hadn't gone far, on the contrary, they were staring at them.
He thought to himself, they must be waiting for an opportunity. Xiangwan thought that perhaps the zombies knew they were no match for them and were waiting for something else to deal with them.
The tower ahead suddenly shook violently, rocks and debris fell everywhere. A half-human, half-beast monster emerged from inside. Mo Jiang froze, that's what they were waiting for.
The monster stomped its foot on the ground, and wherever it dragged its foot, flames shot out.
The monster charged forward and punched Mo Jiang hard, sending him flying backward.
His body slammed into a rock, and he was alarmed, not only was it huge, but it was also fast.
What kind of monster was this? The monster still showed no signs of stopping, and its ferocious appearance was enough to make anyone terrified. The monster, a horse-headed, human-bodied creature, aggressively chased after Mo Jiang. He was seething with murderous intent and said, die.
Mo Jiang looked at Chunzhe, who was carrying Xiangwan on his back, and shouted, teleport into the forest, it's harder for it to move there. The group ran into the forest for a while and then stopped.
Mo Jiang was panting heavily and asked, what the hell was that? Have either of you seen it before?
Xiangwan shook her head and said, never seen it before, but at least it's a level 4 zombie.
I suggest we leave before anything happens. Mo Jiang seemed skeptical. Level 4?
He glanced at Bai Ji, who was drawing her sword, and proposed, though with a challenging tone.
Perhaps the imprint they received could help Bai Ji recover faster.
Mo Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, I've decided to go try it out.
If you two want to go, feel free. He turned to Bai Ji and Nana, smiling as he said, Bai Ji, Nana, do you agree? Nana responded enthusiastically, leave it to me.
Meanwhile, Xiangwan was deep in thought. She said, but this isn't a sound judgment. Chen Zhe placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice urgent. Xiang Wan, forget about them.
We need to leave now.
Xiang Wan heard that and had to say, got it, everyone try to control it within the central area, I'll be nearby analyzing.
Mo Jiang looked at her and firmly replied, okay. Chen Zhe, hearing this, was startled and said, what?
He looked extremely confused, questioning her, why should we help him?
Even if we solve it, we won't get the spirit core.
Xiang Wan's eyes were filled with determination as she told him, there's a chance to fight a level 4 zombie, we must try no matter what.
A moment later, Nana began crying loudly. Ah! Huhu 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 huhu. She quickly climbed up the tree, clinging tightly.
Her legs kept flailing as she screamed in fear, no, don't come here.
Ho hoo!
The monster, seeing her clinging to the tree and not letting go, seemed to enjoy it. In an instant, Mo Jiang and Bai Ji jumped down from the tree.
He said, well done, Nana.
Bai Ji, on one side, swung her sword down hard, while on the other, Mo Jiang used his steel arm to punch the monster. The monster felt incredibly annoyed, and with a swing of his arm, he flung Bai Ji and Mo Jiang far away. He and Bai Ji were beaten until they were completely exhausted.
He wearily said, I still can't get this thing to move. Saying that, he looked up at Xiang Wan, who was sitting on a tree branch, and quietly asked, is there really no other way? Xiang Wan suggested, why don't you try using my tornado attack? He looked at Bai Ji's pendant and asked, what does Bai Ji's fang do? Time was running out, so he sighed, never mind, let's just try it quickly. Then, he ran over to Bai Ji, touched her fang, and whispered to her, Bai Ji, I'm counting on you. The fang was activated, and sharp ice arrows appeared, quickly attacking the ferocious monster. However, even with so many arrows, they didn't cause a single scratch on it.
On the contrary, the monster grew even more aggressive, speeding up and charging straight at Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang saw the monster angrily chasing after him and hurriedly ran away. He was tense, I knew it wouldn't work. The monster grew more and more brutal. It let out a loud roar. Xiang Wan quickly noticed a small scratch on its belly. She exclaimed, I found it, it's below the belly. Mo Jiang seemed to not hear clearly, so he asked again, what? Xiang Wan quickly explained to him, if you can hit the exact center of its stomach, you'll have a chance. After understanding fully, Mo Jiang said, got it. He then aimed straight at the six-pack abs of the monster, and without hesitation, punched it, causing the monster to scream. The monster immediately turned around and swung its tail at him. Then, it used its huge hands to grab him, growling. After saying that, the monster threw him far away. He yelled loudly, Bai Ji, use the wolf white sword. Mo Jiang placed his hands on the ground and calmly spoke, do you think you're the only one who's good? Noticing the monster charging toward him, he coldly prepared to set it on fire. Before long, the monster had reached where he was lying, intending to finish him off under its powerful legs. Mo Jiang's mechanical arm was activated, and the temperature kept rising. He yelled loudly, using the recoil from his arm to push off the wall, and his body quickly shot backward toward the approaching monster. Nana, with a face full of worry, asked, is it really possible? Xiang Wan, with a look full of trust, said, of course, look at Mo Jiang's hands. At that moment, Bai Ji's sword had just reached Mo Jiang's hands. He immediately grabbed the sword and slashed it across the lower abdomen of the monster. Struck in a critical spot, the monster could only scream in pain, its face muscles twitching as it cried out in agony. Once done, he quickly tossed the sword aside and shouted, Bai Ji. That was all Bai Ji needed to hear. She quickly appeared nearby, grabbed her sword, and with a few swift moves, she was able to defeat the vicious monster. Seeing this, Nana joyfully shouted, it's done, Bai Ji is amazing. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji smiled proudly. Suddenly, Nana felt unbalanced and her body tilted to one side. It turned out that Bai Ji had used her sword to strike the tree trunk, causing it to fall. In fear, she screamed, help, why did the tree fall? After completing the task, Bai Ji put on a bashful expression and said, I didn't know anything about that.
On the other side, Nana fell without any precaution, landing below where Mo Jiang was standing, looking dazed. She screamed in warning, Mo Jiang, get out of the way.
Mo Jiang suddenly found his vision blocked by something.
He staggered for a moment, then asked in confusion, where am I? Why can't I see anything?
Na was sitting on his head at that moment, holding her face, utterly embarrassed. The scene left Na feeling extremely awkward, her face turned as red as a ripe plum. She screamed, ah, you idiot Mo Jiang. Time passed, and through a small scope, Mo Jiang's group was seen moving through the forest. A man's voice was heard saying, the people with Leah are still on the move.
A person beside him asked, what about the level 4 zombie?
The young man holding the binoculars made a guess, I don't see any pursuing them.
They might have dealt with it already.
The voice in the ear of the one holding the binoculars spoke, kill them all, and if they have a spirit core, take it.
The one holding the binoculars replied solemnly, understood. Mo Jiang held up a blue crystal to the sky, examining it. He said, this is indeed a level 4 zombie, the spirit core looks very high quality. Bai Ji jumped onto him with a pout.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe, and said coquettishly, I want it.
Mo Jiang, forced to endure, weakly said, no, don't Bai Ji.
Chen Zhe felt irritated upon seeing this, and he pouted, look, I told you, helping them is useless.
Xiangwan wasn't very happy either, after all, she had contributed too.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, and Xiangwan closed her eyes to sense it. She said the wind felt a bit strange. Without warning, she grabbed Chen Zhe's hand and pulled him aside. As they got closer, the sudden pull left Chen Zhe confused about what was happening.
He asked, what are you doing?
Xiangwan immediately pushed him aside to avoid a flying spark from somewhere, causing him to shout, oh my god.
However, the fiery bullet grazed Chen Zhe's arm, leaving a hot burn mark. Chen Zhe clutched his burned arm, crying out in pain, what is happening?
The tree in front of him had suddenly caught fire for no apparent reason. At the same time, numerous fire bullets shot out from an unknown source, quickly forming a circle of flames, trapping Mo Jiang and his group inside. Mo Jiang and the others covered their faces to avoid the poisonous smoke, and he spoke with discomfort, this is the tactic of the rebels.
They want to burn us alive and steal the spirit core. Xiangwan's fury flared up, and she shouted, the rebel forces. It really is them. Mo Jiang cursed, these damn dogs.
On a nearby high cliff, the trio of rebels, upon seeing the scene before them, smiled smugly.
One of them said, as expected, huh? Getting close like that, we might end up being the ones to die.
Through the binoculars, he saw Mo Jiang, having run out of oxygen, collapsed on the ground, struggling. He said, look, the one with the strongest fighting ability is about to give up too. The rebel beside him chuckled, hee hee, no matter how good he is, he's out of strength now, just keep tormenting him like this. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, the rebel with the binoculars issued an order, take him out.
His companion eagerly responded, okay, you stay here and watch.
The rebel confidently raised his dagger and said, goodbye. Without hesitation, he struck, but what he stabbed was only a piece of clothing, not a person.
He panicked, what is this?
The other rebel approached and picked up the clothing, puzzled, where's the person?
At that moment, Mo Jiang's voice rang out. Looking for me? Mo Jiang appeared out of nowhere, holding 2 daggers in his hands, a smile on his face.
He said, congratulations, guys. The 2 rebels were horrified, stammering, what, how are you?
Mo Jiang responded immediately, slashing both rebels with a strike.
He grinned in satisfaction. On the other side, Nana was twirling her fingers, casting a spell.
She glanced confidently and said, this is the price for underestimating Nana. After dealing with the 2 rebels, Mo Jiang put on his jacket and asked Xiangwan, these are the ones who killed your teammates?
Xiangwan shook her head and said, not these ones, but most of them are. Her face suddenly darkened with fury. This group of misfits uses violence to suppress the living, forcing them to sell their lives and steal spirit cores.
Mo Jiang took a brown pouch from their pockets and tossed it to Xiangwan, smiling cheerfully. This belongs to both of you.
She caught the pouch, opened it, and inside was a pile of sparkling spirit cores.
Chen Zhe's eyes widened in surprise, there were so many. Xiangwan looked at Mo Jiang, her expression doubtful. She asked, "Are you serious?" Mo Jiang truly did not expect there to be so many inside. He appeared to be contemplating, then said, "It's a bit regrettable, should we take it back?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhe quickly replied, "You've already given it, why ask for it back?" He glanced at Xiangwan and softly said, "All right, Xiangwan, don't worry, take it, we should be leaving now." Mo Jiang suddenly remembered, "Oh, didn't you two say you wanted to take your teammates' belongings from here?" Xiangwan nodded, "That's right, we'll probably have to part ways soon." She waved her hand and said, "Well, goodbye then." Nana cheerfully waved her hand, full of joy. Mo Jiang sighed, "Finally, they're leaving." Bai Ji, hearing this, looked at him with a puzzled expression. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "First time defeating a level 4 zombie, special reward received." Mo Jiang's eyes lit up. He eagerly anticipated, what could it be? The system asked him, "Would you like to activate an S-level mission?" His eyes appeared bored. An S-level mission sounds quite impressive. Without hesitation, his hand immediately selected yes, as there was no reason to decline. The system now displayed the mission, an S-level task within 168 hours to establish a workshop. Mo Jiang asked again, "What does it mean to establish a workshop?" Suddenly, the red threads appeared, wrapping around Bai Ji and Nana. Bai Ji groaned in discomfort, "Itchy. So itchy." Nana felt the same and asked, "What is this? It's so strange." On the screen, the system was counting down the time. Mo Jiang suddenly asked angrily, "Does failing to establish the workshop mean that everyone involved has to die?" Suddenly, a tattoo-like symbol of a bomb being activated appeared on Bai Ji and Nana's necks. Seeing this, he felt frustrated and shouted, "This damn mission, is it for real?" On the other side, the rebel wearing black sunglasses had discovered that his two teammates were already dead. He was trembling and reported, "Captain Leah, by the time I noticed something was wrong, it was already too late." Leah couldn't accept this outcome. She became enraged, kicked the guy with glasses, and he was badly beaten. She crossed her arms in frustration and shouted, "We couldn't catch the rat, and now we've lost the goods." The guy cried out in pain. Leah, still frustrated, couldn't sit still. She screamed, "What's the point of keeping you people around?" The person over there cried and begged, "Sorry, Captain Leah." She suddenly stopped, walked over to the area where a bit of spiritual power remained. Leah approached, sniffed for a moment, and said, "Still alive." "Which rat is it?" The person wearing glasses eagerly replied, "One of them. With your abilities, you might be able to find it." Leah looked at him with disgust, pushed his face away with her hand, and shouted, "Do I need you to teach me?" The person wearing glasses fearfully responded, "No, I wouldn't dare." Feeling extremely irritated, she crossed her arms over her chest, her face cold as she ordered, "Hurry up and chase it." At the Daimi industrial zone, Mo Jiang was cleaning up the pile of zombies and said, "I'm back again." He looked at Bai Ji and Nana, his eyes full of worry. "The punishment for failing the mission, even if it's just a fake, is something I wouldn't dare gamble with. No matter what, it must be completed." The Daimei technology company in front of them was the largest tech company in scale. Nana's eyes lit up, her face full of excitement. She said, "There are so many toys, Nana really likes it." While Nana was eagerly exploring, Mo Jiang appeared deep in thought. He said, "Daimei phones, drones, Daimei cameras. This place surely has information related to setting up a workshop. The products cover many fields." Looking to the side, he suddenly realized Bai Ji had disappeared at some point. Without thinking, he asked, "Where's Bai Ji?" Hearing a clattering sound from behind, Mo Jiang turned around, and in front of him was Bai Ji crawling into a laundry basket. He quickly called out, "Wait, Bai Ji."
It was too late, Bai Ji had already crawled completely into the washing machine and closed the door. The washing machine automatically switched to spin mode.
Mo Jiang immediately rescued her from the laundry basket.
Bai Ji's head was spinning, and he gently said, although zombies can harm you. He rubbed her head, softly comforting her.
But these things are really dangerous for you. Don't touch everything carelessly.
At that moment, Nana had gotten her hands on a mini airplane, and she happily piloted it, making it loop, reverse upwards, and dive for an attack.
The airplane suddenly flew straight toward Mo Jiang's head.
He was hit and cried out, "That hurts."
Mo Jiang found Nana to be too mischievous. He grabbed her shirt and lifted her up. "What are you trying to do again?"
She pouted and replied, "I just wanted to test my flying skills.
I haven't played in a while."
He angrily shoved the mini airplane towards her, his voice harsh. "Flying on someone else's head, on their neck?
How about we use your body as the runway for a test?" Punished by him, Nana wanted to cry.
She regretfully said, I was wrong, please let me go." Suddenly, the system appeared, detecting the high-end technology integration compatibility.
The system asked, "Shall we proceed with the integration?" After reading this line, Mo Jiang was surprised. Is there a new integration technology?
He quickly proceeded with the integration, and the results appeared immediately. He praised, "The new Flycam integration is done, it works pretty well."
He told Nana, "Zoom in on the production area." Nana operated the tablet screen.
He observed for a while and then thought, there should be a lot of equipment and materials there, perhaps they could be used to build a workshop.
He asked Nana, "Now that I think about it, how do you know how to use UAVs so well?" Upon hearing his question, Nana's ego quickly rose.
She confidently replied, "Don't mention just UAVs, I could even race cars."
Nana is the successor head of the Dongjing family.
He looked at her with sympathy. The training method for the successor of Dongjing is truly unique.
He looked at Bai Ji.
Compared to Bai Ji, he was completely not skilled with machinery, having only learned traditional skills like swordsmanship and tea ceremony. She was standing there, stunned. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted in, and Mo Jiang immediately switched to alert mode. The smell was very strong, something was nearby. He spoke just in time. A white snake coiled and slithered towards them, baring its sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its mouth, looking very terrifying. Mo Jiang smiled, then said, "Let's see how this toy, just fused from a drill and a cannon, works." With that, he used his mechanical arm to touch the body of the white snake. A huge explosion was created, causing the white snake to be flung far away.
He felt satisfied and complimented, "It works pretty well."
The white snake was sent flying.
Bai Ji, seizing the opportunity, quickly struck, severing its head.
After that, Mo Jiang stepped out the door, his tone turning serious. "Inside is the production area, let's go quickly."
Nana felt something was wrong. "Wait a minute."
As soon as they entered, a larger white snake, bigger than the one earlier, had been waiting for them. Without any hesitation, it aimed straight for Nana, trapping her with its body.
Nana was attacked, and in fear, she screamed, "Wah!"
The white snake tightened its grip on her.
Nana cried out in desperation, "Help!"
Mo Jiang saw this and immediately shouted, "Nana, you're still crying, help me."
Nana was now being dragged down by the snake white, which was greedily eyeing her.
Bai Ji quickly appeared and severed the head of the snake white. With its head cut off, both the snake white and Nana fell down.
Mo Jiang caught her and gently asked, "Nana, are you okay?"
Nana sobbed and said, "I'm soaked all over, it's so uncomfortable."
The snake white, not knowing when it had recovered, continued to attack Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang looked at it in annoyance and said, "It's still moving.
This time, I'll make sure you die comfortably."
With that, he activated his mechanical arm.
His arm glowed brightly, and from the palm of his hand, a stream of hot flames shot out. The snake white was engulfed in the red flames, writhing in pain.
It screamed.
Before long, the snake white was fully roasted.
After finishing the job, Mo Jiang gave it a friendly finger gesture.
He said, "Humph, if you're so tough, come bite me again." Then he turned around and said, "Let's go."
Suddenly, Nana panicked and called out, pointing behind him, "Mo-jang, look." Mo-jang was attacked. He asked in shock, "What's going on? Is this thing not dead?" Looking at the tablet, Nana said, "Mo-jang, look at this screen."
On the screen, a heat map appeared. She said, "The most intense reaction is here, it must be the boss." Upon hearing this, he immediately asked, "Where are we?" While Bai Ji was fighting alone against two white snakes, Mo-jang was listening to Nana. Bai Ji was suddenly struck by the tail of one of the white snakes. Mo-jang quickly caught her, and he said anxiously, "One of them couldn't hold up, and there are still so many left." After saying that, he grabbed Nana's hand and said, "Let's leave here quickly and talk." The three of them ran to a place where there were no white snakes, then stopped. Mo-jang looked at the watch on Bai Ji's wrist, deep in thought, "We need to make the most of our time. Is there any other place where we could set up a workshop?" He held the green crystal in his hand, contemplating whether to give this to Bai Ji. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward him from behind, and he quickly dodged to the side. Mo-jang turned around and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." Leah grinned and said, "You're quite sharp, aren't you?" Behind her was a whole army of rebels. She arrogantly introduced herself, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Leah, the leader of the opposing team." Walked up to Mo-chuan and arrogantly said, "I'm sure you know what's going on by now, right? If you manage to beat me, we're even." Mo-chuan assessed the situation, seeing that the odds were far from even. He said, "With so many people on your side, fighting you would be stupid." Smirked, "No, I mean I'll be fighting just you, and you don't get a choice." Chenzhe and Xiangwan, both bound, were brought forward. Mo-jang looked at them with suspicion. Leah shrugged and smugly said, "Now, do you understand?" Mo-jang didn't seem to care much. He turned away and called, "Bai Ji, Nana, let's go." Leah, frustrated, shouted, "Wait, aren't you all allies?" Mo-jang looked at her indifferently and replied, "This is the apocalypse. Who cares about allies? Just to remind you, the girl can stay, her abilities aren't bad." He glanced at Xiangwan, who, although tied up, could still sleep soundly. Then, he pointed at Chenzhe dismissively, "As for him, let him rot in labor camp. If he's no use, just kill him." Upon hearing Mo-jang's heartless words, Chenzhe's heart boiled with anger, and he shouted in frustration. Leah was at a loss, not knowing how to react. He suddenly changed his attitude and happily said, "So that's how it is." She pretended to be dangerous as she looked at him, "This is more interesting than I thought. In that case, I definitely can't let you go." Saying that, she immediately grabbed a dagger, her face twisting into a murderous smile as she charged at him. Mo-jang didn't care much, quickly blocking her blade. He said, "Is it really that serious? How boring." Bai Ji watched as Mo-jang was attacked by her, and a surge of anger rose within her, wanting to crush the woman. Mo-jang understood this and signaled for her to stop, then calmly said, "No need, let me handle it." Mo-jang looked at his arm and thought to himself, "Although Bai Ji doesn't need an upgrade with a level 4 imprint, I feel that my energy is much stronger. Maybe I should test it out. Also, how will my new abilities perform in real combat?" He quietly stepped in front of Leah, keeping his eyes on her. He asked, "Didn't you want to fight?" With that, he gestured for her to come closer, "Come over here." Leah, eager for a fight, charged at him. "Now that's more like it." Mo-jang laughed loudly, stepping aside, smugly saying, using the same trick twice is useless. Leah is no ordinary woman. She pretended to attack from above, but when Mo-jang raised his hand to block, she suddenly bent down. Her hand reached for his other hand, and she made a swift 180-degree turn, her legs wrapping tightly around Mo-jang's neck. She locked one of his hands, and with her legs cutting off his movement, Mo-jang's head was trapped between her smooth thighs. His face turned bright red from embarrassment. Flustered, he asked, "Hey, are you really going to use this move?" Meanwhile, Bai Ji was grinding her teeth in anger. She shot a disapproving look at him, pouting as she muttered, "Mo Jiang, you stink."
On Mo Jiang's side, Leah smiled triumphantly and asked, "So, what do you think?"
The smooth and decisive techniques are a mandatory lesson in enemy combat training.
If you admit defeat now, I'll allow you to be my servant.
The blood boiling to a peak, Bai Ji immediately pulled out a 40-foot-long sword, her face dark with fury, ready to charge forward. Nana saw this and realized there was no way to stop this girl now.
Though Mo Jiang was in a compromising position, he still teased Leah with a smile, saying, "Hasn't your enemy combat squad ever taught you not to underestimate your opponent?"
At that moment, the hand she had locked was beginning to form a surge of energy. He thought to himself, "I must control the explosive force." After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened his palm and, facing her, warned, "If you don't let go, don't blame me for putting this on you."
Leah sensed the danger and awkwardly pressed herself against me. Mo Jiang coldly asked, "Aren't you going to let go?"
Leah hurriedly pulled away from him, and at that moment, the arrow in his palm was released. Mo Jiang realized that it seemed to have attacked somewhere it shouldn't have, and he said, "It's over." Leah, struck by the attack, was thrown backward, and with a loud boom, thick smoke rose.
Leah was left with no clothes on her upper body.
She quickly covered herself with her hands and shyly said, "This time, you win.
Do whatever you want." Mo Jiang looked at her in confusion and asked, "Didn't you want a life or death battle?"
Suddenly, Leah looked at him and smiled, "If it's you, I wouldn't mind a change of pace."
Mo Jiang quickly looked away, saying, "Forget it." Leah quickly ran off, ordering, "Disband."
After saying that, she withdrew her forces and left.
Chen Zhe and Xiangwan were released from their restraints. Xiangwan walked over and sincerely said, "Thank you, we owe you again." Chen Zhe nodded in agreement, Xiangwan made a suggestion, "Let us accompany you to fight the multi-headed snake."
Mo Jiang smiled upon hearing this, his voice soft as he said, "If you want to come, then follow quickly." Through the binoculars, Mo Jiang and his group walked out together. After watching, Leah lowered the binoculars but did not say anything further.
One of the subordinates bent down and asked, "Captain Leah, are we just letting them go like this?" Leah glared at him with an annoyed expression. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?"
Seeing the frightening look on Leah's face, the young man trembled and dared not speak further. Leah stepped on his face, speaking sternly, "Get someone to contact Chen Zhe.
Don't do unnecessary work. Just gather all the information about Mo Jiang."
Seeing his face flush with excitement, Leah kicked him away in disgust.
"And what's with your expression? It's nauseating."
The young man was kicked painfully, but his face still could not hide his satisfaction. On the other side, Mo Jiang's group had finally arrived at the Daimei technology compound.
There was a giant multi-headed snake wandering around.
A blazing sword suddenly cut through its eyes. Bai Ji lowered her sword, and one of the enormous heads of the multi-headed snake fell heavily to the ground. The other heads also felt the pain and let out a collective, mournful scream. One of the heads closest to Bai Ji lunged toward her. Bai Ji quickly hid behind a nearby bush. Mo Jiang raised his hand and shouted, "Burn it!" A burst of flames surged toward the snake, igniting it fiercely. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Ji hurriedly escaped from the area. She dropped down behind Mo Jiang, with a small spot of fire still clinging to her skirt.
Once the task was complete, Mo Jiang withdrew his hand and turned to Xiangwan, asking, "Xiangwan, have you made any progress in your analysis?" On the other side, Nana was urgently putting out the fire to save Bai Ji. Xiangwan calmly replied, "The time it takes for the multi-headed snake to regenerate is limited. As long as we eliminate the connection points before it fully regenerates, we can prevent it from coming back to life." Everyone turned their gaze toward the multi-headed snake, which was roaring in the distance. Without hesitation, Bai Ji raised her sword again. Seeing her move, Mo Jiang immediately understood, "Bai Ji, alright, then let's try taking one of its heads first." Mo Jiang rushed forward, continuing to use the same old tactic of setting it on fire.
Bai Ji approached another head, swinging her sword in an attempt to sever it.
Nana was providing support from behind to seal its movements. Thanks to Nana's sealing spell, the snake could no longer move much. Its entire body trembled as if trying to break free.
Mo Jiang tightened his grip on his mechanical arm, thinking to himself that Nana wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, and they had to deal with it quickly. He shouted, "Bai Ji, use lightning." Immediately, Bai Ji unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, successfully severing one of the snake's heads.
Mo Jiang spread his hand and said, "It's not over yet."
From his arm, a bright bullet shot out.
It flew directly toward the multi-headed snake.
There was the sound of an explosion, and it seemed that the multi-headed snake had suffered considerable damage.
Xiangwan cheerfully said, "We've succeeded." Mo Jiang withdrew his hand and smiled in satisfaction.
Indeed, the weak points are the connections between the heads.
Let's eliminate the others the same way. She said, "Let Nana go first."
She immediately volunteered to take the lead.
At this point, the multi-headed snake no longer made any noise.
It trembled and stuck out its bright red tongue toward them. Mo Jiang gathered a fireball in his hand and turned to Bai Ji, saying, "Let's go together." But suddenly, at this moment, Bai Ji swung her sword towards him. Mo Jiang reacted in time, dodging the strike. He stepped back, anxiously shouting, "Bai Ji." Mo Jiang hurried over, quickly scanning Bai Ji's body. He worriedly asked, "Bai Ji, are you all right?" But Bai Ji's face was pale, and she raised her sword again, continuing to attack Mo Jiang. On the other side, Nana, without any backup, was immediately entangled by the multi-headed snake and hung from a tree. She cried out, her strength completely drained. Mo Jiang turned in shock to look at Nana, then at Xiangwan, who was holding her head with a pained expression. The legendary 8-pattern snake could drain the power of other creatures. At that moment, the multi-headed snake let out a roar and charged towards them.
Mo Jiang quickly rushed over, grabbing Xiangwan and running. Xiangwan said seriously, "I'm afraid it's already got us in its grasp. I might not be able to last much longer."
She gathered her energy into her palm, then accurately sliced at the head that was restraining Nana.
Immediately, Nana fell from the tree.
Xiangwan rushed to catch her in her arms and said, "We should retreat, it's better for us." Mo Jiang looked at the snakes that had cornered the three of them against a tree, and coldly said, "Even if we want to leave, I'm afraid this thing won't give us that chance." At that moment, Bai Ji also swung her sword toward them. Mo Jiang used his strong arm to block Bai Ji's strike and continued, "Moreover, it's just controlling our nerves." He gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Ji and I will definitely find a way to solve this."
Mo Jiang shouted with all his might, "Bai Ji, recognize him now."
Upon hearing these words, Bai Ji suddenly froze for a moment. The multi-headed snake, however, did not give Mo Jiang a break. Two of its heads had already wrapped around both sides of him.
Xiangwan shouted a reminder, "Be careful." A venomous sting brushed against Mo Jiang's arm, leaving a gash on his skin.
Mo Jiang lost his patience, grabbed one of its heads, and snarled, "How can this kind of evil zombie monster affect the connection between Bai Ji and me?" At this point, Mo Jiang was furious beyond measure. He ignited the flame in his hand and burned one of its heads to ashes. Bai Ji, who had regained some of her senses, immediately acted on instinct, chopping off another head. Then, she tilted her head and looked at him, flashing her usual sweet smile. The system continuously reported, and the synchronization rate continued to break through, reaching 37%.
Mo Jiang gently looked at her and asked, "Bai Ji, are you awake now? Then, let's charge ahead."
Suddenly, a pair of illusory wings sprouted from Bai Ji's back, and a strange formation appeared beneath her feet.
Xiangwan asked in surprise, "Did the evolution happen because of the spirit core from last time?" At that moment, the multi-headed serpent also roared in anger.
Bai Ji raised her sword, and a powerful force radiated from the blade.
Mo Jiang was equally surprised and asked, "Even Wolf White has upgraded now?"
Bai Ji flew swiftly in front of the multi-headed serpent. She held her sword, pointing it directly at its most vicious head. With a single strike, the enormous head was cleanly severed.
Mo Jung smiled in satisfaction, activating his flame fist, and said, "Leave the rest to me."
A great fire erupted, burning away the connections on the multi-headed serpent's body, enveloping it entirely in a sea of flames. The illusory wings on Bai Ji disappeared, and she fell to the ground next to Mo Jiang.
He also joyfully exclaimed, "We did it, Bai Ji."
At that moment, a spirit core fell.
Mo Jiang quickly grabbed it, and with a smirk, he said, "Another level 4 zombie spirit core."
Xiangwan carried Nana in her arms and reminded her, "Once you're done, let's go quickly."
Mo Jiang also held Bai Ji in his arms.
Looking at Bai Ji's weak condition, Mo Jiang's eyes clearly showed a look of sympathy as he said, "I think Bai Ji no longer has the strength to absorb anything now." Suddenly, a series of projectiles shot out from the flames, aimed directly at the four of them, attacking. From the forest, a group of people dressed in combat gear emerged, each carrying guns and ammunition. Lia's voice rang out, "Seems like it's a bit too late to leave now."
Mo Jiang reminded, "Xiangwan is the opposing military."
Lia stretched out her arms. She seemed very pleased with the scene, saying, "I didn't expect to deal with a level 4 zombie again."
"You've really surprised me." Mo Jiang showed no fear.
He gritted his teeth and said, "If you already know our strength, why bring people here to offer their lives?" Bai Ji, standing next to him, immediately switched to a combat stance. She charged toward Lia. Lia quickly stepped back, dodging Bai Ji's strike. It was unclear when, but she had managed to get close to Bai Ji. She placed her hand on Bai Ji's, whispering, "Don't be so impatient, little sister." Seeing Bai Ji being approached, Mo Jiang immediately rushed forward. But his attack now was much slower. Lia merely leaned to the side and easily dodged. She spread her palm, on which fresh blood was still flowing. Mo Jiang clutched his arm wound and snorted coldly. He hid the spirit core in his palm, thinking to himself, "This woman is truly troublesome."
Xiangwan anxiously asked, "What exactly do you want?"
Lia shrugged, her tone flirtatious. "Instead of asking me, why don't you ask your teammates what they want?"
"What does that mean?" Xiangwan quickly asked back.
Just at that moment, a hand with sharp claws suddenly appeared behind her.
Xiangwan immediately felt it and quickly stepped back, shouting, "Who's there?"
But the figure was quick, and in an instant, it grabbed Xiangwan's shoulder. Only when it stopped did Chen Zhe's face appear before her.
He smirked, "Xiangwan, long time no see." Seeing it was Chen Zhe, Xiangwan angrily shouted, "Chen Zhe, why are you here? And why are you wearing the enemy's military uniform?"
Mo Jiang immediately understood upon seeing this. It seemed everything had become crystal clear. This fool had stolen our plan and used it as a condition to join the opposing forces, which was why they arrived at just the right moment.
Chen Zhe tightly embraced Xiangwan's shoulders, pointed at Mo Jiang, and said, "I'm not the same as before now, you should be careful with your attitude."
He turned around, his sharp claws grazing Xiangwan's skin, but his voice was utterly chilling.
"Xiangwan, join the opposing forces too.
There are spirit stones here, food, and a warm place to sleep."
Chen Zhe took the tag from Xiangwan's body, and she frowned, saying, "If we keep dwelling on the past, we won't get anywhere."
At that moment, a sharp green light shot towards them and snatched the tag away from Chen Zhe's hand. Xiangwan grabbed it, angrily saying, "You're not worthy to hold this." Chen Zhe licked his finger, glanced at her, and with a swift swipe of his sharp claws, Xiangwan's clothes were immediately torn apart. Chen Zhe pulled her body close, grinning wickedly. "Times have changed.
Xiangwan, it's time for you to obey me now." On the other side, Lia also commanded the opposing army, surrounding them.
Lia raised her hand, smiling and saying, "That thing, you can probably only use it once to either save someone or break the encirclement."
Mo Jiang looked at the spirit core in his hand, grinding his teeth in anger.
Lia put a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture and said, "I already told you, don't just rely on guesses."
Mo Jiang raised his hand and calmly said, "The answer is, of course."
A large spark suddenly flared up in the palm of his hand. The bullet in his hand shot straight at Chen Zhe, piercing through his head in an explosion.
Mo Jiang grinned arrogantly.
Leah saw that Xiang Wan had been rescued and angrily rushed forward.
Don't think you've won. Mo Jiang placed the spirit core into Nana's body.
Nana had already anticipated it, as she had placed a seal on her hand.
She shouted loudly, "I've been waiting for this." The entire opposing army was stunned by Nana's move, their heads spinning.
Leah trembled, holding her forehead, and snarled, "What great teamwork, huh?"
In that moment, Mo Jiang helped Xiang Wan up and rushed to flee.
"Hurry!" The boy with glasses anxiously said, "Captain, if Leah doesn't chase after them, they'll be lost." Leah, angry, lifted her leg and kicked him. She grabbed the collar of the man, shouting in frustration, "Do you think you can teach me?" The young man laughed gleefully, clearly delighted. "No, I didn't mean that." Leah raised the spirit core she had just stolen from Mo Jiang, smiling to herself, "A level 4 zombie spirit core, if I let him live, could it get even more interesting?" With that, she gave a sinister smile. "I find this cat and mouse game quite amusing."
Mo Jiang's group ran for a long time.
When they finally stopped, the night had fallen. Xiang Wan walked with difficulty, relying on a cane to support herself, and asked, "We've escaped, right?"
Mo Jiang assessed the situation and said, "There's no movement within a 2 km radius, so they probably haven't caught up."
Xiang Wan lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. "I didn't expect that it was Chen Zhe who leaked the plan."
"I'm sorry."
Mo Jiang simply waved his hand. "That's how this world works, he's already paid the price." However, Mo Jiang soon realized that the level 4 spirit core, which they had struggled so hard to obtain, had been taken by Leah. He angrily said, "She took the spirit core.
I will definitely make her pay for this."
At this moment, Baiji frowned and cried out, "It hurts so much." Even Nana hugged her and said, "I feel so uncomfortable."
Xiang Wan asked in surprise, "What happened?"
At this moment, the system issued a reminder. There were less than 8 hours remaining to complete the task. Mo Jiang suddenly remembered the task, and irritably said, "I almost forgot about this, we need to make use of the time." After a while, Mo Jiang led the three of them back to the old industrial zone.
Xiang Wan asked, "Why are we going back here?" Mo Jiang reassured her, "Don't worry, the opposing forces must have retreated by now."
He then turned to Xiang Wan and said, "Please stay outside and keep watch for a while."
"All right." Xiang Wan immediately agreed. Mo Jiang then led Baiji and Nana inside. Once inside, Mo Jiang removed the virtual bandage from his hand and calmly said, "I've dealt with the multi-headed snakes here. It should be usable for production now."
Immediately, the system announced that a suitable space for setting up a workshop had been confirmed. The workshop control panel had been unlocked, and the technology for upgrading fusion had been unlocked.
As soon as the upgrade was complete, Nana and Baiji instantly returned to their normal state.
Nana happily exclaimed, "I can breathe so easily now." Baiji also felt just as comfortable. The system then continued to announce, "Kill the multi-headed snake zombies, receive a treasure chest, complete the S-level mission, and receive hidden rewards." Mo Jiang gently held Baiji's hand, smiling as he said, "It seems the mission is completed, and Nana and Baiji are recovering faster." He looked at the system screen, noticing there were more items available for fusion.
"What is this?" After checking, Mo Jiang turned to Nana and said, "Nana, I have an important mission for you, can you do it?"
Upon hearing this, Nana's round face immediately lifted in pride. I knew that fool Mo Jiang would want to rely on me."
After a while, Mo Jiang went outside.
He called out, "Xiang Wan."
Seeing Mo Jiang, Xiang Wan quickly asked, "What happened in there?"
He threw a metal prosthetic leg into her hands and said, "Take it." Then, Mo Jiang added, "Try putting it on your leg." Xiang Wan hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly tried to put it on her leg.
"Is this how it works?"
After putting it on her calf, Xiang Wan felt much more comfortable.
She asked in surprise, "What is this?" Mo Jiang smiled and said, "You can think of it as a prosthetic leg. That way, you won't need a cane anymore." Xiang Wan tried to move a little, and she happily exclaimed, "It feels perfect." Is this what it's like to walk on my own 2 feet?
Seeing Xiangwan wobbling as she took her first steps, Mo Jiang quickly reached out to support her. Take your time, adjust slowly. Suddenly, Xiangwan, not used to walking, slipped and stumbled.
She panicked and cried out, "Ah!" Xiangwan fell forward, crashing into his chest. Mo Jiang chuckled and said, "I told you to take it easy." Xiangwan, feeling embarrassed, muttered, "Sorry, I just couldn't adjust in time." Suddenly, from not far away, an annoyed voice was heard, "Why did they send us to patrol this damn place? If there are any 4th-level zombies, we'll be eaten alive." Another male voice replied, "Opposing Captain Leah will get you eaten alive too. Which one do you prefer?" Mo Jiang quickly pulled Xiang Wan into the bushes, signaling for her to be silent.
Shoo! It turned out to be the opposing soldiers. The neatly dressed man smiled wryly. "Well, fine, let's choose this one, maybe we'll be lucky and stay safe." Suddenly, a cold hand rested on the man's shoulder. Mo Jiang's voice, like a demon from hell, came out, making both men jump in fright, their faces turning pale. "But, my friend, it seems your luck isn't that great," they shouted in panic. "Someone." But before they could say anything more, Bai Ji used the hilt of his sword to knock one of them unconscious with a loud thud, and the man collapsed onto the ground.
The remaining soldier trembled and asked, "What do you want?" Mo Jiang raised his knife, glaring menacingly, "If you still want to live, you better run now." The soldier, confused, asked, "So, you're letting me run?" With that, he turned and fled, shouting for help and alerting the enemy of their arrival. Seeing him run toward another building, Mo Jiang calmly pursued him. Upon reaching a large, fortified building, Xiangwan anxiously asked, "Is this the headquarters of the opposing forces? Do we have to go in?" He answered, "Of course." Mo Jiang raised his foot and kicked the iron door. He snarled angrily, "I won't be satisfied until I take back what was stolen from me." Xiangwan also lifted her foot and tried kicking the door. Her kick went slightly off course and hit the wall behind the soldier. The man turned pale with fear. Xiangwan shrugged and said, I guess I misjudged the direction a little." She lowered her head, her smile like a cold winter breeze, and said, "Could you please stand still so I can kick properly this time? I'll make sure to aim right." Seeing Bai Ji also holding his sword and standing behind, the trembling soldier got up, thinking to himself, refusing her will only lead to a worse end. At this moment, a group of enemy soldiers rushed out from inside, shouting loudly, "For Captain Leah, kill them all." Quickly, Mo Jiang spun his sickle, smiling as he asked, "Why are you all still standing there after talking?" But everyone kept pushing each other. Another person nervously asked, "Should we fight now?" Mo Jiang also felt sorry for Leah, thinking, "How did I end up with a bunch of freeloaders like this?" At that moment, Leah came out. She was speechless, rubbing her forehead. "All right, everyone, retreat. Let me handle him." She waved her hand, signaling for her subordinates to clear the way. The others were filled with admiration, eagerly flattering her, "Captain Leah, Captain Leah." Leah leaned toward Mo Jiang, teasingly asking, "So you really came, huh? What's the matter, can't bear to be away from me?" But Mo Jiang had no time to play around with her. He raised his fist and said, "Think whatever you want." However, Leah suddenly grabbed Mo Jiang's hand, grinning as she said, "Besides my ability to sneak around, I also have a talent for catching people." Her strength was so powerful that Mo Jiang could hardly escape. Leah calmly said, "From the beginning, I've been attacking this spot." Then, Leah leaned back, wrapping her legs around Mo Jiang's neck. He suddenly let out a cry, and Leah seemed very interested in him. She gently stroked his face, her voice seductive as she said, "If you like me, you can come to my room later. It's easier for the two of us to talk." His face was tightly squeezed between Leah's thighs, and he grimaced, thinking to himself that he had underestimated her, his body was too tightly trapped. At that moment, Bai Ji rushed forward with a sword, forcing Leah to separate from him. Mo Jiang shouted loudly, and Xiang Wan, from behind, shot a beam of green light. They immediately tore Leah's clothes. She let out a shy cry, "Eh?" Leah crouched down to cover her body, saying, "We agreed to talk, just the two of us. This is against the rules." Mo Jiang removed the bandage from his hand and coldly said, "When did I ever agree to that?"
Bai Ji, Xiang Wan, go together. Seeing Bai Ji and Xiang Wan surrounding her from behind, Leah smirked, "Don't think that this means you've won." Her gaze suddenly turned fierce as she said, "First, it will be you."
Leah held a dagger and rushed forward, slashing it across Xiang Wan's face in one swift motion. Seeing this, Mo Jiang immediately asked with concern, "Xiang Wan, are you alright?"
Xiang Wan touched her face, calmly replying, "I'm fine, just a small scratch."
Suddenly, her eyes seemed to light up as if she had suffered a huge blow.
Seeing Xiang Wan clutching her chest and collapsing, Leah casually licked the edge of her dagger and said, "It's because of my venomous blood, of course, you'll feel that way." She raised the dagger and viciously said, "I'll deal with one of them first."
But just then, a loud explosion sounded.
It was as powerful as a bomb, and black smoke immediately spread everywhere. Though Leah was unharmed, she still coughed violently. She irritably said, "Could you at least switch to a different weapon to reduce the pollution?"
Mo Jiang picked Xiang Wan up and replied coldly, "You people don't get to decide when we fight."
Taking advantage of the moment when Leah was still coughing, Mo Jiang swiftly snatched the spirit core hanging around her neck and said, "This too."
He smirked, "If it's mine, it will definitely come back to me." With that, Mo Jiang turned around and gently called out to Bai Ji, "Bai Ji, let's go." Bai Ji immediately nodded obediently. Leah stood up, crossing her arms, and said leisurely, "Do you really think you can come and go through my main gate as you please?" Then she waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Kill them all for me." The opposing troops were already prepared, and a series of guns from the upper floors pointed straight at Mo Jiang's group. Having received the order, a barrage of gunfire rang out, and the bullets whizzed past them like sparks. Bai Ji stood close to Mo Jiang, using her sword to block the bullets for him. Mo Jiang glanced around and said in a deep voice, "This woman. I knew she wouldn't be simple." Mo Jiang carried Xiang Wan in his arms, jumped up, and swung his knife at the soldiers on the upper floor. A soldier, caught off guard, was immediately struck down by his dagger. Seeing someone die, Leah immediately pushed another person out. The next soldier, clearly very nervous, stammered, I understand." Mo Jiang angrily clenched the hilt of his knife. She really was a venomous snake, caring nothing for the lives of her subordinates. At this moment, Xiang Wan weakly cried out, "Don't worry about me." Her face had turned pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Everyone could still escape, but at this rate, their stamina wouldn't hold up. She looked at Bai Ji, who was holding the line in front, and anxiously said, "Hurry up, don't worry about me." She can't hold on much longer. Mo Jiang thought for a moment, then replied seriously, "You're right. If that's the case." Mo Jiang slowly lowered Xiang Wan to the ground. At that moment, Leah was using a soldier as a chair, sitting lazily on top, with two subordinates beside her carefully bandaging her wounds. Leah smirked and said, "Oh, are you planning to leave her behind and run away now?" Leah's face twisted into a grotesque, perverse expression, clearly enjoying the forced choice. Just thinking about it made her almost die from excitement. At that moment, a soldier shouted, "Captain, look at them over there." "What?" Leah asked curiously, looking in the direction he pointed. Bai Ji was watching Mo Jiang suck on his finger, letting out satisfied little moans. Xiang Wan stood nearby, blushing, and couldn't help but ask, "If I'm not mistaken, you're transferring energy to her, right?" Mo Jiang smiled and replied, "Yes, just a little longer and she'll be fine." After Bai Ji pulled away, her saliva still lingered on the tip of his finger. Immediately afterward, Bai Ji seemed to be filled with energy. She swung her sword powerfully. Seeing this, Xiang Wan anxiously exclaimed, "How is this any different from earlier? Our physical strength will still be depleted." But in contrast to Xiang Wan's urgency, Mo Jiang calmly smiled. "Of course it's different." Leah on the other side also understood, gritting her teeth in frustration. This foolish man, I hope you can resist for a little longer. That way, the thrill of conquest will be even more exciting. Leah clenched her fists. At that moment, a loud rumbling noise suddenly echoed from above.
The soldiers all looked up in worry.
Captain, what is that sound? Mo Jiang looked up. It had finally arrived. What didn't Xiangwan understand by now?
At this moment, a gigantic tank rushed in, crushing everything in its path. Nana, sitting in the driver's seat, popped her head out with a proud grin and said, "The unbeatable battleship skill is here, Nana is online." "You're late, you idiot," Mo Jiang called out, raising her head and shouting angrily.
"It's because of your lousy factory, not Nana's fault."
The three of them climbed onto the tank, and no matter how powerful the guns and ammunition were, they couldn't break through the armor of this vehicle. Mo Jiang helped Xiangwan onto the tank, and she curiously asked, "Where did this come from?" 3 hours ago, from the Daimei factory. Mo Jiang carefully observed the task details, and he hesitantly said, "Fusion of a new type, a ballistic tank, with a production time of 3 hours." He hesitated for a moment, wondering if the spirit core would still be there after 3 hours.
"But if we have a tank, the success rate should be higher."
Nana, who was standing beside him, seemed incredibly excited. It appeared that Nana could use these things to make a lot of fun toys.
Mo Jiang lifted Nana's collar and, with a smile, asked, "Major Nana, can I assign you an important task?" And thus, the tank was born. The opposing forces anxiously shouted, "Captain Leah! The firepower of the guns is not enough."
Leah gritted her teeth in anger. She immediately gave the order, 3 teams, coordinate closely and continuously fire.
Mo Jiang stood in the control cabin, grinning. "Are you still relying on those toy guns? Major Nana, show them real firepower." "Leave it to me," Nana eagerly pressed the red button on the steering wheel. She excitedly shouted, "Fire the missile." A missile flew straight towards the opposing forces. The soldiers saw the missile coming and, terrified, stammered, "Captain! Captain!"
Leah, witnessing this, could only grit her teeth in helplessness. A loud bang sounded, destroying everything in front, and the entire enemy command center was wiped out in the blink of an eye.
Leah, in despair, collapsed to the ground, trembling as she said, "Have I lost?"
Mo Jiang stepped down from the tank, calmly observing Leah's helpless state.
"I'm waiting for the missile." "What are you waiting for?" Leah didn't answer him, instead injecting a syringe into her arm. She stood up and shook 2 more syringes in front of Mo Jiang. "All right, take this." Leah's gaze turned towards Xiangwan, who was not far away, and she said calmly, "Inject it into her, the poison will be cured." Mo Jiang asked with suspicion, "Are you being that generous?"
Na, who was standing beside him, also thought deeply.
Nana also found it very suspicious. At that moment, hundreds of enemy soldiers were still trembling before Baiji's sword. Mo Jiang took the antidote, whispering, "I thought you didn't care much about their lives." He stepped forward and injected the syringe into Xiangwan's arm.
Her complexion immediately improved, and it seemed like the discomfort had vanished.
Leah turned her head away, irritated.
"Although I don't care, there's no value in exploiting them now that it's come to this, it'll only cause more casualties."
Mo Jiang squinted, seemingly having seen through Leah's true nature. "If that's the case, the antidote is still in her hands, which could potentially become a bargaining chip, right?" He stepped closer to Leah and asked, "Well, that doesn't mean you don't care at all."
Leah crossed her arms and grumbled, "Men who talk too much lose their charm." The opposing soldiers also noticed, feeling moved. They rushed to hug Leah's legs, crying, "Captain Leah, I know you still care about us." The guy wearing glasses was even more emotional, "Captain Leah, please kick me again." Leah swung her foot straight into his face and said, "Get lost."
Even though he was kicked, the soldier's face still remained blissfully happy. "Thank you for the hospitality."
Time passed quickly, and in no time, the sun had risen.
Mo Jiang decided to temporarily hide the vehicle here.
Bringing it to H City would attract too much attention. They discussed it among themselves, and only Nana was reluctant to leave the car behind. She cried miserably.
Before leaving, Mo Jiang turned around and asked, "Do you want to come with us?" Xiangwan hesitated. "Oh, is that possible?" Nana saw that and eagerly jumped in. Nana thinks it's possible. Bai Ji also nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Mo Jiang happily said, "It seems like they've all accepted you now." "That's great." Xiangwan was deeply moved. Suddenly, Xiangwan lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears as if she were about to cry. "Actually, I've always thought." Then she shyly raised her hand to cover her flushed face. "Well, it's a bit hard to say." "Could it be?" Mo Jiang, seeing her embarrassment, suddenly understood the issue. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, clearing his throat twice. "Sorry, I already have eldest miss." Nana, standing beside them, immediately caught the drama. But to Mo Jiang's surprise, Xiangwan immediately rushed over to Nana. She shouted excitedly, "From the first time I met you, I thought you were so cute." "Hey!" Nana cried out in panic. Xiangwan joyfully threw herself on top of Nana, inhaling deeply a few times. "Such a lucky little thing, so fragrant, so adorable." Nana was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red. "Who's the lucky one?" Xiangwan's eyes had already turned into heart shapes. She reached out and pinched Nana's chubby cheek, her voice turning extremely sweet. "Your face is just as sharp as a doll's." Nana is so embarrassed, she's about to cry. "Help me." Xiangwan didn't pay attention and rushed forward, wanting to hug Nana. "Don't worry, I will protect you from now on." Nana blocked her with her foot. "The greatest danger." "I want to take back what I said earlier." Seeing that the flowers had bloomed on that side, Mo Jiang smiled contentedly. "It's good to see everyone getting along like this." They continued on their way. Bai Ji spoke with a lisp. "Let's go." Nana cried out, "Where's the harmony in this? Help me, oh my god." After a while of traveling, the four of them finally reached the border of H City. After walking for a long time, Mo Jiang turned back and asked, "Xiangwan, didn't you say there was a shortcut by the river?" At this point, Nana had slipped and fallen into the water, but luckily Xiangwan pulled her up. Xiangwan shyly scratched her head. "Ah, I didn't know the culvert was blocked. We can't get through." Nana looked at her clothes soaked in water, muttering under her breath, feeling uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Xiangwan reached out again. "Nana, let me help you." "Go away." Nana waved her hand in disgust. After walking a bit further, Mo Jiang stopped at a rock outcrop, wandered around for a while, and finally reached their destination. In front of the four people lay a desolate city. Mo Jiang asked doubtfully, "Is this really H City from 2 months ago? There's not a soul in sight. What on earth happened here?" Suddenly, they noticed a girl walking along the street below, with 1 or 2 zombies sluggishly trailing behind her. Xiangwan immediately called out in warning, "Hey, miss, be careful." Hearing Xiangwan's voice, the girl instantly turned her head to look. Although her face was covered by a layer of cloth, Bai Ji clearly reacted to her. The hand holding her sword suddenly slackened. Xiangwan waved her arm and shouted, "Wait, stop." A sharp streak of green light tore through the air, instantly striking down the 2 zombies behind the girl, yet she didn't seem to notice at all and simply kept walking forward. Mo Jiang called after her, "What happened to H City?" He ran up to her and grabbed her arm. "We'll talk after the fight." Her skin was an eerie shade of gray. She turned her head, eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Mo Jiang. A surge of power, like a swinging blade, burst forth. The girl let out a roar and then collapsed, dead. Mo Jiang staggered back a few steps, just in time to conjure a shield for defense. He removed the bandage from his hand and coldly said, "You like to fight, huh? Jian Da." Just then, a footstep echoed from above the tree. The girl immediately looked up, and Xiangwan shouted loudly, "Complete wind transformation."
The wind power from her hands was as fierce as a storm, hitting the girl directly. She seemed very angry, with veins bulging on her face. She stomped her foot on the ground with such force that the earth cracked open in a small gap.
Die, Nana won't let you have your way.
Nana raised her hand to control her. The girl couldn't use her abilities and struggled to let out a frustrated grunt. At that moment, Mo Jiang gathered fire energy in his hands and calmly said, "Bai Ji, it's time to end this." But Bai Ji suddenly dropped her head, her whole body limp. She weakly hugged her head, trembling with discomfort.
Seeing Bai Ji's condition, Mo Jiang panicked and called out, "Bai Ji, what's wrong?"
At that moment, the girl broke free from Nana's control.
Xiangwan anxiously said, "We're done for."
Her grimy hand suddenly grabbed Xiangwan's, and with a swing of her arm, the force was so powerful that Xiangwan was thrown to the ground. Then, she raised her hand to finish off Xiangwan, and Xiangwan painfully turned her face away. Ugh! At that moment, a soft melody echoed from somewhere. The girl heard the sound, and her previously fierce demeanor suddenly disappeared. She ignored Xiangwan and turned to leave.
Nana walked over to Xiangwan, curiously asking, "She left?" On the other side, Mo Jiang anxiously knelt down and asked, "Bai Ji, are you okay?"
Bai Ji seemed to be very frightened, extending her hand in a childlike gesture, "Hug me." Mo Jiang gently pulled her into his arms, softly stroking Bai Ji's head to comfort her. All right, I'm here." Bai Ji rested her head on his chest, seeming to calm down a lot.
Mo Jiang wondered, is the atmosphere in H City affecting Bai Ji, or is it that woman?
As night fell, everyone gathered around the campfire to rest. Mo Jiang created a fire with his hands, calmly saying, "The atmosphere in H City feels unstable now. Let's stay in the outskirts and observe the situation first."
Xiangwan stretched and yawned, feeling a bit tired. Mo Jiang glanced at her and muttered, "If it weren't for someone leading us the wrong way, we wouldn't have wasted so many hours." Xiangwan ignored Mo Jiang, just happily wrapping her arm around Nana's and saying, "I hope we can rest peacefully, and no one disturbs us tonight."
At that moment, a group of people carrying lanterns ran over, and the one leading them shouted loudly, "Found it, over here."
They seemed to have some misunderstanding, and immediately rushed towards Mo Jiang. It must be Wang Xing's people surrounding them.
Mo Jiang was also speechless, looking at the girl with a mouth as black as a fruit behind her. "This time, I have to thank your opening words."
Xiangwan didn't expect this either. "What should I do now?"
Xiangwan stood up, slapped her hand against her chest, full of confidence. "It's fine, let me handle them." She swung her leg and kicked straight at the leader, but the man quickly froze in place.
Xiangwan was somewhat impressed. "Nice dodge." Xiangwan smirked faintly, "Keep dodging. But the next kick won't be so lucky."
The red-haired man scratched his head in confusion. "I didn't dodge, I'm here, come on." Xiangwan raised her prosthetic leg again to kick him, but he simply stood still, and she couldn't reach him.
Xiangwan, unwilling to accept this, jumped up again. "I don't believe it." But the next kick hit a tree next to them.
The red-clad man helplessly waved his hand. "I'm right here." Xiangwan struggled to free her leg, which was stuck in the tree, and grumbled, "Damn it, I clearly calculated it right, but my control just shifted a little." Her leg was stuck to the tree, and with no other option left, she had to signal SOS to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang covered his face, too ashamed to face his teammate, and dragged her by the leg, pulling her forward. "Stop embarrassing yourself any further, let's go." Xiangwan felt humiliated but stubbornly called out, "Give me one more chance, just one more time."
Seeing this, the blonde-haired man awkwardly asked, "What should we do? Should we block them?"
The purple-haired man crossed his arms and replied, "Maybe we should just let it go. I don't think I've ever met these people from the crazy faction."
At that moment, a leg dropped from the tree, coincidentally landing right in front of Nana and Mo Jiang.
Bai Ji sniffed a little, her face scrunching up in discomfort.
Mo Jiang stepped on the body, wondering aloud, "Is the foul smell I caught earlier from this corpse? Is this a dead person?" Nana was taken aback. Mo Jiang's gaze fell on the shiny prosthetic hand of the corpse, and he curiously asked, "Wait a second, what is this?"
At that moment, the other three people approached. The purple-haired man exclaimed in surprise, "People from the crazy faction."
Mo Jiang asked in return, "You know them?"
Just then, a platinum-haired boy in a pink shirt stepped forward with elegance and charm. "Allow me to introduce myself, I am Luli, the leader of the charity faction."
Mo Jiang frowned and asked, "What kind of game are you guys playing in the charity faction? What's going on?" Luli clasped his hands together, his face serious. No, our charity is all about kindness."
He pointed to the corpse and continued explaining, "The other faction, however, is about madness and vulgarity." Luli sat down, raised the steel arm of the corpse, his voice full of hatred. "This meaning proves their vulgar and filthy nature." Mo Jiang was still a bit confused, so Luli explained, "It's a device that can enhance strength, developed after the appearance of H City." He explained it clearly. At first, it was only used on people with disabilities, but later, some people, driven by the desire for power, voluntarily abandoned their own bodies. After finishing, Luli looked at Mo Jiang's mechanical arm with suspicion and asked, "Brother, your arm?" Mo Jiang raised his arm for Luli to examine closely. "My arm is not like theirs." "Of course," Luli said, clearly seeing the difference. He immediately became more cheerful. Then, leaning in closer to Mo Jiang, he sniffed the air. "Anyway, the scent that comes from you is much nicer than the stench of those barbaric people." Seeing the closeness of Luli, Baiji, standing beside him, began to sulk, showing her displeasure.
Mo Jiang asked indifferently, "Where is the crazy faction?"
Luli seemed to have heard something surprising.
He frowned, not expecting that Mo Jiang would be interested in them.
Then, Luli's attitude became warm again, and his voice bloomed like a flower.
"But it's okay, let me take you there, bro." "What's your name, bro?" Mo Jiang replied awkwardly. Luli grabbed Mo Jiang's mechanical arm and sweetly said, "Then, Mr. Mo Jiang, let's go." Baiji beside them couldn't hold it in anymore.
She swung her sword, aiming to sever Luli's fake arm. Luckily, Luli quickly pulled it back. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, looking scared. "Mr. Mo Jiang, your friend is so terrifying." Then, Luli acted pitifully and spoke with a voice full of the scent of green tea. "Is she your girlfriend? I just wanted to clear the way for you." "Is she angry?" After that, Luli pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, sweetly calling, "Gigi." By now, Mo Jiang was almost unable to hold back anymore. He was just giving directions. It was important to repeat it twice. The next morning, Luli led the Mo Jiang group to the other side of H City. He pointed at the tents in front, saying, "This is the base of the crazy faction." At that moment, several people, both men and women, were vigilantly looking around, and each of them had parts of their bodies resembling the corpse from the night before. Luli smiled and said, "Look at those people. One way or another, they all have something in common." Those people saw Luli, and they were all filled with killing intent. "Charity faction, huh? This place doesn't seem to welcome people like you." Luli wasn't fazed. He grinned faintly and said, "As if I wanted to come here. Pick it up." At that moment, the people from the charity faction brought the corpse from the previous day. Seeing this, the man with glasses yelled angrily, "You killed Xiaolu." Luli puffed his cheeks in frustration. "Who's like you barbaric lot? I was kind enough to bring him here. And I even guided Mo Jiang for you." Luli looked at the skeleton's face, his eyes turning into heart shapes. Baiji behind him was so furious she seemed ready to kill him on the spot. The red-haired girl examined the corpse and then became extremely angry. "Stop with the lies. This wound clearly wasn't caused by a zombie. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Hearing this, the man wearing glasses angrily charged forward. "I'll kill you." But Luli wasn't afraid at all, he smirked contemptuously. "Ha, what a bunch of big heads with brains as small as grapes." Then, Luli stood confidently in front of Mo Jiang, his confidence radiating as he said, "Don't worry, I'll ensure everyone's safety." Mo Jiang wanted to be speechless, replying,
he doesn't want to kill me, so of course, I'm not worried. Luli turned around and playfully said, so if I win, can I get a kiss on the cheek from you, Mo-jang? He puckered his lips toward Mo-jang, his expression as sweet as milk. Mo-jang felt like he was about to join the crazy faction. He glared at Luli and growled, can I kick this guy? Can I kick him right now? Suddenly, a foot flew up and kicked straight into Luli's head. Damn, the bastard, it turned out to be Zhu Xing, the leader of the crazy faction. Seeing him arrive, everyone happily shouted, boss, boss. Luli was kicked in the face, and angrily looked over. He checked himself in the mirror for a moment, then yelled out, you dare to ruin the makeup I painstakingly did. Luli suddenly rushed forward, delivering a punch straight between Zhu Xing's legs. Die, you pig-headed bastard. And so, the two leaders started fighting fiercely. Zhu Xing angrily shouted, monster, today I will definitely skin you alive to uphold justice. Luli was equally fierce, you primitive people should have gone extinct a long time ago. There's no point in being here anymore. Mo-jang, his face darkened, said, Baiji, let's go ask the others. But when they turned back, Xiangwan and Nana had disappeared. Mo-jang asked in surprise, hey, where did those two go? Xiangwan somehow got hold of an arm and kept waving it while chasing after Nana. Nah, this would definitely suit you. Nana could only run, crying as she went. No, I don't need it. Just as she ran forward, she crashed right into Mo-jang. Mo-jang had had enough of the chaos around him. His eyes blazed with fury, and before he could finish speaking, Xiangwan bumped into him too. Mo-jang's anger reached a boiling point, and he called for his wife to handle things. Baiji, take care of these two. Baiji Wuji looked at them. After a while, the pitiful cries of Xiangwan and Nana could be heard non-stop, aw. Baiji used the fake arm to smack each of them on the backside. Mo-jang, seeing that the punishment was enough, withdrew the arm, and there was no more white light. Nana, still upset, yelled loudly, stupid Mo-jang, why do I have to be punished too? Mo-jang grumpily asked. Just then, someone suddenly approached from behind him, and he exclaimed, indeed, there's a clear difference between genuine and fake. Mo-jang was startled and turned to look at him, immediately launching a fireball at his face, angrily saying, has no one told you that it's very rude to touch things without permission? Dr. Wang skillfully dodged the attack and said, don't be so agitated, my friend. Then he turned to Baiji and said, this young lady still exudes the same killing intent as before. Mo-jang stepped forward to protect her, asking, do we know each other? He replied, of course, I remember you have an 8-year-old girl. Upon hearing this, Nana happily ran out and shouted, Nana is remembered too. She pouted and said, but I'm not 8 years old. Mo-jang, seeing this, threw in a sarcastic remark, come on, isn't this outfit more suited for a child? Suddenly, Yunhu popped into his mind, and he said, wait, 8 years old. Then, the image of Dr. Wang transforming from old to young appeared in his mind. He was astonished, could it be that you are? Later, Dr. Wang led them to his workplace. Someone curiously asked, Professor, are they your friends? He replied, yes, don't be wary. Mo-jang was still in shock, asking, are you really Dr. Wang? Although your face is a perfect match, the age difference is just too great. As for Baiji, she pinched his cheek, and he responded in a way that always brought about various transformations. His cheeks became swollen and red from the pinch. He rubbed his face and said, but I'm only 42 years old now. Mo-jang was shocked upon hearing this and stood up. 42 years old? He replied, yeah, it's just a little bit off. He pointed to the picture of Dr. Wang with his gray hair holding a medal and said, is this what you mean? Then Dr. Wang thought of the two of them, 38 and 44 years old. He said, to be honest, in the biological system, I'm still considered young. Everyone stood frozen, unsure of what to say. The zombies were still lurking outside. Dr. Wang continued, 2 months ago, a group of zombies infiltrated and forced us out of the city. He then pointed to Mo Jung's arm and said, "So I found inspiration from this." He raised his arm and asked, "Did you create that meaning for them to use?" He answered, "Yes." Then, Mo Jung noticed the wall and asked, "I just realized, why have I never seen this wall before?" Dr. Wang rubbed the surface of the wall and said, "This is the result of a collaboration between the two fanatical factions to build it in order to block the zombies." The scene next to the wall was very beautiful. Dr. Wang described, surrounding the lower part of the wall, there is also a dam. "Look, the zombies outside H City can't get in." After hearing this, Mo Jung stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "So that's why, the dam is outside the city walls." Then he asked, "So this wall must be very solid, right?" Lu Li and Wang Xing appeared from somewhere. Lu Li furrowed his brow and said, "Of course, the architectural design was done by us." Wang Xing added, "The construction was done by us." Seeing this, Mo Jiang pointed to Bai Ji and said, "Well then, let our eldest miss give it a try and see if it holds up." Bai Ji didn't understand what was going on and approached the wall. He said, "As you all can see, eldest miss is just a normal, fragile girl. One hit shouldn't be a problem, right?" Wang Xing, seeing this, immediately agreed, "Go ahead, hit it as hard as you can." Lu Li also approved, "If a single strike from a girl can't hold up, then how can it defend against zombies?" With that, Bai Ji punched the wall. Wang Xing said, "Look, I told you it would be fine." Suddenly, the wall started to collapse. Lu Li and Wang Xing quickly regretted it and scrambled to hold on. Nana grabbed Xiang Wan's hand, who was crying out, "Nana, you have to hold on to me tightly." Nana responded, "Got it." Done, she suddenly realized and said, "That's not right, clearly, you can control the wind." At that moment, Wang Xing smiled with amusement. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang, standing above, spoke to Lu Li and Wang Xing, "This wall doesn't seem as solid as you two said, huh?" Afterward, both of them fell down to the ground beneath the wall. A zombie spotted them and approached. At this point, the two of them staggered to their feet. Lu Li raised his fist and shouted, "Wang Xing, what kind of construction is this that isn't solid at all?" Wang Xing also threw his fist up, saying, "It's clearly your lousy design." The two fists were about to collide. Then, they both changed direction and each punched a zombie to death. Wang Xing said, "Lead the big one here." Lu Li replied irritably, "Stop giving orders to me." The large zombie had locked its gaze on them, furious. It unleashed immense power, knocking them back and causing them to fall. Wang Xing struggled to stand up, saying, "Damn, I don't want to die with you." Lu Li also responded, "Do you think I want to?" Then, the zombie advanced, raising its massive, ferocious hand. However, before he could do anything, Mo Jiang appeared and landed a lethal blow to its back. After taking it down, he turned and said, "All right, hurry up." Wang Xing was astonished, this person was too strong, and Lu Li had completely changed her attitude. She was touched and admirably called out, "Mr. Mo Jiang." Hearing her say that, Bai Shi felt uncomfortable and threw the zombie toward him. The city wall had been punched by Bai Ji, leaving it shattered, and all the zombies had been taken down below. Wang Xing helped Lu Li up, while Mo Jiang's group headed in the opposite direction. He said, "Everything is taken care of." He then turned to Bai Ji and said, "All right, Bai Ji, you can take it off now." Upon hearing that, Bai Ji's face turned slightly red, but she willingly complied with his request and took off her outfit. Nana, seeing this, became extremely embarrassed and shouted, "Perverted Mo Jiang, rogue! Aren't you just like a wild animal?" Hearing this, Mo Jiang pointed at the dam and said, "What are you talking about? Do you want to jump into the water while wearing clothes?" Nana froze, here? He then pointed toward the cracked city wall and explained, "Earlier, Bai Ji destroyed this area, which conveniently also helped control the drain." Wang Xing, behind her, also removed her clothes and said, "So you had already prepared to do this?" Mo Jiang's face remained unchanged as he said, "It's convenient to swim over there and check it out." Then, they swam over together. When they arrived, only now was soaking wet, and the third girl couldn't find the words to say.
Wang Xing spoke up, it turns out this is where they came to a secret base.
Mo Jiang replied, indeed, it's correct.
The Daimei technology compound, that section of water was blocked by them, but now it's cleared, so it's much closer.
Now Weekly cried out, you idiot, Mo Jiang, can't you use that to dry my clothes for me?
Then she kept sneezing because of the cold. Mo Jiang, using his fire, spoke in a cold tone, useless when it matters.
I heard that. She refused to back down, quietly repeating, useless when it matters. Mo Jiang gave her a terrifying look and responded, I heard that.
Wang Xing said, speaking of which, if the professor can create something like that, Mo Jiang's arm could be upgraded as well. Hearing this, he lifted his arm and said, it's possible.
He then shouted, about this, do you have any opinions?
A person walked up from afar and answered, annoying, this is different from the promise we made.
It turns out it was Leah.
She stepped forward, saying and placing some prop on his body into mine. Hearing this, he responded with disgust, I never said that, I just thought you had experience in improving machinery.
Wang Xing, standing behind, wondered, why is she here? Then, Leah stepped forward to touch Mo Jiang.
She said, but just raising the price isn't impossible.
Mo Jiang, uninterested, asked, where's the item I need?
Seeing this, Leah provocatively replied, if you want it, go get it yourself. After hearing this, Baiji rushed forward from behind, swinging his sword towards her. After Leah dodged the attack, she agreed, all right, give it here.
While taking the item, she made a remark about Baiji, which young lady is this? I can't see any grace or decorum at all.
Mo Jiang stepped in to answer, our White Wolf Society's way of starting conversations has always been like this.
Holding a small red item in his hand, he examined it closely and asked, is this the enemy's communication device? Leah proudly replied, it's a special item. It can be applied to the skin and is hard for the enemy to detect or destroy. Inside is my solution, which has positioning effects.
After hearing this, Wang Xing immediately said with irritation, now I don't even want to use it anymore.
Nana exclaimed happily, so I just need to stick it on, right? She glanced at Wang Xing and said, it's fine, Nana. That's good too. Suddenly, since there was no support, the device fell. She glanced at the device being fixed on Wang Xing's chest and, feeling dejected, walked away. Wang Xing stopped her, don't be sad, Nana. Nana loudly researched the meaning to give to them. Mo Jiang didn't pay attention and said, Baiji and I still have some things we need to investigate, so I think we should leave now, right? Leah provocatively asked, aren't you afraid I'll use it to deal with you? Mo Jiang didn't back down and replied, if you're capable, go ahead. At that moment, outside H City, Wang Xing was still fighting zombies. Mo Jiang walked over, and Wang Xing responded, the woman in white? I've never heard of her.
Then he asked them to leave, also, next, we need to discuss the plan for the next battle.
Please leave. Mo Jiang noticed the change and thought, the attitude changes so quickly, could he have figured something out?
At the same time, Luli also changed, but in a positive direction.
She quickly grabbed Mo Jiang's hand and said, don't mind that wicked name, Mo Jiang.
Baiji, seeing her, felt jealous and gave her a hateful look. Seeing this, Luli quickly pulled her hand away. She said, with you here, we can definitely handle the Tam Tang building, even if it's full of level 4 zombies. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang said, I've heard that the two factions of yours, whichever side has done more, will be the one in power after reclaiming H City.
Luli nodded, After thinking for a moment, Mo Jiang said, then I've made my decision. Luli was excited, just waiting for this very sentence from Mo Jiang. There, he placed his hand on Wang Xing and said, I've decided to help the crazy faction. Luli's tears fell as she disagreed, exclaiming, why, Mo Jiang? He answered, because they seem a little weaker. My principle is to help the weak. Then he turned to ask, is that all right, Dr. Wang? He hesitated a bit before responding, if Mo Jiang agrees to join, then of course, it's a good thing.
However, upon hearing this, Mo Jiang confidently reassured, "Don't worry, we don't need any reward."
He turned to Bai Ji and said, "Who said we are the White Wolf Society? We help people for the joy of it, right Bai Ji?"
She nodded in agreement.
Wang Xing's colleagues looked at them without responding, and he said, "Well, I guess there's a lack of confidence." And then Dr. Wang finally agreed. He said, "If that's the case, then let's plan again," but only Luli felt disheartened and turned away.
"Hovu, I'll go over there and cry for a bit," Bai Ji murmured, deep in thought. Mo Jiang noticed she was looking at Luli, and he thought, Bai Ji truly still cares about that woman. Then he turned to the Wang Xing group and said, "I want to see what exactly you guys are hiding."
At the notorious place of the fanatical faction, Wang Xing asked, "So, have you found a Yun and the others?"
Xiao Ming and Xiao Hu both shook their heads, "Not yet." Hearing that, Wang Xing held his face in worry.
"Have they gone missing again?" Suddenly, Xiao Ming pointed at Mo Jiang and Bai Ji, falsely accusing them. "Maybe our people have been sabotaged, targeted to steal credit, and they were brought here by Luli." Upon hearing that, Mo Jiang angrily retorted, "So what?"
Xiao Ming shouted, "That's why you two shouldn't be involved in this plan." Xiao Hu also ran over to agree.
"I agree with him. You two should leave, or don't blame me for being rude."
Bai Ji became angry when she saw this, and she grabbed her sword, charging toward Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was struck by her, and one of his arms was severed. Seeing this, Wang Xing stepped forward to mediate. "All right, prepare for the strategy meeting." He then turned to ask, "Has that person from the Yin Yang sect not arrived yet?"
Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang opened the system to check.
He said, "Oh, Xiang Wan made a new discovery at the Technology Institute earlier." Leah, sounding tired, said, "The stuff over there, I have to go back and train the disciples."
He held the device in his hand and asked, Is it okay?" Wang Xing, standing next to him, replied, "Who are you looking down on? Use it first, then judge."
The system popped up, "Mound's sharp blade has been upgraded, would you like to use it?"
The device was immediately attached to Mo Jiang's arm.
He wanted to test it, so he aimed at a nearby zombie. Instantly, the zombie was attacked.
Mo Jiang moved closer and said, "Let me try with you."
He then used the new device, and the zombie was sliced into 100 pieces. Nana, standing there witnessing it, covered her mouth and felt nauseous.
"It's so disgusting." Mo Jiang looked at his arm with satisfaction. "It's pretty good." Nana exclaimed, "This is also thanks to Nana's effort."
Wang Xing saw this and added, "In addition, it's possible to create a suitable weapon for Nana to use."
Nana, excited, said, "What is it? I also get a part?" After saying this, Wang Xing smirked and mocked her words, "What is it? I also get a part?" However, unexpectedly, Nana was pushed down. She screamed, "What do you mean by however?"
Wang Xing pressed Nana down, in a very improper posture, and said, "However, if we want to be specific, it must be like this." After saying that, he ripped Nana's shirt off.
Nana, in panic, called out, "Mo Jiang, save me."
Seeing this, Mo Jiang only turned away, offering no response.
Nana kept screaming for help.
Suddenly, he turned back and reminded, "Hey, take it easy, don't be too ridiculous." When Nana saw him turn back, her face turned bright red in embarrassment. She stormed out and kicked him straight in the face.
"Ah!" She awkwardly shouted, "I want you to help, not to turn around. You bastard."
Seeing this, Mo Jiang whispered to Wang Xing, "Nana's combat abilities are too low, she definitely needs to be trained well." She immediately agreed.
"Okay, no problem." After speaking, she stepped forward and embraced Nana like a shameless flirt, "Hee, my dear." Nana helplessly resisted, "Let go, let me go right now."
Elsewhere, Luli and the group of disciples stood before 3 corpses.
One of them spoke, "Boss, these bodies belong to the crazy faction."
Luli intended to reply, "Hide them all, no matter what, we can't let them find out." A system map of the project appeared. The crazy faction from the S prison area started, the charity faction from the N residential area started, and they eventually gathered at the 3 Tang building.
Dr. Wang finished speaking and then asked, "Does everyone understand?" Wang Xing replied, "I'm good."
Lu Li then turned and cursed weakly, "I hope you all die along the way.
That way, we won't have to gather anymore."
Dr. Wang handed Mo Jiang a box and instructed, "Mo Jiang, you're in charge of protecting this.
Are you planning to open it? But it was stopped by you, and you still can't open it now."
He said seriously, "It will determine the success of this operation, so it must be protected until the end."
Hearing this, Mo Jiang pretended to be weak and replied, "The pressure is immense. Can I refuse?" At the same time, Lu Li also approached and said, "I have something I want to give you." But Mo Jiang immediately declined, "No need, I don't really want it." She felt aggrieved, "I haven't even taken it out yet." Then, a keychain and a fish were taken out. Lu Li raised them and smiled, asking, "I made this myself, is it beautiful?" Unexpectedly, the keychain was snatched away. Bai Ji instantly crushed the keychain.
Mo Jiang could only smile and comfort Lu Li, while Lu Li, feeling upset, bit her handkerchief and cried. At the S prison district, Wang Xing and everyone were fighting, when a fierce zombie charged at them.
However, they managed to take it down.
Wang Xing encouraged everyone, "Keep going, brothers, clear the path to the building." Xiao Ming and Xiao Hu responded, "Understood.
Nana, there are useful props by the big gate on the right. Mo Jiang used the communication device to contact you, you can enter directly." "Hurry up." Nana replied, "Bai Ji and I are on our way." "Why are you just standing there? Why aren't you helping?"
Suddenly, Xiao Ming rushed out and punched the zombie that was about to attack Mo Jiang.
"Be careful." He panted and asked, "Why are you just standing there? Why aren't you helping?" However, Mo Jiang calmly replied, "Protecting people is your responsibility, I'm only here to protect this."
Hearing that, Xiao Ming angrily said, "Fine, I'll take care of you."
Done.
He then threw a punch towards Mo Jiang, but he still dodged it in time. It turned out that Xiao Ming had just punched a zombie behind him. He said, "It was just an accidental punch. If you get hurt later, don't blame me." The two of them moved forward without noticing a zombie behind them.
Mo Jiang advised, "Rather than doing these pointless things, I suggest you conserve your energy."
Xiao Ming replied, "I don't need your advice." Suddenly, the zombie lunged towards Xiao Ming, but he was caught off guard.
It was only then that Mo Jiang noticed.
However, it was too late, and Xiao Ming was bitten on the neck by the zombie. He screamed, "Xiao Ming!"
Everyone turned around in fear. What happened to Xiao Ming?
Xiao Wu, in particular, screamed in panic, 100 times more terrified.
Nana and Bai Ji ran over, and she said, "Mo Jiang, we're here." But the atmosphere was bleak, and everyone fell into an endless silence. She asked, "What happened?"
Xiao Yaoming was lying on the ground, dying, his body slowly turning into a zombie. He tried to speak, saying, "It was just a little careless." Xiao Wu supported his older brother, his eyes filled with tears, saying, "It's okay, bro. The professor will cure you. You have to get up."
Mo Jiang said, "This type of infection is beyond saving. It's better to end the suffering quickly." Then he drew a knife. "If neither of you can do it, let me." Xiao Wu angrily retorted, "Say that again, and see what happens."
However, Wang Xing stepped forward to stop him. "Stop, Xiao Wu." He also agreed with Wang Xing's point of view. He drew his gun and said, "He's right." Then they worked together to help Xiao Ming rest in peace. At that moment, Wang Xing said, "I believe with your abilities, you could have saved him."
But Mo Jiang just lowered his head, not replying. Understanding his meaning, Wang Xing pulled himself together and prepared to leave, deciding to move on.
Suddenly, he felt something strange. He thought, under normal circumstances, I could have reacted in time. Then he used the knife to cut the zombie's shirt, but at that moment, something else unexpectedly caught his attention.
There was a necklace with a keychain, identical to Lu Li's, hanging from the zombie's neck.
He was shocked, as expected. Later, they all crawled into a hole. Wang Xing Xianfeng said, "By going down here and exiting the prison, we can reach the building." Looking down, there was a group of zombies.
He reminded everyone to make sure to stay close to the person in front. Then, everyone crawled together inside Mo Jiang. Suddenly, he touched her bottom, causing her to jump and exclaim, "You idiot Mo Jiang, what are you doing?" She angrily turned around and scolded, "All you do is rely on Nana. Seriously, I'm at my wit's end with you."
Then, she sulkily turned back up. At this moment, Mo Jiang was focused on something.
Nana, not noticing, smugly said, "Luckily, this is a prison." After a while, they crawled out. Wang Xing took the lead and said, "We must deal with all the zombies." The others responded, "We must deal with all the zombies." Suddenly, Bai Ji noticed something, and her eyes lit up. She separated from the group and headed in that direction. Mo Jiang, feeling curious, asked, "Bai Ji, where are you going?"
They all went to a dressing room. Bai Ji stared intently at the police uniform. Then, she pulled him inside, and he asked, "Do you like this?" She replied, "I'll wear it." Right in the middle of the room, she stripped off all her clothes to change. This time, Mo Jiang was so shy that he almost had a nosebleed. He hesitated. Bai Ji put on the police hat, changed her clothes, and from a delicate young lady, she transformed into a beautiful and alluring policewoman. Mo Jiang shyly said, "Although you look great, why do you seem so mature?" Outside the room, Xiaohu was glaring at them with hatred. "If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have died," he said. Then, he pressed the button, and the door blocking the zombies opened while the door that kept the zombies away from Baihu's group also closed. A horde of zombies rushed in. Xiaohu grinned cruelly and said, "You can die with him too." At that moment, the zombies had entered Bai Ji and Mo Jiang's room. They surged forward viciously. Wang Xing realized what was happening and shouted, "Xiaohu, have you gone mad?" Xiaohu stood blocking the button and said, "If it weren't for them, my brother wouldn't have died." His eyes were filled with savagery, and he laughed, exuding a terrifying aura of evil. He said, "Life for life, it's only fair." Everyone could feel the malevolent energy from him and quickly stepped back. Wang Xing said, "You." Then, he punched Xiaohu in the face. "I really misjudged you." He quickly pressed the button to open the door again and ordered, "Everyone, move out. Prioritize protecting the equipment." On Mo Jiang's side, he was leisurely killing zombies. "Do you really think this thing can bind me?" Then he removed his new arm, picked up a zombie, and said, just in time for a test. He shouted the sword technique, and then the blade extended, spinning like a fan, shredding the zombie to pieces. However, the zombie's flesh got stuck on the blade. Stuck. Both of them stared at the blade, not knowing what to say. Then Mo Jiang helplessly covered his face. "Why did I trust Xiang Wan?" Meanwhile, Bai Ji was dealing with the nearby zombies. Suddenly, Xiaohu, holding the blade, said, "There's a loophole." He then ran forward recklessly, aiming at Bai Ji. "Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." However, she contemptuously turned and said, "The corpse." Xiaohu didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Mo Jiang, having just dealt with the blade, angrily and gloomily responded, "What she means is that a corpse doesn't need to speak." Then he controlled the blade to bind Xiaohu's hands. Xiaohu cried out, "My hands are tightly bound." Mo Jiang immediately pulled the thread from the blade. In an instant, Xiaohu was chained by the neck and fell down. Everyone shouted, "Xiaohu!" Wang Xing looked at him, not knowing how to react. Then he spoke with an authoritative tone, as if commanding him, since he had brought this upon himself, and continued to eliminate the zombies. After a while, they had wiped out all the zombies. Mo Jiang commented, "These people aren't necessarily so insane that they're beyond saving." Suddenly, Bai Ji ran up and hugged him.
He was knocked down by her, and in panic, he asked, Bai Ji, what do you want to do?
Then she pointed to her mouth like a cat.
She wrapped herself around Mo Jiang, and as he sat up, he asked, do you want to imprint? At this point, Mo Jiang's face had turned as red as his ears. He said, I understand.
He initiated the imprint, while Bai Ji turned back, wary.
He asked, what's wrong, Bai Ji?
It turned out she was staring intently at the mysterious box. Mo Jiang was puzzled. That thing, the box, is drawing energy from the dead zombies.
Mo Jiang was curious.
It seemed to be drawing energy from the surroundings.
What could be inside?
They both left the building.
Wang Xing said, the building over there is the zombie building.
Suddenly, someone pointed to the rooftop of that building and said, Boss, look over there, it turns out that's their teammates being attacked by zombies.
That is our advance.
Wang Xing and the others hurriedly ran up, and he said, we're almost out of time. Nana, who had just flown up from behind, said, leave it to Nana now.
Mo Jiang was impressed. Oh, have we arrived already? She pressed the necklace and said, it's activated.
She took off the necklace, and immediately it transformed into a large gun. She shouted, motivational gun leader.
Mo Jiang, seeing this, wondered, could that also be something Xianwan made? Then, Nana used the gun to shoot and kill 2 zombies, rescuing the 2 people. At that moment, Wang Xing and the others arrived and he asked, are you 2 alright? Mo Jiang looked at Nana in disbelief and said, well, it's usable, I guess.
Meanwhile, Nana was excitedly cheering. As expected, Nana is just too amazing. She picked up the gun, smugly threatening, if that fool Mo Jiang dares to bully Nana, I'll kill him immediately.
He looked at his own arm in frustration and muttered, why is mine a fake?
Suddenly, Nana lost her balance because of the gun.
She panicked, oh, it's too heavy. Then she fell right onto the gun.
Feeling down, she said, as expected, everything Xiangwan makes has its flaws.
Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang told her, up ahead is the Santang building, we're almost there. Wang Xing, at the Institute of Technology, was being bad-mouthed and kept sneezing uncontrollably. Mo Jiang blocked his path and said, wait a moment, there's something else to confirm. What are you asking? Wang Xing responded. Look at this, Mo Jiang said. He then bent down and snatched a necklace shaped like a pink fish from the zombie's neck.
Mo Jiang threw it toward Wang Xing and said, this belongs to Wang Xing, take it. Wang Xing stood frozen.
Seeing his expression, Mo Jiang pointed at the zombie and said, not just it, the first zombie that attacked us had one too. I'm sure you recognize it, right?
At this point, Wang Xing, enraged, crushed the necklace. He said bitterly, this is something the damn beast created.
I didn't make a mistake.
He then darkened and thought deeply.
Turns out the rumors are true. Even if his people get infected, they'll still keep it. I'm furious. I thought that, even though we are enemies, at least he would stand with humanity, right?
Everyone was paying attention to the zombie, unaware they were being watched. Wang Xing continued, I didn't expect that to win, they would do anything.
After hearing this, Nana was puzzled and asked, why is that?
What Nana discovered was the opposite of what he had said.
Mo Jiang replied, this is exactly why I told you to investigate.
Suddenly, a person with a knife rushed forward, aiming at Wang Xing. However, he quickly noticed and dodged. He said, just as I thought, it's you. It turned out that it was Lu Li. She continued attacking Wang Xing. She loudly said, Zhu Xing, it's a waste of my time hoping you would restrain yourself.
She angrily continued, even using the strength of zombies, you still have to defeat me like this? I can't let you off. At this moment, Wang Xing felt something was off, and asked, what are you talking about? Didn't you use zombies? Mo Jiang's group sat eagerly listening, and he said, something's going on, just listen in.
Wang Xing, furious, grabbed Lu Li's cheek and yelled, Luo Lei, you monster with no humanity left.
Then he pulled out a bracelet and asked, "Is this something you made? Why are you allowing your subordinates to eat human flesh?" Upon hearing this, Luli angrily responded, "Dare to slander me?" She then slammed her arm into Wang Xing's vulnerable spot.
He winced in pain, tears streaming down his face.
She said again, "What do you see? This is an arm taken from a zombie, that's their meaning."
Luli furiously said, "Clearly, you want power and are willing to turn into a zombie."
Wang Xing retorted, "You're lying."
Then the two of them charged at each other, exchanging punches and kicks. Wang Xing said, "Before I deal with the zombies, I have to take care of this monster guy like you first." Luli, not backing down, provoked, "If you're so brave, come over here, you fool." Bai Ji watched them fight while yawning.
Nana asked Mo Jiang, in the end, which one of them is telling the truth? You don't really need to answer, do you?
3 hours ago, before they crawled into that hole, Mo Jiang had told Nana, "Now go to the library."
She replied, "Is the library the one near Luolei?"
Then he reminded her, "That's right, track their movements, remember.
If you run into danger, leave immediately." Nana confidently agreed.
Nana is really capable now, just leave it to me." Back to the present, the two of them were exhausted, panting heavily. Wang Xing said, "Brother, even Luli calls you Mo Jiang."
Wang Xing stepped forward and asked, "Brother, you saw his people attacking us with your own eyes, right?" Luli turned to Nana and asked, "Nana, you also saw the people from the crazy faction turn into zombies, right?" Then, Mo Jiang stepped in to explain, "If both of you are telling the truth, what does that prove?" However, the two of them froze, not knowing what to say. Luli asked, "What does it prove?" Wang Xing thought for a moment. "It proves." And then, somehow, they started fighting each other again. "You're despicable, just die already." Wang Xing, truly, you've given up being human. Mo Jiang, feeling irritated, raised her fist towards the two idiots. Bai Ji. So Bai Ji rushed over, separated them, and then struck both of them down at the same time. Suddenly, Nana spoke up, "Huh?" Nana understands now. Mo Jiang responded, "Detective Nana, go ahead and tell us." Nana, in her role as detective, began presenting her hypothesis. Both the Mad faction and the Charity faction believe the other side has turned into zombies, which means someone is trying to use them to cause discord. Their goal is to make us slaughter each other. Mo Jiang asked, "So who is this person?" She replied seriously, "Nana has read about this kind of person in novels." "It must be Wang Xing." Luli peered in, "It must be someone." However, Nana insisted, "It must be a fan couple. He wants to see two people in love kill each other." Nana can understand that. Hearing this, Wang Xing was shocked and stood upright. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Luli, on the other hand, retched, "No way, that could never happen in this lifetime." Mo Jiang saw this and immediately lifted Nana up to scold her. "Back then, what kind of nonsense were you reading? You still insist on your reasoning. What's wrong with it? It must be like that." Mo Jiang turned and said, "By now, both of you should have a rough understanding, right?" Then he thought of Dr. Wang and said, "There is only one person who could have done this." Wang Xing, unable to believe it, asked, "But why would the professor do this?" Luli also agreed, "Exactly, he couldn't possibly do such things for the benefit of H City." Seeing their reaction, Mo Jiang replied, "Then you'll have to ask him personally." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and Wang Xing was startled. "What's happening?" Luli stood beside him, helpless, thinking, what a joke for a boss of such a reckless faction. How can you be so panicked over something so small? Wang Xing kept clutching his hand, making him grit his teeth. "Can you please not hold my hand? It's making me nauseous." Nana, standing aside, panicked and shouted, "Everyone, look over there." A horde of zombies was charging towards them furiously. Seeing so many, Luli felt a little uneasy. "So many of them, are they heading towards us?" Wang Xing stood beside and said, "Aren't you scared?"
He immediately became resolute. "Don't worry, no matter how many zombies there are, I won't back down."
"But what's this?" You climbed onto Wang Xing's arms. "Then get off me first."
The number of zombies kept increasing, growling endlessly. On Mo Zhang's side, the zombies stood in a line, not attacking right away.
It seems like they're waiting for something.
Bai Ji had already taken her fighting stance, although her hands shook slightly holding the sword. The reincarnated person jumped from the zombie horde, using the heads of other zombies to propel herself. Mo Jiang immediately recognized her when he saw her. Bai Ji gathered momentum and jumped high to attack her.
Idiot!
The reincarnated person widened her violet eyes and looked. Bai Ji was knocked back, causing Mo Jiang to jump up and catch her. "Bai Ji, be careful." Lu Li and Wang Xing, upon seeing this, quickly became alert and retrieved the items the professor had given them.
Lu Li responded, "I'll go get it."
Mo Jiang, holding Bai Ji in a princess carry, spoke up, "Wait, we can't trust anyone anymore."
Suddenly, the box popped open. He frowned and reminded everyone, "Hurry, get out of the way." The hourglass-shaped object containing the glowing blue liquid spread out around it. Seeing this, Wang Xing asked, "Does it work?"
Lu Li replied, "At least I believe the professor is still on the side of humanity." The zombies reacted violently to the light, their veins bulging on their faces. Wang Xing, seeing this, felt pleased. "Indeed, it works." Lu Li, with keen insight, spoke up from behind, "No, turn back quickly." The reincarnated person rushed forward, intending to attack Wang Xing, but Lu Li stood in front, "Move aside." The reincarnated person gathered the light into a source of power. This power was just right, and Wang Xing could see with his own eyes, she is absorbing the light, she's growing stronger.
Why is that? Mo Jiang gathered his energy, this must be the true goal of the professor.
He gritted his teeth, thinking, killing the zombies is fine, making the two factions of fanatical scientists fight is fine too, all to clear obstacles and help her gather energy more effectively.
But who exactly is she? Human or zombie?
The reincarnated person gradually moved forward, using a technique to approach Bai Ji. "Slowly, witness my transformation."
Foolish kin.
Bai Ji gritted her teeth as she glared at the reincarnated person.
She was emotionless, still using techniques aimed at her. What is this?
Bai Ji coldly charged forward, wielding her sword to attack her. Her strike was decisive, but the skill of the reincarnated person was no ordinary level.
She tumbled to avoid the attack. Mo Jiang placed his hand on her shoulder. "Although I don't know what you mean by kindred, it seems that our eldest miss doesn't really want to be friendly with you."
The reincarnated person gently landed and waved her hand. "She's just resisting this source of power."
He looked at her and asked, "What about you? Are you a human or a zombie?"
Suddenly, the sound of Dr. Wang's flute echoed, and everyone was surprised. The professor replied, "A level 5 zombie, a perfect organism combining reason, thought, and power." He spread his arms with a mysterious expression.
Mo Jiang, do you think the reincarnated person should be considered a human or a zombie? Mo Jiang was stunned. A level 5 zombie?
The reincarnated person responded, "I would only be considered a complete level 5 after absorbing all of this, but you did a great job."
Wang Xing couldn't believe it. "Professor, are you really helping a zombie that has killed so many people?" Dr. Wang smiled.
Reincarnated person, show me the pinnacle of evolutionary potential in an organism.
This means much more than the research I did 20 years ago.
Hearing this, Lu Li, excited, jumped up to attack. He is no longer human, why say so much? But he had a layer of protective strength that sent Lu Li flying backward, and he was a little surprised. This is a magic circle created by the reincarnated person to protect him, just stay safe inside. The reincarnated person's eyes were full of sharpness as he rushed to attack Lu Li, and in that moment of evolution, no one was by his side. It was indeed a bit regretful. Lu Li was somewhat scared.
He's dead.
Na, from behind, fired a gun at her. Quick, pull him out of the way. She just raised her arm to create a shield, wanting to die. She counterattacked, making Na scream in pain. Ah! Wang Xing pulled Luli, run fast. Emojiang, seeing this, turned to look at Baiji, thinking, Baiji is also afraid that she might become like this, feeling so tense and uneasy, just like before. Suddenly, he grabbed Baiji's hand. Don't worry, Baiji, no matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Then the two of them closed their eyes and felt it together. Are you ready? Ah. Nana raised her gun towards the reincarnated person. Nana is far from backing down. She coldly stared at her, not backing down, huh? She pointed her claws at her, then die. Na, in panic, quickly moved with lightning speed. Her attacker still held great strength and punched directly at her, but instead, she broke a large rock because Mo Jiang had timely saved her. Nana was surprised. Mo Jiang, you. He smiled and replied, What, aren't you impressed? Nana responded, leaving him helpless, Why did you turn into a bird? After that, he placed her in a safe spot. Stay here, it's very safe. Nana's eyes welled up with tears. Don't, Mo Jiang. The reincarnated person and Baiji were also engaged in a fierce battle. The reincarnated person was surprised. This source of power, has she become stronger? Baiji flew up and cast a spell, creating hundreds of swords pointed at the reincarnated person. Just wait. She tried to leave but was blocked by Mo Jiang, who launched a surprise attack, knocking her backward. Dr. Wang saw this and asked, Reincarnated person, go. She collapsed to the ground, holding her injuries, and replied, Absorbing the energy has left me completely drained. I still need some time to absorb it all. Hearing that, Dr. Wang looked at Mo Jiang and Baiji, deep in thought, even though being a reincarnated person isn't the most perfect state right now, at least it's the strength of a level 4 zombie. Mo Jiang, was it a mistake to let you join from the very beginning? Then he said to the reincarnated person, There's still a way, assimilate me. The reincarnated person asked in surprise, Are you sure? He answered firmly, As long as you can complete the evolution, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing the professor's certainty, she gathered her energy and directly transmitted it into his chest. I understand. His face contorted, then he transformed completely into a zombie. He also said to the reincarnated person, Go quickly. Upon hearing that, the reincarnated person quickly ran. Seeing this scene, Mo Jiang was surprised. In fact, turning into a zombie still has to follow its own method. Wang Xing saw the reincarnated person running away and shouted loudly, Don't let her get away. Seeing her being noticed, Dr. Wang stomped heavily on the ground with immense force, causing the earth to tremble, and then spoke, I can't allow any of you to escape. At that moment, Baiji reacted quickly, slipping under Dr. Zhang's legs. She skillfully evaded every attempt he made to catch her. After several failed attempts, he lost his composure. In his zombie form, Dr. Yang used all his strength and the weight of his body to lunge at Baiji. With her small body, she could easily jump and escape from him. She continuously slashed with the sword's blade against Dr. Zhang's thick, purplish skin. Even though he had turned into a zombie, he did not forget his mission. He said, No, no. Dr. Zhang screamed, stomping his feet, creating tremors like an earthquake, not letting anyone pass. It was at that moment that he carelessly allowed 2 blue cords to pin him. Mo Jiang was the one who pulled the ropes that bound him. He flew up, his mechanical arm touched Dr. Zhang's back, glowing. It's over. Just a second later, his internal organs exploded. Thick dust scattered everywhere. Dr. Zhang now lay motionless on the ground. Mo Jiang clicked his tongue as he looked at the person who was once so admired. What a shame. Wang Xing and Luli, burning with anxiety, rushed forward. Mo Jiang? Mo Jiang. Wang Xing, flustered, spoke first. What should we do? Do we need to chase after that zombie? Mo Jiang did not answer. He was more concerned about the 2 girls before him. Baiji and Nana don't have much strength left. Suddenly,
a loud noise came from the forest. What's that sound over there?
Luli assessed the situation and pointed to one side. The zombies nearby are passive, so they're about to move over here.
At that moment, Mo Jiang was stunned. A green spirit core floated above Dr. Zheng's zombie body. Is it because of this?
He didn't think any further, grabbed it, and instructed everyone to move toward the water dam. After a while, when they had escaped from the previous spot, they came out only to face a dense group of zombies, walking toward them at a steady pace.
Wang Xing frowned anxiously. Mo Jiang, it looks like there's no way to escape.
He boldly made a decision. Why don't you all go ahead, and I'll stay behind? Luli, standing beside him, also shouted, I'll stay too. Wang Xing shot him a glare as soon as he heard it. Luli pouted, naturally not willing to pass up such an opportunity. Don't even think about being the hero on your own.
Only Mo Jiang sneered, run? I never said we had to run. Wang Xing looked at his comrade in confusion. So, what do you mean? Mo Chuan then spoke clearly, hey, time's up, you'll have to pay extra.
A screen appeared projecting from his shirt button.
On the screen, a girl named Leah coquettishly asked, so, what do you want to do now? She winked at him, are you thinking of applying some punishment to me? How annoying. You're so curious.
The blonde girl with a hot bottom sitting next to her said, stop freaking out, you guy who's obsessed with men. We're about to crash into each other. The armored tank directly rammed the door and charged through every battlefield with force.
Mo Chuan smiled upon seeing this. Finally, we're here. He urged everyone to get on the vehicle.
The vehicle exploded with a loud sound like fireworks during the Lunar New Year.
Everywhere it went, the zombies were completely swept away. Wang Xing and Luli curiously looked around. Where did this vehicle come from? It's amazing. Luli's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Mo Jiang. Indeed, it's safest to be next to you, Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang pushed him away in annoyance. Get away, stop bothering me.
Xiangwan wiped away her sweat and sighed. Luckily, you contacted us for reinforcements early.
Otherwise, with so many zombies, we really wouldn't know what to do. Mo Jiang calmly controlled the vehicle and continued, it's not luck. I just thought ahead about the possibilities. Xiangwan didn't know what to say in response to his smug smile.
She then heard a loud noise coming from behind the vehicle. She jumped in surprise.
What's that sound? Baiji said nothing, only took action.
She swung the stick in her hand, hitting the rear door, which opened just a crack. Nana tried her best to catch up with them, running and crying with tears streaming down her face.
Nana still hasn't gotten in the vehicle.
The one left behind, who had fallen asleep, was Nana, unable to catch up with the armored vehicle. She ran to a nearby tree, climbed up, and cried.
Don't chase me anymore. Hoo. Mo Chuan drove the tank forward, aiming the gun at Nana.
He stuck his head out the window and shouted.
Jump over here. She followed his instructions and jumped down. Mo Chuan sat back down in the seat and started the engine again. She said, hold on tight. The gun's barrel suddenly swung inward, and then
the gun fired 3 rapid shots.
Nana, sitting on the long beam, jolted, screaming loudly. Ah, oh my god. After a long while, all the zombies were wiped out. Mo Chuan calmly got out of the vehicle. He said, all right, it's safe now.
Nana, still not having gotten down, caught his confused gaze as he called.
Nana?
She blushed, breathing heavily.
It's too hot, it's burning, Nana's been bad.
Mo Chuan remained silent, as the lower part of the gun barrel was the hottest.
After setting Nana down, Xiangwan performed a general inspection of the armored vehicle. On the other side, Mo Chuan fed Baiji a spirit core. He held out the green spirit core and asked, how about this one?
She squinted her eyes shut and shook her head.
I don't want it. Mo Chuan pondered, thinking to himself, Baiji still refuses anything related to the 5th level zombies. He attached the spirit core to a nearby zombie and said, "Moreover, this thing." Immediately, the zombie went into a frenzy, tearing its clothes and roaring, displaying its strength. Mo Chuan felt something was strange. Just attaching the spirit core to the zombie made it many times stronger. He removed the spirit core, and the zombie instantly became weak. Mo Chuan concluded, "It seems it's better not to use it carelessly." At this moment, Wang Xing and Lei Li approached, each greeting him. "Mo Chuan, big brother Mo Chuan." Wang Xing expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you, H City is finally under human control again." Lei Li smiled, "That's right, brother." Mo Chuan shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and turned away, his tone indifferent. "Yes. Next, we need to consider the division of management between the two of you, right?" "Don't ask me. I don't care who takes responsibility." When Lei Li saw that he wanted to leave, he ran over and tightly hugged his leg, crying, "It can't be, Mo Chuan, please listen to me." Wang Xing saw this and also ran to tightly hug Mo Chuan's arm. He struggled. "What are you two doing? Let me go." Lei Li shouted. "We've always hoped that Mo Chuan would take on the role of city lord." He thought he had heard wrong. Lei Li looked at him with sincere eyes and said, "I believe that if you lead us." Wang Xing added, "H City will be able to survive in this apocalyptic age." Facing two such moving expressions, Mo Chuan smiled bitterly. "Do you two trust me that much?" Both of them spoke in unison, "That's great. I knew you'd agree." He turned around sharply, leaving a straight back and said, "But I must refuse." Wang Xing and Lei Li immediately blocked his way, asking, "Huh? Why?" Mo Chuan struggled to push the two of them aside, saying, "What about the city lord position? Just thinking about it is already annoying enough." Lei Li started crying and begging. "Please, Mo Chuan, we can't do without you." He switched to the mode of not hearing, not seeing, not knowing. "Stop dreaming. I won't agree." At that moment, the system reminded him that after gaining enough prestige, an elusive mission would be triggered. These words caught Mo Chuan's attention. Enough prestige? His brain quickly shifted gears. He smiled and spoke to the other two. "I can agree, but I want to change H City to another name." Lei Li responded, "No problem." "Mr. Mo Jiang, what would you like to change it to?" Mo Chuan glanced at Bai Ji in the distance, then spoke a name. Bai Chang. The towering skyscraper standing tall in the city was Bai Chang, currently being redeveloped. Leah sat on the cargo box that a soldier was laboriously carrying, waving her hand. "These are the supplies for you to borrow, but you'll have to return double in the future." Lei Li and Wang Xing were also excited about the new plan. "Mr. Mo Jiang, I've prepared the new defensive renovation plan," said one of them, while the other added, "Don't listen to him, mine's better." Xiang Wan was also enthusiastic, pointing to the chart on the whiteboard, saying, "Currently, there are about 60 tons of various food supplies in the city. Based on the current population of 800 people, it is estimated to last for 37 days. Mo Chuan sat in the room, filled with discussions and the noisy chatter around him. He looked dazed and visibly weary, asking himself, "Who am I? Where am I?" After class, he dragged his exhausted body out with the two girls. He spoke in a tired voice. "I'm so tired. I didn't expect that being the one making the decisions would be this exhausting." Mo Chuan looked back at the system, but because of the reward points, everything was deserved. Nana skipped happily and ran up to him. Hi, now it's time for Nana to show her skills." She spread her arms wide. "It's okay." Mo Jian, fall into Nana's arms and cry loudly. Mo Chuan was silent for a moment, looking down, then turned and buried his face into Baiji's big heart and said, "You make a lot of sense, but I choose Baiji." Baiji gently stroked his hair as he rubbed his face into that spot, enjoying it as he said, "It's so warm, my whole body is being healed."
Nana, enraged, screamed loudly. You idiot, Emojiang, just die.
While Emojiang was enjoying himself, someone came to interrupt him. Emojiang's anger flared, his eyes radiating fury.
He hoped the words that person was about to say would be meaningful enough.
The demon inside him awakened, grabbing the necks of the two people.
Lei Li and Wang Xing both said in unison, "There's a spy trying to burn our food storage."
Upon hearing this, Emo Chuan immediately let go, looking stunned. A spy?
They led him to a room where Leah was standing with her arms crossed, waiting, along with a soldier who was tied up.
Wang Xing pointed at the bound man and said, "Boss, this is the spy." Emo Chuan looked at the military uniform on his body. He was a member of the opposing army.
Wang Xing briefly recounted the events. He had fired a missile at the food storage, but fortunately, one of our people blocked it with his body. Emo Chuan comforted the person who had been shot in the thigh. "Don't worry, everyone will remember your sacrifice." After that, Wang Xing pointed at Leah, adamantly asserting, "Big brother, it must have been that woman who ordered this."
She uncomfortably denied, "Are you crazy? All the supplies here are ones I lent to you guys."
Then Lei Li retorted, "Who knows, maybe you're setting a trap for us." Someone else chimed in to agree, "That's right."
Leah didn't want to argue further.
She grabbed the collar of the tied-up person. "Come on, tell me, why did you destroy the food storage?" He gritted his teeth. "I swear to remain loyal to the opposing army, no matter what." Leah, enraged, raised her hand, preparing to strike. "Nonsense, I never gave you any orders." She hit him, and he cried out in pain. A figure wearing a green cloak leaped out to stop her. Xiangwan grabbed Leah's hand and said, "You still want to kill him to silence him?" Xiangwan harshly criticized, "As always, your methods are as dirty and cruel as ever." Leah gritted her teeth and remained silent for a while, then pulled her hand away.
"Humph, so what if it's true?"
She laughed cruelly. "Don't even talk about destroying it.
I might even poison it, you never know."
Wang Xing, impatient and unable to wait any longer, ordered, "Charge forward, finally admit it." After taking only a few steps, Leah swung her hand, sending a few swift moves past him. She turned and fled, saying, "You idiots, capturing the city but not holding it tight enough." She disappeared into the buildings, adding, "Wait for the day you beg for mercy under my feet." Lei Li, feeling wronged, said, "At least we managed to expose her true face in time. If we continue cooperating with the opposing forces, it could be dangerous."
Emo Chuan, remaining vigilant, analyzed, "I fear the spy hasn't been fully revealed yet." Wang Xing, bruised and battered, could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "What?" Leah escaped. A soldier in a blue uniform asked her, "Captain Leah, the second batch of goods to Bai Chang is ready. Should we depart now?"
Leah, filled with anger, slammed the back of his head.
"No need to go anymore, the cooperation is cancelled." He asked in confusion, "Cancelled? Why?" Leah kneed him in the stomach and snapped, "What's the matter? When I speak, just follow what I say." The other person, holding his stomach weakly, responded, "Yes."
Suddenly, a bullet flew toward her. The soldiers under Leah were startled and called out to her, "Captain Leah." Leah, in a daze, quickly gave orders, "Enemy forces are preparing for combat." She charged forward as mocking voices rang out, "Show your strength, Leah."
Leah flipped over, preparing to kick downward.
However, the opponent anticipated her move perfectly, grabbing her ankle and throwing her down gently. He spoke with a tone of disdain, "I'm not unfamiliar with your tricks anymore." It was Hu Ming, a general from the opposing Song army.
Leah shouted, "Hu Ming, what do you want?"
Hu Ming slowly stepped forward and said, "Maybe I should ask what you want to do. It's truly a disgrace to our reputation. We are the opposing forces, and we spare no evil deeds.
And yet you're here playing some friend cooperation game? So, I've come on behalf of the headquarters to warn you."
As soon as he finished speaking, he punched her straight in the stomach.
Leah shuddered, suddenly realizing, You secretly planted a spy in my team." The destruction of the food supply was also ordered by you, wasn't it? Hu Ming twisted his wrist, smiling as he said, "Why does the spy sound so bitter? We're from the same organization, after all. Looks like you've forgotten who you really are." He continued to strike, saying, "This time, I really should teach you a lesson." A swoosh passed by Hu Ming's ear, and he realized there was someone else here. Hu Ming shouted at Bai Ji, the one who had just slashed him, and the group of unknown people. Mo Chuan helped Leah up and said, "Looks like someone is being played after all. How dare you call others stupid like that?" She struggled to bear the pain, opening her eyes to ask, "Why? Why are you here? Want to hunt me down?" Mo Chuan explained, "There were too many suspicious points, so I came to check." He continued, "Not to mention the spy's oath was really strange. Even if they wanted to destroy the food supply, they wouldn't have been so obvious about it. It's not your style." Each of his words pierced her heart. Leah stammered, They don't believe me." Mo Chuan snorted coldly, "Who told you to do so many bad things normally?" Leah seemed touched by his words. She leaned closer to him, smiling as she said, "But it's okay, this is exactly the kind of person I like." Bai Ji, from a distance, watched her embrace her lover, and a surge of anger flared within him. Mo Chuan then used his blink skill, causing Leah to lose her footing and almost fall. He stepped forward and stood facing Hu Ming's group. Mo Chuan, full of confidence, taunted, "But there are always flies that land on a bowl of rice, and it's quite irritating, isn't it, Bai Ji?" At this moment, Leah regained her composure, tossed her hair, and with a dignified demeanor, said, "Sorry, but if they've targeted me, then..." Her voice, filled with confidence, continued, "Leave it to me to handle." Mo Chuan smiled, but his tone was somewhat mocking, "Can you handle it, miss?" Leah turned around and playfully acted cute. "Asking so many questions, they say that's being nosy." With that, she charged forward, full of anger, and yelled, "Hu Ming, after this is over, you will lick my shoes clean." Unfortunately, her momentum was strong, but her strength wasn't enough. Before she could even touch his hair, she was slapped away and sent flying. Mo Chuan gaped as he watched Leah crash into a tree nearby. Leah curled up her legs, sobbing pitifully, "I can't fight back. Don't you realize how hard I'm trying to be strong?" Mo Chuan smiled politely, though his anger burned bright. What a troublesome person. "How about we leave now, Bai Ji?" Bai Ji nodded in agreement. Hu Ming raised his hand, saying, No one is leaving here." Shadows of him appeared around them. It was the shifting prison shadow array. He seemed quite pleased, saying, "Guess what, who do you think I really am?" It's a pity that this time they had stirred up a dangerous beast. Mo Chuan yawned and said, "It's a pity that Bai Ji and I aren't interested in solving riddles." She casually waved her sword, slicing through the shadows, leaving only Hu Ming, who was now in a panic. "What the heck?" Mo Chuan ran up and punched him in the face, continuing, "But I do enjoy punching people." Hu Ming was sent flying, crashing into a tree, which then collapsed. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hu Ming placed his hand on the ground, and a sandstorm began, a gust of wind enveloping the rising sand. Leah, noticing the situation was getting worse, rushed forward, trying to break through the sandstorm, gritting her teeth, "Damn it, he wants to escape." Mo Chuan's side continued to encourage the person, constantly swinging their sword to slash at the storm. "Let it be, Bai Ji." Hu Ming attempted to flee but still warned, "This time, consider yourself lucky, but I warn you, Leah." He suddenly spoke a sentence, "You'd better remember, you still have a mother." These words caused her to kneel, collapsing to the ground. Mo Chuan asked, "Will they come again?" In response, there was a moment of silence, her gaze firm. "No, because I will handle it myself." She confidently stood up and said, "This time, it's not about putting on an act, but rather not dragging you all into this." As soon as she finished speaking, her legs lost strength, and she collapsed to the ground. Mo Chuan looked down at her legs, which were covered in wounds, and sighed as he grabbed her collar. "All right, tell me about your mother's situation."
He placed her down and reasoned, if he wasn't mistaken, she had been tied up by the opposing forces.
Was this the trump card they used to control her? Leah, hearing this, widened her eyes and asked, "How did you know?"
Chuan turned his face away, not wanting to look at her, and said, "Stay here and rest. I'll take her back." Leah looked at him with glistening eyes, calling out, Chuan.
She was moved to tears and said, "I knew it. You really can't bear to leave anyone behind."
He thought to himself, after all, eldest miss once said that when someone does a favor, it must be repaid.
There will definitely be a day when I win. Moreover, if luck is on my side, I might even be able to pull in Leah's opposing forces as my allies.
It's a move that benefits both sides. At this moment, in a tall building somewhere, Xiangwan furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you two want to go to the Tianhuang base? That place is the headquarters of the opposing military forces."
Jiang patted her on the shoulder and laughed, saying, "Yes, that's right. During this period, you and Nana are responsible for managing the city."
Upon hearing this, Xiangwan raised her hand, showing a weary expression, and sighed, "I knew it, you're just going to push the troublesome work onto me." But suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her face brightening up again. She glanced at Nana and excitedly said, "Wait, I'll be in charge with Nana." Before she could finish her sentence, Nana immediately rushed to hug her, on high alert. Xiangwan raised her claws and chuckled, diving in to say, "This is just perfect, hee. I'll come to your office today to plan together."
In a panic, Nana threw a punch.
Xiangwan gently blocked the move with her hand, smirking and saying, "Hee, you still know how to resist?
But that makes it more interesting."
She immediately pounced on Nana, speaking in a playful tone.
"Come on, let's go to your office. It's so big there, and if we get tired of discussing, we can even take a nap." Seeing this, Nana quickly fled, shouting loudly as she ran, "Don't!"
Jiang looked at the two people playing with each other, smiling as she turned her head to Bai Ji beside her and said, "It seems that it doesn't matter if I'm not in the city after all.
Let's go."
Bai Ji cried out in frustration towards their retreating figures, preparing to step out the door.
"What do you mean it doesn't matter? You idiot!" Jiang did it on purpose.
Suddenly, Jiang noticed something that had just appeared. Leah was leaning against the wall nearby, hesitantly saying, "Ahem, once I feel better, I'll come find both of you." A long time later, on top of a barren hill, the sun above cast its scorching rays down below. Nana, wiping the sweat pouring down her face, sighed, "It's so hot, I'm so thirsty." She covered her head in regret and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come, I should have stayed in the city."
Jiang was speechless upon hearing this. Wasn't it her who insisted on coming in the first place?
Suddenly, she pointed towards the tall buildings in the distance and exclaimed to the others, "Over there. With buildings, it must be the Tianhuang base."
Jiang nodded and said, "It seems that's the case."
Jiang looked up at the branch above, where someone was hiding, secretly observing them, and sternly said, "Anyway, someone has been following us since a kilometer ahead." Hearing that, the person on the tree immediately flinched and withdrew the hand that had been exposed. At this moment, at the vast Tianhuang base, Hu Ming looked at the three people in front of him and raised his hand in greeting, "Welcome to the headquarters of the anti-opposition forces at Tianhuang base." Jiang, seeing that the person in front of him showed no sign of surprise at his arrival, immediately got to the point. "It seems you've prepared for this, so I'll go straight to the issue." He took out a bag full of blue spirit stones and made an offer, "Hand over Leah Duina's mother to us. These spirit cores will belong to you." After speaking, Bai Ji raised his sword and stood in front with a vigilant expression. He coldly warned, "Otherwise, we'll resolve this in another way." Hu Ming quickly raised his hand to mediate, "Don't get agitated, our leader agrees to negotiate with the two of you, but she won't return until tomorrow." At this moment, one of his subordinates spoke up, "Report, the guest room has been cleaned and is ready for use, they can move in at any time." He snapped his fingers, and his subordinate immediately brought over a tray full of fruit. He introduced, "These are some local specialty fruits, very rare. Outside of the Tianhuang base, you won't find them anywhere else.
Nana's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the food, and saliva flowed like a river. She murmured, "Fresh fruit, so delicious." But a second later, she immediately shook her head vigorously. Humph, Nana isn't fooled. Who would eat things of unknown origin like this? Finishing her sentence, she turned and tugged at Emojang's shirt, who was standing next to her, and said cautiously, "Besides, the preparation of the rooms is very suspicious." "Let's go, Emojang, we'll come back tomorrow." Emojang smiled and complimented, "Nana has grown a lot." Hearing this, she squinted her eyes and proudly said, "Don't treat me like a child anymore." But compliments are one thing, the decision is up to you. Emojang turned to respond to Huming, "But we will stay here. Lead the way." Nana, hearing this from behind, looked stunned. The quiet night fell, and Baiji sat in a chair, covering her mouth and yawning. Nana sat cross-legged, asking curiously, "Emojang, why do we have to listen to them? Are we not being tricked?" Emojang, who was pressing his ear to the door to listen for any sounds, did not turn around but answered, "Of course, we can, but I'm afraid there are people of theirs within a 5-kilometer radius around here. It doesn't matter where they act, they can strike anywhere." He lowered his head to look at the mechanical hand that appeared after the white bandage fell off, resolutely saying, "It's better to stay here, at least we can find out what they want to do." The system notification sounded, "Proceed with the construction of the Level 2 project, Universal Key." Then, he held Baiji's hand, who was drowsily rubbing her eyes, and took the key to open the door, while saying, "Baiji, Nana, follow me outside." He opened the door, giving instructions, "You two stay in the room next door, in case there is any danger, you won't become the first targets." He slipped one hand into his pocket, while the mechanical hand gently clenched, speaking in a calm tone, "It can still assist me." Inside the Tian Huang base, Huming bowed respectfully before Duinan and said, "Leader." He spoke in a sinister tone, "The ambush team has been arranged, tonight we will surely succeed." On the other side, in front of the door, there were 3 girls dressed in vibrant clothes. The red-haired girl among them mumbled while counting, 1, 2. The next moment, the blue-haired girl kicked the door open. The other 2 girls quickly charged in, one holding a gun, the other holding a charm. The red-haired girl loudly exclaimed, "Treasures, here they come!" But immediately, all 3 froze because of the scene before them. Where did the person go? While the 3 of them were bewildered by the empty room, Emojang was hanging upside down from the ceiling, witnessing the entire scene below. Suddenly, a robotic hand struck the back of the green-haired girl's neck, making her lose her balance. Then, as fast as lightning, he appeared behind the other 2 girls, wrapping his arms around their necks and teasing them with a smile. "What's the surprise? Tell me about it." A moment later, the red-haired and purple-haired girls, who were bound, were sitting on the bed. The red-haired girl furrowed her brows, looking innocent as she said, "We really were ordered to come here to perform." Emojang curled his lips as if he had just heard a joke, extending his hand toward the 2 girls and saying, "Do you think I'll believe that?" Suddenly, the 2 girls groaned, making ambiguous sounds. "Don't, that place is too stimulating." Emojang was startled and stepped back, now the one who was afraid, inspecting them to see if they had anything on them. "Don't make such strange noises." Nana, standing beside them, commented with her big, innocent eyes, "Emojang, you're a pervert." He broke into a cold sweat, quietly glancing at Nana beside him. Immediately, Nana clenched her fist, gritting her teeth, and rushed toward him, shouting, "Did you trick us into coming to this room just to do this?" Emojang widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "It's not like that, Nana, calm down." At that moment, the girl with green hair, who had been knocked unconscious earlier, suddenly sat up and blocked Nana's path. Nana collided with her and was knocked back, tumbling to the ground. The green-haired girl touched her head, confused, and asked, "What happened?" The red-haired girl put on an innocent expression and said, "I'm so sorry." The green-haired girl also clasped her hands in apology and said, "The leader was worried that the 3 of you would get bored, so she sent us to perform." Emojang bent down and said to Nana, who was tightly biting his hand and wouldn't let go, "See? You can let go now, Nana." Nana stubbornly replied, "I don't want to." Nana scowled and threatened, an excuse like that, Bai Ji wouldn't believe it either.
Mo Jiang, however, calmly responded, "Eldest Miss and I are spiritually connected. She knows I wouldn't betray her." But at that moment, Bai Ji's expression darkened, her hand reaching for her sword.
Nana immediately smirked mockingly, "Oh really? Why do I feel like that's not the case?"
He could only silently break into a cold sweat. Bai Ji, still holding her sword, stood next to him and nodded, "MHM." He cleared his throat and said to the three girls, "If that's the case, you don't need to perform anymore.
My eldest miss seems to be getting sleepy."
The green-haired girl cheerfully spoke on behalf of the three, "All right then, we won't bother you anymore.
Good night."
With that, the three of them bolted toward the door, shouting in unison, "Run!" Just as they were about to step outside, the green-haired girl quietly tossed something into the room. In another room, the red-haired girl let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had been exposed. The green-haired girl spoke seriously, "That guy is just way too sharp."
The figure in the black cloak ahead of them asked, "So? Is it done?"
The three immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. The green-haired girl reported, "It was dangerous, but with my skillful hands, I managed to stick it on."
Dui Na nodded in satisfaction. "Well done."
The green-haired girl flashed a smug grin.
"That guy is too clever."
The little girl was too noisy, so sticking it on the dumbest one was the best choice. Dui Na stood by the window, pulled the curtain aside to look out at the scene beyond, and murmured, "Leah, let me see what kind of reinforcements you've sent."
The next morning, the figure in the black cloak led the way. Mo Jiang and Nana followed behind. She pointed forward and said, "Dui Na, the one you want to take, is in the room ahead." Mo Jiang looked at her, sensing something a little odd, so he wondered, the opposing army leader doesn't seem as difficult as Leah said, does he?
But the thought only briefly crossed his mind. Afterward, he stretched and said to Nana, "All right, I don't want to know much, but it's good that we can settle things quickly."
Nana eagerly nodded.
The opposing army leader, seeing the two prepare to push the door open, gave a slight smirk. Suddenly, a horde of terrifying zombies rushed out from inside.
Nana quickly hid behind Mo Jiang, feigning fear. Mo Jiang, there are so many zombies, I'm scared." Mo Jiang gave her a weary look at her act and said, "Can you make it a bit more convincing?"
The terrifying zombies, all with blood-red eyes, slowly advanced toward the two of them. Mo Jiang stamped his foot on the ground to gain momentum, swiftly dodging through the zombies like lightning, and in an instant, he had moved far away. His twin daggers sliced through the zombies he passed, severing them into two halves immediately.
Mo Jiang crouched down and asked Nana, who was panting on the ground, "Nana, are you all right?"
Nana hugged her chest and replied, "It's over, my strength is running out," she said tiredly in a worried tone.
"There are still so many zombies."
Mo Jiang supported Nana, and Na shouted loudly at the opposing soldiers, "Hey, there are so many zombies.
Can't you come and help?"
The person in black sneered, raised a small vial, and said, "If you want my help, fine, just drink this."
Mo Jiang looked at the small vial with suspicion and asked, "What do you mean by this?" She approached, lifted his chin, and answered, "Are you trying to take my people for no reason?"
"That's not fair, at least leave one behind." She gently shook the vial and softly said, "But it's okay, once you drink this, you won't be able to escape anymore." He stood still and quietly said, "So this is how you control Dui Na." Immediately, he raised his hand and struck Dui Na, then turned his head and shouted loudly, "Nana." Nana nodded and confidently replied, "It's ready." She raised her hand to make a move, chanting the incantation. A zombie she controlled floated up high, screaming. Then, Mo Jiang attached a blue crystal to the back of the zombie. At this moment, the leader of the opposing army was startled and stunned, asking, "You all have been conserving your strength?"
Mo Jiang sneered and said, "Conserving our strength? Then you're really underestimating us."
Finishing his words, he ordered the enhanced zombie, "Get up, enhanced zombie." The zombie raised its hand and struck a powerful palm strike towards the person wearing a black cloak. She gritted her teeth and frantically pressed the control device in her hand, giving orders.
Damn it, why isn't it following my command? Attack the person with the sensor on them.
At that moment, the girl with green hair, who was standing behind her, hesitated and said, "That's strange, leader."
She angrily asked, "What's strange?"
The girl worriedly replied, "Clearly, we placed the sensor on the weakest girl, but she's not here."
On the opposite side, Nana chuckled and her son.
Sorry, it doesn't affect Nana at all.
Emojiang continued, "Besides, how dare you call my eldest miss the weakest?"
He finished his sentence with, "You all are in big trouble now."
Just then, Baiji flew out from somewhere behind the opposing army.
Before the three could react, a surge of power suddenly descended from above. The three standing immediately collapsed to the ground in unison. 8 hours earlier, inside the room, Emojiang held one of Baiji's legs high, speaking sternly, "It'll be over soon, just bear with it." Baiji tightly shut her eyes, blushing, and cried out, "It tickles." He raised his hand to remove the strange object stuck to the bottom of her shoe.
"All right, it's out now."
Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. Emojiang closely examined the object, his gaze as if he could see everything, and spoke, "Although I don't know what this device is, it was probably stuck on Baiji's shoe by those three women." Na, standing beside them, became furious upon hearing this. "I knew we couldn't trust them."
Emojiang smiled and asked, "Oh really? Then who was it that just cursed me out?" Nana, embarrassed, stammered in defense, Who knows if you actually did something bad or not?"
Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped her on the backside, making her blush and scream, "You!"
Na glared, puffing out her cheeks, and glared at Emojiang.
He arrogantly replied, "That's the punishment for being too mouthy." Then, his voice turned serious as he said, "Besides, I also want to see what exactly they plan to do with this." Back to the present, the girl with blue hair felt a little embarrassed for being discovered and asked again, "So, you all figured out our plan already?" He frowned, rubbed his chin, and said, "But I do appreciate that you managed to fool us and attach a signal device to Baiji." After finishing his words, he raised his hand toward the person in black, smugly asking, "So, what should the terms of our deal be now?" Diuina took off her hood, looking pitiful as she said, "Do you really have to treat a weak girl like me this way?" Emojiang coldly replied, "For a weak girl full of schemes like you, it's better to be a bit harsher." He sneered and continued, "Prepare the electricity."
An electric current immediately struck Diuina and the zombie.
She screamed in pain.
Emojiang sat down beside her, smugly saying, "Well? Hand over the drug used to control Diuina, or should we continue?"
Diuina pouted and said, "I told you there's no such drug, but you just won't believe me." She took off her outer jacket, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders, blushing as she said, "If you don't believe me, feel free to check yourself."
Emojiang scornfully said, "Baiji, do it." Baiji immediately drew his sword. Diuina said, "Wait a minute, weren't you all planning to take Diuina away?"
"Killing me will also put Diuina in danger."
Emojiang and Baiji exuded a killing intent as they said, "Do you know? Our eldest miss hates being threatened the most." Leah suddenly appeared, loudly stopping them. "Wait, don't hurt her." Emojiang asked in surprise, "Leah, why?"
Leah hesitated before saying, "Because the leader of the opposing army is Diuina."
Emojiang was stunned, swearing, "WTF?"
A moment later, in Diuina's room, the leader of the opposing army, Nana, slammed her hammer down on the table and announced, "The chairwoman Nana begins the trial."
Emojiang coldly asked, "Miss Leah, could you explain this a little?"
Leah hesitated and said, Diuina is my mother, and she is also the leader of the opposing army." Mojiang was confused. "So, the family situation is miserable, and your mother was taken hostage. How does that work?" She didn't dare to look him in the eye, hesitating as she said, "I didn't say that, you're adding that yourself." Then she suddenly became serious and said, "But I've been controlled by this woman long enough, I want to fight her one-on-one." Diuina smiled and said, "I thought my silly daughter had already chosen someone and was deliberately bringing him to me for inspection." Leah turned her face away, blushing, and said, "Why would I need my mom's approval?" And besides, that's not the case.
Leah smiled and replied, if I don't like him, it's fine. But if you do, that's okay too. Saying that, she turned to look at Mo Jiang and teased him, why not consider me? I can teach you a lot of things. Nana immediately blew a whistle, signaling the second defendant to return to their seat. Leah disdainfully said, an old bull eating fresh grass, isn't that shameless? Duina smugly replied, even if it's embarrassing, it's still better than someone who doesn't even have a chance. Hearing this, Leah immediately lost her temper. Who doesn't have a chance? Duina pointed at her, admit it. Leah remained silent, not saying a word. Nana, though confused, was astonished by what she heard. She eagerly said, Mo Jiang, you're a pervert. So this is your real goal? Mo Jiang flicked her on the forehead and said, don't accuse me of things without cause, alright? Leah coldly said, in any case, I must completely defeat you, and then leave the opposing forces. Hearing that, Duina confidently said, if you can do it, then do it, my little darling. With that, mother and daughter rushed at each other, tearing into each other. Mo Jiang helplessly said, this is really such a waste of time, let's go, Bai Ji. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through the glass and shot toward them. Hu Ming opened the door and hurriedly said, leader, enemies are coming. Mo Jiang grabbed Duina and Leah by their collars with both hands and, gritting her teeth, asked, whose game is this again? Is it fun to play like this? Duina responded, it's not me, I only prepared that much. Leah also responded, I came alone. Hearing this, Mo Jiang angrily said, let me see who dares to stick their head into the barrel of a gun. Outside, the enemy forces fired while saying, the opposing troops are stable, reinforcements are about to arrive. Duina coldly said, is it the people from the allied forces? They've gotten wind of our plans and want to take advantage of the opposing troops going out to launch a surprise attack. Hu Ming anxiously said, they're using an assault team to hold us down and waiting for the opportunity to kill the leader, we mustn't go outside. As soon as he finished speaking, another bullet flew into the room from outside. The glass on Hu Ming's head shattered. Leah, worried, asked, is there any way? Mo Jiang thought for a moment before replying, we can only determine the bullet's speed. If Xiang Wan were here, she could estimate the distance based on the wind speed. He placed his hand on Duina's shoulder and calmly said, but there is still a way, as long as you agree to one request of mine. Duina tossed her hair and said seductively, how annoying, you really can't bear to let go of me, can you? I understand now. Leah, beside them, flared up in anger. Before she could finish, Mo Jiang grabbed the hem of Duina's cloak and threw her straight out of the window. He smugly said, I'm glad you understand. Duina, stunned, exclaimed, huh? He then turned to ask, who's next? And threw Leah and Hu Ming out as well. Hu Ming, surprised, asked, me too. Mo Jiang turned his head and called for Nana. Nana immediately chanted an incantation, and a shield appeared, blocking the bullet. Seeing this, Mo Jiang mentally calculated, considering the time difference and the speed of the bullet to estimate the distance. After a while, the shield vanished. Duina fell to the ground, and in pain, she said, is this how young people play these days? Mo Jiang smiled and replied, don't worry, I will take responsibility for Jiang smiled and replied, don't worry, I will take responsibility for the small sacrifices made by the three of you on the side of the allied forces. The person holding the sniper rifle, surprised, said, did you miss? No way, I perfectly calculated the wind speed and the shooting point. The subordinate next to her comforted, it's okay, Captain. It's normal to miss at this distance. Hearing this, she said in confusion, that's not right, it shouldn't be. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and quickly ordered, we've been exposed, retreat quickly. But when she turned around, all her subordinates were already unconscious. She exclaimed, what's going on? Bai Ji appeared, the sword at her throat. Mo Jiang coldly said, nice hit, but unfortunately. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to Mo Jiang. She took off her helmet and, with a sad expression, said, that damn scammer. Seeing a familiar face, Mo Jiang was surprised and called out, Yunhu? Yunhu, with tears in her eyes, questioned, why did you leave me back then? Why let my uncle take me away? Mo Jiang, not daring to look her in the eye, hesitated and said, well, it's a long story. Yunhu Kuru, curious, asked, then why are you here? Have you joined the opposing army?
Mo Jiang sweated, scratched his face, and hesitated before saying, well, this story is actually quite long. She grabbed his hand and hurriedly said, then come with me first, this place is very dangerous. Duina and Leah suddenly appeared and said, you, the joint army girl, let him go right now.
Yunhu immediately responded and said, the opposing army arrived so quickly, huh?
She coldly said, although Mo Jiang is not a gentleman, he would never stoop to the level of people like you.
Mo Jiang helplessly asked, in the end, do you want to praise me or scold me? Leah grabbed his hand and said, Humph, who do you think you are? We understand him better than you do.
Duina and Leah blushed and said a few sentences that could easily be misunderstood. Anyway, Mo Jiang has done this and that with us.
Each of them hugged one of Mo Jiang's arms and said, moreover, he said he would take responsibility for both of us. Mo Jiang helplessly said, what I said is not what you two are thinking.
Upon hearing this, Yunhu was stunned and stammered, mother, mother.
I didn't expect that now you.
She firmly said, but I believe that you can definitely turn things around.
Nana angrily scolded, humph, jerk.
Mo Jiang tapped his forehead, helplessly explaining, please, I haven't done anything.
Leah rushed over, grabbing Yunhu by the neck, angrily saying, what do you mean by the alliance calling for justice? You guys are the ones who stole our fireworks, right?
Yunhu retorted, clearly, you girls stole our ammunition, and don't think we are as filthy as you.
Duina cheered, go on, girl, take her down, let her know that only the strong can win a man.
On the other side, a chaotic fight immediately broke out. Meanwhile, Mo Jiang leaned against Bai Ji, weakly saying, I feel like everything has been a mistake from the very beginning. At that moment, a bullet suddenly shot towards them, causing a huge explosion.
Leah angrily said, are you crazy?
Yunhu defended herself, it's clearly your people, I would never want to die with you. Nana pointed in one direction and said, Mo Jiang, look over there, that's a group of mutated ape zombies taking guns, ammunition, and fireworks to attack us.
One of them shouted, Kek. Another immediately fired a rocket. The bullet flew towards them, and they immediately dodged to avoid it. Mo Jiang asked with concern, are you two okay? Why did you let the ape zombies steal the equipment?
Leah and Yunhu awkwardly smiled, unable to respond. Yunhu stood up and took responsibility, saying, it was my mistake, I'll take responsibility and get everyone out of here. Leah, worried, reminded her, don't say I didn't warn you, even if those apes are not very skilled, they could still shoot you to pieces. Yunhu suddenly took off her outer jacket, blushing as she said, since it's come to this, there's no choice but to.
Upon seeing this, Leah's face turned red, stammering, what are you trying to do?
Taking responsibility with your body is against the rules, you know. She suddenly pulled a shield out from her chest. She raised it and awkwardly explained, I originally planned to keep this as a trump card. Yunhu confidently said, with my equipment protecting me, we just need to find a way to break out of the gunfire.
The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yunhu then said, Mo Jiang, hit me. Mo Jiang asked in surprise, what?
But. Yunhu confidently said, don't ask, just hurry up. Hearing that, he immediately raised his fist and said, then.
And then punched towards Yunhu. She screamed, Mo Jiang's face darkened, and he quickly tried to dismiss the responsibility, don't curse at me, everyone heard her actively asking for it.
Suddenly, Yunhu's shield became enormous, emitting a dazzling light.
Nana excitedly said, you've grown up.
Yunhu blushed and said, this is created by my awakened ability. The greater the force of the attack, the stronger this ability becomes. She was determined to grow up. So please, attack me with all your strength, so it can protect everyone.
Leah immediately rushed up and kicked her, saying, then I won't hold back anymore.
Yunhu shyly said, "Oh my gosh, if it weren't to protect everyone, I wouldn't allow this at all." With a satisfied expression, she said, "But this feeling is so strange."
"Why is that?"
Emojiang slapped his forehead, helplessly saying, "It seems like you haven't awakened the scarier things yet."
Nana covered her eyes and curiously asked, "Is this the adult world?"
A series of shells flew towards them, all blocked by Yunhu's shield.
"Dui nagu v, keep going, their shells are almost out."
Yunhu anxiously said, "No, it's about to break, we need a stronger source of power."
A hand suddenly appeared, slapping Yunhu's backside. Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead and helplessly said, "Is this enough?" "You really like to go against the grain."
Yunhu awkwardly explained, "It's not that I like it." At that moment, a gorilla zombie suddenly charged in. It looked into the barrier, followed by a wave of other gorilla zombies rushing in. Seeing this, Nana immediately said, "They've used up all the artillery and rushed through." Yunhu determinedly said, "We have to hold on." The shield immediately expanded towards the group of gorilla zombies. Blood splattered everywhere.
Leah praised, "You're really not shy at all, huh? But it looks like we're actually doing pretty well together."
Yunhu leaned on her, tiredly saying, "I can't hold on much longer." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed into Leah's arms.
Leah and Duina quickly said, "Hey, don't lean on me."
The three of them fell on top of each other, eventually losing consciousness. Mo Jiang helplessly said, "I knew it, relying on you two was never going to work."
The gorilla zombies continued to surge forward. Nana anxiously said, "What should we do now?" "Mo Jiang, there are still so many of them."
Mo Jiang immediately replied, "There's no other choice, we'll have to use the fusion between me and Baiji, since we've been practicing for a long time today."
Baiji's eyes instantly lit up. Nana blushed, embarrassed, and said, "The fusion of the two of you." Mo Jiang helplessly said, "What are you thinking in that head of yours?"
He raised his hand towards her and said, "Leave it to me."
Baiji immediately blushed and said, "Thank you, Nana."
Then, the power of the two fused together. Baiji fainted, and Mo Jiang caught her. He handed Baiji to Nana and muttered, "Burning Type 2, Spiritual Realm Breakthrough." A surge of golden energy appeared from the palm of his hand. He shouted, "Start." With the breakthrough of the spiritual realm, the power from both of his hands magnified, shooting straight towards the monkey zombies. Immediately, there was no trace left of the monkey zombies around them.
Mo Jiang exhaled and said, "It's clean now."
Then he turned and said, "Wake the others up, we need to leave quickly." Suddenly, another person appeared, rushing towards Leah and the others, shouting and swinging a club at them. Nana realized and quickly unleashed her power towards him.
She shouted, "What is that?" The man was immediately knocked back by Nana's attack.
He clutched his head, groaning in dizziness.
Mo Jiang picked up Leah in his arms and hurriedly said, "Try to hold on a little longer, Nana. Let me get them out of here first." Nana immediately pulled out a cannon and laughed, "Hee hee, you want to hold this guy off, right?"
She crazily fired shots towards the man, happily shouting, "Charge ahead, try Nana's bullets." Her bullets instantly made several holes around the man, but none hit him. Mo Jiang sneered, "No matter how bad you are, you should at least hit him, little lady."
Nana lamented, "It's too heavy, I can't control it."
At that moment, the man suddenly charged forward.
Mo Jiang urgently said, "Move, quickly."
Nana rushed away, but still got her pants ripped by the man. She blushed and screamed, "Ah!" The man grabbed her bag and, with a smug grin, opened it.
Nana anxiously said, "It's over."
The man took the stone from the bag and put it in his mouth, laughing smugly.
Mo Jiang ran over, hastily saying, "This is bad, letting it absorb will cause a lot of trouble."
But it was too late, the ape man had already absorbed it, and his power instantly surged.
The immense force erupted, sending Mo Jiang flying backward.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, I didn't expect it to absorb so quickly." After a while, the ape man returned, bragging to his companions. Emo Jiang sat on a high tree branch, observing below, trembling as he said, with the remaining strength, I'm afraid it won't be enough to deal with these guys.
Nana pointed at the 8 men and said, Nana has seen him before, isn't he some kind of super level?
Emo Jiang immediately grabbed her mouth shut, and she could only make muffled sounds. He placed a finger on his lips and whispered, if you keep talking, you'll be giving away our position, and you might even lead the agents from some company right to us.
The 8 men below suddenly became noisy, catching Emo Jiang's attention. Seeing the situation below, Nana asked in surprise, it's Yunhu, what are they trying to do?
The 8 man from earlier grinned maliciously, raising the book in his hand high and laughing continuously. Then he carried Yunhu on his shoulder and happily left with his companions.
Emo Jiang picked up the book and, curious, asked, what exactly is this? Why only take Yunhu?
Na pointed to the cover of the book and said, look, I'm talking about that super famous name, and there's also this comic. Seeing this, Emo Jiang said seriously, I know what they are now.
He asked, Nana, do you know?
10 years ago, there was a great war among the apes.
Nana replied, I think I've heard of it. Emo Jiang told the story, saying it was a long-lasting war.
The apes united over some resource and attacked humans.
After many sacrifices and losses, humans and apes finally signed an agreement. This resource would be shared equally between humans and apes. Na curiously asked, what kind of resource was that?
Emo Jiang explained, it was this, more precisely, it was comics, cartoons, and all kinds of image creation, which was the origin of it all. I heard that a traveler accidentally dropped a comic book on the mountain, and after the apes found it, they couldn't control themselves anymore, starting to obsess over it crazily. He held the book close to his chest and said seriously, and those apes were later called bookworms. Bai Ji was sucking on Emo Jiang's finger while looking at him with her big, round eyes, making Emo Jiang feel so embarrassed that he covered his face with his hand and thought to himself that next time, he would have to find another way to replenish Bai Ji's energy.
Meanwhile, Nana pulled his sleeve down and pointed towards the 2 people lying by the tree, asking, Emo Jiang, aren't you going to take them with us? Emo Jiang replied, these 2 not only haven't said anything but they also often cause trouble. Nana couldn't help but worry and asked, but Emo Jiang, are you okay?
You were just blasted away earlier. Emo Jiang, impatient, grabbed Nana by the collar and answered, just a couple of little monkeys.
Watch me wash away this humiliation so they know how terrifying a human can be.
At that moment, Yunhu vaguely woke up and immediately realized she was in some unfamiliar place.
She bewilderedly asked, where is this? How did I?
Suddenly, a monkey with excited, wide-open eyes appeared before her.
Yunhu screamed in fear, damn it, I can't move.
Yunhu struggled to escape, only to realize she was tied up. She could only helplessly speak, please, I don't want to be with the monkey. But the monkey in front of her grinned mischievously. It immediately lunged towards Yunhu, causing her to scream in terror, damn it, I can't move. But after a while, seeing nothing unusual, she dared to open her eyes and look, only to find the monkey grinning as it admired the painting behind her. Yunhu was shocked when she saw that the monkey in the painting had a face exactly like hers. She had to ask herself, could this painting be of me? Then, Yunhu saw that the monkeys kept crowding around to paint the picture, which made her wonder, could this painting be more attractive than me? Logically, they should have eaten me instead, right? From a distance, Emo Jiang and Nana stood on a branch, observing the situation.
Emo Jiang whispered, it seems Yunhu really fits the taste of these zombie monkeys, so I guess that's a good thing. Nana couldn't help but ask, if they like Yunhu, then why tie her up? Emo Jiang continued to explain, these story geeks mainly like 2D characters.
They both looked at Yunhu surrounded by the monkeys, and then Emo Jiang added, as for real people, once they've used them, they probably just eat them. Meanwhile, Yunhu on this side couldn't take it anymore and yelled loudly, this isn't how we're playing. As soon as she finished her sentence, Bai Ji appeared out of nowhere and killed 2 of the monkeys in front of her. Elsewhere, the lead monkey gave a sly, wicked smile.
Emo Jiang was not afraid, instead, he faced it and provoked, what are you staring at me for?
It screamed wildly. Kill! Kill!
Then it created an energy ball and threw it towards Mo Jung.
He was momentarily stunned.
Wait, no way? Mo Jung quickly hugged Nana and ran.
The two of them managed to escape the explosion in time, and Mo Jung let out a sigh of relief. After that, Bai Ji, who was still at the front, did not pay attention and attacked T from behind, but T was unharmed and instead turned around, punching Bai Ji so hard that she was sent flying. Before it could land another punch, a voice suddenly came from behind, "Hey, over here." The monkey glanced at its bloodshot eyes towards the source of the continued shouting.
Over here. Mo Jang, holding a poster in his hand, said, "This is the animated version of it, and it will be gone soon."
The monkey immediately became so startled that its mouth gaped open.
Without saying a word, Mo Jang tossed the poster far away and pretended to ask, "What should I do now?"
In the blink of an eye, the monkey, which had been with Bai Ji, suddenly jumped up the tree, snatching the poster from above. After grabbing her prized possession, she happily hugged the poster and laughed, hee hee. But while the little monkey was enjoying herself, Nana brought her massive goods out and said, "Sorry, but it's over." After that, the little monkey was repeatedly shot all over her body until she was torn apart.
It didn't take long before she lay helplessly at Nana's feet. Mo Jung walked up to the little monkey, stood above her, extended his hand, and said, "Bye-bye." Nana had an ominous feeling and said, "I always have the sense that this way of fighting isn't very honorable." Yunhu, who was tied up nearby, also spoke up, "MMMMMM." After hearing Nana's words, Mo Jung turned to her and asked, "Then next time, if you get caught, I won't care, okay?" Nana angrily muttered to herself, calling him petty. After that, Mo Jung stepped forward and cut the rope that bound Yunhu.
Yunhu, feeling embarrassed, hugged her arms and said, "It's so uncomfortable."
Seeing this, Mo Jung kindly asked her, "Been tied up for too long?"
Yunhu shyly responded, "Maybe, but actually." She intentionally paused to hide her flushed face, then continued, "After being tied up for so long, suddenly being freed, I just couldn't adjust."
Mo Jung immediately froze. Not only that, Yunhu also hugged Mo Jung's leg and begged, "Mo Jung, tie me up again, please be gentle." She even eagerly added, "Well, if it's not gentle, that's fine too."
Mo Jang became increasingly silent, and soon after, he was seen tying Yunhu up with a rope.
He then said bluntly, "Well then, I'll grant your wish."
Yunhu blushed awkwardly and responded,
"Ah, it's not gentle, but still, it's fine, I can't move anymore." Upon hearing this, Mo Jung could only turn his face away.
Suddenly, a notification board appeared before him, telling him that the system reminded him he had killed a level 4 ape zombie and received a reward, the skill mine mark.
Mo Jung was a little surprised and wondered, "Is there something new?"
Then the system continued to notify him that the recognition module had been installed and invited him to use the tactical glasses. Immediately, a pair of rimless glasses was equipped before Mo Jung's eyes. Now, whenever Mo Jung glanced around, the information of the person would appear. Even the apes lying around were showing their basic information, their species being zombies, and the mutated level 2 apes were rated with a threat level of A+. Yunhu, in your view, her information is also displayed as race, humanity, ability level, and threat level A. Then, he shifted his gaze to Na, who was eagerly talking from afar. The girl was laughing and saying, "That's so cool, I want one too." Next to her was a race information board, with her ability level still unknown, and her threat level unclear. Even Bai Ji, standing at a distance, had her information displayed, race, ability level unknown, threat level, A. After reading through it all, Mo Jung couldn't help but wonder, forget about the race, why is Nana's threat level unreadable? Could it be so low that it's undetectable? Upon hearing this, Nana immediately retorted with indignation. Then, he turned to Yunhu and said, "Yunhu, tell yourself you don't like being tied up." Upon hearing this, she excitedly asked, "What game is this?" It seemed Yunhu had imagined some scenario that excited her, as she eagerly asked, "Could it be? Do you want to tie me up with words? It sounds even more enticing and effective than using ropes." Mo Jiang helplessly turned his head to explain to Bai Ji, "Eldest miss, just leave her alone, this person is beyond saving."
Then, he sighed dejectedly, realizing, but this ability only works on zombies. How is it any different from Nana using telekinesis to control zombies?
At that moment, Bai Ji gently tugged on his hand, reminding him that there was still one more item he had yet to use.
Mo Jiang joyfully exclaimed, "That's right, I almost forgot." Mo Jiang spoke with satisfaction, "There's still an important piece of loot left."
He then bent down and retrieved the blue stone from inside the monkey's body. A brilliant green gemstone flew up before his eyes.
Mo Jiang was very pleased, it seemed to be good quality, and he said, "Bai Ji, collect it."
But Bai Ji remained frozen.
Mo Jiang looked at her in confusion and called her name.
He saw her shaking her head repeatedly. In the midst of this silent atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out, "If no one else wants it, then I'll take it." As soon as the words were spoken, a pair of large fiery hands appeared from nowhere, quickly moving toward Mo Jiang and Bai Ji. Bai Ji swiftly attacked with several punches. The flames gradually dissipated, revealing the handsome figure of Hu Ming.
He muttered in surprise, "Oh, looks like none of you are very willing, huh?" Mo Jiang was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "Is it you?"
Hu Ming casually continued, "Or perhaps this, while we're at it, let me remind you, I'm the one who provided weapons to the apes." Hu Ming smiled and explained his purpose. He had originally intended for the apes in your group to slaughter each other, but it seems he had miscalculated. Upon hearing his malicious words, Bai Ji was about to draw her sword. Hu Ming raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry.
I know you all are very strong, but I don't want to fight."
Hu Ming slightly turned to reveal the people behind him, then continued, "How about we meet them first and then talk?" As soon as Duina saw the people in front of her, she cried for help, "Help, son-in-law, at worst, I'll agree to let Leah be a secondary wife."
Leah immediately retorted angrily, "What are you saying, mother? How shameless!" But Duina quickly exposed her daughter, saying, "Don't think I don't know what's on your mind." She even happily added, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Leah, wanting to sink into the ground, said, Who wants to be a secondary wife?" "No, I don't want him, okay?"
Mo Jiang and Bai Ji could only stand by and watch, eavesdropping. Seeing himself stealing the spotlight like this, Hu Ming quickly spoke up, "Ahem, I don't care about your family matters, but what I need is that spirit core." He extended his hand, enticing them, "Hand it over, and after I leave, you can take them with you."
It's that simple, right?
Hearing this, Leah, who was tied up behind, shouted loudly to warn, "Don't trust him, there are many traps set outside." She also said with loyalty, "Don't worry about us, just kill him." Hu Ming was stunned upon hearing her words.
Meanwhile, Mo Jiang had prepared his internal energy. He said coldly, "If what Leah says is true, then I don't have many choices left."
At this point, Hu Ming was trembling as he explained, "Calm down, those traps are just to stop you from chasing after me." Then, he ordered his soldiers to convince Mo Jiang, "How about this, I'll send my trusted subordinates ahead to lead the way." Finally, Hu Ming inadvertently glanced at Duina and her son, threatening them.
After all, he didn't want anything to happen to them, right?
Leah couldn't hold back and cursed him, calling him despicable. Leah saw Mo Jiang still resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. She immediately shouted, "Mo Jiang, I really can't trust this person." Leah looked very upset as she lowered her head and murmured to herself, "Moreover, we can't let him keep saving us over and over." But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Mo Jiang throw the emerald gemstone to Hu Ming and say, "Here, take it."
He then calmly asked, "Can I take them now?" Leah was furious. She muttered under her breath, "This fool."
At that moment, Hu Ming happily gripped the gemstone tightly in his hand and ordered his men, of course.
"Ahau, lead them out of the mountain." The man responded, "Okay."
After being untied, Leah shot a glare at the group and angrily said, "Stop talking, let's go."
Mo Jiang also spoke up, reminding his companions, "Let's go quickly." Ahau took the lead and guided them, saying, "Follow me."
Mo Jiang glanced at the map cautiously and said, "It seems there are marked traps on the map."
you go ahead.
Ahau confidently stepped forward, but not long after, when he stepped onto a small patch of ground, his footsteps faltered. In an instant, a huge explosion erupted in front of them.
Nana couldn't hold back and screamed, "Oh my, I'm so scared."
At this moment, Hao was lying faintly on the ground, and before passing out, he deliberately said, "The map is fake." They all turned around in unison to look at Hu Ming behind them, only to see him grinning slyly and saying, "Did you think you could get out of here?
Sorry, but you're all going to die on this mountain."
At this point, Hu Ming was frantically screaming, declaring, "And I am the winner."
Leah then turned to Mo Jiang and asked, "I knew something was off. What now, Mo Jiang, should we fight them?"
Mo Jiang casually reassured them, "Don't worry, his map might be fake, but how can he be sure my spirit core is real?"
Hu Ming immediately raised the green stone and looked at it. "Is the spirit core fake?"
Hu Ming then decided to test it himself. He clenched the stone tightly in his hand and stretched his arm straight out in front of him. Hu Ming felt the powerful energy surrounding him, and he exclaimed, "This is wrong, the energy is so strong, there's no way it's fake."
"Ha, do you think you can fool me?" Mo Jiang remained calm and responded, "Of course it's real. It's just a pity you haven't comprehended it yet." Duina, who had been silent until now and still didn't understand anything, asked blankly, "What exactly are you talking about, son-in-law?" A moment later, Hu Ming fearfully raised his purplish hand and exclaimed in shock, "Wait a minute, what the hell is this? What's wrong with my hand?"
At that moment, Mo Jiang spoke up, "I forgot to tell you, the reason this spirit core is so powerful is because it was created by a level 5 zombie. Not only can it provide immense energy, but it also turns people into zombies, yes, exactly like the way you look now." The more Hu Ming transformed, the more bizarre he became.
In panic, he listened to Mo Jiang's words and cried out, "What did you say?"
Hu Ming was now completely frantic. Ignoring everything around him, he charged at Mo Jiang and shouted, "I'll kill you.
You dare mess with me?
I'll kill all of you, kill all of you." At this point, Mo Jiang knew it was time to play his trump card.
He said, "I never trusted you from the beginning. The map is fake, but can your consciousness really be trusted?"
He gently raised his hand to touch the earpiece and said, "Since you've turned into a zombie, you can use this now."
Mo Jiang pressed a button, and the glasses immediately popped out.
He then looked straight at the person standing in front of him and shouted, "Mark, mind penetration." He had just finished speaking when a ray of magic shot into Hu Ming's head, and then Mo Jiang immediately gave the order to lead the way. Hu Ming obediently raised his hand to perform the spell, and immediately, tentacles shot out. These tentacles formed a bridge, leading across the cliff to the other side. After completing it, Hu Ming gently lowered his head, as if to indicate, he has finished.
Nana and Baiji swiftly stepped forward, and Nana couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible." Then, she turned her head to look at Mo Jiang and asked, "Mo Jiang, are you controlling him?" He softly replied, "You could say that."
Mo Jiang couldn't help but think to himself, but this Hu Ming guy was indeed very cunning, having already set up traps everywhere. It seemed impossible to escape by going underground. He glanced at Hu Ming behind him and continued to think to himself, without the thought imprint and spirit core, it would truly be impossible to ensure a safe escape. At this moment, Hu Ming's close soldiers were shouting in chaos, "Save us, Captain Hu Ming." He raised his hand to decline, "No, it's too dangerous." Without saying another word, Hu Ming pushed them off the cliff. Mo Jiang silently stood by, watching Hu Ming's actions, but in the end, he had to turn and walk away. Meanwhile, Leah twisted her wrist and said, "Humph, if it's safe now." She dashed toward Hu Ming and continued, "This traitor should die too." But before she could even touch Hu Ming's toenail, he threw her far away. Leah, in pain, hugged her head and struggled to get up, groggily asking, "What the hell is going on?" "Ouch!" Leah complained, sitting on the ground and asking, "What is Mo Jiang doing? Why isn't he letting me take revenge?" Mo Jiang could only helplessly explain, "I don't have control over this matter." But at that moment, Leah was still unsatisfied, trying to deceive him. "You already admitted you could control him.
Mo Jiang adjusted his posture, slightly startled. It seems this is the special feature of the mind seal.
Upon closer inspection, Hu Ming's eyes showed expression, and at the same time, Mo Jiang's voice said, the mind seal only issues commands, but how it is completed is up to the zombie under control to decide. Mo Jiang then reminded, your actions right now are considered to be obstructing it from completing the mission, so it will retaliate.
Hearing this, Leah obediently sat still. But it wasn't over. Mo Jiang withdrew his foot from her body and said, you can't want everything. But Leah kept pressing, saying, I want it, and you can give me a man, so why can't you give me this?
Meanwhile, the other three people beside them each had different expressions. Bai Ji was eavesdropping, Nana looked visibly upset, and Yunhu whispered with a sigh, I didn't expect Mo Jiang to be this romantic.
Finally, Duina dealt with Leah and took her away.
As she pulled her along, she awkwardly said, please forgive my daughter for all her demands. At that moment, Mo Jiang fell into deep thought, don't think like that, cognitive imprints can accomplish more complex commands. They can even optimize actions. A thought flashed in his mind, if I can control more zombies, would I have an invincible army? Just then, Nana looked at him with disdain and said, Mo Jiang, your expression is too scary. Yunhu nodded in agreement from the side. Seeing this, Mo Jiang became serious and continued, no, I can't let desire control me so easily. A few minutes later, they heard the hurried sound of footsteps approaching. Mo Jiang quickly turned around to look at him and shouted, who's there? At this moment, a group of people dressed in black stood facing them. Leah, stunned, exclaimed, the Allied forces. The man at the head of the group didn't rush to confirm. He crossed his arms and spoke, Duina, is this how you look in such a disheveled state? Duina and Yun, who both stared at the man in shock, then exclaimed in unison, leader. The leader said nothing more. He ordered the soldiers behind him to prepare. Wang Gang, with a serious expression, led the Allied forces in a combat-ready stance. Seeing this, Yunhu stepped forward to stop him. Wait, leader, they saved my life. But before Yunhu could finish his sentence, Wang Gang raised his hand to cut him off. This is not up for discussion. His expression remained unchanged as he pointed at Mo Jiang and ordered, capture that kid. Mo Jiang stood there, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Wang Gang kept pointing at Mo Jiang, his gaze directed at Duina as he said, don't think I don't know, it's because of him that you refused to. Duina stood there, not understanding what he was saying, looking annoyed. Wang Gang, are you crazy? Wang Gang, like a madman, became furious, his fists raised as if to warn Mo Jiang, Duina is not someone you can boss around, if you're so confident, come over and fight me, you jerk. Duina then kneed him right in the face, saying, if you're sick, go get treated. Wang Gang was left reeling from the pain of the knee. He was unwilling to accept it, whining with a frustrated tone, did you hit me just because of that other man? Duina, tired of these pointless antics, said, stop embarrassing yourself here. Yunhu, who had been standing there confused, finally asked, what's going on? Aren't you guys enemies? At this moment, one of Wang Gang's soldiers spoke up to explain. Captain, she just got here so she doesn't know. Our leader and the leader of the opposing army have always had a special relationship. But Yunhu still couldn't help but wonder. So what about the battles between the two sides? Why did the leader send me to carry out the ambush? Wang Gang's soldier casually answered, well, maybe it's just because he's bored and has nothing to do. Think about it, we've fought so many times, but there haven't really been any casualties, right? Yun, who had been listening all this time and felt it made sense, it seemed like it was indeed that way. Wang Gang, who had been standing behind and overhearing the story of the young soldier, gave him a light slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking? The soldier received a slap from the leader that was so painful it felt like it could reach the sky. Everyone could see that the leader was somewhat annoyed, so the soldier understood and quickly apologized. Sorry, leader, it was all my foolish talk. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Wang Gang repeated his earlier question. Why do you call it having nothing to do? He continued. Simulating real combat can maintain a certain level of training to prepare for the danger that may come. Captain Yunhu, standing behind, looked at him with a serious expression. So that's how it is. But that expression quickly turned to helplessness when he heard Wang Gang's not-so-dark comment. Besides, it's also a kind of hobby for me and DUI now to decide who lies on top tonight. After saying that, Wang Gang received another slap from DUI na, causing his face to twist in pain. Just die, you idiot. After 2 heavy slaps, his face swollen, he walked over to Mo Jiang and said, if it was a misunderstanding, then let's forget about it, my friend. Mo Jiang replied, and then, happily raising his hand as if announcing, it's time to get off work. It's mealtime, let's go eat. Mo Jiang placed his hand on his forehead and said helplessly, so what exactly am I doing here? Leah stood there, watching everyone walk away in confusion, unable to believe that her mother could be anyone. Tell me, this isn't real, is it? Seeing her daughter standing still, DUI now walked over confidently and said, I told you, from the moment she was born until the moment she dies, there will always be someone pursuing her. You should learn from that. At this moment, Na pulled Mo Jiang's hand. Mo Jiang, look at this. As she spoke, she pointed towards Hu Ming. Looking in the direction Na pointed, Mo Jiang wondered, what is this guy so afraid of? Suddenly, a dark figure shot towards them from a distance. Seeing this, Mo Jiang quickly warned, something is speeding towards us. Be careful. Hu Ming instinctively launched a defensive move, and as for everyone else, they all stood behind thinking, the sandstorm can block level 4 damage, we should be quite safe here. In the middle of the fight, suddenly, something brushed past Hu Ming's hand and severed it. His face twisted in pain. The dark figure turned out to be a reincarnated person. In a flash, she grabbed the green gem that she had just taken from Hu Ming, saying, I can't believe I took something so important of mine and used it on such a low-level creature. Mo Jiang stood behind, witnessing everything, and only spoke up at this moment, reincarnated person, I almost forgot that she still holds a grudge against us. The reincarnated person angrily retorted, are you ready to die yet? Her first attack targeted Bai Ji, sending her flying. But luckily, Mo Jiang caught Bai Ji from behind. At that moment, Wang Gang appeared out of nowhere with his entire army, shouting, hang in there, Mo Jiang brother, the allied forces are attacking. The reincarnated person on this side continuously unleashed her moves to block the incoming attacks. Mo Jiang stood observing and said, evolved to level 5, with similar strength, but why is there such a big difference? Wang Gang was surprised by this. Level 5? Are you saying she's a level 5 zombie? Somewhat frightened, Wang Gang started to sweat and said, if she really is a level 5 zombie from the legends, we might die here. DUI Na seemed confused. What do you mean? Boss, please explain clearly. Wang Gang furrowed his brows and explained to DUI Na, abilities below level 5 only differ in the strength of control, but when it comes to level 5, it's an entirely different world. Mo Jiang, who had been standing beside observing all this time, began to speak up in rebuttal, they can change the rules. I don't think she has lost any strength, she must have already grasped some kind of rule. The reincarnated person, upon hearing that, spoke with an air of superiority, letting you die was to be expected. She continued, but now my hands have started to move. My ability is decomposition and regeneration, your attacks will be decomposed by me. The power of the reincarnated person exploded, and then regenerated, responding back. The move she unleashed quickly advanced towards everyone. Wang Gang, sensing the danger, turned to the others and said, run quickly, I can still hold on for a while. Mo Jiang, standing nearby, started to lose his composure, if energy and artillery are both useless. Wang Gang saw him moving closer to the reincarnated person and panicked, wait, what are you trying to do? Holding a knife in his hand, he said, then I'll use the most direct approach. The reincarnated person scoffed, humph, naive. Mo Jiang swiftly darted past the reincarnated person, then suddenly heard a scream. Mo Jiang thought to himself, I hit her. However, when he looked back, he saw that the reincarnated person was unharmed, and calmly said, nice weapon. Mo Jiang was taken aback, looking at the knife in his hand,
What the hell?
Before she could fully establish her stance, the reincarnated person suddenly launched another attack. She looked at him with a steely gaze. I forgot to tell you. And then she delivered a fatal blow. I can recreate this as well. After seeing Jung collapse, she walked up to him and, following the professor's analysis, said, "It seems you're not the type of person to sacrifice yourself for others.
Why would you do this?"
His voice weakly rose as he looked up at the reincarnated person.
"You're right," he replied, "running away with Baiji is more like me."
He then stood up, but running was pointless, so he had no choice but to take a risk.
Seeing him speak like that, she taunted, "Are you risking your life?"
He wiped his hand across his face, the corner of his mouth curling into a devilish smile.
"Of course." The crowd behind them cheered loudly, "Go, Jang."
Yunhu, watching this, felt a sense of joy in his heart and thought, as expected, Jiang still has me in his heart.
Leah, standing beside him, thought with a sparkle in her eyes, Jiang must have protected me because.
Nana, seeing him defend her, wiped away her tears, happy, and said, Jiang, although you look really cool protecting me, you look even worse after getting knocked down to the ground. At this moment, Jiang also took advantage of the opportunity to endure the punishment in order to complete his task.
The malicious expression on Jiang's face was evident. Indeed, it was true.
He continued, "That's right, at the Etion treasure vault, the space that connects to the vault can freely copy treasures that are hard to obtain in this era."
Seeing this, Jiang happily said, "Seems like it's pretty powerful."
From the gap in the vault, he took out a mysterious can.
"Well, let's just grab it and see what kind of treasure it is."
Immediately, he aimed it straight at the reincarnated demoness and quickly dealt with her.
But Jiang quickly realized, is something off here? Wait, could this really be some kind of treasure, like Coca-Cola? However, luckily, the Coca-Cola can indeed block one of the demoness knife strikes.
At the same time, Yunhu, from a different spot, shot out a black liquid. It splattered on her, causing her to grumble, "So messy, so uncomfortable." Na quickly realized that the smell on her sister Yunhu was all Coca-Cola.
Back at Jiang's position, the reincarnated demoness had taken the Coca-Cola can and squinted as she said, "What a strange object, are you planning to use this to deal with me?"
At this point, he held his face in despair, realizing that it really was Coca-Cola. Immediately, Jiang became furious and started pacing in frustration.
"What kind of sex treasure is this? Could you give me something more useful?"
The system immediately displayed a message. It could not fulfill the host's request. The items in the treasure vault were all things the host had collected.
Seeing this, Jiang was confused. "What is this?"
He then pulled out several toy guns and trophies.
"These are indeed all mine."
"The only toys, the weapons master left behind if they are in the treasure vault, they are all things I once considered treasures."
Realizing the issue, Jiang anxiously asked, "So that means there are no items inside that can instantly kill a monster?" Meanwhile, the reincarnated monster girl happily sniffed the scent of Coca-Cola on her hand.
"I really like the smell," she said. With no other choice, Jiang pretended to be friendly. In that case, I'll be your supplier.
From now on, we."
Before he could finish his sentence, the monster girl lunged at him, attacking him directly. "Die."
Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time and shouted loudly, "Can't we talk this through?" Then, Jiang leaped up and executed his move, the mind seal. Seeing her freeze, Jiang silently wondered, does life have an effect?
But immediately, the reincarnated monster girl shook it off and countered.
"A scheme to control my thoughts? Looks like you don't understand the gap between us," she said coldly.
At this moment, the demon girl was about to strike, making sure you fully understood.
Immediately, the two soldiers clutched their necks in agony, unable to breathe.
On the other side, Leah couldn't help but feel the discomfort, and Na was also thrown back. The reincarnated person has unleashed her power, and I can't even control the air around me.
This is the power of authority.
Suddenly, she noticed something and looked behind her.
So Baiji has come to help. The reincarnated person realized, I almost forgot, you don't need as much oxygen as humans.
Most of the oxygen has been broken down by her, and she can sustain herself for 7 minutes. But as he watched the two battling fiercely, he felt powerless. The power has no gaps.
Is there really any way to defeat her? In a moment of clarity, he remembered. Wait, the air is breaking down.
Without hesitation, he reached into a gap and retrieved some mysterious item.
I guess I'll have to try.
At this moment, Baiji struck down at the reincarnated person, but not only did she dodge with ease, she even mocked, "So small, use it freely." Immediately after, the demon girl easily held onto her sword, saying, "How convenient." A second later, the demon girl, the reincarnated person, snatched my sword. Immediately, she commanded, "Burn." The sword was instantly enveloped by blazing red flames. Then, she looked directly at Baiji, glaring and cursing, "Fool."
Next, a fiery attack lunged towards Mo Jiang. "Watch me."
He was struck, his clothes torn, and he fell to the ground in a miserable state.
The reincarnated person raised their voice to lecture, "Don't you get it? Using the same technique too many times will be useless." Mo Jiang smirked, sneering, and replied, "Useless? I would rather say the opposite."
With that, he turned to Baiji and said, "Baiji, go quickly to a place with air." In the next moment, a pair of fairy wings sprouted from Baiji's back. She flew up, taking Mo Jiang along with her. Seeing this, the reincarnated person yelled, "Don't even think about running." The spot where they had just stood exploded in an instant.
Mo Jiang furrowed his brow, looking down, unsure of what he was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a bit impressed.
I didn't expect that it could take so much oxygen in such a short time. Of course, the reincarnated person still hadn't given up. She flew up and declared to him, "I told you, I will make you pay, no matter the cost." Suddenly, Baiji screamed, "It's..." At that moment, Mo Jiang drew his sword and charged forward. His blade collided with her sword in mid-air. He immediately confirmed, without a doubt, that the oxygen had been depleted.
After the revival, everyone gathered beside her. However, the sword in his hand was quickly knocked away by the reincarnated person. She confidently declared, "So what?
Even knowing this, you must still die." Suddenly, Mo Jiang flashed a dangerous smile.
"Then has Dr. Wang ever told you that oxygen helps with combustion?"
Upon hearing this, the reincarnated person still didn't understand the meaning.
Mo Jiang explained, "Hydrogen and oxygen are being broken down, and now they are mostly accumulating around you."
He pointed his finger straight at her. "This means that all it takes is a spark."
With that, Mo Jiang marked the end. "And you can be set on fire." But the reincarnated person still couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding me? Do you think you can escape death?"
Mo Jiang resolutely responded, "I would have preferred to find another way, but it seems this is the only way to win." After finishing his words, he shouted, "Ignite." The spark was immediately released, causing the entire body of the reincarnated person to explode in mid-air. Not only that, but it also triggered an earthquake that shook the mountain peaks. Leah, standing below, panicked and shouted, "The mountain is about to collapse, run quickly." As for Mo Jiang, he had already passed out, falling freely to the ground. His robotic arm was slowly disintegrating, and a red patch appeared on his body.
Mo Jiang walked over, took Baiji's hand, and said, "Let's go, Baiji, it's all over."
However, she still stood there, unmoving. He skeptically asked Baiji, and only then did she speak, saying,
"Is it over? Do you really think so?"
He spun around in surprise.
"What?"
The woman turned and shouted,
"Give me back my life, I am a reincarnated person."
She rushed forward, her fury boiling over, reaching out as though to take Mo Jiang's life.
He cried out, "Baiji!"
At that moment, he suddenly woke up from the dream, sitting up and accidentally hitting Wang Gang's chin.
Mo Jiang wondered if it had been a dream.
Wang Gang turned his head to look at the children who were sleeping, then started complaining again, "I told them to leave, but they wouldn't listen no matter what.
It was then that Mo Jiang remembered that part, exclaiming, "Was it then? At that time?"
Yunhu gritted his teeth and said, "Hang in there, it's best if we can reduce the blow that Mo Jiang has to endure." The eldest miss of Dongjing, equally determined, spoke firmly.
"Nana understands."
Returning to the present, Wang Gang couldn't help but sigh, but it seemed very normal. When I was young, I was famous for having many people chasing after me. The girls were crazy about me.
Duina, already holding a weapon, furiously said, "Really? Why have I never heard you say that?" Wang Gang, frightened, softly explained, "My love, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Mo Jiang looked at the woman lying on the bed and couldn't help but anxiously exclaim, "Bai Ji."
Everyone headed to the combat area at that time, and he stepped forward to touch a large rock, saying that, given the situation, a large amount of attacks could still be redirected.
This is a level 5 zombie, with power that holds dominion over. A soldier stepped forward and reported, report, no bodies or spirit cores were detected. Wang Gang nodded and said, "Got it." Then, at that moment, Wang Gang asked with concern, "Mo Jiang, are you sure that thing is dead? What if it suddenly appears and attacks us from behind?" Mo Jiang responded with a firm tone, "I don't think we need to worry."
The weapon that had been taken away returned to their side, signaling that the influence of the power had disappeared. Everyone cheered with joy, "Great, we've won." But Mo Jiang still maintained a serious expression. "If it really survived the explosion, with our current situation, we wouldn't be able to face it." "But there's no need to worry."
Wang Gang muttered, "Do you have to be so brutal in your words?"
At that moment, Yunhu looked at Mo Jiang's injured right arm and asked with concern, "Your arm?"
Mo Jiang looked at his arm again, tiredly saying, "It's ruined."
Using the energy and burning most of it was useless. He continued, his gaze gentler, but the mental connection with Baiji could still be felt.
"This is enough." Leah eavesdropped and thought, "Lost your ability, huh?" She flashed a cunning smile. He.
At night, when everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, Mo Jiang drifted in and out of consciousness.
"What is that sound?"
He tried to get up to check, but then cursed.
"Damn it, I can't move. Can't even speak."
Leah had successfully climbed onto Mo Jiang, contentedly saying, "My mother once told me that turning raw rice into cooked rice is the best way to control a man." She continued, "Now is the moment when you're at your weakest.
The situation should work, right?" Yunhu opened the door and walked in, quickly scanning the room before saying, "There's nothing here, did I hear something wrong?"
She turned away, yawning and mumbling, "Forget it, I'll just go back to sleep." Under the blanket, Leah whispered, "Idiot, hurry back, don't come here and mess things up for me." At this moment, unexpectedly, Yunhu suddenly said, "But before we go back." She pulled the blanket up forcefully, angrily saying, "Catch this mouse first, caught red-handed."
Leah stammered, "Huh, what are you doing?"
Yunhu was not to be outdone, asking back, "Oh, I was about to ask you the same thing."
"What are you doing sneaking into someone else's blanket in the middle of the night?" Leah replied, "Of course, I'm here for treatment. This secret method is helpful in aiding Mo Jiang's recovery."
At this point, Yunhu stepped closer, saying, "If that's the case, I seem to have the advantage here."
Li Yanting retorted, "It's not just about having more fat, you cow." Yunhu sneered, saying contemptuously, "Better than nothing, isn't it?"
Listening to the back and forth arguing, Mo Jiang couldn't help but sigh, "This is so dizzying."
The next morning, Bai Ji groaned, "A."
She sat up, rubbing her eyes.
"I'm so hungry, let's go eat hot pot, Mo Jiang." Leah didn't understand, asking, "What is she saying?" Yunhu was equally puzzled, saying, "Hot pot? What new signal is this?" Only Mo Jiang calmly asked Bai Ji, "Can you talk now?" He said again, "Bai Ji, do you remember who I am?"
Bai Ji crouched down, feeling dejected, "No hot pot, so sad."
She playfully pinched Mo Jiang's cheek and continued to complain, "Of course, it's because Mo Jiang, that stubborn person, won't let me eat hot pot." Regardless of Baiji's actions, Mo Jiang silently thought to himself, hot pot was Baiji's favorite dish before. Her memory is still stuck at that time.
Baiji noticed his arm and, with a heart full of concern, said, Mo Jiang, your arm.
What happened? Was it those missions? She asked.
She continued, or did you get into a fight with Dong Jing while she was carrying a weapon? Furiously, she added, tell me, even if we bet on the White Wolf Society, I'll make them pay.
Mo Jiang was unfazed by that, only asking, Baiji, what was the last thing you remember seeing?
Baiji asked back, and then, after a pause, she said, the church mission. Suddenly, she clutched her head and shouted, it hurts so much, my head hurts so badly.
Mo Jiang rushed over, asking anxiously, Baiji, what's wrong? Baiji?
Memories flashed through her mind, causing her head to throb with pain. Baiji slowly collapsed. Baiji, full of enthusiasm, said, hello, please add one more can.
The staff happily replied, all right.
But at that moment, Mo Jiang suddenly grabbed her hand and said, no. He continued, according to the nutritionist's guidelines, eldest miss has already consumed too much sugar today.
It's already over the limit. Baiji pouted, holding his hand and said, it's so hard to go out, don't be too picky. The Coca-Cola is delicious, Mo Jiang, you should try it too.
Mo Jiang coldly pushed her hand away and said, no need. The secretion of dopamine will affect judgment, this is not good for me.
She indignantly sighed, so cold. You're so heartless.
The staff pretended not to see, flashing a professional smile and said, hello, the total is 2,871 yuan.
Will you be paying by cash or card?
Mo Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, took out his wallet and said, swipe the card.
The staff replied with satisfaction, yes, sir. Insufficient balance, the machine beeped.
He quickly fumbled for another card and said, let me try another card.
Try this one. The machine beeped again, insufficient balance.
The staff, looking embarrassed, said to him, I'm very sorry, this one is also insufficient.
Mo Jiang looked over at Baiji and said, then.
Baiji replied indifferently, don't look at me, I don't usually carry money when I go out. He had no other choice but to ask if he could use this item to pay.
Upon seeing the object, the staff stammered, a gun. A gun? Mo Jiang calmly responded, oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. He raised another item and said, I mean this one. The staff member was puzzled, excuse me, what is this?
At that moment, the manager came out and happily said, of course, it's our pleasure to serve the White Wolf Society.
On the way back, Baiji kept rambling, the salary from the White Wolf Society isn't low, right? Mo Jiang, it seems like you don't really have any hobbies, do you? Why couldn't you even pay for a meal?
Mo Jiang then listed all the gun maintenance costs and the need to buy new weapons.
She understood upon hearing this and replied, is that so? The old gun from earlier, right? Mo Jiang, your taste is pretty bad. He looked at the gun in his hand and accepted her words. It was indeed very old, it couldn't even be loaded. Mo Jiang then responded, but it's the only thing the master left behind, my second most important possession. Baiji asked again, I've never heard you talk about your past. Where are your parents? Seeing that he didn't answer, she asked again, Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang whispered, shh.
Countless strangers approached and said, brothers, if we take care of that guy, the reward will be ours. One of them spoke up, remember, try to capture him alive. The others chorused, got it. Mo Jiang grabbed Baiji's hand and said, run quickly. Although she kept running, she was still curious, Mo Jiang, they. He responded, they're bounty hunters, probably after me. One of them caught up and eagerly said, ha, White Wolf Society, do you really think you can escape? Mo Jiang stood in front of her, saying, eldest miss, hide, don't reveal your identity. She responded seriously, I understand. The two men lunged at Mo Jiang, but he easily subdued them. They slammed into each other. The brown-haired man, holding his forehead, said, boss, this guy's a bit too strong. If we capture him, we'll be at a disadvantage. The other man replied, keep going.
We have more people. While Mo Jiang was unguarded, another man attacked him from behind.
Bai Ji was startled and shouted, Mo Jiang, be careful. She ran towards him, shouting, Mo Jiang, be careful. Bai Ji kicked him in the shoulder, and he screamed in pain, dropping his weapon. He clutched his shoulder, gritting his teeth in anger and muttered, troublesome woman. She said to him, your enemy is not just him. Hearing this, his face darkened. He drew a gun, looked at her threateningly, and said, I won't show mercy to you anymore.
Die! Mo Jiang anxiously shouted, Bai Ji.
Suddenly, blood appeared before his eyes. Mo Jiang had blocked the bullet he shot with his hand.
The blond man angrily said, what are you doing?
One of Mo Jiang's arms hung limply by his side, and with the other hand, he held a knife, speaking in a deep voice, it's just one arm.
This is enough to prevent eldest miss from getting hurt. He plunged the knife into the man's shoulder and said, this is cheap. It's finally over.
Bai Ji stood behind, softly saying, Mo Jiang, you. Mo Jiang held onto his injured arm and reassured her, don't worry, eldest miss.
He turned around and smiled, saying, it's over.
After speaking, he staggered and fell from exhaustion. Bai Ji hurriedly rushed to support him, calling out, Mo Jiang, Mo Jiang. Outside the hospital room, the doctor spoke up with instructions, his health is recovering. Before going out, he specifically asked that the visiting time not be too long.
Bai Ji responded, I know. Sitting by the bedside, she lightly scolded, are you stupid? Who uses their hand to block a bullet?
Her hand, holding the cup, tightened, her voice sad, it was definitely something her father had taught her.
Thinking of this, she drank up the cup of water unhappily and said, what's with protecting eldest miss? What's with eldest miss? It's the meaning of life for him.
Touching his face, she spoke softly, the meaning of life for Mo Jiang must be defined by him. Bending down to kiss him, she said, so you must get better quickly.
One more thing.
She blushed, touching her hair and said, thank you for protecting me. Then, she immediately ran off.
Touching Mo Jiang's lips, she whispered, so this is what Coca-Cola tastes like.
On the day he was discharged, Bai Ji was waiting outside to greet him. She happily said, Mo Jiang, you're recovering so quickly. Seeing what he was holding, she curiously asked, wait a minute, what's that in your hand? Hearing her question, he happily replied, it's coca. Bai Ji, curious, said, of course, I know what it is, but why are you holding that? He said that after he accidentally tasted it, he leaned in and realized it actually tasted quite good.
Is there a problem? Bai Ji awkwardly responded, So what now?
As he turned away, her face turned bright red as she thought, oh no, could I have been found out? Bai Chang Xiangwan, excited, called out as soon as she arrived home, Mo Jiang, we're back.
Xiangwan curiously asked about what he was holding.
Mo Jiang raised his hand to stop her from asking more questions, saying, it's a long story, let's go inside and I'll tell you. Then there was a series of noises that made people's heads ache. Lei pushed Xiangwan aside and happily put his arm around Mo Jiang's shoulders, declaring, don't worry, Mo Jiang, from now on I'll be your right hand.
If you don't have a right hand, you've got me. He proudly continued, not forgetting to emphasize the last words, I can help you with anything.
Wang Xing, annoyed by Lei talking too much, told him to be quiet.
If you want to die, do it somewhere far away.
After that, Wang Xing turned back to report to Mo Jiang, boss, while you were away, Bai Chang was fine.
Mo Jiang said, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Bai Shi, looking confused, said, I think I've met them before.
At that moment, Lei and Wang Xing finally noticed the person behind them. Bai Shi sat on the chair, trying to recall and said, I don't remember anything. Bai Shi's complexion was very poor, and she softly sighed, I feel like throwing up.
Seeing her like that, he anxiously said, relax, Bai Ji.
Xiang Wan, also worried, asked, Bai Ji, is she? Mo Jiang immediately explained to her, her memory was just awakened, but it's still not stable. Layli pointed to his nose and said, I feel like even Baiji's breath has changed. Wang Xing looked at him like he was an idiot and said, shut up, maybe you're the one who made her want to throw up. Baiji awkwardly touched her 2 fingers together and said, the book once mentioned that this state could also mean pregnancy.
Mo Jiang, upon hearing this, mimicked Siro.
Yunhu, surprised, covered her mouth and asked, when did you two? Leah, irritated beside them, said, disgusting, you're getting ahead of yourselves.
Na startled and screamed, I'm pregnant.
Yunhu gently supported Baiji's shoulder and said, Baiji, you must take care of your health, don't catch a cold.
Leah reached out to touch her belly and said, is it really true? Let me feel it. Nana, like a little dog, tightly bit Mo Jiang's hand.
He impatiently spoke, Baiji, stop joking. Baiji happily hugged her flushed face and said, I read it in a book, that's what it says. Mo Jiang, annoyed, said to Yunhu and Leah, impossible, please, use your brains.
Both of them didn't understand. Leah asked, isn't it true?
He pulled all 3 of them outside and said, anyway, get out, let Baiji rest. Baiji's face turned pale again, she covered her mouth with her hand, and strange memories appeared in her mind.
Why is there still resistance?
Baiji heard a voice calling her name. She covered her mouth and lowered her head low. A huge explosion had just happened. A reincarnated person, disheveled and unstable, leaned against the stone wall, unwillingly saying, I can't accept it, this can't be happening. Baiji coldly pointed the tip of her sword at her. In an instant, the sword pierced through her body.
She grabbed Baiji's shoulder and said, do you think you are only affected physically by my power?
Taking advantage of the moment, she struck at her.
She whispered, let me tell you, I can also control your mind. This stream of power controls Baiji.
Move to this body, and the sword fell to the ground. Baiji frowned and said, just a little more, and I will completely control this body. Her face darkened as she spoke in a low voice, those people are really too troublesome. The power was still insufficient, and faces that disgusted her appeared in her mind. Someone said, Baiji's condition is a bit strange.
Another person added, Mo Jiang lost an arm, basically, he's crippled.
A third voice followed, is this the best time for us to take over the city? Layli said, we must be careful.
Secretly summon the brothers. Someone replied, understood. Baiji smiled triumphantly, rebellion? Right at this moment.
Inside Bai Chang, Mo Jiang rested his chin on his hand and said, it's quiet. It's been a long time since it's been this quiet.
Nana intently pulled out a block and said, the others aren't here. Leah received the news from Dui Na and had to return. Yun, who was dealing with zombies in the south.
Nana covered her mouth and smiled teasingly. Normally, Mo Jiang would complain about the trouble, but now he could only silently feel troubled.
Mo Jiang blushed and turned away, saying, how could that be?
Nana happily said, don't be shy, just confess your feelings to Nana.
She cupped Mo Jiang's face and pressed it against her chest, asking, how is it? The chest of the angel Nana.
Mo Jiang, indifferent, said, cold, hard, empty. She angrily pointed a gun at his face and said, I'll give you one more chance. He placed his hand on her shoulder and sincerely said, Nana, I understand your feelings now. She smiled brightly and said, well, this time you better speak properly. He said seriously, but no matter how much you shoot me into dust, I still have to say, cold, empty, hard. Nana, furious, immediately shot at him, then I'll turn you into dust.
Mo Jiang quickly ran away, saying, are you serious?
She angrily pointed at him and yelled, you fool, Mo Jiang, Nana doesn't need you anymore, cry by yourself. He sighed. Mo Jiang looked out the window and thought, but it's really such an unusually peaceful feeling.
At another place, Xiangwan was dazzled, and she angrily asked, what exactly do you all want to do? A man sneered at her and said, what do we want to do? You can try to imagine it.
Layli swung his hand and slapped him, saying, go away, I told you to be polite, don't you understand? Layli smiled at her and said, Sister Xiangwan, don't be afraid. These rotten men are indeed rude. Luli knelt in front of her and said, with a smile still on his face, Mo Jiang, give all the spirit cores collected in by Chang to her for safekeeping.
Where are the rest?
Xiangwan angrily said, traitor.
She angrily continued, do you think you can take over this fortress with your rubbish?
Layli calmly said, of course not, that's why I can only use some tricks. His smile was full of malice as he said, for example, forging a letter telling Leia to return to the opposing army, or lying that there are zombies in the south, so Yin-Hu would go there to deal with it. Xiangwan could not suppress her anger and yelled, so all those reports were spread by you. To distract the fighting forces, Luli calmly admitted, saying, although the remaining ones are a bit tough, but if we handle them one by one, there will definitely be a chance.
Don't miss.
Taking advantage of his distraction, Xiangwan struck, and immediately a streak of syrup appeared on Layli's face. Layli, shocked, reached up to touch his face and said, the entire room is filled with my specially made perfume, designed to suppress people like you. How could you still use your powers?
Xiangwan, in a defensive stance, replied, being underestimated really isn't pleasant.
He was provoked by her and shouted, launching a full-force attack on her. The others were affected by the perfume. One of them, still somewhat conscious, said, we too are being suppressed by your perfume. While dodging Xiangwan's attack, he angrily said, I forgot to prepare a mask. Falling to the ground, he panicked and said, what now? Could it be that I haven't even done anything worthwhile and I'm already going to die? Xiangwan spoke coldly, don't say another word. Just die. A shadow flashed by. Xiangwan was struck, and she cautiously looked around, saying, who is it? The person who appeared startled both of them, it's Bai Ji. Bai Ji stepped in front of Layli and said, I know what you all are trying to do. Layli, terrified, stammered, no, wait, Sister Bai Ji, let me explain. Bai Ji ran her finger along the blade, her eyes burning with a malicious gleam, and said, let me join in. Layli, panicked, asked again, join in? She meant the minions gossiping behind the desk.
What is that woman actually saying?
Bai Ji thrust her sword forward, saying, it's exactly what it says on the surface, don't ask too many questions. This strike scared him so much that he nearly cried, stammering, all right, sis, I understand what you mean now. He cautiously asked, but how can we trust you? Bai Ji tightened her grip around Xiangwan's throat and said, killing her, will that be enough? Layli raised his hand to stop her, saying, please, don't. I understand, I trust you, he explained. But this is a bargaining chip for us, it wouldn't be wise for us to act recklessly. She turned to leave and said, then it's up to you. He sighed with relief, replying, don't worry, Bai Ji, as soon as you leave, he'll change his stance. Get ready to make a move at midnight. The minions responded, understood. Wang Xing rushed into the room, stumbling and falling to the floor, shouting, boss, traitor, traitor. Mo, confused, looked at Wang Xing and asked, boss traitor? What's that supposed to mean? What nonsense are you saying? A foot stepped on Wang Xing's body, and he said, what he means is. Layli and his underlings walked in, full of momentum, saying, if you want to live, hand over all the spirit cores now. Mo Jiang smiled and said, so that's it. Come and take it, it's here, but the condition is you need the ability. The underlings couldn't wait and charged forward. One cripple, what's the point of arguing with him? One of them spoke, and another echoed, the first victory is mine. Mo Jiang's face remained unchanged as he said, even though I lost an arm, it's still enough to deal with all of you. Layli, excited, said, no wonder you're the person I'm interested in, not even flinching at this moment. Mo Jiang threw the small knife towards Layli, saying, save the compliments for the next life. Layli quickly dodged to the side and said, leave it to me. The knife was swiftly blocked by Bai Ji. Bai Ji? Mo Jiang was not surprised and said, Bai Ji's condition is very strange. Seeing her approach fiercely, he thought, once I get the spirit core, this body will completely belong to me. Thinking this, she became even more excited. Nana stepped forward to block Bai Ji's sword, saying, stop,
Baiji. Nana has to make you wake up.
Baiji swung her arm, throwing both Nana and her large gun aside.
Nana, Emojiang called.
She was dazed and spoke up.
Nana has tried her best. Emojiang clenched Baiji's hand tightly. Baiji swept Emojiang's leg. Emojiang was quickly knocked to the ground.
He thought to himself, it's over, there's no one left to stop Baiji now.
Unable to breathe, he gritted his teeth and thought, think quickly, is there any weakness in Baiji?
He reached out in front of him, thinking, this is a one-time opportunity. He struck her bottom with a strong hit.
Baiji suddenly cried out, ah!
It really works, he thought to himself. Baiji's face turned red, her whole body stiffened, thinking, why? My body can't move at all, it seems like some mechanism has been triggered.
Emojiang softly said, sorry, eldest miss, now it's time for some education.
Baiji panic-stricken said, don't come over here.
Emojiang softly said, my actions are a bit harsh, but there's no other choice. He frowned and said, what other tricks do you have? Bring them all out.
Wang Xing angrily said, all right, wait for my people to arrive.
That most detestable person of yours will be disfigured.
Seeing the people who had just arrived, he sneered and said, your people are here.
Let them see you.
Wang Xing, in high spirits, said, they came just in time, quickly take care of those traitors.
One of them attacked Emojiang, and he quickly dodged.
Wang Xing couldn't believe it and said, you guys.
One and spoke up, sorry, boss, we refuse to work for a weakling. Layli mocked, that stupid musclehead really thinks he understands his subordinates, huh? He laughed loudly and said, Emojiang, no matter how good you are, do you really think you can handle so many people like this?
He sprayed perfume all over the room and said, and this time, I even prepared some sleeping pills. Wang Xing covered his nose with his hand and said, you despicable bastard. He said, I'll count to 1, and then everyone rushes in. 3, the men beside him quickly put on their gas masks.
2, Emojiang threw small throwing weapons towards them. 1, all of them collapsed.
The drug takes effect quickly, Layli said, stepping on one of them.
Wang Xing asked in confusion, what's going on? He questioned, aren't you on their side? Layli irritably replied, you really are just a big fool. How could I betray Emojiang? Luli rushed over and hugged Emojiang tightly, saying, this plan is the result of the trust between us.
Emojiang pushed his head away and said, that's not the case, I don't fully trust you either. A week ago, Layli overheard their conversation and silently thought, they want to revolt.
He thought to himself, what should I do?
I can't eliminate them yet, the number and strength of the enemy are still unclear.
Emojiang still needs time to recover.
Layli proudly crossed his arms and said, so, Emojiang and I came up with this plan. I'll pretend to be the leader of the rebel gang, and then capture them all. Wang Xing asked, then why were they? Layli put his hands in his pockets and answered, it's simple. I put the real sedative in the mask. It's the stuff they inhaled. He sprayed it on himself, excitedly responding, and this is just an air purifier solution. Wang Xing wiped his nose and said, this is exactly the kind of plan that a despicable, cunning bastard would come up with. Layli pushed Wang Xing's shoulder and said, well, at least it's better than that big, stupid guy who got betrayed by his subordinates and didn't even realize it. Baiji thought to herself, so that's how it is. Layli turned around and looked at Baiji, saying, but you, Baiji, really caught on quickly, and your acting was superb.
Was this arranged by Emojiang?
He looked at her and said, I have never told Baiji before.
He reached out and touched her head, continuing, Baiji, have you been feeling a bit strange lately?
She blushed, stammering, maybe. It's because I haven't absorbed the spirit core for a long time, and I feel like my body is a little strange.
Emojiang seemed to realize something and said, oh, right, I almost forgot. How could I let eldest miss be treated like that? It's really irresponsible. Seeing the spirit core bag, Baiji's eyes sparkled. She thought to herself, spirit core? If I absorb this amount of spirit core, I can transform myself.
She tried to grab it, but he swiftly avoided her grasp.
Mo Jiang said, but you've never been able to absorb the spirit core before. He spoke in a deep voice. What Bai Ji absorbs must be the imprint that I transformed. Did you forget? Or is it that you don't even know?
He moved closer and said, Miss Bai, reincarnated person.
Bai Ji broke into a cold sweat and asked, Mo Jiang, what are you talking about?
The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he held a small bag and said, memories and thoughts can be infiltrated, but habits cannot. Then, he tossed it aside, waved his hand, and said, it's a pity, Bai Ji, you've never been the way you've been acting. She immediately gripped the sword tightly and rushed forward, then thrust it straight into Mo Jiang's body.
Someone who saw this immediately screamed in horror, Mo Jiang? Bai Ji smiled with satisfaction and spoke, what does it matter if you know?
In the end, I am the one who wins. Casually, she took the pouch beneath him while he lay motionless.
Finally, I can recover. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing her to startle. Oh really?
Then take a good look at what you're holding in your hand. It turned out that Bai Ji was a reincarnated person who had taken over this body.
What's going on here?
She fumbled, finding herself in a mysterious place.
Where is this?
Mo Jiang, holding her in his arms, gently comforted her. Hang in there a little longer, eldest miss.
He then turned his head and smirked, explaining, this is my and Bai Ji's spiritual world. Now do you understand?
That's why I can be certain you're not her.
The reincarnated person no longer bothered to pretend and arrogantly said, a spiritual world, huh? In that case, I just need to destroy this place.
Furious, she charged forward, shouting, you all must die. Mo Jiang only needed one hand to send her flying far away. Afterward, he casually brushed off his hands, showing a look of contempt.
The reincarnated person lay on the ground, unable to contain her anger. Why? Why? Mo Jiang raised his hand high and said loudly, even with power, you cannot defeat me here.
Immediately, the long rope began to bind her, stunning her.
A space that you control entirely by yourself? How could that be?
He seriously declared, it's time to end this, you've been inside this body for too long. The reincarnated person began to feel fear, continuously pleading, please don't kill me.
Mo Jiang questioned sternly, what's the reason?
She spoke as she reformed his right arm.
My power can help you regenerate. Soon after, Mo Jiang controlled the arm to test it and was very surprised, it seems to have truly come back.
Lei Li, seeing this, was astonished. Mo Jiang, your arm. The reincarnated person then appeared and frowned, reminding him, now I am your arm.
Human? He laughed and asked, if you're a part of my body now, shouldn't we change the way we address each other?
She replied in annoyance, we humans have a symbiotic relationship.
Mo Jiang, displeased, threatened, is that so? Isn't it like I've attached a time bomb to my own hand?
It's truly too dangerous, maybe it's better to destroy it. The reincarnated person was so scared that his face turned purple. Wait a minute. Then, he had to force himself to comply.
Master, is this form of address satisfactory?
Mo Jiang sneered and said, it's a bit strange, but it's okay. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. A stranger holding a large launcher shouted, as long as everyone inside dies, this place will be ours.
Mo Jiang furrowed his brows and questioned, didn't you say you gathered all those people together?
Lei Li, with tears in his eyes, cried in frustration, I didn't know there were others.
Help me, Mo Jiang.
At that moment, the reincarnated person spoke up, use me, master.
I will bring a whole new power to you.
The stranger saw him rushing towards him and was so scared he almost wet his pants, shooting him down.
Hurry up.
Mo Jiang, while attacking, teased, if you don't use it well, I'll have no choice but to endure the pain and cut off this arm.
And destroy your consciousness too.
Her words terrified her, no, please don't.
Mo Jiang continuously called out, Bai Ji. Bai Ji.
She woke up in a panic, looking around frantically. He worriedly asked, "How are you?
Have you regained consciousness?" Bai Shi suddenly rushed over and hugged Mo Jiang. He tried to reassure her, "Don't be afraid, Bai Shi. The thing that was occupying your body is no longer here."
Seeing her still in a daze, he silently speculated the reason.
It seems Bai Shi's thinking and language abilities haven't fully recovered yet.
The reincarnated person appeared and said, "Of course, it was all under my control. If the life energy in her body were a little stronger, perhaps she would have recovered."
Mo Jiang furrowed his brows, questioning, "What is life energy?"
She began to explain, "Our source of energy is what you all refer to as imprint."
Mo Jiang's face turned extremely unpleasant, and he questioned, "So, you're saying Bai Shi was turned into a zombie?"
The reincarnated person crossed her arms and said, "Perhaps by level 5, she could be like you, recovering her speech and thoughts.
She might even have the power to become a true kin of mine."
He immediately hugged her and firmly rejected, "I don't agree.
Bai Shi is not a zombie."
Suddenly, Bai Shi bit his hand hard. In that moment, Mo Jiang's voice was still heard, "Bai Shi and I have a spiritual connection. It seems she has discovered her now." Then she laughed slyly. "If I put Bai Shi into the spiritual world, perhaps she could easily tear you apart." The reincarnated person was so frightened that her face turned pale.
What? What?
She hurriedly begged, "Master, please help me. I can still help you recreate everything in this world." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It turned out to be Wang Xing, firmly pulling Lei Li inside. "Boss, the traitors have been caught.
How should we handle them now?"
Lei Li, furious, shouted, "Who are you calling a traitor?
Are you out of your mind? I have always been loyal to Mo Jiang."
Wang Xing, still calm, replied, Who knows if what you're saying wasn't just prepared in advance?
What if the betrayal succeeded?" Suddenly, Mo Jiang, looking confused, asked, "Can the injured area also be recreated?" The reincarnated person firmly answered, "I can't do that. I can only recreate physical parts, not life." He then wondered, what is the boss talking to?
Mo Jiang, uninterested, casually ordered, "Lock them up for now, I have to go out for a while."
Wang Xing obeyed, "Understood, boss." He then walked to a desolate, ruined place and asked, "Earlier, you said you could recreate everything, right?" She was puzzled and asked, "Master, where is this?" Mo Jiang entered the room filled with computer equipment and replied, "Game arcade."
He walked up to a computer, somewhat surprised that it was still on.
Mo Jiang ordered, "All right, go ahead." The reincarnated person felt something was off and hesitantly asked, "Go in there, into this black screen?"
Seeing that she was still not convinced, he threatened, "Stop asking, or you'll regret it." The reincarnated person, feeling intimidated, reluctantly complied. She revealed her true form and flew into the computer.
I'm going right now." Mo Jiang raised a question, "How is it? Can you regenerate the network here?"
She closed her eyes and seriously began to check.
"Oh, I'm trying." The reincarnated person looked around before speaking, "So, this is the digital world you humans talk about? Now, I'm part of it." Mo Jiang looked on with excitement. "I can't believe it actually worked. This is much more convenient.
Now, when we deal with zombies, all the doubts of the awakened people stem from a lack of information." Suddenly, countless red notifications popped up, shocking her greatly.
"It's too much."
He didn't mind and happily said, "If we can gather enough information, not only will it be easier to deal with the zombies, but we might even find a way to help Bai Shi recover." The reincarnated person, feeling overwhelmed, wanted to faint, so Mo Jiang had to rush over and try to tap on the device to wake it up.
"Hey, reincarnated person, wake up. Reincarnated person, how can the system crash again?"
The reincarnated person rubbed their head, exhausted. "It hurts so much, I didn't expect the data to be this massive."
Mo Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, you're awake." So, have you found a way to restore the entire network area?
She replied seriously, the signal recovery in the area has reached its limit. All I can do now is try to use this place to help the master collect information from the outside.
He rubbed his chin. As expected, I've been thinking too simply. So, have you gathered any useful information?
The reincarnated person jolted, her eyes widened, and she eagerly exclaimed, "The Eden Project." Mo Jiang suddenly recalled the moments from before, while she was still very flustered.
What's that supposed to mean? He squinted and asked.
The system, from who knows where, completely changed the lives of me and Baiji.
Then, he probed further, what exactly did it say?
The reincarnated person slowly explained, I searched specifically for this term, but I couldn't find any information at all. It was only mentioned in a science fiction novel from 10 years ago, and there's nothing else about it. Mo Jian was extremely confused, muttering to himself, there's no information, which means all the information has been hidden.
Who is the author of that novel? Is there any way to find information about them?
She heard this and tried to check further. Please wait a moment, Master, I am searching.
I found it. An image of a man appeared. The reincarnated person said, the author is Tu Ji Zhao.
Before the apocalypse, he was a driver. 2 months ago, the 6th camp released the list of lucky individuals, and he was on it.
Mo Jiang was still very confused, a driver? The 6th camp?
The scene switched to the outside, where Na was walking and asking for information.
Mo Jiang foolishly asked, has your arm recovered?
He hesitated a little, then said, it's a bit complicated to explain, let's just say I got lucky. Xiangwan turned to him, Mo Jiang, what exactly?
Nana laughed mockingly, so the idiot got lucky, huh?
Mo Jiang got angry upon hearing this, lifted her up with one hand, and angrily laughed, my arm has recovered now.
I can help Nana stand even higher. She cried out loud, Mo Jiang, you idiot, let me down.
Xiangwan noticed something and quickly turned around, warning, Mo Jiang, someone is coming. From the grass, a group of cunning individuals appeared.
Ah, today is truly my lucky day.
Not only did I run into this unlucky guy, but now I've got a few more girls to deal with.
They approached, threatening him.
Kiddo, if you're smart, hand over the supplies, and maybe these girls will spare your life.
One of them uttered inappropriate words. Boss, give the youngest one to me. He.
The guy beside him laughed loudly.
That one belongs to that perverted guy.
At this moment, Na leaped down, running straight to the front of the devious group.
She gave a silly smile and said, Big brother, you want to take me with you? Really?
Seeing this, he got even more excited.
Of course.
Come with me, and you won't have to worry about going hungry again.
Nana furrowed her brow, looking pitiful. But your gun is so small, how can you protect me? He grew more sinister, laughing creepily as he replied, You want something bigger? Don't worry, I still have it. She eagerly shouted, Bigger?
A magic circle appeared in front of her chest.
Then, she decisively pulled out a cannon and asked, How about something as big as this, Nanas?
The cannon's barrel was pointed directly at his face, causing him to feel extreme fear. The remaining people saw this and immediately risked their lives to charge forward, shoot them, kill them all, don't let any of them survive. At that moment, Mo Jiang simply raised his hand, and streams of blue light appeared. The group of people was so terrified that they were left in a daze.
Where are the bullets? Where are the bullets?
He smiled, expressing his admiration, as expected, if she is in the metal arm of mine, then I can also use her power.
The reincarnated person shrugged disdainfully, Yes, master.
Although limited by strength, the effectiveness was still far from enough.
Mo Jiang was very annoyed. What does that mean? Are you saying that I'm far inferior to her?
He then snapped his fingers, and the bullets immediately flew backward. But dealing with them was enough, as they shot directly at the thugs, causing them to scream in pain.
Nana, witnessing the whole scene, was extremely impressed. Jiang, that ability of yours. Jiang explained, yes, it's from the reincarnated person.
Simply put, her spiritual form is in this arm.
Xiangwan looked a bit worried, then she won't.
He responded, don't worry, her spirit can't escape my control, she can't harm anyone. Then, slowly sitting down next to a motionless bandit, she checked to see if there was any intelligence on him. Suddenly, a hand appeared and dragged him away.
Bai Ji looked on, puzzled, and asked, what is that?
Ling, holding his corpse, smiled brightly and said, thank you, I'll take the supplies.
Jiang frowned and forced a smile, saying, want to race? All right then.
In the forest, she ran while feeling overjoyed, no one can catch up.
I'm so lucky. But unexpectedly, he was already standing right below, questioning her, are you sure? Ling froze in shock. Jiang ignited a flame in her hand and said, want to see if you can run faster, or if this burns faster? Then, she shouted, burn, unleash. She was struck by the blow and screamed, "A."
But she still tried her best to escape, thinking, as long as I get out of this forest, they won't catch up.
With that, she swiftly ran off, then leapt across to the other side.
Thinking she had succeeded, Ling laughed out loud with delight, I did it. But suddenly, she felt lighter. It turned out she was about to fall into the ravine. She was terrified and cried out, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Luckily, Bai Ji arrived just in time to save her. When they arrived, she used her sword to suppress Ling.
Jiang crossed his arms, teased her a bit, then asked the following question, run, why aren't you running anymore? She was frightened, putting on a pitiful act, I just took a little bit of supplies, is it really necessary to scare me like this? Then she rubbed her stomach and explained, I haven't eaten for 3 days. He was annoyed and questioned her, there's a 6th camp up ahead, why didn't you wait there? Ling replied, that place isn't good either. The gangs control the low ranks, they're forced to work like cattle. I had a brother who died on a mission. She slowly got up and asked, by the way, boss, are you all heading to the 6th camp? Jiang calmly answered, yes. What's the matter? She turned around, pointed at the ones who had logged out, and reminded him, then you should be careful. The ones you killed are from the 6th camp. Suddenly feeling his sharp gaze, she forced a smile and promised, but I won't tell anyone, I swear. Jiang didn't hold a grudge, simply speaking, all right, take the supplies, consider it the cost of the information. Hearing this, she smiled excitedly, really? Thank you, boss. He turned around, preparing to leave. Let's go, we'll continue the journey. Suddenly, she rushed over and hugged Jiang's thigh, causing him to be confused and question, what are you doing? Bai Ji, upon seeing this, visibly frowned and sincerely begged, boss, if you're heading to the 6th camp, why not take me along? Ling's eyes sparkled like car headlights, and she eagerly said, everyone is so impressive, I could also build a reputation there. I want to go with everyone. Xiangwan crossed her arms and laughed, saying, aren't you afraid that we might push you into a dead end? I saw everything just now, you guys are so kind, you won't harm me. Ling, still unaware of her own limits, pointed at Na confidently and declared, moreover, I'm more capable than this little girl. Look at her, she's useless. Hearing that, she was annoyed and summoned her power, I almost sent her straight to the underworld. What did you say? Nothing. I'm sorry, sis. Nana, frustrated, made Ling fall backward. She cried out in pain, my butt. Jiang asked Xiangwan for her opinion, what do you think? She rubbed her chin and replied, speed, observational ability, expression, speech, and understanding of this place probably play a part. So he decided, alright, let's go, follow me. Ling happily ran after him. Really? Ling was sitting in the grass, suffering from a stomachache. These past few days I've been eating nothing but plants, it's really. Yet she still shouted out, Jiang boss, you guys, wait for me for a bit. Xiangwan sweatily said, now I kinda regret bringing him along. Mo Jiang replied loudly, your name's Ling, right?
We're leaving now, just catch up later.
Ling crawled out and waved his hand, alright, I will. Without thinking much, they left. We'll just go ahead now.
By Xi, it turned out that Ling wasn't actually suffering from a stomachache but was looking for something from the bodies they passed earlier.
If we get caught, it'll be troublesome. She picked up a small photo and happily said, found it.
It turned out to be a picture of her when she had long hair. After a while, once they arrived at their destination, Ling shouted, Mo Jiang boss, look over there. In front was the 6th barracks.
Nana pinched her nose and asked, have you washed your hands? He looked at the crowd and wondered, with so many people, what are they doing? Ling whispered into Mo Jiang's ear, who was checking, Mo Jiang, the boss doesn't know.
These people are unpredictable, some could be potential carriers, able to turn into zombies at any moment.
He nodded, I see. You want to inspect them all, right? Xiangwan asked, what should we do?
Ling affirmed, yes, no one is exempt here.
Mo Jiang asked cautiously, what if there's a problem?
She raised her hand to her head, making a suggestive gesture and said, well, of course, something will happen. He furrowed his brows and looked behind him, then rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, there might still be traces of the disease on Bai Ji and Na.
Should I just give up? The reincarnated person reassured, don't worry, master, I can regenerate it. He questioned, you can do that? She explained, during the inspection, I will destroy it. After the check is done, I will restore it fully, so no data can be collected.
Mo Jiang happily agreed, alright then, let's go.
There's something interesting.
Let's let you try.
Nana eagerly ran after. Is that true? He nodded confidently.
But shortly after, she found herself caught in a terrifying round of tests that made her scream in despair.
Mo Jiang snapped his fingers.
The reincarnated person said, understood, command acknowledged. The person in charge of the test spoke, no problem.
All right. Nana, annoyed, coughed repeatedly.
Mo Jiang, you liar, I'll never believe anything you say again. Then she rushed to bite Mo Jiang's hand.
He helplessly said, what does this have to do with me?
She angrily replied, I don't care, you lied to me after all. Xiangwan spoke up, the tests are all finished, we can go inside now.
Mo Jiang said, then let's go. At the next camp, he looked around, amazed, why is there such a huge difference between the two sides?
Nana smiled with delight and exclaimed, the other side looks so beautiful, let's go over there.
Ling quickly intervened, you can't just go over there.
At that moment, 2 guns extended out to block her path.
The fierce-looking group in front of them growled, you poor, destitute people, think you can just enter the upper level? Do you think you can go wherever you want? Mo Jiang was somewhat surprised and asked, is there a hierarchy in the upper level too? He turned to ask, by the way, didn't you forget to introduce her to us? Where is she?
But then he saw Ling, who was hugging her head in fear, the place for those at the top. The 6th camp is divided into the upper and lower zones. The upper zone is made up of elite and noble families, representing the future hope of humanity. On the other hand, those of low status are not valued, and in the lower zone, the population is large, the conditions are poor, and most people survive on the charity distributed by the upper zone.
Mo Jiang looked at Hu Ming with a sympathetic gaze, so that's why you keep your distance?
Hu Ming, with a terrified expression, replied, don't provoke them casually.
Boss, if you want to find someone, you can go to the trading market over there to gather information.
Hu Ming continued, although the 6th barracks are managed uniformly, there are still quite a few smaller groups that keep to themselves. For example, Gobro's mercenary organization is the biggest power in the infrastructure area, and even the guard squad has to show some respect. When it comes to people and things in the infrastructure area, asking them is the most accurate. After receiving the information, Mo Jiang's group went to the marketplace that Hu Ming had mentioned. Here are the donkey leather bags, the limited edition in all kinds of styles.
A scarred man stepped forward, seemingly annoyed, and asked, Mo Jiang, do you want to meet Gobro? Mo Jiang replied, correct. Scarface laughed and explained, brother, not everyone gets to meet Go Bro. At the very least, you need to have something to offer. Hearing that, Mo Jiang immediately turned and shouted, Nana. She eagerly agreed right away, leave it to me. A remote-controlled drone immediately flew towards them. The drone precisely took away the bag from the salesman, causing him to scream in panic, my fire bag, my fire bag. Mo Jiang then made a proposition to Scarface, investigate the zombies, search for items, 10 kg weight limit. So, what do you think? Interested? Scarface responded with a happy laugh, with this, finding supplies will be much easier. I'll go inform Go Bro. As Mo Jiang was deep in thought, a seductive figure approached from behind. She swayed her hips as she walked up and called out, hey, handsome. The red-haired woman smiled mischievously and replied to Mo Jiang, we'll take this. The payment can be negotiated. Seeing the stranger come in to steal the order, Scarface became furious. Where did this crazy woman come from? Don't you understand the rules of order? The red-haired woman, insulted, retorted angrily, damn, you're one of Go Bro's subordinates, right? Someone like you is nothing but a dog for our business district. Do you think you have the right to talk about rules? The scar-faced man couldn't hold back his desire to fight and angrily said, if you're so brave, why don't you say that again? The red-haired girl wasn't someone to back down either, challenging him, dare to lay a hand on me, and I'll make sure to cut off all your dog claws right now. Mo Jiang and the red-haired girl seemed confident of their victory, proudly watching the scar-faced man, who was too furious to do anything, and said, I guess you know your place now. She then started walking towards Mo Jiang again, saying, hey, let's keep talking. Doing business with the upper echelons will bring a lot of benefits. She tried to persuade Mo Jiang with many advantages. After all, this side was wealthy and influential. Xiangwan looked at the scene before her and shyly said, this is too much of a loss. Mo Jiang immediately rejected her, saying, not interested. Even a failed puberty like Nana is still better than something fake. Nana, who was standing beside him, happily nodded and said, MHM, that was a nice thing to say. Mo Jiang even gave a sarcastic glance and added, besides, instead of getting silicone implants, I think you should go for some hyaluronic instead. The red-haired girl angrily thought, that bastard is implying I'm old, isn't he? She was so angry that she could only stand there watching Mo Jiang leave, and in a fit of rage, she said, if you treat the upper class with such an attitude, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. The scar-faced man, seeing the scene just now, happily asked, so, are you saying that Mo Jiang has chosen us? Mo Jiang agreed and said, I just don't want to do business with people who bully others because of their power. Nana suddenly noticed something and said, wait a minute. Nana, in a fit of rage, grabbed Mo Jiang's shirt and tried to hit him. Mo Jiang, you're despicable. Who told you to do this? Explain yourself to me. Mo Jiang refused to back down and replied, what are you doing? You don't want others to speak the truth? The red-haired girl stared intently at Nana's waist and noticed a gun. Her expression suddenly turned dangerous as she glanced at the scar-faced man and said, if this guy kills one of your men, would you still want to cooperate with him? The scar-faced man, seeing the gun at Nana's side, recognized it as belonging to the fourth brother. His face darkened. Mo Jiang spoke up to ease the tension, shouldn't you all calm down first? It would be better. Everyone in Mo Jiang's group immediately took a combat stance. Xiangwan turned her head and whispered, what now, Mo Jiang? Do we need to take action? Mo Jiang thought for a moment and said, let's see, it can't all go down the drain. A gang member with a knife angrily charged forward, calm down, you monkey. I have to kill you to avenge fourth brother. Suddenly, a man in a suit jumped up and stood in front of Mo Jiang's group, shouting, stop right there. The gang member with the knife was immediately thrown back. The people around recognized him, Go Bro. Several gangsters were caught off guard. Mo Jiang looked at the person in front of him and thought, the leader of the infrastructure district. Go Bro stepped forward, friendly, and said to Mo Jiang, brother, let's go somewhere else to talk, to my place.
A girl was trying to feed a bird, saying, "Little bird, eat a bit more." Gobro sat on the sofa next to him and started speaking, "I'll be direct.
Emojang, how many drones do you have?" Emojang thought for a moment before replying, "I believe you came to talk to us about your subordinates, right?" Gobro calmly responded, "Every day in the infrastructure district, a few people die. Nothing surprising about that. Let's talk business instead. How many drones do you have?"
Emojang, hearing this, couldn't help but admire Gobro for being a person who only focused on the big picture. "I still have a batch of drones, but they're not with me right now."
Gobro happily agreed, saying no matter how many there were, he would take them all. He hesitated and said, "It's just that."
Gobro continued, "Apart from the drone, there is still something important that I need you, Emojang, to help with."
After some negotiation, Emojang walked over, took Baiji's hand, and pulled him away. As Baiji stepped out of the room, Xiangwan immediately approached and asked, "What were you talking about?"
Emojang replied, "We're handing over the drone and helping him with something, and in return, he'll help us find someone." Xiangwan looked suspiciously at the group behind them and said, "But there are still a lot of mercenaries following us." At that moment, Gobro stepped out of the room and called Emojang back.
"Wait a minute, Emojang."
Gobro took out a cute little bird and held it up, saying, "After all, you're doing something for me. Take this with you, and when the brothers see it, they'll know it's my order."
Emojang took the bird and said, "Okay, thanks."
Gobro raised his hand in a farewell gesture, wishing everyone a safe journey. Xiangwan, puzzled, asked, "Clearly, you're doing a favor for him, so why thank him?"
Emojang, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Did anyone notice that the mercenaries have stopped following us recently?"
Hu Ming replied, "That's true, I thought for sure someone would come after us for revenge." Emojang immediately patted the bird's head and explained, "Because this is the bird that Gobro raised. If it dares to harm us by using its feathers to make a command token, it means it's going against Gobro."
Nana, hearing this, happily said, "I didn't expect I would be useful like this, let me pet it for a bit."
The bird disagreed and pecked Nana's hand, causing her pain.
Nana angrily looked at the bird and said, "How dare you bully Nana?" Xiangwan stepped forward to stop Nana, saying, "It's just a small bird."
Nana, about to get angry, paused for a moment. The bird, in a fit of rage, flew toward Nana and pecked her, making her cry out, "Don't!
I won't play with you anymore."
The bird flew to perch on Baiji's hand, and she praised it, "So cute." Baiji looked at the bird with sparkling eyes, but her words were full of deadly intent, "I really want to roast it." Upon hearing this, the bird immediately jumped off Baiji's hand.
Emojang's group continued walking forward.
Emojang looked around, feeling confused, and said, "But I have a bit of a question."
He then patted Wanan's head and asked, "What do you think? Why is Gobro being so polite to me?" Wanan lowered his head and let out a soft sigh. "Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the boss's goods." Emojang shook his head, "I don't think so."
Wanan continued, "That thing flying back and forth can help find a lot of resources." Emojang also explained with his own reasoning. Perhaps the drone was useful, but not worth that much. Emojang seemed displeased, his gaze suddenly turning more serious.
20 drones, he traded them for a house in the upper district. Wanan couldn't help but show surprise. A house in the upper district? Emojang turned around and asked, "Aren't you happy?" Wanan quickly waved his hand, not wanting the other party to misunderstand.
Wanan hurriedly said, No, it's just that being able to live in the upper district means that even if we just lie down later, we won't have to worry about food or clothes." Emojang took a breath, his eyes showing clear doubt, "That's why I find it strange." Wanan paused for a moment, his gaze becoming sharper.
"So, you think Gobro has another purpose?" Nana looked off into the distance, her face showing clear caution.
Wanan thought for a moment, then realized he had been left behind without even noticing. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, while the chimney of the high-rise buildings emitted wisps of smoke, one by one.
At the abandoned factory, Emojang asked, "Is Wang Taizhu here?"
A man stepped out from the shadows, his eyes cold and stern.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Another person stepped out from behind, his tone urgent yet powerful.
Baiji, bring it here.
An mysterious object was handed over. It was something from Gobro.
Wonan said nothing, merely nodding slightly, handing the item to the other person.
He was overjoyed, saying, come here now. However, the mysterious little bird not only did not approach but also rewarded the stranger with a shower of gold on his head. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he said, it's definitely Silly Dan, no mistake. Now, here, the goods are for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he and his disciple soared into the air.
The people from Mo Jung's group, who were left standing helplessly, shouted.
They had appeared.
Mo Jung's eyes lit up when he saw the enemy, preparing for a relentless battle. The stranger spoke in a challenging tone, you want to steal from Mr. Wang?
Baiji swung his sword, striking one move after another, but the old man's disciple, who had been prepared, was no less skilled. He swiftly dodged every attack. Baiji quickly noticed his outfit, then turned to look at her teammates with a serious expression, saying, is this outfit from the Guard Corps? The man, realizing that his secret had been exposed, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger, but he approached and handed Mo Jiang an important item, saying, brother, take this. Mo Jiang carefully took the item, observing it in his hand, his gaze resolute. The man soared into the air and issued a challenge, let's see what happens if I hit you.
Wonan, another teammate, approached with concern and asked, boss, do you need help?
Mo Jiang gently shook his head, calmly looking at the opponent and saying, there's no rush, let's see what their strength is like. The battle grew increasingly intense, but now the old man had joined Mo Jiang's side. The masked men exchanged looks, silently understanding that there was no way out now that they had been discovered. They pressed something on their wristbands, and their bodies changed color.
The atmosphere grew more tense by the second as the warriors began signaling each other.
They charged forward, throwing punches at the old man's body.
Mo Jiang observed and then realized something, exclaiming, it's on combat gear. The masked figures threatened, we know the secret, and you must die. Each dagger flew straight toward Mo Jiang's face.
One of them shouted in panic.
Damn it!
The other man was calmer, trying to soothe him, don't act rashly.
Mo Jiang didn't make a move, merely observing before asking, on combat gear, do you know what that is?
The man answered, it's a special type of outfit for the guards. Then he continued sharing the information he knew, I've heard it can synchronize the thoughts of those in combat through a special link.
IVN achieves an increase in speed and enhances overall strength. Mo Jiang pondered, the concept sounded quite similar to the link he shared with Baiji.
It seemed there was information about the Etion plan to be found here. Meanwhile, the masked figures stood there, ranting and raving, talking amongst themselves.
Mo Jiang and his teammates were getting a headache from listening. Mo Jiang was extremely annoyed and asked Baiji, I'm asking you, can you two get it together or not?
One of the masked figures yelled, it's decided, 80% synchronization. This time, we'll use the maximum synchronized strength. Mo Jiang heard this and sneered, then spoke mockingly, oh, another crazy stunt going on. The two men, both running while talking, were at that very moment.
The group of Mo Jiang was confused, asking, should they chase after them?
But Mo Jiang spoke up, stopping them, saying, who knows what lies ahead?
Suddenly, a shout echoed. Boss! Mo Jiang placed his hand on his chin, thinking, clearly representing the upper echelons. Does the Guard Corps even handle things like this?
Meanwhile, the man who had been kneeling earlier to express his gratitude said, if it weren't for you, we would have really lost what we were desperately searching for. Then he cursed, these bastards only know how to disguise their clones and play sneak attacks.
Without evidence, they won't admit it.
The man turned to Mo Jiang and said, by the way, boss, you might have been targeted by the Guard Corps. You should be careful.
Mo Jiang wasn't too afraid. Alright, I got it. You can get up now.
The sky was clear, the air fresh. The group of Mo Jiang walked and talked, with Wonen starting the conversation.
He said, "Boss, after we return to the camp, do we go to the upper floors?" Jiang obviously replied, "Of course, what's the matter?"
Wonen suddenly dropped his face, but the guard squad.
Xiangwan firmly reassured, "Don't worry, if the guard squad really wants to deal with us, the upper district is actually the safest place for you." Wonen widened his eyes and asked, "The safest?" Xiangwan kindly explained, "Think about it. If we were killed by the guard squad in the upper district, could the other upper elites still live in peace?" Wonen took a few seconds to think, then seemed to agree, "Seems to make sense." Xiangwan continued, "They can only find an opportunity to act when we're not in the upper district." "Oh right, little beggar, take this." Wonen looked at the item in surprise and exclaimed, "Where did you get this from?"
At this point, Jiang joined the conversation. "Inside is the drone that Gobro needs.
The evidence that allows us to enter the upper district is in your hands."
Jiang reminded firmly, "If anything happens later, just take it and run first."
Wonen nodded seriously, "Don't worry, boss, I'll handle it. It'll be me with the problem, not it."
Jiang and the others continued on to the area filled with tall buildings. When they arrived, the gatekeeper was already waiting. He said, "Gobro has already told me, you can go to the upper level living area first, he will send someone over later." Jiang immediately handed over what needed to be delivered and conveyed the message, "This is what Wang Taizhu asked me to bring to you."
The gatekeeper checked the items and then asked, "What about the drone that Gobro needs?"
Wonen was running so quickly that he accidentally tripped over a stone. He then fell flat on the ground, and the items in his hands scattered everywhere, including the drone, which was shattered because of the fall.
Wonen, with a worried voice, said, "Boss." Looking back at what had happened, Jiang remained calm and said, "It's completely destroyed, there's nothing we can do."
Nana, with a cheerful tone, smiled and said, "Hee, I still have one."
Wonen was stunned, not believing his eyes. "How can you also have one?" Jiang pointed ahead and said, "Look, the drone Gobro needs is inside."
The gatekeeper confidently handed over the pass and keys and said, "Here are the passes and keys, you can go straight to the upper level area." Nana, with an excited expression, said, "We have a place to stay now, I hope there's a big, soft bed."
Jiang urged, "Let's go, why are you still standing there?" Fearing the mistake she had made, Wonen asked her boss, "I've made such a big mistake, are you still going to take me with you?" Wonen anxiously wondered, "Or should I stay in the infrastructure area?
I don't want to cause any more trouble for everyone." Although she had prepared herself to be scolded, Wonen was still startled when threatened.
Jiang reassured her, "It's okay, the good days are just beginning." In the high-rise building, Baiji immediately climbed onto the bed, lying on the soft pillow.
Xiangwan, holding a bowl of hot noodles, blew on it and said, "The upper floors are really something else, the food and hot water are all here."
"Isn't Nana coming to eat?" Outside, Nana knocked on the door and gently scolded, "You idiot Jiang, how much longer do you need?"
Inside, Jiang was enjoying himself, speaking with difficulty, "I need to get cleaned up, wait a bit."
As he soaked in the bathtub, Jiang suddenly remembered something. But Nana had.
Jiang looked Wonen up and down, noticing something interesting, and said, "After a good wash, I realize you also make a pretty good impression on others."
Wonen felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. "Boss, you're joking again."
Jiang made a simple request, yet one full of expectation.
"Help me scrub my back." Wonen quickly responded without hesitation, "All right, I'll do it right away, boss." Jiang, curious, asked, "By the way, while we're at it, may I ask something? What exactly is your purpose for approaching me?" Wonen, confused, replied, "Boss, what do you mean by that?" Looking at the expression on the other person's face, Jiang couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Don't think I don't know. From the very beginning, you've been trying to avoid getting too close to the upper floors to probe into this. I deliberately gave you that number for the planes." Jiang smiled lightly, as if she had anticipated everything. "Sure enough, you made it accidentally drop and break, ruining your chance to enter the upper floors." Wonen dared not speak up.
Mo Jiang continued, if you were just an ordinary person, there would be no reason to do that.
Faced with Mo Jiang's suspicion, Wanan hurriedly explained, please, don't ask anymore, boss. I never meant to harm anyone, please trust me.
Mo Jiang didn't let up and continued to press with a serious tone, if that's the case, then why are you so afraid of the upper floors?
What secret are you hiding? Wanan's voice trembled, unsure of how to respond. I.
Before Wanan could catch his breath, he struggled, trying to break free from the restraint on his hands. Something in the air made them both look at each other with sparkling eyes. Wanan quickly covered his shy face with his hand and said, in short, you should go back first, don't face this way.
Mo Jiang stubbornly responded, we're both men, is it necessary to discriminate like this? Are you afraid things will get more tense?
Wanan hurriedly spoke up, in short, just go outside first, I'll tell the boss.
Suddenly, the scarf on Wanan's body fell.
Mo Jiang quickly grabbed Wanan's hand to steady him. In doing so, he unintentionally pulled down the piece of clothing on Wanan's shoulder, his gaze full of surprise.
Mo Jiang asked, are you a woman?
Nana's worried voice echoed from outside the door.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Mo Jiang stood frozen, staring intently at what he saw.
The door suddenly opened, and everyone was taken aback by the intense reaction. With a slight hesitation, Mo Jiang decided he needed to explain more clearly.
Nana seemed to have lost her patience, her voice cold, no need to say anything more, Mo Jiang, just die.
Xiangwan couldn't understand the situation and asked, so you're really a girl?
Mo Jiang quickly answered, intending to explain on behalf of Wanan, I heard she has a grudge with the guard squad, and to avoid detection, she disguised herself as a man.
Mo Jiang looked at her with a doubtful expression.
With a determined face, Wanan confirmed it was true.
Xiangwan became even more confused and asked, what kind of grudge? Are you planning to take revenge on your own?
Wanan hesitated before replying, and at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Mo Jiang pointed toward the room and ordered, Xiangwan, take her into the room first, don't let the guard squad see her.
Xiangwan looked at Mo Jiang and asked, do we need to protect this girl? Wanan looked at Mo Jiang with a sympathetic expression, boss, I know you're a good person. Mo Jiang raised an eyebrow and coldly but rationally responded, that's not the case.
Even if I were to sell her to the guards, I'd still need to know how important she is, how valuable she is.
Nana nodded, that's true. Let's go then.
But accompanying that was a soft sobbing sound, hoo-hoo.
A group of people approached Mo Jiang and informed him. Mo Jiang, the matter you asked us to look into has yielded results. Mo Jiang opened the door and stepped out. It turned out to be Go Bro. He asked, are you talking about the Yu Ji Chao thing? Go Bro gave an order to the person following him. Xiao Zhang, hand over the documents to Mo Jiang.
In a solemn tone, the other person reported the findings. Mo Bro, as per your request, we indeed found someone named Yu Ji Chao. He continued, his face serious, but not only is he not a driver, he doesn't live in the lower district either. A look of surprise appeared on Mo Jiang's face. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked again, the famous writer, and he lives in the upper district? The voice from the other person was firm, Mo Bro, we told him to come meet you. But this bald guy is so arrogant, he refused to meet. Mo Jiang calmly gave an order, if he won't meet, then let him come find us. In the upper district, at an ice cream stand, the sound of chewing food could be heard as one person ate while casually speaking. Xiangwan looked at the friend next to him and teased, are you reading the novel by your favorite teacher, Yu Ji Chao, again? Bai Ji was startled, and before she could respond, Xiangwan continued to criticize. You've got it upside down, you're holding it upside down. A guest from the opposite table approached. With a curious look, the person asked about the book. Do you two really like Yu Ji Chao's books? Xiangwan's surprised expression was clear as she replied. Yes, why? The person lowered his head, smiling brightly, and introduced himself. Hi, I am Yu Ji Chao. Xiangwan, doubting the truth of what she had just heard, asked.
Are you a fake? How could that be?
Yu Ji Chao looked at her and replied firmly.
Why not? This is my ID. The book you're holding was written by me. With enthusiasm, he continued.
Little girl, I still have many drafts in my room.
If there's any of my books you like, we can talk as we walk. Xiangwan seemed hesitant. That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Bai Ji looked at the two of them with a very uncomfortable expression.
Yu Ji Chao didn't give her a chance to react and hurriedly pulled her inside. Hurry up and come in.
His voice was gentle, as if he had some disgusting plan in mind.
Come on, we can discuss anything slowly. Xiangwan quickly caught onto his scheme.
She grabbed his hand and twisted it forcefully, causing him to scream in pain.
Xiangwan didn't stop. She said, Is this unbearable already? Weren't you the one who wanted to talk?
The voice of the other person began to show signs of panic.
Who exactly are you people? Let me go. The old man didn't show any fear.
He said, If not, the guards won't let you leave the 6th camp.
Bai Ji also flew from afar to join in.
The old man looked grim, his face pale with fear.
Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and coldly looked at the man, saying, Do you think the guards or this knife will be faster?
The old man's army suddenly received a signal and hastily warned each other.
Mr. Yu's alarm has gone off. One of them stepped forward and called out, Mr. Yu. An embarrassing scene unfolded. The old man was kneeling at Xiangwan's feet, and she mocked him, asking, Do you want me to twist it tighter? From outside, a voice called out, Mr. Yu, are you all right? Mr. Yu sighed.
I'm fine, just accidentally pressed the wrong button while playing.
Everyone, please leave.
The person still looked at the old man with doubt, not quite convinced, but your appearance doesn't seem to match up. As soon as the person finished speaking, the old man was struck on the neck by a cane.
Xiangwan, furious, scolded, It's so noisy. You old pig, can't even manage your servants properly? The old man, knowing when to act properly, shouted at the ones causing trouble, Never seen this kind of special game before? I like it this way, if you understand, then get lost.
The group nodded and prepared to leave.
All right then, we'll leave now, Mr. Yu.
They continued to talk among themselves.
I really didn't expect Mr. Yu liked this kind of play. Truly can't understand the rich people. Mr. Yu resumed the conversation, So what exactly do you want to ask? I already said I will answer.
Xiangwan's tone was full of implication as she mentioned a famous work, the Etion Plan.
Mo Jiang appeared and asked Mr. Yu, Do you still remember this work of yours?
Suddenly, Nana also appeared from somewhere, glanced at the fridge, and sighed, So many pastries.
The old man couldn't help but ask curiously, Where did you all come from?
Mr. Yu answered nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal, The Etion Plan isn't my work, I found it when I was still a driver, tucked inside a stack of papers that a guest had dropped. Mo Jiang continued in a more serious tone, speaking as though he still considered it his work to be released, intending to profit greatly from it. Mr. Yu gave a bitter smile and recounted what had happened. At that time, I was just releasing it for fun, never expecting it to turn out like this.
Mo Jiang pressed further, Where's the original? Is it still around?
Mr. Yu tried to dig into his memory, attempting to recall any remaining details.
I remember there was some material still here. Xiangwan caught onto the old man's scheming and tightened the rope, threatening, Don't move.
Xiangwan led him forward, asking, Lead the way.
Is it inside here?
Which floor? Mr. Yu lowered his head and smirked, saying, I think it's on the 3rd floor. Then, he began to put his plan into motion.